hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. But we show no remorse. Go get a bag, I drip in our shores. Catch a tag, we knocking them off. After I hit, boy, she hit the door. And them hundreds be coming in, all of this money, and I gotta give me some more. Big bag, bet it won't hit the floor. Talk hot, then we run your jaw. I'ma hop in the foreign and zoom off. That be my dog, I'm calling him Rudolph. I'm in love with the way I get chewed off. Pull up with Blake, he getting screwed off. Brand new Mize, big body, we cruise off. He think he hot, we knocking your crew off. Homie nasty the way that I shoot off. Youngin' with drip, I got the juice on. Me and my Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they with pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they with pop out in their heads. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom.
I'm in the track trying to whip it, flip it. She on my so I quit it. Walk in the club with my grilling. You on my chain, come and get it. You tripping. Listen here, cussy, you got two decisions. Do you want the or do you want the Smithy? Your life is a gamble, you better not risk it. See, I'm in the track trying to whip me a pigeon. I move with it. Keep a on deck, he be moving with it. You can on your block, we don't know who did it. Run the block.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to another day of ML Ball here on Twitch.tv. I'm EB from Toronto, joined by Mark Colley for this first game, the Blue Jays and the Rays. Mark, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, EB?
Doing pretty well. We see the Blue Jays not doing so well, losing 4 straight games, so they're going to try to get back in the win column today. The Rays, they have actually taken the second wildcard spot now with the way they've played recently, and also the White Sox losing 9 of their last 10 games, so that has enabled the Rays to jump over the White Sox and take that second wildcard spot. Blue Jays pretty much in survival mode, trying to just finish with a respectable record this season.
Yeah, this game has taken on more importance than we thought it would when we originally scheduled it, because as you mentioned now, the Rays in the second wildcard spot, half a game up on the Chicago White Sox, who, again, as you mentioned, on a terrible streak as of late. They've lost 4 in a row, 9 of their last 10. So this game is really important for the Rays to win, and the Blue Jays, we saw last time they faced, not last series, but the series before that, Blue Jays trying to play spoiler against the Rays, trying to come back in the AL wildcard race. The Rays now have entered into the picture for the wildcard race, so now the Blue Jays continuing to try to play spoiler today as they go up against the Rays.
We're just about to get underway from Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg, Florida. The Blue Jays trying to maybe discuss a strategy against Blake Snell, who they faced last week, and he did a pretty good job against the Blue Jays. 6 innings and 11 strikeouts a week ago.
Yeah, the only blemish for Snell was a solo shot from Danny Jansen, and he ended up losing that game because the Blue Jays won that one 1-0, but Snell was fantastic, and he mowed down pretty much every Blue Jay hitter. The only Blue Jay hitter who didn't strike out was Danny Jansen, so Snell looking to continue that fantastic start, carry it over into today against the Jays.
Of course, that was the last game you and I called together, and Bo Bichette leading things off takes a strike. Bo playing shortstop, batting in the leadoff spot. You see there, right on the screen, Rays 4.5 games back in the AL East, but they have the second wildcard spot now, as of yesterday, thanks to a 6-3 victory over the Blue Jays in the opener. Bichette fouls it back at 0-2. He'll be followed by Vladimir Guerrero Jr. playing first. Travis Shaw is at third. Teoscar Hernandez in the cleanup spot in right field. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. in left field, batting fifth. Pitch from Bichette's going to be fouled off. Rowdy Tellez, the DH, in the 6th spot. Danny Jansen behind the plate. He'll bat 7th. Randall Grichuk in center, batting 8th. Kevin Biggio at 2nd will be the number 9 hitter. Pitches outside, 1-2.
Yeah, the Blue Jays getting back to normal. They had a little bit of a weird lineup yesterday. Bo Bichette was hitting third. Rowdy Tellez was actually leading things off, which was a little bit of a strange decision from Charlie Montoyo, but getting back to normal today, Bo Bichette at the top of the lineup.
2-2 pitch from Snell is going to miss high, so it's a full count. Defensively for the Rays, Hunter Renfroe in left, Kevin Kiermaier in center, Austin Meadows in right. On the infield from third to first, Yandy Diaz, Willie Adames, Brandon Lau, G-Man Choi, Austin Romine behind the plate, and Bichette will swing and miss, and Snell picks up right where he left off last week. It's his first strikeout.
Yeah, he's going to do that to the Blue Jay hitters. He has a big arsenal to work with, and clearly it worked last time against the Blue Jays. Blue Jays, a team that strikes out a lot, have had struggles scoring runs as of late, although they have been better over the past series and a half.
On the ground, on the first pitch to Adames, and they just get Vladdy by a step and quick 2 outs.
Yeah, that was a really good attempt by Vladdy. He almost beat it out, and we know he's not a fast base runner or fast runner in general, but it was nice to see him leg that out, almost beat out the throw at first.
We have a question in the Twitch chat from Action Braxton asking how many games in the series. I should have said that to start. It's a 4-game series. This is game 2, so they'll play 2 more tomorrow and Thursday. Travis Shaw takes a pitch low.
Yeah, and they did play yesterday. The Blue Jays lost that one 6-3 as part of the 4-game slide they're on right now. And, of course, that game was important for the Rays because it launched them into the second wildcard spot. So they'll play today. They'll play the next 2 days. And then the Rays are going to head on to Baltimore. Baltimore is going to come to Tropicana Field. And the Blue Jays are going to head back home, play the Chicago Cubs.
2-0 pitch to Shaw is going to miss 3-0. Blue Jays are in a very tough part of their schedule now. They faced the Rays last week at home. They lost 2 of 3. They went to Houston. They lost 3 of 4. Now 4 games here at the Trop. They lost the game yesterday. And we mentioned the Cubs. They're in first place in their division as Shaw takes a strike. So very, very tough opponents for the Blue Jays now.
Yeah, it's coming down to crunch time for a lot of these teams. The Rays, the Cubs, some other teams that are in tight races, the Diamondbacks, the White Sox, the Twins, all those teams in the AL Central, Cleveland Indians. The Blue Jays, not one of those teams that's coming down to crunch time. Obviously for them, facing the difficult schedule, not too much of a burden for them.
As Blake Snell issues a 2-out walk, he had no walks in the game last week that we called. But he walks Shaw, and he's going to face Teoscar Hernandez with 2 outs.
Yeah, Shaw played yesterday. He was pretty hot. He had 2 hits, an RBI, and a strikeout. So it's good to see him continuing his on-base streak at least today and getting something cooking. And it could mean this game will be a little bit easier on the Blue Jays. You mentioned the no walks last time out, 11 strikeouts. The walk here early on in the game could indicate that Snell doesn't have all of his command, or at least not yet, or all of his pitches, and it could bode well for the Blue Jays, or at least better than it did the last time out.
It's quickly ahead of Teoscar, 0-2. Sets and fires, and a swing and a miss for strike 3. So walk doesn't do any damage. We go to the bottom of the first inning. No score. Rays coming to bat. As we see Trent Thornton taking the mound, I think those numbers speak for themselves, Mark.
Yeah, he has not gotten off to a good start this season. Hasn't had a good season in general. 5 starts, started out of the bullpen, if I'm not mistaken, transitioned to the rotation, has not been good. 8.49 ERA, he's 0-4, and the Blue Jays have been trying very hard to get him to fit in somewhere on this team, but so far, it just hasn't been working. He hasn't been pitching well no matter where the Blue Jays put him, and I have to imagine this could be his final straw.
And Willie Adames goes after the first pitch and puts in the plate. Gurriel makes the catch, and that's the first out. Talking about Thornton, 5 starts, 8 appearances out of the bullpen, so he's been given an opportunity. 29 2/3 innings coming in. Obviously, he hasn't made a lot of that opportunity as Brandon Lau, playing second base, takes a strike. So we saw Adames at short, now Lau at second. Austin Meadows will follow. He's playing in right field. Hunter Renfro in left. G-Man Choi at first. Yoshi Tsutsugo is the DH, as that's going to be popped up. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Shallow right field makes the play, so 2 quick outs here. Tsutsugo, as I mentioned, is in the number 6 spot. He's the DH. Yandy Diaz at third, batting 7th. Kevin Kiermaier in center field, bats 8th. Austin Romine behind the plate, batting 9th. Defensively for the Blue Jays, Gurriel, Grichuk, and Hernandez in the outfield from left to right. For the infield, Shaw, Bichette, Biggio, and Guerrero, which fouled back by Meadows. Danny Jansen behind the plate. We see Meadows there, acquired from the Pirates in 2018 in that forgettable deal for the Pirates, the Chris Archer deal. Thornton gets ahead 0-2 and misses high 1-2.
And just to continue our conversation on Thornton, we're talking about how bad he has been. I have to imagine that his leash, not just in this game, but for his major league stint in general, is very short. I think if this start does not go well, it could be it for his time in the majors this season.
He does strike out Meadows, who has had his number in a very small sample size, so that's a good start. 3 up and 3 down. We go to the top of the second at Tropicana Field. No scorer. You're watching ML Ball here on Twitch.tv. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. steps in. Just a 239 average, but is hitting for power. First pitch from Snell is going to be a strike. See those career numbers against Snell. Not very good, but you'll probably see that with every hitter who comes up here for the Blue Jays as Gurriel is down in the count 0-2.
Yeah, Snell, very good pitcher for the Rays, of course. The Cy Young season back in 2018, where he led the American League in ERA with a 1.89 ERA. Led all of baseball in wins with 21. That was his first full season. He broke out that year, was fantastic for the Rays. Next season, 2019, took a step back, had a few injuries that set him back. He actually had to come out of the bullpen for the Rays in the last month of the season, so not great 2019 year, but bouncing back this season, 3.36 ERA, 7-8 record for Tampa Bay, so definitely a good pitcher, and he definitely has a Blue Jays number.
That's going to be up the middle. Adames makes the play, and there's the first out. Obviously, pitcher win and loss records don't mean as much. Like we just saw last week, he was charged with a loss. That was his 8th loss, but he didn't pitch poorly. He gave up just the 1 run. Ravi Telez steps in. Tough matchup here, lefty on lefty. First pitch from Snell. It's going to be fouled away. There's another 1 for 14. Well, 1 fell back, so Snell is ahead again, 0-2.
It's tough for the Blue Jays. I'm sure they were hoping, the way the schedule lined up, they wouldn't have to face Snell two times in last week's series and this series, but so we see Rowdy Telez strike out. They're stuck with a really good pitcher and facing Snell twice.
Yeah, that's the way they schedule it now. With all these division games, you play these guys 19 times a year. So you have these series back-to-back starters seeing the same team twice. As Danny Jansen is going to put that one in play. He's got another hit against Snell. This one will stay in the yard, but he's going to go for second. The throw from Renfroe, it's going to be in time. So it's going to be a single, and then Renfroe throws him out. So there was an opportunity there, but the Blue Jays get themselves thrown out. So we go to the bottom of the second with no score.
Well, ignoring the base running blunder, Danny Jansen, talked about it earlier, but he has Blake Snell's number. Home run in the last game, the 1 run that Snell gave up, and now a single, almost a double here to start this game in the first at-bat for Jansen. So Jansen might be one of the highlights at the lower part of the order for the Blue Jays today against Snell.
First pitch is fouled back, 0-1 by Renfroe, who just made that play to throw out Jansen. Not a very good thing to get yourself thrown out on the base pass, as now he's down 0-2 as Renfroe.
No, the Blue Jays could have had a runner on first. It was with 2 outs, so you're not very likely to score a run there anyways, but it gives the team a shot, and now, of course, they don't have that shot to score a run. So it's a disappointing blunder early in this game, but I ultimately don't think it's going to influence things too much.
Thornton misses low, 1-2, asking the umpire about that last pitch. Renfroe also not hitting for average, but he does have some power. 21 home runs. Came over from San Diego in the offseason. 1-2 pitch is going to miss outside. 2-2. Thornton set to deliver. 2-2 pitch is going to miss low. Full count. G-Man Choi on deck. Last time out in Houston, Thornton gave up 6 runs. Luckily for the Blue Jays, the bullpen was able to shut down the Astros, and they ended up winning 8-6 in 10 innings. As the pitch is swung on and missed, Renfroe goes down, and that's the second strikeout for Thornton.
Yeah, a good pitch there. Gets Renfroe swinging and gets the first out of the inning. You can see Renfroe just swing over top of this when the ball dips at the last second. And Thornton has a lot of pitches, and clearly it hasn't really worked for him this season. But, you know, he throws a four-seamer, slider, cutter, splitter, sink, curveball even. He has a lot of pitches in his arsenal. And when you have that many pitches and that many things you can throw, you're going to deceive the hitter. And, of course, that's a goal for Thornton. Hasn't really worked out previously, but perhaps he's on his A game today. And so far it's been working. 2 strikeouts and through 4 batters, now facing his 5th. The Rays really haven't been able to line up on any.
G-Man Choi was now a switch hitter. Of course, batting left-handed against the righty. It's interesting you mentioned the pitch arsenal. I was watching a game last year that Thornton started against these Rays. It was the Rays broadcast I was watching, and their color man, Brian Anderson, was pointing out that maybe Thornton has too many pitches, and maybe he should stick with 3 or 4 instead of trying all those different pitches, and just focus on 3 or 4 that work for him, and he'll have much more success, as that's going to be a fly ball to center field. Grichuk makes the play, 2 outs.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, he may be spreading himself too thin. We see some pitchers really successful with lots of different pitches. Like Yu Darvish has, 10 or 12 different pitches that he just kind of makes up different grips and spins, and it works for him. But I think in the case of Trent Thornton, we've seen this year he hasn't had success, so he may be spreading himself too thin and trying to master too many.
Tsutsugo puts that on the ground. Shaw bobbles a little bit, but makes the play. So 3 up, 3 down for the Rays. We go to the top of the 3rd. Still no score. You're watching ML Ball here on Twitch.
And EB, last time we were on a call, I had some trivia of on this day in Rays and Blue Jays history, and I have more trivia today to bring to you. The first piece of trivia comes from 1998. It's about the Rays.
So it's going to be a pop-up to Yandy Diaz over at third base. Quick out here.
And on this day in 1988, 26,472 fans attended a 2-1 walk-off win over the Baltimore Orioles at Tropicana Field. And with that game, the Rays surpassed the 2 million mark in home attendance in their inaugural season. And the Rays joined the Rockies, Marlins, and Diamondbacks as the only expansion team to have more than 2 million fans in their first season.
I don't want to sound mean, but I don't think they've had that ever since. It doesn't seem that way. Biggio swings very awkwardly that slider. He's down 0-2. I know last year there was a game between the Blue Jays and Rays here at the Trop that set the lowest mark ever for attendance in this ballpark.
Yeah, they've had some rough years, and like you said, I don't know if they've ever passed 2 million since that first season.
As Biggio swings and misses, 4th strikeout for Snell. It's really interesting that not a lot of fans come out, even when this team is playing really well. Like right now, they're in a wild card spot. They made the wild card last year. They were very competitive at the end of 2018. Obviously, they made the World Series in 2008, but still, the attendance has never been there.
Yeah, they're one of those smaller market teams, and I don't know if it's something about Florida. You see the Marlins have the same sort of struggles, although the Marlins haven't really been good enough to justify having a lot of fans at their games, but it definitely is a struggle. And like I said, I don't know if that comes down to whether Florida is just not made for baseball, or, the Rays just aren't that exciting of a team in the way that they, have a small payroll. They don't really have any standout stars, marketable players. Of course, we would say that they do have marketable players, and Blake Snell, Yoshi, all these guys, but maybe to the average fan, they aren't really that attractive of a team.
See Renfro making that play in foul territory. We go to the bottom of the third, still no score. It's interesting because I think maybe it is Florida. It's also the location of the ballpark. Apparently in St. Petersburg, it's not the most convenient place. But you would think when the team is so competitive as they've been the last several years, that more fans would try to make an effort to come out.
Yeah, and the Rays have been trying to get a stadium either in Tampa Bay or at least a nicer stadium. We've seen, draw-ups of stadiums on the waterfront that have, I don't know if it was a retractable roof or some kind of weird canopy cover over the field. We've seen different attempts by this team to A, get a better location, and B, get a better stadium, but so far it hasn't been successful. It doesn't seem like there's just that much of an appetite in Tampa Bay or in Florida for spending money on this team.
Yeah, it looks like it. Of course, there's been that plan they've discussed as Andy Diaz is going to fly that to center field and Grichuk will make the play. Plan that they would share their time between Tampa Bay and Montreal, and I don't know if that can ever work logistically there. We see the standings. 4.5 games back are the Rays, Blue Jays 14.5 of the Yankees, and the Rays have the wild card now, as we were mentioning. Kevin Kiermaier will step up, with Gold Glove Award winner. But back to that attendance discussion, that whole plan where they would share time between Tampa Bay and Montreal sounds a little bit too complicated to work out.
Yeah, I forgot about that plan because it seems like it was leaked once, talked about a little bit, and then just forgotten about just because it was so bizarre.
There's another quick out, the ground ball to Travis Shaw, so 2 outs here. It would just seem so weird. You have to maybe live for 3 months or whatever in Tampa Bay, and then you have to go live in Montreal if you're the players. And how would you do it? You have 81 home games. How exactly would you split it? Doesn't sound like something that logistically could ever work out.
And more than just logistics, I think the original plan was building a new stadium in Montreal, and then of course St. Petersburg, they need a new stadium, so it would mean building 2 new stadiums in 2 different cities and convincing both of those cities to invest the public funds to build those stadiums, well, halving the amount of games that you're actually going to be playing at home. So you're halving the games and doubling the stadiums and public investment. Meanwhile, there's no assurance that the fans are going to show up. So yeah, that plan really confused me, and I don't think it's a real wonder why we haven't seen it gain more traction.
The owner of the Rays, Stu Sternberg, has talked about it, that if fans continue not to come to this ballpark, he's going to have to seriously consider that Montreal plan, but it sounds a little too complicated as Romine takes a strike. Full count to the Rays catcher acquired from Detroit a few weeks ago. Full count from Thornton is going to be fouled away.
If things don't work out in Tampa Bay, although I think this team has been successful in a smaller market and, of course, smaller payroll, and they've been immensely successful in being on the cutting edge of baseball as Trent Thornton strikes out the batter. If it doesn't work out, sure, move them to, Portland, Oregon has been cited in expansion plans. Montreal, of course. Charlotte, North Carolina, I think, is another city people want to see expanded to. But don't explore these crazy ideas of splitting the home games between 2 cities. I think if you're going to commit to moving the team, commit to moving the team.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're in the top of the 4th. Mark, take over the play-by-play for the middle innings.
Yeah, well, thank you, EB. And Vladimir Guerrero Jr. leading things off now against Blake Snell. Starts at 1-0. The pitch misses downstairs again, 2-0.
Bit more of a patient at bat here from Vladdy. First time up, he swung at the first pitch.
Yeah, that time he grounded out to shortstop. We'll be looking to get the ball into the air now against Snell. And quickly 3-0.
See if he takes or if he swings.
Pitch from Snell, taking all the way and doesn't get the call on the corner, so Guerrero will jog down to first. Travis Shaw, now up to bat, walked his last time up. Looks like Snell having a little bit more of struggles with his command than he did in his last outing. Not quite as lights out against the Blue Jays so far, but has managed to keep them down through 3 innings.
He didn't look very happy. I don't know if it was with himself or with the umpire on that last call. Very close pitch, and Kevin Cash is definitely not happy.
And Shaw is taking, again, he's on fire his last 4 games. He had a 2-hit day yesterday to go along with an RBI, scored 285 batting average on the season, fouls that one off.
Early in the year, he was struggling, but found his footing, and he's been one of the better hitters on this team.
Yeah, once the Blue Jays moved him up to that 3 spot, seems like he's pretty much stayed there the entire season. 1-2 count.
2-2.
Taken low, 2-2 now.
Shaw started the season playing first base, then he moved to third. He can play second. He did that in some interleague games, so he can move around, and he's got some pop, which is why the Blue Jays liked him.
Takes it all the way there and takes a strikeout as he walks back to the Blue Jays dugout. The 5th strikeout of the day for Blake Snell, and it's the first out of the inning.
Not a very good bat there. He got ahead in the count, but then took strike 3 right down the middle. See what Teoscar can do. Struck out his first time up.
Swings and fouls the first pitch back. And for all the strikeouts that Snell has had today, of course, as I mentioned, that was his 5th. That was the first one that he has caught looking. So the Blue Jays swinging a lot in a lot of these at-bats. Travis Shaw being the first one to actually strike out looking on the pitch. This one gets away from the catcher, Romine. Advancing to second is Guerrero. Scored a wild pitch on Blake Snell.
Good read there by Guerrero. Not exactly known for his speed, but he read that one well and was able to get to second, so that takes the double play on Vorder.
Now the Blue Jays, a runner in scoring position, 2 outs to work with in the top of the 4th.
Their first runner in scoring position, of course, Danny Jansen tried to get into scoring position, but was thrown out on his single.
Hernandez with a walk and a hit in yesterday's game. Romine trying to provide some assurance to Blake Snell, telling him to, I guess, take a breath, calm down a little. He has been missing the strike zone, 3-1 count. Taking all the way, and another walk from Blake Snell. So now the Blue Jays, with runners on first and second on 2 walks in this inning, it's going to be Lourdes Gurriel Jr. up to bat.
3 walks already for Snell. He, as we mentioned, did not issue a single walk his last time against the Blue Jays in Toronto. So now he does have another double play opportunity, but Blue Jays will try to drive in that runner from second.
Gurriel Jr. did ground out his first at-bat, grounded it to the left side of the infield to shortstop, so certainly could get the double play in this situation. Blue Jays trying to break it open, get on the board first in today's game.
See Snell falling behind again, so he's really struggling with his command so far.
Two-0 pitch. Misses outside again. Snell seems like he really wants to go back to that outside part of the plate, but he's just not getting the call from the home plate umpire.
Yeah, he's not getting the close ones, but that one was way off. So we'll see if Gurriel takes. I would have him take if I were Charlie Montoya, because Snell's not throwing a lot of strikes this inning.
Swings at that one, grounds it up the middle. Shortstop is going to throw onto first. They get Gurriel there, but Guerrero advances to third. And advancing to second is Teoscar Hernandez, but now with 2 outs, a lot easier for the Rays to get out of this.
See, what do I know? I said he should take, but he swung 3 out.
Well, it didn't exactly work out for him. He grounded out to shortstop.
Yeah, so take a 2-out hit, obviously, to get these runners home.
Les will be looking to do just that. He had a home run yesterday, also walked. Takes a strike, 1-1.
There's that changeup. And Snell, he's falling behind a lot of hitters today, so see if Rowdy can get something in play here and drive in these two-righter.
Swings, pops this one deep into right field. Going back is Meadows. Camps underneath it, makes the catch. That's going to end the inning. So the Blue Jays get 2 on 2 walks, but nothing more as we head to the bottom of the 4th. And leading things off in this bottom of the 4th is going to be the top of the Rays lineup. Willie Adames, he flew out or lined out in the first to left field to Lourdes Gurriel Jr.
So now it's the second time through the lineup. We'll see if Thornton can continue to have success as he did the first time.
Not a single Ray has gotten on base, so Thornton will be looking to continue that streak now in the second time through the line. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, fouled off. And for all the pitches that Thornton has, it may be confusing him a little bit, maybe spreading himself too thin, but it certainly helps him as he goes through the lineup the second, the third time. You can bring out new pitches, whether it's your curveball, sinker, splitter, whatever it is, and maybe deceive the batter in the second time that they're seeing your pitches. And he deceives Adames there, gets the strikeout looking for the first out of the inning.
Number 8.
Yeah, if I were Thornton, that's what I would do. I would kind of save some of the pitches for when I see the hitters a second and third time.
Paints it on the corner. Splitter, 82 miles an hour. Quickly 0-1.
See that? He went with a splitter, and then he threw a slider inside to Lau.
Throws a slider a lot, about 25% of the time. Doesn't usually rely on the splitter. That's only about 10% of the time. So certainly seeing some more diverse pitch selections in the second time through the lineup. The 1-2 pitch. Misses down and low, 2-2.
See, he had the batter down 0-2, but now it's a full count, so that's part of the problem as well. He has to be able to put away hitters.
He'll be trying to do it here. The full count to Brandon Lau. Swung on, fouled back. He'll get another chance at it. Thornton had a very up and down season last year. He sometimes dominated the opponent, as this one is blasted from Lau into deep right field, and it is gone. Brandon Lau with a solo home run off of Trent Thornton. It was 0-2. Lau worked it to 3-2. And hits a blast there, gets the Rays up 1-0 here in the 4th.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, putting away the hitter. He had the 0-2 count and then ended up going full, and he actually threw a very hittable pitch, the one before this one. Obviously, this one lands in the seats. 394 feet away, 1-0 in favor of Tampa Bay.
Yeah, it was a full count. He fouled off the previous pitch, just missed it, and then homered on that one. This one's sent deep into center field. Grishik on the run makes the catch for the second out.
Interesting, Meadows has always had Thornton's number. I don't remember how many home runs they hit off him last year, but it was quite a few, so it's nice that he's gotten them out twice. So he can limit the damage. Hopefully the Blue Jays can figure out how to get to Snell, who has not been his usual self today.
Seems like Snell has had more struggles in this game than Trent Thornton, but Thornton gives up the first run. The Blue Jays still had held scoreless. That home run off the bat, Brandon Lau, was the first hit, the first base runner the Rays had in this game, and of course through the first 3 innings. Thornton had retired every single batter that came up. So it's interesting to see the dynamic of, yes, maybe Thornton has been the better pitcher in this game so far, but he's the one that's got the raw end of the stick, as this one's grounded out. And it's going to end the inning. So Thornton gives up the home run to Brandon Lau. And the Rays are up 1-0 heading into the fifth. I got another piece of Blue Jay trivia for you. Both of the following two pieces of trivia are from 2015. We'll start it off with the first one. On this day in 2015, the Blue Jays, the Rays, the Marlins, the Mets, the Indians, the Cubs, the Royals, the White Sox, the Twins, the Cardinals, the Diamondbacks, the Mariners, the Padres, the Dodgers, and the Giants all won today in 2015, which was the first time in the live ball era that every single home team is victorious in a full slate of games.
Very interesting. August 11th, 2015. I don't remember who the Blue Jays played that day. Probably
well, that plays into my next piece of trivia.
Ah, okay.
So we'll find that one out in a few innings.
So I won't look it up then.
Danny Jansen leading things off for the Blue Jays, quickly 0-2. Takes it at the top of the zone, 1-2.
Gutsy take there. That could have been called a strike.
Jansen not taking any chances with that one, fouls it off.
What I do remember about this time in 2015 that was when the Blue Jays were making their push for the playoffs.
Lined over the head of the first baseman, it rolls all the way into the corner. Jansen now digging for second. Gets in there, is not thrown out this time. Jansen with a stand-up double, his second hit of the game. And he really has Blake Snell's number.
He might be the only one in this lineup that does. This time he goes the other way, and he does make it to second. So tying run at second. Very important to get him over the third and get him in.
So in his first at-bat, he kind of grounded a ball right past the foul line over the third base side. It rolled to the wall. Hunter Renfroe in left field made a good play on it, threw Jansen out, trying to advance to second. But then on this one, he goes the opposite way. Lines it down the right field line, this one in the air over the head of the first baseman, Ji-Man Choi. So very impressive pieces of hitting so far from Danny Jansen. And if I'm not mistaken, the only Blue Jay with a hit today. All the other Blue Jay base runners came on walks issued by Blake Snell.
See, Grichuk is going to try to maybe hit something to the right side, get the runner to third.
Blue Jays trying to come back, score a run here. Grichuk pops it up. It's going to tail foul. Choi is under it. Makes the catch for the first out.
So it's not a good bat at all. Just pop up that runner has to stay where he is.
Grichuk has been dropped down in the lineup recently. At the start of the season, he was hitting 5th or 6th, then dropped down to 7th, and now dropped down to 8th earlier this week or last week.
1-1.
Grichuk's hitting .238 on this season. This guy hitting .193 entering today. He only had a strikeout yesterday, didn't get on base. Certainly not been good for the Blue Jays this year.
He had a nice game in Houston, where his dad used to play. He hit the go-ahead home run on Thursday in the 10th inning. Other than that, he's been quite disappointed this year.
Big swing, big miss from Biggio. Now 2-2.
Like, he's had games where he's been productive, but for the most part, he's done a lot of that swing and miss.
Another swing and miss, and he strikes out for the second time today. So 6th strikeout for Snell, his first since the start of last inning. And Biggio continuing his struggles at the plate. And, he's known for his pitch recognition, but it seems like even though he can recognize maybe where the pitch is going, whether it's going to be in the strike zone or not, he can't get to the barrel to the ball on it. This one hits and drops into center field. The Blue Jays are going to send home Jansen, and he scores, and the game is tied on an RBI single from Bo Bichette.
Up next for the Blue Jays.
So Bo Bichette salvaged this inning. They had a leadoff double, and then two guys went down without advancing him, but first pitch swinging just kind of dumps it there into the outfield. Bo Bichette, of course, is from St. Petersburg, Florida, so he's always happy to come home and play in front of family and friends here at the Trop.
Yeah, that looper had very low exit velocity. If the Rays had shifted differently, certainly would have been caught. But Bichette just finding the gap, hitting it almost straight up the middle, a little bit to the right, and getting it to drop down. And now the Blue Jays tied it up 1-1 here in the top of the fifth, perhaps adding some more. 0-2 count to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Called a strike on the inside part of the zone. Guerrero goes down looking, and Blake Snell escapes it, but not before the Blue Jays tack on a run. It's a tie game heading to the bottom of the fifth.
That's a good start. Now you got to keep the Rays off the board and hope you can come back if you're the Blue Jays.
The Rays are known for their pesky hitting and pesky comebacks at Tropicana Field. So, see whether they can stay in it, see whether the Blue Jays can keep them off the board with the bullpen. The bullpen in yesterday's game, the Blue Jays were up 2-1 heading into the seventh. And then Matt Shoemaker, the starter, gave up a run. Gave up 2 runs, actually. AJ Cole out of the bullpen gave up a run. Wilmer Font out of the bullpen gave up 2 runs. And the Blue Jays ended up losing 6-3. So the bullpen has been a struggle for this team. And we'll see whether it can tamp down any attempts by the Rays in this game, as this one is slugged into left field. Gurriel on the warning track makes a catch.
Number 25.
Yeah, AJ Cole just called up from AAA. Did not make a good impression in his first game, obviously taking the loss yesterday. Blue Jays obviously very good in the back end. You have Anthony Bass as the setup man. Thomas Pannone has done some setup work, and also Ken Giles. But getting there has always been a problem.
This one popped out to Teoscar Hernandez for the second out of the inning.
Third baseman number 2, Yandy.
It's all about how we bridge from the starter to the closer. And Blue Jays have not had a lot of success doing that, especially recently.
Yeah, they've got some clear cornerstones in the bullpen, like you mentioned, Giles, Anthony Bass, but it's the route you take to get there that's a struggle, and you can't use Bass or Giles in every single game, so it's about filling the gaps until you get late enough that you can bring in either of those. This one up the middle, Biggio with a strong throw in the pocket, and he gets the runner. Nice throw from Biggio to get Diaz at first, and we head to the top of the sixth.
Very nice, man. I was hoping we'd see a replay, but they didn't show it. Maybe it'll be in the highlights after the game.
Leading off for the Blue Jays, the third baseman.
For all the hitting problems that Biggio has had, hasn't really disappointed in the field this season. He's been pretty much what you would expect from Biggio, a average plus defender, maybe even just a flat-out plus defender at second base.
Yes, defense has been very good. Once again, the offense not so much, and on-base percentage, which he was very good at last year, is not there. So we already see some action in the bullpen. Jalen Beeks, the lefty, Taiwan Walker. The long men for the Rays are getting loose in the bullpen.
Both starters still in this game. Blake Snell with a pretty good pitch count, but struggling with his control. 3-0 count now to Travis Shaw. Teoscar Hernandez is on deck.
Yeah, he's getting up there almost at 80 now, so that's probably why Kevin Cash has some relievers up in the bullpen.
Take your base.
It's gonna be another
Shot
walk.
takes all the way. Gets another walk from Blake Snell, his second of the day, and that is Snell's, if I can count correctly, fourth walk issued, and out of 6 strikeouts he's had today, if I'm counting that correctly. So not a great day for Snell on the mound.
His command is definitely not what we saw last week when he pitched in Toronto. Even Teoscar walked, and I always say if you walk Teoscar, then your command is not very good because he's not really known for walking too much.
Excuse me, it was 7 strikeouts for Snell compared to 4 walks. But yeah, Hernandez is not a guy who walks a lot. He's, I guess, maybe what you would think of as kind of the standard modern hitter. He hits for power, strikes out a lot, doesn't walk a lot. Not totally one-dimensional. He does have some speed on the base paths, but strikes out a lot, and strikes out there looking at that low pitch from Blake Snell. The 8th strikeout of the game for Snell.
I'm just looking at these numbers here. Teoscar, out of all the hitters in the starting lineup, has actually had the most strikeouts. He came in at 145. He's added 2 more today.
That's the ball. Outside.
And he's the cleanup hitter, so you can see how much trouble the Blues have had offensively. 145 strikeouts, 41 walks for Teoscar, so 2 strikeouts and a walk today.
No, that's outside. Ball.
And speaking of offensive woes for the Blue Jays, this season they have scored 497 runs. They've allowed 518, so they're a little bit underwater in that stat. For comparison, the Tampa Bay Rays have scored 498, which is only 1 more than the Blue Jays, but their pitching has been far better. They've only allowed 410 runs compared to the 518 the Blue Jays have allowed, and the team ERA for the Rays is 3.36. The team ERA for the Blue Jays is almost 1 run higher at 4.28.
Ball.
Yeah, that's probably the difference in the standings. And again, it's very, very hard to succeed when you're striking out so many times. You have 7 out of the 9 batters in your lineup have struck out more than 100 times on the year. Just for comparison, yesterday I called the Nationals and the A's game with J-Man, and the Nationals did not have a single batter in their starting 8 because you have the pitcher hitting. So none of the 8 had 100 strikeouts or more in the year.
Wow. Compared to Hernandez, who had, what did you say, 145?
Yeah, and everybody in this lineup except for Guerrero and Jansen has at least 100 strikeouts on the season.
Wow. Guerrero doesn't have 100 strikeouts?
He came in at 86.
Wow, that's a unexpected turn of fate. I wouldn't expect that.
Jansen was 85.
That's it.
Because there's another walk from Snell.
Gurriel taking the 5th walk of the day from Snell, and you have to imagine his leash is short. He's got 2 on here in the top of the 6th. Runner on second, runner on first. And we saw earlier Walker warming in the Rays bullpen, Beeks warming in the Rays bullpen. We'll see how long Snell stays in this game and how much patience Kevin Cash has with him.
About to throw his 90th pitch of the night.
This one almost gets away from Romine, but the runners will stay where they are.
Nice block there. He's known for being a very good defensive catcher.
Strike at the top of the zone, 1-1. Tellez is another guy that strikes out a lot. Struck out in his first at-bat,
That's the ball.
and then popped out to right field in the 4th.
The list came in with 116 strikeouts on the year.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Big swing, big miss on that one. He struck out yesterday as well to go along with a home run and a walk.
Full count.
It's
Yeah, it's
looking
It's very hard to have success when you get runners on, but then you don't advance them because you're striking out. Strikeouts do nothing. Putting the ball in play, something good could happen. You could get a hit. You could at least move a runner over. When you're striking out, you're not helping your cause at all.
That's out. Ball four.
Wow.
Taken outside. Rowdy Tellez taking back-to-back walks in the 6th walk of this day. It was a close take on the outside part of the plate. Looks like Romine tried to bring it back in, but the home plate umpire not falling for it, and that's it for Blake Snell. His day is over. It's going to go to the bullpen. Kevin Cash coming out. And Blake Snell is done for the day. 6 walks, 8 strikeouts, but only 1 run allowed in the end. Well, so far.
Yeah, he's going to be responsible for all 3 runners on base. Not a good day for him. You see Jalen Beeks, the long man, coming in. And Danny Jansen was already 2 for 2 against Snell, so Kevin Cash wants to show Jansen something different. You see the numbers there for Beeks. Right-handers 247, lefties 247. Let's see what Danny can do here.
Jansen with the single in the 2nd, the double in the 5th. He had Blake Snell's number. See how he does against Beeks. But the line on Blake's... Go ahead.
I was saying, so far, just like it was last week, Danny Jansen has scored the only run for the Blue Jays when they faced Snell, because he had the home run last week, and then today scored the Bo Bichette single.
Final line on Snell is 5.1 innings, 2 hits, 6 walks. As I said, 8 strikeouts. All almost getting away from Romine again, but keeps it under him, keeps the runners where they are.
He's made a couple of really good blocks this inning to keep runners from advancing.
Yeah, the first block wouldn't matter much if the runners did advance, because then, of course, Blake Snell loaded the bases on walks. This one snagged by G-Man Choi at first. He just saved at least 1 run for the Rays.
Yeah, that was hit very hard. And luckily for the Blue Jays, nobody was doubled off.
Quick reflexes from Choi. Keep this game tied. Now it comes down to Randall Grishik with 2 outs. Bases loaded for the Blue Jays, trying to get to the reliever Beeks. Blake Snell loaded the bases. Now Beeks trying to get out of it. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on, popped up. Tailing foul through the Rays bullpen and running through the pitchers and catchers warming up. Austin Meadows makes the catch, and the inning is over. So the Blue Jays strand 3. Now it's up to the Rays trying to add a little bit of insurance in. Score the go-ahead runs in this game. Kevin Kiermaier will lead it off.
That was a great play from Meadows, but it was a bit dangerous running into the bullpen with relievers warming up there. I'm not a big fan of the bullpens being on the field.
Yeah, well, we know Major League Baseball doesn't like the bullpens on the field. This one popped up to Kevin Biggio, who makes the catch, and they've tried to push, if I'm not mistaken, pretty much every team to move the bullpens off of the field. The stadium and the team isn't coming to mind, but I know of one recently that has moved the bullpens from the field either to the outfield or hidden in the stadium somewhere. But I know that it's certainly an injury risk, and Major League Baseball does not like the bullpens being on the field.
Yeah, the Giants this year, they put the bullpens in the outfield, and the Cubs a few years ago, they went underground.
Right.
Field, so it's only this ballpark and the Coliseum in Oakland where the bullpens are still on the field. I remember the Blue Jays were in San Francisco a few years ago. Michael Saunders trying to make a catch, and he slipped and fell in that left field bullpen.
Right, so it's not even just an injury risk for the pitchers, trying to pitch while also paying attention to the game so you don't get, beamed by a line drive. It's also a risk for the players, like we saw with that play from Austin Meadows. If you're running off the field into foul territory, and you have to, pay attention to where the pitchers are and where the mound is and where, everything is, and whether the pitchers are getting out of the way in time, certainly adds to the injury risk. And I mean, it makes sense at Oakland Coliseum with, the largest foul ground territory in the majors, but somewhere like Tropicana Field, where it's a little bit more congested and more tight on the field, it's certainly not great for the players in any way.
Yeah, we saw right there that play, and you're right. I was thinking about Oakland. I don't think I've ever seen an incident in the bullpen, except maybe when, somebody hits a ball and it gets lodged there under the seats. So that's going to be a walk to Austin Romine. Yeah, probably less of a risk there, but still, if they're probably going to try to move out of that stadium anyway. So if they go to a new stadium, they're going to probably try to put the bullpens not on the field, but here at the Trop, not as much room. So it'll be there's going to be incidents like what we just saw, as we see Raymond trying to get everybody excited about this opportunity. Runner at first with one out.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much control the Athletics have over where the bullpens is, if it's a multi-purpose stadium. Although, is it still a multi-purpose stadium, or is it now only baseball?
Yeah, I think it's only baseball because the Raiders moved away.
Right. So I don't know how much control over the stadium the Athletics have, but you have to imagine now that it's only a baseball stadium. They could move the bullpens, but like you mentioned, the Rays looking for a new stadium, Oakland looking for a new stadium. This one caught on the run going back by Hernandez for the second down.
Coliseum is very old and run down. So I think as long as they stay there, they're probably just going to keep it the way it is. They're trying to move to another stadium altogether. They haven't had a lot of success with that yet. There have been some plans. And that's another thing with the expansion of baseball. They want to expand eventually, but they want to also make sure that the stadium problems with the Blue Jays the Rays and the A's are solved before they even think about expansions.
Yeah, Rob Manfred has said many times that it's about the health and financial security and physical security in the stadiums, as you mentioned, about the 30 teams right now before they think about moving somewhere else. And that one popped out to Lourdes Gurriel Jr. It's going to end the inning. It's still tied 1-1 here as we head into the 7th inning, and EB is back on the mic.
All right, thank you, Mark. We're here at Tropicana Field. Pretty exciting game so far. 1 run on 3 hits for the Blue Jays. 1 run on just 1 hit at the solo home run from Brandon Lau for the Rays. Jalen Beeks got out of a huge jam in the 6th inning, so he's going to stay in. Face 9-1-2. Biggio, Bichette, and Guerrero for the Blue Jays. Biggio takes the ball. 1-0. So far, a much more competitive game than I have to admit I expected.
Yeah, Thornton has really held things down for the Blue Jays, and I think you almost expected Blake Snell to do what he did, especially what he did last time out. Maybe you expected Snell to be a little bit better instead of giving up those 6 walks, but ultimately didn't hurt the Rays too much in terms of their bottom line. But I think Thornton has been the big surprise today for the Blue Jays.
Yeah, you see the numbers, 8.49 ERA and 3.36 for Snell, and Thornton's in fact outlasted him. He finished the 6th inning where Snell could not do that. As Biggio, it's a high fly ball to center field. Kiermaier is going to have a play, and that's the first out.
And I mentioned earlier in the broadcast how this could be the final start for Thornton because, we mentioned his ERA, his failures in the past. He didn't work in the bullpen, hasn't worked in the rotation. Seems like the Blue Jays were running out of places to put him, but today's start, maybe earning him another few starts at least to show, hey, I can do it. I can pitch in the rotation if you just give me a shot. So definitely winning some favors in the Blue Jays front office and coaching staff.
Yeah, and he had very good numbers in AAA, so you're thinking he's probably done at AAA. I mean, he doesn't have anything left to prove. He can do well at that level, so now you have to see if he's he can do it at the majors and stick around for a while. Obviously, the injury to Hyunjin Ryu has opened up this opportunity for Thornton.
2-2.
We didn't even talk about that with Ryu done for the year with a dislocated shoulder. So there's an opportunity here in this spot for somebody to step up and show the Blue Jays that they're ready to go and perhaps they can contribute this year and beyond. So we'll see if Thornton can do that. Obviously, Ryan Baraki is another option if things don't work out. There's some guys in Buffalo. As Bo Bichette's going to take a one-out walk. A lot of walks drawn by the Blue Jays today. They haven't been able to cash them in yet.
Now batting.
Yeah, I mean, just the fact that they're walking a lot is encouraging in and of itself. It shows a little bit more patience at the plate and certainly drives up their on-base percentage, which, going back to the team stats I mentioned earlier, Blue Jays on-base percentage 308 this season, and for the Tampa Bay Rays, it's 326. So that goes to show a little bit of the difference between the Blue Jays and the Rays in terms of their offense and how they take pitches when their batting average is pretty much identical. It's just where they differ in on-base percentage. So certainly lots of walks today. That's encouraging for the Blue Jays.
Yeah, you want to see that. What you don't want to see is Vladimir Guerrero Jr. grounding into his 19th double play. So the Guardian Bay as it showed on that ball back there. He's down to count 0-2. Jalen Beeks originally with the Red Sox, coming over to Tampa Bay in a deal for Nathan Eovaldi a few years ago. 0-2 on the ground, and that will be number 19, I'm afraid. 6-4-3, and that will do it. So we stretch at Tropicana Field in a 1-1 tie.
Well, we need a up stonks to the jinx for that one.
Yeah, and that always happens to me. So there's another one for the record. Austin Meadows takes a strike from Thornton. He's 0 for 2 today. Thornton just at 67 pitches. Swing and a miss, 0-2.
Really good pitch count for Thornton. I mean, we've been impressed by the way he's pitching, period, but the fact that he's only at 68 pitches now into the 7th, that shows that, if he keeps pitching like this, he could probably finish the game. If the Blue Jays end up, scoring a run, or even if they don't, he can pitch into the 9th based on his pitch count. So really, really impressive showing so far by Thornton, but in no way is it over yet. He gives up one mistake, a home run, and that's it for him, and the Blue Jays lose. So definitely a lot of work still to be done, but continuing to be impressive.
Austin Meadows 0 for 3, and I mentioned he's had Thornton's number, so that's good to see. That he's got it all 3 times. Hunter Renfroe is 0 for 2. Strikeout and ground out. Takes a strike there, so we see Thornton pitching well. But as we mentioned, little run support, just the 1 run. Talked about his start in Houston where he gave up 6, but got a no decision thanks to Blue Jays rallying off the Houston bullpen. And we talked about him being 0-4, so I'm sure he would love a run or two so he can at least get 1 win on this year.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Yeah, it'd certainly be nice to tack it on, but given the way he's pitching today, he's certainly going to get another shot in the rotation down the line, so maybe he could even get to 2-4, 3-4. Who knows how well he pitches for the rest of the season. But like you mentioned, the injury to Ryu really gives him a chance to shine. It gives him, or falter, I guess, is the other side of that coin. It gives him a chance to show what he's made of to the Blue Jays coaching staff in a situation that he might not normally get that shot. So as the Blue Jays progress to being more and more competitive as the years go on, he could get more of a role now that the Blue Jays know what he can do. He also might get less of a role now that the Blue Jays know what he can do.
Gotta make an impression one way or the other. 1-2 is fouled away. Nice at bat here from Hunter Renfroe. There's a couple of guys who we've talked about, we've seen in the majors this year. 1-2 pitch. It's low. Thornton's one of them, Ryan Baraki, and then Anthony Kay. All 3 have struggled in stints in the majors. So I'm sure the Blue Jays would really have liked to see one of them step up and take the job and run with it. 2-2 is strike 3 called. So good at bat from Renfroe, but it goes down.
Now batting, the first baseman.
Wow, Thornton is just carving through this lineup.
So 2 outs for G-Man Choi. 0 for 2 today. 2 for 6 in this series, as you see. That was yesterday, and he sends a high fly ball to right. Teoscar Hernandez is there, and that will do it for the Rays. 3 up, 3 down. We go to the top of the 8th at Tropicana Field. We are still tied at 1 apiece.
Don't look now, but it's a 1-hit, 1-run game for Trent Thornton through 7 innings, and he can certainly, based on his pitch count, right around 80, pitch to the 8th or maybe even the 9th. Really impressive outing by him, and excited to see it keep on going in the bottom half of this inning.
Ball out.
Travis Shaw takes outside. 9,022 in attendance. We're talking about the attendance earlier, so there's one of those figures. Not a lot of people here, as usual. Beeks still out there. After getting out of the jam in the 6th inning. 1-1 pitch to Shaw's outside, 2-1. Pitches now for Jalen Beeks as Shaw fouls it away. Very exciting ball game here so far today. 1 run for each side. Shaw's going to foul another one away. Two and 2. Going to be swung on and missed for strike 3. So Shaw goes down. First strikeout for Beeks. It's coming into the game.
Now batting, the right
Yeah,
fielder,
Beeks struggled a little bit in the 7th. He gave up the walk to Bobichette. Besides that, didn't really hurt him because he got the double play, but hasn't been totally lights out of the bullpen, but certainly getting the job done for Tampa Bay.
Teoscar Hernandez takes outside. Obviously, you need someone in the bullpen to give you length when your starter doesn't go deep, and Rays have a couple of those guys. They have Beeks and Taiwan Walker, who both have been starters in the past, so they can give you some length. And you're talking about the Blue Jays pitching staff. Their long men have really struggled. They tried Thornton in that role. They tried Baraki in that role. Anthony Kay is now back in that role after struggling as a starter.
2-1 to count.
And Anthony Kay did okay, no pun intended, as a long reliever. But, none of them have really done the job when they were called upon, that's part of the problem as well, as Teoscar fouls that one down the line.
Yeah, that group of pitchers, whether it's Baraki, whether it's Kay, whether it's Thornton, whether it's maybe even Sam Gaviglio in that conversation, have all kind of been the group of pitchers who have cycled in and out of the 5th rotation spot and cycled in and out of the long reliever spot and cycled in between Buffalo and Toronto, because none of them have been really able to fill that spot, but the Blue Jays need someone to fill that spot. So it's been kind of an endless cycle for the Blue Jays to fill that long reliever fifth starter spot.
Yeah. When you have 5 starters and you're okay, you know that you're going to have a couple of guys in the bullpen, but as long relievers. But when Ryu went down, that really messed things up, because now you have to fill a rotation spot for a guy who was a Cy Young contender before going down, and you have to figure out who will be your long reliever.
Yeah, so, not even just like Cy Young contender. I would say like a 100% chance of winning the Cy Young before he went down, because he was leading in ERA, in pitcher WAR, in innings pitched. I think he was lights out totally over the American League. So I think before he got injured, it was pretty much guaranteed that he would have won the Cy Young.
That just shows you how important he was to this rotation. 1-2 to Gurriel's on the inside. And with him going down, like I said, you have to fill that spot in the rotation. And you know that whoever you call up is not going to be Hyunjin Ryu, obviously. But you're just hoping for them to give you some decent innings. And then you have to worry about who's going to fill that long relief spot. So, bottom line is somebody's going to have to take the job, run with it, as Lourdes Gurriel's going to get a base hit that's dropped by Meadows. He goes to second, and he's going to be thrown out. And once again, the Blue Jays make it out on the base pass. So
second out on the base pass. It's a very similar situation to what it was with Danny Jansen in the second. A single down the line that the outfielder just gets to quickly. In this case, right fielder Meadows dropping it. But Blue Jays can't be making those mistakes, especially in a 1-1 game, and especially after you saw the same mistake earlier in the game.
Yeah, Charlie Montoya is not going to be happy about that. He's very big on playing the fundamentals properly. So Trent Thornton stays done after 7. Thomas Pinone coming in now. Talked about him being one of the setup
surprised.
Yeah,
I'm surprised to take Thornton out of the game because he was only at 80 pitches. He had only given up 1 hit in the entire game, and he struck out 2 of the 3 batters he faced in the 7th. So personally, especially after all the struggles we've seen of the Blue Jays bullpen, they gave up 3 runs in a close game yesterday. I would have kept him in the game, but here we see his numbers: 1 walk, 6 strikeouts, 80 pitches over 7 innings, and only 1 hit allowed to the Tampa Bay Rays.
That 1 hit was the only run they scored, the home run from Brandon Lau. So very good day for Trent Thornton. Had a decent start against the Orioles. I think he went 5 innings. They gave up 3 runs, and you're thinking it's the Orioles, they're in last place, worst team in the division. So take it with a grain of salt. Then he really struggled against the Astros, a very good hitting team. But now against a very good Rays team, to do that really opens some eyes. So it's going to get another opportunity, I think.
Yeah, it certainly buys him a start or 2 in the rotation.
2-0 to Yandy Diaz is going to be in for a strike. Thomas Pinone, originally drafted by Cleveland, came over in a deal for right-hander Joe Smith in 2017. He's made some starts for the Blue Jays, but they really like him in this late-inning relief role.
Yeah, they do. A product of Cranston, Rhode Island, and as you mentioned, positive test for PEDs and minors. Actually tested positive for the same substance that Chris Colabello, the former Blue Jay, tested positive with, that kind of ended his major league career in 2016. And both of these guys contend that they never took steroids, that it was completely accidental. There was kind of a rush of players around the same time who tested positive for this steroid who said that they never took it. So it's a question of whether tests were faulty or whatever conspiracy theory you might believe. But in the end, he did test positive. Served, I think it was 80-game suspension, now back with the Blue Jays, and has been successful in the bullpen.
See, Jose Martinez will pinch hit for Kevin Kiermaier. This is what happened last time we were on the call. In the 8th inning, they used Jose Martinez as a pinch hitter. But it was against a right-handed pitcher. I think he pinch hit against Shoemaker. Here he's got the lefty-righty matchup, so it actually does make more sense here. He lays off that pitch, 1-1. I know that Colabello said he was going to do everything he can to find out how the PEDs got his system. Don't think he's ever come back with an answer on that.
Yeah, I was just... The reason that this is fresh in my mind, I was just reading a book called Swing Kings by Jared Diamond that was just released, and it talks about, the changes in the swings and independent coaches who have instituted changes in the swings of, Aaron Judge, another guy, Chris Taylor for the Dodgers, Justin Turner for the Dodgers. Chris Colabello was one of those guys, and it talked about his steroid test, and he said, they combed through credit card bills to see where he ate. They combed through every single supplement that he took, and they were all on the approved list. They really did a lot to see, how this entered his system, and whether that's just posturing or whether that's actually telling the truth and not knowing how it got into his system. Certainly a question, but I think as of 2019, Colabello was back in the independent leagues playing for the Kansas City team. I don't know what league it was, but he was playing for a team in Kansas City. So feel good story turned feel bad story, but certainly interesting story to follow.
2-2 pitch. Another foul ball from Jose Martinez. I don't know how much I buy that whole thing of I don't know, I got my system. It is possible that he took something that he wasn't aware. It's another foul ball. But you know, for me, if you took it, you got caught, and you know why, as there's a swing and a miss for strike 3. So nice bat there from Jose Martinez, but he goes out swinging. He's going to finish the point there. Just admit it, you know, just fess up and say, yeah, I took it, I shouldn't have, and just move on from there. When you like denying it and saying, I don't know how it got in my system, I'm going to leave no stone unturned in trying to find it, you know, I'm a little bit skeptical. And I'm also skeptical about Jose Martinez playing center field, but that's what's going to happen here. He's not known for his defensive prowess in the outfield, but nevertheless, that's what Kevin Cash chooses to do. Could have gone with Manny Margot, for example. Jalen Beeks deals outside, ball 1 to Rowdy.
Could have gone with Margot in the lineup as well. He had a good day yesterday. He had a double and was hit by a pitch, so he got on base twice with the start yesterday's game. So could have gone with him in the lineup. You know, maybe the matchup wasn't as advantageous as it was with Martinez, but interesting decision by Cash.
Rowdy sends that to left field, and Rayfield makes the play. Yeah, and Margot, a much better center fielder, no doubt, than Jose Martinez. So maybe the Blue Jays should hit a ball to center field and see what happens. He dances 2 for 3.
1-0.
Yeah, with Kiermaier gone from there now, it's might be more of an adventure in center field if you hit a ball that way. We saw last week when we did the game, Kiermaier making a very nice play, making a catch in the air, but Martinez doesn't have that capability.
Yeah, he took away a hit from the Blue Jays there, and ultimately didn't matter. They won 1-0, but certainly great glove in center field.
How about that glove from G-Man Choi from his knees, and throws out the runner Danny Jansen. Not even from his knees, from that was very from his rear end, exactly making that play. So there are 2 quick outs here in the 9th inning. And Grichuk 0 for 3. Still in this 1-1 tie. Which is high, 1 ball, no strikes.
Well, this game is wrapping up quickly, or maybe not, because we maybe headed to extra innings, but haven't mentioned it yet today, but Meals on Wheels. We're doing all of this to raise money for Meals on Wheels. They help vulnerable seniors that are at the greatest risk amid COVID-19 address senior hunger and isolation. So just head on to the link below or type in the Twitch chat !donate to donate money, and 100% of the proceeds go to Meals on Wheels.
Very, very good charity, and very happy to raise money for Meals on Wheels. 1-2 to Grichuk is going to be through for a base hit, so a 2-out single for the Blue Jays keeps this inning going.
Now the Blue Jays have a shot at doing it. Grichuk pumped up at first. Seems to be putting a lot of significance on that hit, and it does give the Blue Jays a shot to score here, maybe avoid going into extra innings. But honestly, with the bottom of the lineup, Kevin Biggio hitting 192, doesn't have a hit yet today. He struck out twice, hit a fly ball back in the 7th, so I'm not confident that the Blue Jays can score Grichuk from first.
Yeah, me neither. Set's going to be on the ground, and it's going to be easy play, and I'll end the inning. I was going to say before that quick out that maybe the Blue Jays should have gone maybe with Brandon Drury to pinch hit against the lefty, but we stuck with Biggio. It didn't work out, so we go to the bottom of the 9th in a 1-1 tie, and Ken Giles will come in. Not a safe situation, obviously, but he's going to try to keep this game tied.
Giles, one of the best pitchers in the Blue Jay bullpen, clearly the best pitcher in the Blue Jays bullpen, 1.36 ERA, maybe even one of the best relievers in the game. He's been lights out of the Blue Jays bullpen, and one of the clear cornerstones of this bullpen, even though it has undergone a lot of changes and has seen a lot of pitchers come and go that aren't the greatest.
So, Mark, what do you think about this strategy? You're on the road, it's tied, but Charlie Montoya is going to his closer. I like it. You're going to have the top of the order coming up.
I like it. You know, the most important situation in any game is going to be when the game is tied. As soon as you get a run, either way, you have much of a lower shot of winning. So the highest leverage point at any game, in my opinion, is when it's tied. That's why people use openers. That's why we've seen in this game using your best pitcher later in the inning when the starter comes out when the game is tied. I like using Giles in this situation. Don't save him until you get a run, because you might never get a run, and you might make the mistake of using a bad pitcher, putting him in, giving the Rays a run. So, yeah, I really like it by Charlie Montoya.
Buck Showalter in the wildcard game comes to mind. 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Oh my, goes down. I still do not, to this day, understand why Zach Britton wasn't in that wildcard game, tie ball game, saving him for the save, which, like you said, might never come, and didn't come.
Well, I promised you earlier another piece of Blue Jay trivia about the Blue Jays in 2015, and here it is, because only got a few minutes left if this game wraps up, or if it doesn't. On this day in 2015, the Blue Jays equaled a franchise record with a record 11 straight wins. Over the win on this day came over the Oakland Athletics. It was 4-2 over the Athletics at Rogers Center, and it was their second 11-game winning streak of the year, and it made the Blue Jays the first team since the 1954 Cleveland Indians to win 11 straight games twice in 1 year.
I remember that game. I remember the streak, and I remember that it is still the Blue Jays franchise record, 11 games, and they were never able to pass that. And the Mets, I remember, broke it up the first time, and I think the Yankees broke it up the second time. That always seemed to be the number, as Adonis thought he had a walk, but that was called a strike, 98 miles an hour. Like, it was always 11 wins in a row, and then we have a chance to set a new record, but they were never able to do it.
Yeah, I might be completely imagining this, but did they have like a 10 or 11 game win streak in 2014 as well?
I think it was 2013, swing and a miss. And yeah, that was the year where there were a lot of expectations. They had Mark Burley, they had Reyes, they got Josh Johnson, Ari Dickey came over, and they never got anything, going the entire year. But they did have an 11-game winning streak, May or June, and it was snapped, of course, by the Tampa Bay Rays at this ballpark, as that's going to be popped up, and Biggio will make the play 2 outs.
Yeah, it seems like they could never get over that hump of 11 straight games. Disappointing, but of course it worked out for the Blue Jays in 2015. You know, they made the trade for Troy Tulowitzki. They won 11 straight games and really never looked back after that point.
I remember the first winning streak in 15 was very, very timely because they were really struggling, and the rumors that John Gibbons and Alex Anthopoulos maybe even would both get fired as Lau takes ball 1. And then they went to Washington and they were able to beat Max Scherzer in a game. I don't know if you remember that game. Kevin Pillar had 2 home runs off Scherzer. And then after that, they took off. That was their first winning streak. And then obviously, after the trade deadline, things really, really clicked for them. Lau fouls it away. One pitch, swing and a miss, 1-2. Giles looking to get that final out and send us to the 10th inning. 1-2, swing and a miss, and we do have free baseball here at Tropicana Field. We're tied at 1 going to the 10th inning.
Giles doing a good job there, keeping the Blue Jays in this one, sending it to extra innings, and boy, look at that box score. 5 hits for the Blue Jays, but only 1 run to show for it, and 1 hit. The only hit that the Rays have had all game was a home run, and that makes it 1-1. Oliver Drake coming into pitch, the former Blue Jay, now in for the Tampa Bay Rays.
Yeah, Oliver Drake set the Major League record for most teams pitched for in one season. One of them was the Blue Jays. He was with I'm going to do this off the top of my head, so I may miss it. But I know he was with the Twins, he was with the Brewers, the Angels, Blue Jays, maybe another team, I think Cleveland as well, as Bichette swings and misses. So he was the definition of a journeyman that year, but he settled in here in Tampa Bay the last few years.
And not a bad guy out of the Tampa Bay bullpen this season.
Bichette grounds it to the shortstop, or the second baseman, I guess. Lau makes the play, and there's one out here in the top of the 10th.
The first baseman,
Vladimir
Guerrero Jr.
Well, the Blue Jays, even though it is extra innings, they have their best shot of winning it right here at the top of the lineup. You got Bichette, Guerrero, and then after this, Shaw, and then if one of them can get on base, Teoscar Hernandez. This is their best shot at winning it, and the best shot at scoring a run until you turn the lineup over again. So definitely want to get something going here.
Absolutely, very good opportunity. You see Castillo and Alvarado, hard throwers in the bullpen. Oliver Drake gives you a bit of a different look. He's going to throw a lot of splitters. There's a 95-mile-an-hour fastball for a strike on one.
Yeah, and that sidearm delivery just got to be really deceptive, coming across the body and kind of hiding the ball until it comes out over top and almost out of his hand. So I can see why a bunch of different teams like him and see something in him. I guess the production just hasn't been there in the majors.
Of course, so the Rays usually are able to take guys like this and turn them into superstars, so it's not surprised that Kyle Snyder, the pitching coach, was able to quote-unquote fix Oliver Drake and make him a very effective reliever. 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Another fastball, 2 down.
The third baseman, number 6, Travis Shaw.
See the replay of that. Down and in. So Travis Shaw, 0 for 2 today. A couple of walks. First pitch. Lays off 1-0.
1-0.
These two guys were teammates in Milwaukee for a bit.
2 walks and 2 strikeouts today for Travis Shaw.
I would love to see the third true outcome here. 1-0 is going to be swung on and missed. There's that splitter. Nasty. 1-1.
Yeah, he had 2 hits yesterday. As we saw flash on the screen, his last 4 games, he's hitting above 400, I believe. So be good to see that hot streak continue right now.
Takes it inside. So you see there's 96 on that four-seamer, and then he throws you that splitter. So it's a very, very hard combination of pitches.
And when you throw in the way he throws it with that kind of sidearm, unconventional delivery, it's got to be really hard to pick up the baseball and hard to figure out what he's throwing.
There's a ground ball. Choi takes it himself, and that will do it for the Blue Jays here in the top of the 10th. You go to the bottom of the 10th, still tied in one apiece. See 3, 4, and 5 coming up for the Rays. Ken Giles will try to give Charlie Montoyo another inning if he can. It's even better here with the middle part of the order coming up, as Meadows is going to find the hole there and sneak it through for a leadoff single.
Yeah, it looked like Kevin Biggio was playing Meadows very deep. He was playing quite a ways into the outfield grass out in front of second base, but was just shaded a little bit too much to the right, and Meadows squeaked it in there, got it through the gap, and now he's standing on first.
Hunter Renfroe swings and misses. Once again, we see the closer here in the tie game and bottom of the 10th inning on the road. But, as we mentioned, a good decision. So the same thing with Joe Madden in the playoffs. He did that at Dodger Stadium. He had Wade Davis, the closer, but he ended up going with John Lackey, which is outside 2-1, who was obviously a starter, not exactly experienced in coming out of the bullpen, and he also ended up giving up a walk-off. So you always question those kind of decisions. Which is swung on a miss 2-2.
Ball, 2 strikes.
Yeah, especially when it comes in such a pivotal time, whether it be the Orioles and Blue Jays wildcard game or, what you were just talking about. Those examples stick out in our head because they were so important and they did get so much attention. But there's definitely a lot of cases where, it's a tie game, close game. Maybe it's the 7th, maybe it's the 8th, maybe it's the, 13th. And you save your starter until your team gets the lead. But you have to play right now. You have to play in the game that you are watching unfold in front of you. And you have to put your best pitcher in.
That's going to be trouble. That's going to be all the way to the wall. Meadows is going to come around, and I think this will be the ball again. They're not even going to make a play. So it's going to be a walk-off double for Hunter Renfroe, and, it is the Rays and the Blue Jays at the top of 10th field with tie and extra, so of course they walk off. So that is going to do it for this one. Blue Jays fall yet again. It's going to be their 5th straight loss, but I'm not too disappointed, and I'll tell you why, Mark, because I think they played really, really well this game.
Yeah, they had a great start from Trent Thornton. They were seeing the ball well from Blake Snell. They weren't totally lining up on it, but they, were tracking the pitches and laid off some tough pitches. 6 walks against Blake Snell, and then we saw the bullpen did a pretty good job today, although it was only Pannone and Giles out of the bullpen. So as frustrating as it might be for the Blue Jays to lose their 5th straight game, it comes with some benefits, as I just mentioned, and it also comes against a really great team. This is a team that's in the wildcard race, is in the 2nd wildcard spot, and will stay in it with today's win, with their win to put them up against the Chicago White Sox. They're now 1 game up in the wildcard race against the White Sox. So as much as this might hurt for the Blue Jays to lose this way and, a close game 2-1, there are a few silver linings to take out of it.
Yeah, a great start from Trent Thornton. Offensively, obviously not a lot. A lot of walks, but he could cash in those walks. But, I thought that Trent Thornton did a great job, so we could take that into consideration. He's going to have another start for sure now. And, they hung in there long enough. Unfortunately, Ken Giles getting up a couple of hits there. In the 10th inning, Brandon Lau, he had the home run. He gets the player of the game for some reason, not the guy who walked it off. That'll be the show for you. Went 1 for 4 with that home run. Just 3 hits for the Rays, and 2 of those came in that last inning. There is the player of the game, Brandon Lau, hitting the solo home run to right field off Trent Thornton. That was the only hit and the only run that Thornton surrendered. Bo Bichette driving in the only run for the Blue Jays. RBI single in the 5th inning, scoring Danny Jansen from second base. We just had plenty of opportunities. That may be the disappointing part. See Blake Snell, the top of the 6th, getting a Teoscar. A lot of walks, and none of those walks scored. Guerrero, the double play. Top of the 7th inning, we were talking about that after a runner got on base, Bichette, and we're talking about hopefully Guerrero doesn't ground to another one, but he did. And then at the top of the 9th, there's that play by G-Man Choi from the seat of his pants, throwing out Danny Jansen. Bottom of the 10th, Renfroe drives in the winning run, takes it all the way to the wall, and Cepeda scoring all the way from first base to put an end to this one. Typical Blue Jays Rays game at Tropicana Field. It's always close and usually ends in heartbreak for the Blue Jays.
Yeah, I'm going to circle in on 2 things in this game that I think are important to pick up based on the Blue Jays' performance. And tell me if you disagree with what I'm saying. But the first thing, Trent Thornton, as we mentioned, he was fantastic. 7 innings pitched, only 1 run, 1 walk, 6 strikeouts. But he was only at 80 pitches, and Charlie Montoyo took him out before the 8th inning. We questioned the decision at the time. Didn't end up costing the Blue Jays big time. because Pannone came in, shut it down. Giles came in, shut it down at first, and then, of course, gave up the walk-off. But I would have liked to see Thornton stay in the game longer. Yeah, maybe he would have made a mistake, but he wasn't showing any indication of doing that. So I think he should have stayed in the game longer. The second thing I want to pick up on is Danny Jansen in the 6th inning. The Blue Jays loaded the bases. That was it for Blake Snell. In came the reliever Beeks out of the Rays bullpen. Danny Jansen has his at-bat. He ends it by lining out to first base, lining out to Ji-Man Choi. Ji-Man Choi makes an excellent grab to catch that ball on the fly. It was whistling past him, but he got his glove to it. And I think if Ji-Man Choi isn't there on that play, he made a few good plays today, but if he isn't there on that play, that ball gets past him, the Blue Jays score a run. They end this game in the 9th, and they win 2-1. So those are the two things I would center on. The decision to take Thornton out early, although it probably didn't impact the result of this game, and then that one play by Ji-Man Choi that really saved the Tampa Bay Rays in this one.
Yeah, and by Thornton, I sort of maybe understand it just because I want to give him maybe a good feeling and on a good note after a very good start. He gave us 7, gave up only 1 run. Good job, and take it to the next one. And yeah, the Rays made some nice defensive plays, but I also go back to when there was a runner at second and nobody out. I think it was Jansen, and Blue Jays couldn't even move him to third. Grichuk popped up, and then Biggio struck out, and you had 2 outs. And then obviously Bichette saved that inning by driving a run in, but if you play fundamental baseball and you get the runner over to third with less than 2 outs, you never know what's going to happen. Maybe you end up scoring more than 1 run. So the hitting with runners in scoring position is still something the Blue Jays have to work very hard at.
And talking about fundamentals, Danny Jansen is one of the guys that made another mistake. He had a single back in the 2nd inning, and he tried advancing to second on that one when I think it was pretty clear that Hunter Renfroe was fielding the ball well and threw in and caught him at second base. The same thing happened, if I can find it on my score sheet, in the, let's see, where was it? Oh, in the 8th inning with Lourdes Gurriel Jr. He singled to right field, and the right fielder Meadows kind of bobbled the ball, and Gurriel saw a chance. He tried advancing to second, thrown out. If those 2 guys aren't thrown out, who knows what happens? Maybe the Blue Jays get another hit. Maybe they drive the runner in from first, or maybe they get a walk from Blake Snell because Snell's walking a lot of guys. That's another opportunity that the Blue Jays had to score. Personally, I'm not too upset with it because they did come on 2 outs, at least in the 2nd inning, and it did come with 2 outs in the 8th inning as well. But it's a chance that the Blue Jays had to score, and if you want to be winning these close types of games, you can't be making those mistakes.
Yeah, especially when you're facing a good team like the Rays. They do everything right. They pitch well. Obviously, they have some very good offensive players. Their bullpen is very strong. So you have to absolutely play good fundamental baseball, not get yourself thrown out on the base paths and things like that. So we saw some good things from the Blue Jays, but some not very good things as well. Let's see where we got some time, so we're simulating some games. Cleveland, they have that first wildcard spot. They got to win against San Diego, 8-1. So they're going to continue to stay ahead of the Rays for that top wildcard spot. But if the season were to end today, it looks like it would be the wildcard game in Cleveland against the Tampa Bay Rays.
Yeah, Cleveland is doing well there now with today's win. I guess 1 game back in the Central Division, but certainly looking good in that wild card spot. And as you mentioned, if things stay the way they are, we're going to have a game today between the White Sox and another team. We'll see what happens there. But the Rays currently holding on to their wild card spot.
Yeah, White Sox and Angels. Yesterday, the Angels defeated the White Sox. I think it was 7-1 or something. White Sox really, really struggling recently, so an opportunity for the Rays here. We'll see if the White Sox end up getting a win or not, but there's that win for Cleveland. Home runs for Mercado, Santana. A lot of good hitters in that Cleveland lineup, and a lot of switch hitters. They're always tough to navigate through. Blue Jays have one more series in Cleveland. Final weekend of the year. we'll see if that has any implications for the playoffs. See Cal Quantrill, a native of Canada, taking the loss here. And Savali, 7 innings, just the 1 earned run, 7 strikeouts. Dominic Leone, former Blue Jay, got in there. So good day for Cleveland to keep that spot, the top wildcard spot. It's also interesting, they're actually in a race with Minnesota to see who takes the Central. So I think either way, one of these teams, Minnesota and Cleveland, is going to be the winner of the Central Division. The other one's going to be in the wildcard.
Yeah, they both have really big leads in the wild card. You look at, Cleveland's record that we just saw on the screen. It's 76-43 compared to the Tampa Bay Rays, who are the second spot in the wild card. Like, they're a really good team, but they're 68-50. Like, there's a big gap there in terms of talent. So definitely one of these teams in the wild card is certainly coming out of the AL Central. It's just a question of whether it's one team or two teams in the wild card from the Central, as we've talked about. The White Sox pushing hard, faltering a little bit as of late. They've lost 9 of their last 10, 4 in a row. We'll see what happens with them, but seems like the Rays might have the upper hand in getting that spot. They won today. They're securely in that spot. We'll see what happens with the White Sox later. But the next game coming up on Bop Ball is going to be the Atlanta Braves and the New York Mets. That's scheduled to start at 3:30 coming up after this Blue Jays and Rays ball game. Eddie McCarthy is going to be calling that one, and he's in the booth now. How are you, Eddie?
Doing well, guys. How are you? And I have to say that going through all the preparation for this game today, these teams look so much different than they actually have now that we get to watch them on TV. I mean, it's the Mets especially. Like, you got William Contreras, who's hitting 8th and catching for the Mets. He killed New York when he played, when he was with the Braves, where he still is actually, in their opening day series. So it's very confusing.
So your worlds are colliding, the real world and the baseball world, As we see here in Minnesota, keeping a lead in the American League Central, defeating the Red Sox 8-6. Yeah, it is a good for confusing. I'm looking at the lineups, and we see Michael Wacha, we know, is with the Mets, and all of a sudden he's with the Braves here in Ball. So yeah, you gotta separate the two worlds. And I know, Mark, we were talking about Trent Thornton, and you're saying, well, he's pitching so well in real life, but here he is, not so well in Ball. And same with Baraki and some others.
Yeah, Jordan Romano.
Yeah, your bias is what you're seeing on TV in real life, and then you look at the numbers here, and they're not even close to what they are. It's a funny thing.
Hard to juggle.
Yeah. So this is a pretty important series for the Braves, regardless, because they're in a very big chase with the Washington Nationals. Looks like we're going to see what happened in that game in a second. Yesterday, the A's defeated the Nationals, but today the Nationals came back and defeated the A's.
Yeah, this is a really big series for the Braves. They've been very good against their own division this year. They're 34-17 when they play teams in the National League East. They have a chance to beat up on the Mets, who were actually playing really well last week. When I did the Braves game last week, we highlighted the Mets because the Mets had been playing very well. They were 8-2 in their last 10. They'd won 4 in a row. They were 10 out in the wild card. But now the Mets have dropped 4 in a row. They got swept over the weekend by the Dodgers. Their window isn't just closing, it has closed. There is not going to be a great comeback in Flushing this year, which is why the Mets are trying to get some guys some looks. You got a whole bunch of new prospects that are in this lineup today, a bunch of new guys that they're getting looks out in the bullpen, and it's something the Braves have to take advantage of.
Yeah, we were talking about yesterday because I was on the call for the Oakland-Washington game, one of that series with J-Man. We're talking about the schedule for both the Braves and the Nationals, and both have weaker teams on their schedule. Braves have the Mets, and they have Miami. I don't remember who was coming after that, and the Nationals are playing the Padres and the Rockies. So those two teams are in kind of a soft spot on their schedule, and it's going to be interesting to see where they go. And they have 7 games head-to-head remaining, which is going to be very interesting to see how those games turn out.
Yeah, but it's like I said, it's a huge opportunity for the Braves. That wild card game is such a toss-up, and if you have to play it, you'd obviously prefer to host it rather than go on the road. As of right now, they would have to go to GABP, Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati. That is if the season ended today. This is game number 120 for Atlanta. That means they got 42 to go. As I think it was EB said, they trail the Nationals right now by 1 game in that NL East. Washington is 71-48, Atlanta 70-49, but the Braves, guys, the Braves are coming. They've won 3 in a row. They've run 3 in a row, They just swept the Marlins 8-2 in their last 10, and that's got to get it together.
Just looking at the schedule for the Braves, so they have this three-game series against the Mets, then they go home, they play Miami again for 3, and then Milwaukee for 3. So those 3 teams are very, very weak, and it's a good opportunity for Atlanta to pick up some games here on Washington before they see each other again at the start of September. Looks like we're just about to head to Citi Field. Mark, any final thoughts on the Blue Jays and Rays?
No, it was a close one, a lot of fun. Didn't go the Blue Jays' way, but the last game that we called together went the Blue Jays' way. Could have gone the other way, so I'm happy watching this one, and good luck, Eddie.
Yeah, it was very exciting. So we'll sign off for Mark Colley. I'm EB from Toronto. Final score from Tropicana Field. Rays walk off in 10, beat the Blue Jays 2-1. They will take you to Citi Field for the Braves and the Mets. Mike Soroka and Josh James. Eddie will be on the call. Eddie, take it away.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, EB. Great job, as always. They had an AL East matchup. Pretty good one, as you heard them say. The Rays would walk off against the Blue Jays in 10 innings, 2-1. And now from the AL East, we go to the NL East, as we're going to take you out to Citi Field on what looks to be a beautiful day in New York. If you can tell from the early screen, the Mets are hosting the Atlanta Braves, first of 3. For the Mets, right now, they're just trying to play spoiler. Pretty much any playoff team they play, they just go out and they say, let's try and ruin their season. The Braves, on the other hand, this is a really big series. If you're with us in the pregame, the Braves need every single game that they can get, especially when they get to beat up on teams like the Mets. As we welcome you inside Citi Field, I'm Eddie McCarthy, glad to be here with you for this one. Mike Soroka gets loose for the Braves in the bullpen. He will get the ball. Braves have got a good rotation plan for this series. They'll have their best guys throwing. Soroka, we'll see him shortly, but for now, Josh James, he gets the start for the Mets. Recently acquired at the deadline from the Houston Astros. There are the numbers, 3-10 on the year, making his 21st start, a guy who was primarily a bullpen guy last year for Houston.
Leading off tonight for Atlanta,
gets moved into the starting rotation this year. And it hasn't gone particularly well for him. 3-10, a 5.96 ERA. But he'll see if he can right the ship against the Braves here on a warm Tuesday night in Citi Field, as his first pitch is a called strike. And it comes in at 3:29, so we're running 1 minute ahead of schedule. Young William Contreras behind the plate for the Mets. Brother of Wilson, who is the Chicago Cubs All-Star. So Contreras does the catching. Jeff McNeil's at third. Ahmed Rosario, Robinson Cano, the double play combination up the middle. And Pete Alonso plays first for New York. It's a good pitch there from James. Got Acuna chasing. 73 degrees, clear skies, 5-mile-an-hour wind blowing in from center field. A picture-perfect night in Flushing. As the 1-2 from James is missing low. 2 balls and 2 strikes across the outfield for New York. Yoenis Cespedes, he's in left. Brandon Nimmo patrols in center, and Michael Conforto hangs out in right. 2-2 to Ronald Acuna to lead off the game. Little tapper and foul. James over there to touch it, just to make sure. Acuna, Albies, and Freeman, the top 3 for the Marlins. 2-2 to Acuna. Is on the ground to first. Backhanded by Alonso. He'll take it himself. And that's the first out of the game. And James is off to at least a good start. So here's Ozzy Albies hitting .269 this year. 14 home runs, 62 RBIs. And he'll take ball one as the fastball skips in. Josh James only has 3 pitches. That four-seam fastball, and then he complements it with a slider and a changeup. But he can get that fastball up to 98 miles an hour.
Nope, inside. Ball
And he misses inside. 2-0 here to Albies. Patrick Johnson handles balls and strikes today. Larry Ballard, James Kingley, Gary Simmons, first, second, and third around the infield. 2-0 is hit in the air pretty deep to right. Back goes Conforto. 1-0 Atlanta. Albies goes deep. And the Braves strike first at Citi Field. Home run number 15 on the year for Ozzy Albies. It is the 24th home run that Josh James has given up, and this was a pretty good shot out to right into the upper deck. Final reading was 403 feet. So the Braves couldn't have asked for a much better start. Here's Freddie Freeman now, who's hitting .319 on the year with 33 home runs. That leads the team. Was an all-star this year. And hitting third as usual, and he's plunked in the elbow. Don't think there was any intent, just a slider from James. Now, after the Albies home run, Freeman is hit, and so here comes Ozuna with a man on and one out. First pitch, Ozuna, is inside, 1 ball and no strikes to the 29-year-old from the Dominican Republic. Ozuna began his career with the Marlins, was with Miami from 2013 to 2017. And James misses down and away. So it is 2-0 here to Ozuna. And that hit him. Back-to-back hit batsman by Josh James. A slider gets away from him once again. And so now they're going to be at first and second, and here's Jerickson Profar. Profar, the switch hitter, batting from the left side today. Or at least to start here against Josh James. RBI opportunity for Profar. And he takes a strike to start the at-bat. Profar hitting .290 this year. The Braves would win on Sunday, at a day off yesterday, 2-1 over the Marlins. Profar was 1 for 2. Left side and just foul, as Profar nearly had a double down the line. Now behind 0-2 to James. 2-strike pitch is fouled away. Profar got a piece, little behind it though. James dial it up. First and second, 1 out. Jerickson Profar at the plate. 0-2. Fouled back. Just got a piece of it off the equipment of William Contreras. And we'll do the 0-2 again. Profar's spoiled 2. And he'll take inside. First ball of the count, 1-2. That was 98 on the fastball. Brad Miller's supposed to follow up Profar. 1-2. Little check swing right side to second. They get one back to first. But Profar beats it out. And so the Mets turn 1 but cannot get the double play. And runners at the corners with 2 outs, and here's Inciarte. Inciarte struggling in his last 5 games, only 2 for 16. But an RBI opportunity here in the top of the first. First pitch swinging, drives one into center, but Nimmo is there, and he'll put an end to the first inning. The top of the first, I should say. But Ozzy Albies, a solo shot deep into right field, and the Braves grab the early lead as the Mets hit for the first time when we come back. Bottom of the first means we'll see Mike Soroka for the first time, making his 25th start today. Record 10-11 ERA 4.04. This is the guy who was the runner-up in last year's National League Rookie of the Year vote to Pete Alonso, who broke the rookie record for home runs, making it a pretty easy decision. But Soroka still had a fine year. Last year in 29 starts was 13-4 with a 2.63. And during a bit of what they call the sophomore slump here this year. Ahmed Rosario leads off for New York. It'll be Rosario, then Jeff McNeil, and Pete Alonso. That's the 1-2-3. 0-1. Rosario hits one into left, but Ozuna is there. And that's the first out of Soroka's night.
The third baseman, number 6.
So 1 out, nobody on. Here comes Jeff McNeil, hitting .315 on the year, enjoying another fine season. Mets were blasted out in Chavez Ravine on Sunday. Like the Braves, they also had a day off yesterday. Were blasted 9-1 by the Dodgers. They'd be swept. McNeil did not start on Sunday, would get a pinch hitting opportunity and knock a base hit through the middle. And McNeil now finds himself ahead 3-0 with Pete Alonso on deck. And it's a 4-pitch walk. So Jeff McNeil trots down to first for the 41st time this year. And now Pete Alonso will step in. Another guy who's having a bit of a sophomore slump, just like McNeil. Last year, Alonso surpassed the 50 mark and led all of Major League Baseball in home runs with 53. But this year, only 29, which is good enough for 10th in the National League. Boy, Soroka really struggling to find the strike zone. That's 6 straight misses, dating back to the McNeil at-bat. And if you're Pete Alonso, the last thing you want to do is help him out. Soroka trying to set himself. 2-0 to Alonso. Alonso swinging and drives it foul. Got a good pitch to hit, just missed it a little bit. And the first strike Soroka has thrown in quite a while. 2-1.
That's ball 3.
And that misses inside. 3 balls and 1 strike. Soroka throwing to Tyler Flowers. Around the infield, Jurickson Profar plays third. Dansby Swanson, Ozzy Albies up the middle. And Freddie Freeman at first as Alonso gets into one to left. But it's gonna slice foul off the bat. That looked pretty good from Alonso. 3-2, let's see if McNeil moves. Alonso fouls it away, and we'll do it again. In the outfield for the Braves, Marcelo Zuna's in left, Ronald Acuna Jr. in center, and Ender Inciarte in right. He's a late change. They had Miller in there additionally, as Alonso will walk. Back-to-back walks issued by Mike Soroka, and they're at first and second for the cleanup batter. That's Michael Conforto. So RBI opportunity for Michael Conforto, who's driven in 77 runs this year. Was 0 for 4 with a strikeout on Sunday. And he'll take low, ball 1. Sinker that sank too far. So a chance here for the Mets to strike against Soroka, 1-0. And Conforto takes low for a strike. Maybe Soroka helped out a little bit right there. Conforto, 27 years old, hailing from Washington. 1-1. Conforto in the air to center. Acuna will have room, and he'll make the catch. No tag from either runner, so it's a deep fly ball by Conforto, but no advancement on the base paths. And Soroka's got himself his second out of this bottom of the first. So that means if the Mets want to score, it'll have to be from Junis Cespedes, who has been on a cold streak as of late, has not had a great year, and bounces right side, backhanded by Freeman. He'll do that all day. Freddie Freeman, terrific over at first, a routine play for him. And Soroka gets around 2 walks and pitches a scoreless first, 1-0 Atlanta, as we roll into the second. Tyler Flowers leads off for the Braves in the top of the second inning. It'll be 7, 8, and 9. That's Flowers, Dansby Swanson, and the pitcher Mike Soroka. As Josh James, who needed 20 pitches to get through the first, starts his second inning of work with a swing from Flowers into right, and Conforto is there. 1 pitch, 1 out from James.
The shortstop, Dansby Swanson.
So here's Dansby Swanson, who's been swinging it pretty well as of late. 8 for his last 22. Batting in the 8th spot, as he normally does.
Nope, that's inside.
And takes inside for ball 1.
Come on. 1-1.
Josh James was acquired July 28th of this year at the deadline in the deal that sent Wilson Ramos to Houston. Two-1 to Swanson.
Ball in.
And inside, it's 3-1. Last year with Houston, Josh James appeared in 49 regular season games, only made 1 start. Was 5-1 with a 4.70 ERA, but had a very impressive postseason.
Outside, ball 4.
He appeared in all 3 of the series the Astros played in as Swanson draws the walk.
Batting 9, the pitcher, number 40.
2 appearances in the division series, 4 in the ALCS versus the Yankees, and then appeared in games 2, 3, and 4 of the World Series against the Nationals. Overall, inherited 10 base runners, and none of them would score. So James, a very good postseason. A bunt from Soroka is caught by James. Boy, they're lucky that wasn't a double play. So sacrifice unsuccessful for Mike Soroka, and that'll bring up the top of the order, and it's Ronald Acuna, who will try and make something happen with 2 out.
Counts 1-0.
So Josh James looking for a fairly easy inning here. Allowed the walk to Swanson, but then got bailed out. Soroka was unsuccessful on the sacrifice.
2-0.
Acuna hitting .292 on the year, grounded to first in his first plate
Ball
appearance.
3.
And he is now ahead 3-0 as James having trouble finding the strike zone here. See if they give Acuna the green light.
Inside, ball 4.
And he will take inside. Whether he was taking all the way, we'll never know, but it's a 4-pitch
Batter
walk
number 1, second baseman.
from James, the second of the inning and the second of the outing. So here's Ozzie Albies, who hit a solo shot to right his first time up, accounting for the lone Braves run. In the first inning, Josh James would hit 2 batters. Now here in the second, he's walked 2. As Albies, a home run swing comes up empty for strike 1. And on first and second for Ozzie Albies with 2 out.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Dansby Swanson walked with 1 out. Ronald Acuna just walked with 2 outs. That's how we get to where we are. 1-1. And that is flared foul. Sorry for the delay. Had a little bit of screen lag. So James a chance to get out of the inning. 1-2 to Albies. That is ripped into right, coming on, and can't get it. Diving was Conforto, unable to make the play. Another run's gonna score, and Ozzie Albies has driven in
Now
2.
batter, the first baseman, Freddie Freeman.
And that'll bring out a visit from the pitching coach, Jeremy Hefner.
No, he stays.
Check up on Albies, he gets back in time. Good base running from Ronald Acuna, he got to third on that, so now they're at the corners once again. And here is Freddie Freeman.
Off the plate, ball 1.
Takes inside for ball 1. This is only the second game of our Bot Ball Day. Cubs and Reds will be at 5:15. Good pitching matchup. Jose Quintana, Anthony DeSclafani. As is a hard ground ball, but Cano's got plenty of time. And he'll take care of Freeman for the final out of the second. But Ozzie Albies strikes again. This time it's an RBI single. And Atlanta leads 2-0 as we go to bottom 2. Robinson Cano leads off the bottom of the second for New York. 6, 7, and 8 for the Mets. That means Cano, Brandon Nimmo, and William Contreras, the catcher. Cano, as you see with the graphic right there, not exactly tearing it up in his last 4 games. 0 for his last 13, and Soroka starts him off with a curveball for a strike. Cano, that's into right. That is caught, as reading it nicely was Inciarte.
Batting 7,
Maybe a good sign for Cano. That was a good piece.
Brandon Nimmo.
So here's Brandon Nimmo, hitting .237 on the year. Was 1 for 3 with a walk on Sunday.
Nope.
Mike Soroka, only 22 years of age. Grew up in Calgary, Canada.
That's ball 2.
This is there to Nimmo, and it's 2-0.
Hey. 2 balls, 1 strike.
And while Soroka, it's all smiles for him here in Bot Ball. Mike Soroka back on August 3rd in a game against the Mets would tear his Achilles tendon in his right foot,
Batting 8,
which ended his 2020 season. He had the surgery last week. The Braves reported it went off without a hitch, but Soroka will clearly miss the rest of 2020 and most likely some of 2021 as well. As here's William Contreras,
That's a
who
ball.
bats right-handed just like his brother Wilson. Acquired on July 14th in the trade that sent Justin Wilson and Michael Wacha to Atlanta. The Mets would get Contreras and Mark Melancon in return. Melancon, of course, in the bullpen today. Contreras ahead 2-0. And he will chase a slider 2-1. In the real world, Contreras plays for the Atlanta Braves. Got some time in the opening day series against the Mets. And was a Met killer. Of course, the Braves catchers d'Arnaud and Flowers were ill to start the year with non-COVID-19 related illnesses. So Contreras got the chance to play with the big club. 3-2. And Contreras will stay alive. Spoils the changeup from Soroka and will do it again. This to continue the inning. Contreras takes inside and he will continue. So Contreras works the walk and that'll bring up Josh James, the pitcher.
Number 33.
After the hard-earned walk by William Contreras. It's gonna take a little bit. Keep wanting to call him Wilson. So Josh James will take his first hacks of the day on the mound. He's given up 2 runs.
Ball 1.
And Soroka misses low for ball 1. James had never had an at-bat in his career before this year. He's had 4 here in 2020, and he grounds to the left side. They'll go the easy way. And that'll do it for the second. Mike Soroka, another scoreless frame. Let's go to the third. Atlanta on top, 2-0 in Flushing. Marcell Ozuna leads off for the Braves as the third inning begins. Josh James right back out there. First pitch to Ozuna is taken low for a ball. It'll be Ozuna, Jerickson, Profar, Ender, and Ciarte this inning for Atlanta, who has scored in each the first and the second inning. The first inning was an Ozzy Albies home run. The second inning, Dansby Swanson scored on an Ozzy Albies single. So, Ozzy Albies providing the offense so far. Here comes a 2-1 to Ozuna. Right side, base hit. And the Braves have the leadoff man on to start the third.
Now batting, the third baseman.
Good hitting here from Marcell Ozuna, goes the other way. And that'll bring up Jerickson Profar. Profar a ground out in the first.
Nope, upstairs.
And he takes high for ball 1. Profar, 27 years old, native of Curacao. His team from Willemstad won the 2004 Little League World Series and were bested in the final by the team from California in 2005. So not many people could say that they went to one Little League World Series. There's an even smaller group of people that can say they've been to 2, and Profar is in that one. And here he finds himself ahead 3-0 on Josh James, who's really having problems finding the strike zone. Hit 2 batters in the first, walked 2 in the second, and on the doorstep of walking his third. Swinging on 3-0 was Profar. Might have actually been ball 4. So that helps out Josh James. 3-1.
The count is full.
Again, Profar chases out of the strike zone. So Profar has allowed James to climb back in, and now it's 3-2. And he'll foul that one away. So I'll tell you, if this was an SNY broadcast, Keith Hernandez would be grilling and ripping into Profar on the air right now. 3-2. Late, but he got a piece. And he'll stay alive. Ozuna probably not running. Not a guy with great speed. 3-2. And Profar fouls another one off. So Profar allowed James back into the count, but to his credit, he's fought off several good two-strike pitches. Again, the 3-2. And he walked him. So good at-bat by Jurickson Profar, the third walk that James has issued tonight. And they're at first and second with nobody out here in the third. So this is where the game could potentially get away from the Mets. Josh James is not Jacob deGrom. He is not going to go 7 innings or 6 innings, even if he's fighting himself a little bit, which is what James is doing. Because that's what makes deGrom so great, because if you watch him, he doesn't always have his good stuff, but he always finds a way to grind out a quality start. But the Mets, they don't have that today. They have Josh James. 1-0 to Inciarte. High strike is called, and it's 1-1. First and second, nobody out. Inciarte at the plate. And that one misses low, and it's 2-1. I thought the 1-0 pitch was definitely a ball, but I also thought that pitch was a strike. So Patrick Johnson's zone is interesting, to say the least. 2 balls, 1 strike, Inciarte. Lines just foul, as he just missed out on a double right there. 2-2 now. James really needs this out. And Inciarte fights it off. James yet to record a strikeout. Right now we'll take it out any way he can get it. Inciarte takes and skips back to avoid being hit by the pitch. James has already hit 3 batters. Three and 2. Ozuna not running. Inciarte on the ground to third. To second, out. First, out. And it's a double play. And a big one for Josh James.
Now batting, the catcher, Tyler Flowers.
So the runner moves up to third. That's Ozuna. But a huge 2 outs there for Josh James, as he gets Inciarte to hit into the 5-4-3. So here's Tyler Flowers, who takes inside... Oh, they called it a strike. I apologize. Takes an inside strike, and it's 0-1. Flowers, 7 RBIs in his last 6 games. He won the game on Sunday for the Braves with his 2 RBI single in the 9th. Braves would only record 2 hits on Sunday in Miami, but it would be enough to win. They'd win 2-1. 1-1 to Flowers. And that's up. It's 2-1. If Flowers can keep it going, Dansby Swanson waits on deck. Marcell Ozuna is at third. And good pitch from James. He paints the outside corner, and it's 2-2. So Josh James trying to get out of trouble here in the third. 2-2 to Flowers. Pop-up should end the inning. Contreras will make the play. And it's a scoreless inning for Josh James, who gets around a walk and a hit. Bottom of the third coming up. Atlanta by 2 here in New York. Ahmed Rosario leads it off for the Mets in the bottom of the third as the lineup turns over. Mike Soroka has not yet allowed a hit. A bunt attempt, Rosario, a disaster. Flowers makes the catch, 1 out.
The batter, number 6.
Let's take a look at our standings in the National League East. Well, Washington won earlier today, so they move up to 72-48. And Atlanta now trails by a game and a half, but a win by the Braves would move Atlanta right back to where they were, which is just one game out of the division. In the wild card, the Braves would be the Braves are the second wild card as of now. They'd be making the trip to Cincinnati to play the wild card game if the season ended today. Cincinnati, another team that Atlanta is chasing. The wild card in the NL has been pretty much relegated to a 3-team race. It's the Reds and the Braves who have the 2 spots right now. And on the outside looking in is the Diamondbacks. They're 68 and 51 and 2 behind the second place Braves. Jeff McNeil pops one up. Swinging on 2-0 and he got under it. A mile high, but the catch is made. That's Profar, and that's the second out.
Now batting, first baseman, Pete Alonso.
So here's Pete Alonso. As Soroka has issued 2 walks, but not allowed a hit yet, and is picking up right where he left off from his last start. Pitched on August 5th. At Wrigley Field against the Chicago Cubs, he went 7 innings of 6 hits and only 1 run allowed. Walked 1 and struck out 5, but he would receive a no decision. However, the Braves would mount a 9th inning rally and they beat the Cubs 6-2. 2 strikes to Alonso. And Alonso goes down swinging, and that's how we end the 3rd. First strikeout of the night for Soroka. He's off to a very good start in Flushing. Hasn't allowed a hit, and we're through 3. Top of the 4th rolls in, and we remind you, Heidi Watney also reminding you to please donate to Meals on Wheels if you're watching this in the Twitch. If you're watching this on Twitch, there should be a link. If you can't find it, please message in the chat, and someone in our botball community will be glad to point you in the right direction. Brian Snitker talking to his pitching coach, Rick Kranitz, about
leading off for Atlanta,
the pitching performance so far
Dansby
by Mike Soroka, which has been very, very good. Now the Braves looking for some more runs for him as Swanson takes a strike to start inning number 4. Kevin Smith gets loose for the Mets in the bullpen. He's the only man up right now. 1 strike to Swanson. And that one misses. 1 ball, 1 strike for Swanson, former Vanderbilt star, and the first round pick, first overall pick actually, back in 2015. That is hit pretty well, but foul. Nice catch out there by the ball boy. 1-2 from James. Swanson flares, manages to poke it, but it's at Contreras who makes the play on the catcher pop-up for the first out.
the pitcher, number 40, Mike.
Let's take a look at our
Soroka.
pitch speed comparison brought to you by Tops. Well, Mike Soroka may be pitching the better outing so far, but Josh James has got the lead on our best velo, I guess you could call it. James topping out at 99, Soroka very respectable 95. Two guys who can dial it up. And here's Soroka batting for the second time. He lined out in the second.
Oh, that's low.
Not sure why they're ruling it a lineout. Soroka had a failed sacrifice attempt that was caught by Josh James back in the second inning.
Timeout.
Ooh, look out. Soroka takes 98 off the shoulder, and that is a no-no. The Braves are not going to be happy about that. And you can see the scowl of Brian Snitker. And now Acuna and Contreras talking to each other. The umpire will step in between. Pitchers are supposed to be off limits, and Josh James can throw very hard. That was 98 square off the shoulder of Soroka. Josh James is not due up for a while. He would be up 6 next inning. But there may be a response in order.
1-1.
And the thing that you have to realize here is I don't think that was intentional. James has had terrible control. He's walked 3. That was his 3rd hit batsman of the game. In the first inning, he had back-to-back hit. In the first inning, he hit back-to-back batters. In the second inning, he walked back-to-back batters. Control has always been an issue when you got a guy throwing 99. That's more dangerous than anything else. 2-2 to Acuna. And James misses outside. It's full. And fortunately, Soroka seems to be all right. And he walked him. Second time Acuna has walked here tonight, the 4th issued by James. And once again, he's going to have to try and wriggle out of trouble. And here's Ozzie Albies, the man who is responsible for both Braves runs tonight. Albies 2 for 2 with a home run and an RBI single. And he takes the slider for a strike. Albies into center, pretty well hit. Back is Nimmo. He will make the catch, has room just on the edge of the warning track. Boy, Ozzie Albies seeing the ball really well right now. That's a 400-foot out. So here's Freddie Freeman with 2 outs and 2 men on. Soroka is the pitcher, doesn't have great speed, but running on contact should be able to score on anything hit to the outfield. One and 0 to Freeman. Outside corner strike is called. It's 1-1. Tell you, Freddie Freeman makes that bat look like a toothpick. That is a very big man. 6'5", 220. Freddie Freeman, no slouch. 1-1. And it's grounded foul. And now Josh James is once again 1 pitch away from getting out of trouble. The Braves have already stranded 5 base runners tonight. And Freeman stays alive. Soroka at second, Acuna at first. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 out to Freeman. On the ground to first, and Josh James wriggles free again. The Braves have now stranded 7. And it's 2-0 still Atlanta as we go to the bottom of the 4th. So here's Michael Conforto. 4, 5, and 6 for the Mets, who are still hunting for their first hit of the night. That's Conforto, Cespedes, and Cano. And Conforto takes a low strike for strike 1. Very volatile zone is what we're noticing back there. And another low strike is called. Nothing in 2 to Conforto.
Ball 1.
That one's a little bit too low, and it's 1-2. Soroka's 1-2.
Nope, that's down.
Is a little low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Michael Conforto was 0 for 4 on Sunday with a strikeout against the Dodgers. It's a guy who had Ivy League football offers, went to Oregon State for baseball instead. He's battled it back to a full count. Soroka's payoff is grounded up the middle, and that's a base hit. And it's the Mets' first of the night. Misplayed by Ozuna, but Conforto will stay put at first.
The left fielder, number 52.
And maybe the start of something for the Mets. So here's Yoenis Cespedes. Cespedes, first pitch swinging, drive into right, back at the wall. It is bouncing, one hop off the wall. Conforto rounding third, he will score. And Yoenis Cespedes delivers. He's cut the lead in half with an RBI double.
Up next to the Mets, the second baseman, Robinson Cano.
I'll tell you, Conforto got a great jump off of that. He knew immediately that ball was in the gap or farther. No hesitation, and he scored easily on the 18th double of the year for Cespedes. So now the Mets have a chance to tie the game. Cespedes in scoring position at second with nobody out, and here's Robbie Cano. First pitch swinging, good curveball from Soroka. We mentioned the Braves have stranded 7 men on base. That's starting to pile up. Missed opportunities. And the Mets, so far, they've made the most of the opportunities they've had. Which is, prior to this inning, not too many. 0-2 to Cano. And that hit him. Well, Mike Soroka got hit in the last inning, but I can tell you for sure that was not intentional. It was a slider, and Soroka was ahead in the count 0-2. That one just got away from him. So the fourth hit batsman of the night between the two teams. James has hit 3, and now Soroka just hit his first. And here's Brandon Nimmo, who takes a strike. Nimmo 7 for his last 18. What an interesting story this guy is. Went to Cheyenne East High School in Wyoming, one of the 3 states in America where there is no high school baseball. Had to be scouted at American Legion games. Oh, 2 to Nimmo. And Soroka misses outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Nimmo was 1 for 3 with a walk on Sunday. Looking to drive in Cespedes.
At the ball.
He will stay alive another pitch. He watches that go low. William Contreras, the youngster, waits on deck. Unless the Braves turn a triple play, he will likely have an RBI opportunity. 2-2. And Nimmo strikes out. Good pitch from Soroka.
Up next to the Mets, the catcher, William Contreras.
Changeup had Brandon Nimmo chasing, and it's the second strikeout for Soroka, and it's a big one. Now he can get out of the inning with the ground ball. William Contreras, good opportunity against his old team. Of course, in real life, as we said back at his first at-bat in the second, he is still very much an Atlanta Brave. 1 strike Contreras. And that one misses low. 1-1. Contreras was 2 for 3 on Sunday. Also had a stolen base. First stolen base of his big league career. And now Soroka is a little bit frustrated, throwing up his hands on the mound. About 50% of that time, that low pitch is called a strike. And the other half of the time, it's called a ball, and you never know. 2-1. Contreras drives one into left. Ozuna is back. He's at the track. It is gone! Or, no, it's off the wall. I thought it hit above the orange line. But right now, the ruling is it's stays in the yard. I thought that hit above the orange line, but it stays in the ballpark and the bases will be loaded. A long single for William Contreras. Pinch hitter is J.D. Davis. So Josh James' day comes to an end. Davis takes a strike, a chance to do some damage here. Davis was 1 for 4 on Sunday, hitting .248 this year. 0-1 Soroka. Davis into right. That should get a run in. Tagging is Conforto. The throw home is not in time. And the Mets tie it up. Beg your pardon. Tagging was Cespedes. And it's a sac fly for J.D. Davis, as Inciarte's throw did not get there in time. So here is Ahmed Rosario with first and second and 2 out. Mets looking for more here in the 4th. They've already pushed across 2. Rosario has flied to left and popped out to the catcher so far tonight. 1-0. Rosario, line caught. What a play by Swanson. Dansby Swanson, big vertical. And he keeps this a 2-2 game as we head to the 5th.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Mets.
Kevin Smith will come on for the Mets, making his 14th appearance of the year. Going to be asked to provide some long relief for Luis Rojas. As the starter, Josh James only lasts 4 innings. First assignment is Marcell Ozuna, who takes a strike on the fastball at 90 miles an hour. So it's a little bit slower than what the Braves have been used to with James. This is right side, that's Cano. That's 1 out.
Up next for Atlanta, the third base.
So here's Jurickson Profar, as it only took Kevin Smith, the new pitcher, 2 pitches to get the first out. Profar is 0 for 1, walked in the 3rd, reached on a fielder's choice in the 1st.
Ball, that's in.
And he takes inside for ball 1. Profar with Texas for most of his career. Spent 2019 with Oakland, was signed as a free agent by the Padres prior to this year, but then sent to the Braves on July the 25th, just before the trade deadline. 2-0 from Smith.
No, that's down.
And he missed. 3-0. Smith will find the zone. He makes it 3-1. Inciarte on deck. Profar takes outside. And it's a 1-out walk, first of the night, issued by Kevin Smith.
Now batting, the right fielder, Ender Inciarte.
So Ender Inciarte, who was a late insertion into the lineup today. The original lineup card that we got had Brad Miller playing right field. But Miller, a late scratch. Well, he's on the bench, but
1 ball, 1 strike.
a late scratch, I guess we could call it, Inciarte put in. Here's a 1-1. Runner going. Contreras' throw is in time. He's got a Contreras arm, just like his brother Wilson. Williams got a gun, And a nice tag as well by Ahmed Rosario. One and two to Inciarte. Into left, slicing foul, and we'll do the 1-2 again. If Inciarte can continue the inning, Tyler Flowers will be next. 2-2 to Inciarte. On the ground right side, Alonso jump, throw, nice play, and a good cover by Kevin Smith, who gets helped out by his catcher. William Contreras picks off, or throws out rather, Jerickson Profar halfway through and Flushing, and we're locked at 2. Heidi Watney reminds us to please donate to Meals on Wheels as we start the bottom of the 5th. Jeff McNeil, Pete Alonso, Michael Conforto for the Mets. Heart of the order 2, 3, and 4 against Mike Soroka.
Leading up for the Mets, the third baseman, number 6.
As McNeil digs in, we'd like to just make you aware that J.D. Davis, who pinch hit in the bottom of the 4th for Josh James, that was a one-and-done appearance. Davis did not go into the game for defense. He's done for the day. Up the middle, that is through for a base hit. On a liner that sent Soroka to the dirt.
Now batting, the first baseman, Pete Alonso.
Leadoff man is on for Pete Alonso. I'll tell you, this is a very good crowd here at Citi Field. The Mets not had the great year, not where most people projected them to be at this time, but the fans still showing their support. And the team is still playing hard. The Braves, they really need this game. Braves are in the middle of a pennant race, trying to both pass the first-seeded wild card, that's the Cincinnati Reds, and the Washington Nationals, who sit atop the National League East. They're in desperation mode. 2 strikes to Alonso, and he'll bounce one foul to stay alive. Alonso lays off, 1 ball, 2 strikes, as the sinker from Soroka did not get Alonso to bite. Alonso stays alive, just caught up with the fastball and nick it. And it's 1-2 again. Alonso has walked and struck out so far tonight. 1-2. And again, Soroka trying to get Alonso to chase in the dirt, not gonna bite. And now it is 2-2. So Mike Soroka, who hardly had to sweat to get through the first 3, has run into trouble, definitely ran into trouble in the 4th. And on the verge of running into it again here in the 5th, as that's outside, and it's now 3-2. It was 0-2 to Alonso. But the 25-year-old from Florida has battled back to make it a full count. Payoff is fouled away again. Alonso is just getting a piece of these, but it's both digging into the pitch count of Soroka, and it's keeping him alive. 3-2. He walked him. What an at-bat by Pete Alonso.
Now batting.
And the Mets are in business here in the 5th. It's 1st and 2nd and nobody out. And Soroka is frustrated. RBI opportunity for Michael Conforto, who singled and came around to score his last time up on the Cespedes double. He is grounded into a team-leading 15 double plays on the year, as our folks at MLB The Show were kind enough to flash up on the bottom of the screen. Soroka looks a little bit rattled out there. He's off his rhythm, having a tough time locating. Conforto, ground ball right side, that is fair down the line. Mets are gonna take the lead. To the plate is McNeil, he will score without a throw. Conforto delivers. It's 3-2 New York.
52. Go ahead. Cespedes.
This was just over the bag. Freddie Freeman could not get there, a gold glove and all. And now the Mets have a chance to do even more. Still nobody out, and it's Cespedes. Michael Wacha, Sean Newcomb both getting loose in that bullpen. 1 out of Cespedes. Curveball in for a strike. And it is 1-1. Cespedes doubled in the first Met run. That was Conforto. 1-1. And Cespedes swings, and it's foul. But Junis got a good piece down the right side. Soroka needs an out. 1-2. And Cespedes fights and stays alive. Tell you, these Met hitters, they strike out a lot. That was the rap on them coming in. They've been very good today at battling Soroka. 1-2.
Ball 2.
And that misses away. Maybe a little bit down as well. It's 2-2. What does Soroka try now? Cespedes swings and drives one into left. Back at the wall. This ball is gone. 3-run home run, Cespedes. And the Mets have blown it open. Junis Cespedes, a 3-run shot. That's a good way to snap your cold streak. He's his 11th home run of the year. And I'll tell you what, he earned the right to admire that one. Let's take a 6-2 lead. That is going to be it for Mike Soroka. 7 innings pitched his last start, but a different story here in Flushing. Soroka leaves after 4 innings and 4 batters, unable to get an out in the 5th. He gives up 6 runs, and Michael Wacha, the former Met, coming in.
Number 45, Michael Wacha.
Wacha came over from the Mets at the deadline. Mets used him as a starter, vanished to the bullpen for Atlanta.
Second baseman, Robinson.
Crowd is still buzzing after the Cespedes shot. 6-2 New York. Wacha takes over. First pitch to Cano is grounded right side. 1 pitch. 1 out as Ozzy Albies puts it away.
The center fielder, number 9.
There's the final line for Soroka. 4 innings and 4 batters, 6 hits. Gives up 6 runs, walks 4, and strikes out only 2. So very disappointing from the young right-hander. Not the outing that him or his team was looking for. Brandon Nimmo takes a strike from Wacha, 0-1. And he swings through that one, 0-2. It all started with Jeff McNeil, who ripped a base hit up the middle. Then Pete Alonso, a 9-pitch at-bat that resulted in a walk, where he battled back from 0-2. Michael Conforto drove a base hit that was just over the first base bag and out of the reach of Freddie Freeman. That would plate McNeil. And then the death blow was Cespedes, that 3-run shot as Nimmo is frozen for Waka's first strikeout.
Now batting, the catcher, William Contreras.
So 6-2 New York. The Mets have scored 4 here in the 5th, and now here's William Contreras, who bats for the 3rd time.
0-1's the count.
Contreras walked in the 2nd and singled in the 4th. I thought it was gone. Singled off the wall in left. Just missed the home run. It's 1-1 to Contreras as Michael Wacha is on to rescue Soroka. And that's outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. Only Contreras' 10th big league game, but was hitting .300 coming into today.
Inside, ball 3.
And I'll tell you what, for a youngster, he's got great plate discipline. Laying off some good pitches from the veteran Wacha. Three and 1.
No, ball 4.
And he walked him. So it's a 2-out walk as Contreras is aboard.
Now batting.
And let's see what Luis Rojas decides to do. We're going to see a pinch hitter.
Pinch hitting for the Mets, number 26.
It's going to be Jarrett Parker, I believe, who will come on and pinch hit. Hitting .316 on the year, although this only his 13th appearance. Spent the first 3 years of his career with the Giants. Then when the Giants tired of him, they gave him to the Angels last year. Only played 5 games at the big league level. The Angels shipped him off then to the Mets and got called up in mid-July, and he's been with the team ever since. Two-0 to Parker. 3-0. Ahmed Rosario waits on deck if the inning can continue. Have to imagine that Parker will be taking here.
Yeah.
He is, and it's a strike, 3 and 1.
3 balls, 1 strike.
And now it is 3 and 2 as Michael Wacha trying to get out of what has been a nightmare of a 5th inning for the Atlanta Braves. Contreras running, 3-2. He struck him out, and Michael Wacha gets through it. He rescues Mike Soroka, but Yoenis Cespedes, his 11th home run of the year, is a 3-run shot, and the Mets lead it 6-2 at the end of 5.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Mets,
Edwin Diaz will come on and pitch the top of the 6th for New York. Diaz's 50th appearance of the year.
Leading off for the Braves, the catcher, Tyler Flowers.
Every Met fan knows the story of Edwin Diaz, the AL reliever of the year in 2018. He was also the AL saves leader that year with 57. But a dreadful 2019. And now in the real world in 2020, he's not off to a very good start either. Luis Rojas gave him the chance to be the closer, but Diaz would blow a save on only the 2nd game of the year. As this is a fly ball into center, Nimmo is there, and it's the 1st out of the inning.
Now batting, shortstop, Dansby Swanson.
Tyler Flowers retired. Here comes Dansby Swanson, who walked and came around to score in the 2nd, and then popped out to the catcher in the 4th.
Ball, that's outside.
Paul Sewald, Chase, and Shreve both getting loose in the Mets bullpen. Remember, Josh James only lasted 4 innings. Mets going to have to find a way to piece it along the rest of the way. Mike Soroka, who was looking very, very good, he went the first 3 innings without allowing a hit until Michael Conforto got the Mets' first hit in the 4th. He had kept the pitch count low. He was keeping the Mets hitters off balance, but something happened in the 4th and the 5th. Mets would score 2 in the 4th and then 4 in the 5th, and Soroka would be chased before he even recorded an out last inning. 1-2 to Swanson, and Diaz misses low. It's 2-2. Diaz's 2-2 is in there. Strike 3 called, and the first 2 men are retired of the inning for Edwin Diaz. We'll see a pinch hitter, as it looks like a Danny Hechavarria, and it is. So that therefore means Michael Wacha is done. Pitches 1 inning, allows no hits, no runs, 1 walk, and 2 strikeouts. So he did a good job coming in and bailing out Mike Soroka. Hechavarria now a 2-0 on Diaz. Hechavarria played a little bit in New York last year with the Mets. Started his career with the Marlins and now playing for the Braves. 30 years old, hailing from Cuba. Two-1 from Diaz.
Ball 3
is little up, and it's 3-1. Ronald Acuna on deck if Hechavarria could keep it going. And he takes a low strike, and the count is full. Diaz looking for a 1-2-3 inning.
Nope, that's upstairs.
He will not have it, as Hechavarria, the pinch hitter, draws the walk.
The center fielder,
And Acuna, the top of the lineup, will come to the plate for the 4th time. First pitch swinging Acuna, and he swings over the fastball at 98 from Diaz. He's another guy who can really run up that radar gun. Acuna has walked twice tonight and grounded to first. This was the first at-bat of the game back in the 1st inning. Behind here, 0-2 to Edwin Diaz. Got him swinging. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Edwin Diaz, and it's a painless top of the 6th. 6-2 New York, as they'll bat for the 6th time.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
Sean Newcomb comes on to pitch the bottom of the 6th for Atlanta. There are the numbers, making his 42nd appearance, 5-0 record on the year. He's been good. 26-year-old from Massachusetts. Rosario takes a strike. He'll lead off the inning for the Mets. He's batting for the 4th time. It'll be Rosario, McNeil, and Alonso, top of the lineup for New York. Eddie McCarthy, glad to be with you here on a Tuesday afternoon, but at Citi Field, it is nighttime. Nothing in 2 to Rosario.
1 ball.
And Newcomb misses. Inside on the curveball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Rosario was signed at 16 years old by the Mets in 2012 out of the Dominican Republic. And for a long time, he was the #1 prospect in their system. Up the middle, Swanson to his left. Good play. And that's the first out of the inning.
Now batting.
I'll tell you, Dansby Swanson is a terrific defensive shortstop. His bat may leave something to be desired. He hits 8th, only 234 this year. But when the Braves lost Andrelton Simmons, Dansby Swanson was a lateral move, not a step down.
Count 1-0.
Luke Jackson, the lone man up in the Braves bullpen, hoping that Sean Newcomb can get through the 6th. The Braves scored 1 in the first and 1 in the second, both courtesy of Ozzie Albies. Solo home run in the first, and then singled in Swanson in the second. The Mets would get 2 in the 4th, and then they'd have a 4-run 5th, where they would chase Soroka.
That's out.
Two balls, one strike to Jeff McNeil. Flied into center, coming on is Acuna, and he will get there. 2 out.
The batter, the first baseman.
So first 2 men have been retired. That'll bring up Pete Alonso, who will try and keep the inning going. Alonso 0 for 1 with 2 walks and a run scored. A particularly hard-earned base on balls in the 5th. He would trot home on the Cespedes blast.
Ball 1, no strike.
And Alonso into left. Back at the wall. This ball is gone. No. Just foul.
Ball inside.
Oh, Alonso just missed an absolute moonshot. Now it's 2-1. And it's 2-2 as Alonso way behind the Newcomb fastball. Oh, how this game could change. Alonso thought he had made it 7-2. Now he's 1 pitch away from striking out, which he does. Gets tied up by Sean Newcomb, who pitches a 1-2-3 bottom of the 6th. He'll keep it where it is. 2/3 of the way there. Mets on top 6-2 as we go to the 7th. Edwin Diaz will stay in for his second inning of work. His first assignment, Ozzie Albies. Here's a look at what he's done so far. Here's the home run back in the first. That was an upper deck shot. Also drove in a run with a single in the second. But the first inning home run was impressive. Maybe the Braves' best chance to make something happen in this game is right now. It'll be Albies, Freeman, and Marcell Ozuna, the big bats in the heart of the order that Diaz is going to have to deal with. One strike to Albies. And that one misses low, 1-1. Albies was signed in 2013 out of Curacao by the Braves. Make his debut in 2017.
We got 2 balls, 1 strike.
He has hit the ball hard all 3 times tonight. Flew out to center, but it was a 400-foot out. But Diaz made him look silly right there, 2-2. Albies holds back. Managed to stop the swing in time, 3-2. So it's a full count to the first batter of the inning. Payoff from Diaz is ripped into left, and Albies has got his 3rd hit of the night.
Now batting, the first baseman, Freddie.
Boy, has he been good. So now here's Freddie Freeman, who takes off the plate for ball 1. Been with the Braves for a long, long time as Freeman. Was drafted in 2007 by Atlanta. Flew through the minor leagues. Was in the majors in 2010, and he hits this one into right. It is over the head of Conforto. Having to hold up to make sure it was caught was Albies. He'll have to stop at third, but it's a double for Freddie Freeman. And don't count out Atlanta.
The left fielder, number 20, Marcell Ozuna.
The 30th double of the year for Freeman. That is second on the team. Tied for second on the team with Ozzy Albies. So here's Marcell Ozuna, who's got 21 home runs this year.
Ball one.
And the first pitch from Diaz is inside 1-0. I tell you, we paid a lot of attention to the double from Freeman and what a good hit it was, but Michael Conforto gave that a terrific try out in right field. Just came up short of making a spectacular catch. 1-1. Ozuna chases, and it's 1-2. Mets will trade an out for a run at this point. 1-2. On the ground, left side, McNeil will go to first. Run scores, but Ozuna is out, and it's 6-3.
Now batting, third baseman, Davidson.
RBI ground out for Marcell Ozuna,
Your attention, please.
but hit to the left side, so Freddie Freeman forced to stay at second, and that's going to be it for Edwin Diaz. Paul Sewald will come in for New York. Third relief pitcher the Mets have used today. So Diaz goes 1 1/3 inning. Gives up 2 hits, and as of right now, 1 run, but still responsible for the runner on second.
Ball inside.
As Profar takes a strike to even things up 1-1. Paul Sewald, 28 years old, graduate of the University of San Diego. His 4th year in the big leagues. And low strike is called against Profar, and it's 1-2. Jerickson Profar is 0 for 1 tonight. He's walked twice. Profar right side. That'll get Freeman over to third, but it's also the second out of the inning as Sewald does a good job to get Profar to hit one on the ground.
The batter, the right fielder, Ender Inciarte.
So what a big at-bat this is for Ender Inciarte. Because at this late stage in the game, the difference between a 2-run and 3-run deficit is monumental. Inciarte first pitch swinging, a slicer. That's going to go foul. Nothing in 1 to Inciarte. And Inciarte drive into right, back at the wall. This ball is gone. Home run, Ender Inciarte. And the Braves are within 1. Ender Inciarte got all of that one. Only his 7th home run of the year, but it's a big one. And the Braves, who were once down 6-2, are now only down 6-5, and quickly the Mets bullpen goes to work. Mark Melanson, Seth Lugo have to be double timing it out there. Only one of those runs is actually going to be charged to Seawald. One will be charged to Edwin Diaz, so we can officially close the book on Diaz. He goes 1 inning and a third, allows 2 hits, 2 runs, walks 1, and struck out 2, as this is grounded foul down the right side by Flowers. Two balls and 2 strikes to Flowers, the catcher.
The count is full.
Lays off the high fastball, and it's full. Dansby Swanson will follow it up. Seawald into the wind. And Flowers just gets a piece of it. Still 3-2. It's full. Flowers right side. There's Cano. Should end the inning. And it does. But Ender Inciarte caps off a 3-run inning for the Braves with his 2-run homer, and the Mets only lead by 1. It's 6-5. Time to stretch here at Citi Field.
Leading up for the Mets, the right fielder, Michael.
Sean Newcomb will stay on to pitch the bottom of the 7th. First pitch swinging, Conforto grounded foul, and it's 0-1. Conforto 0 for 9 in his career with 3 strikeouts against Newcomb. I think it's safe to say Newcomb's had his number.
1 ball, 1 strike. Here we go. 2 balls, 1 strike.
And that one misses upstairs. 2 balls, 1 strike. It'll be Conforto, Cespedes, and Cano for the Mets. The 2-1 is low. It's 3-1. Conforto has singled and scored. Conforto has singled twice and also scored twice tonight. And in a hitter-friendly count here, 3-1 against Newcomb. High strike is called. Conforto was not a fan. Newcomb's payoff is fought off, and we'll do it again. Michael Conforto trying to become a leadoff base runner. 3-2 is off the plate. He walked him. Mets get the leadoff man on in the 7th as Conforto draws the walk. So here's Yoenis Cespedes, who's had a big night. This, the most recent. 3-run home run in the bottom of the 5th, and that's the difference as of right now. Cespedes also responsible for driving in the first Met run of the game. He plated Conforto with a long double that one-hopped the right field wall. Mets searching for some much-needed insurance. 0-1 to Cespedes. Shattered bat behind the mound. Good play by Newcomb. Off that mound like a cat to make the play. And it's 1 out.
Number 24, second baseman,
Robinson Cano with 1 out here in the 7th. Cano is 0 for 2 tonight. He's been hit by a pitch as well. Takes a strike.
0-1.
Boy, that low pitch has been a toss-up. Sometimes it's a strike, sometimes it's a ball. It's about the accuracy of a coin flip.
Inside, ball 1.
And that one, which looked pretty good, misses inside. It's 1-1. This has been a game of lead changes. The Braves took a 2-0 lead. After the first 2 innings, the Mets would tie it in the 4th. And they'd take the lead in the 5th. But then the Braves would respond. They got 3 in the top of the 7th to cut it to 6-5. And the bullpen, to its credit, since Soroka left the game, they have not allowed a hit. On the ground to first, Freeman will start and finish the double play. And the Mets are retired in the 7th. 6-5 New York. Should be a wild ride to finish. Let's go to the 8th.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the New York Mets, number 67.
Seth Lugo will come in and pitch the 8th and possibly more for the Mets. There are the numbers for Lugo, making his 37th appearance on the year, a 1-1 record. He'll have Dansby Swanson, a pinch hitter. Well, presumably a pinch hitter because it is the pitcher spot. And then the lineup will turn over for Ronald Acuna. Swanson is 1 for 10 in his career against Lugo. He's struck out twice. Tonight, Swanson is 0 for 2. He walked and scored back in the 2nd. And he swings through that one. Good fastball from Lugo, and it's 1-1. Dylan Betances is in the bullpen. He is the closer, but sometimes we've seen Luis Rojas ride Seth Lugo if he gets into a rhythm late in the game. 1-1. And curveball misses outside. 2-1. Good crowd on hand today at Citi Field. 37,089 in attendance, which for a team that is 10 games under 500 and 15 games out of a wild card spot is not bad. Speaks volumes to the New York sports fan and their loyalty. Braves have not yet put a pinch hitter out on deck to hit for the pitcher. 2-2. Swanson strikes out. And that's how we start the top of the 8th. Let's take a look at our starting pitcher comparison brought to you by Meals on Wheels. Josh James goes 4 innings. Mike Soroka 4 innings and 4 batters. Soroka gives up 6. James only gives up 2. Neither one of them were particularly good. Soroka, though, is the one who is on the hook if the Braves cannot tie this game, as the pinch hitter is going to be Kevin Pillar with 1 out in the 8th. Pillar first pitch swinging, grounds foul down the left side. Pillar started the year with the Red Sox, was acquired on July the 25th for utility man Riley and Rowe. Nothing in 1 from Lugo. Nothing in 2 as he locates outside corner. Lugo's got good command of that fastball so far. Two-strike pitch, Pillar.
Oh, that's out.
Ooh, just missed on that outside corner. And it's 1-2. Pillar hitting .240 this year. Got a start on Sunday. And was 0 for 3 with a walk. And the Braves win over the Marlins. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Lugo strikes out Pillar. And Contreras finishes it off.
The center fielder.
So back-to-back strikes for Seth Lugo to start the 8th. And now Ronald Acuna will come to the plate as the lineup turns over for the 5th time. I've always wondered how that works. The lineup technically turns over for the 4th time, but it's Acuna's 5th at-bat. So here is Acuna. We can debate all we want about whether the lineup is turning over for the 4th or the 5th time, but what matters is he takes for ball 1. Tonight, Acuna is 0 for 2, but he's walked twice.
Step inside.
And now in a good hitter's count as Lugo has fallen behind 2-0. That long, compact windup from Lugo.
Count 2-1.
And Acuna swings through it, 2-1. Ozzy Albies is on deck if Acuna can keep it going. Lugo's 2-1.
That's ball 3.
Check swing. He held it. It's 3-1.
That's ball 4.
He walked him. Fastball just off that outside corner. And that'll bring up the dangerous Ozzy Albies, who's been the Braves' best hitter today. That, by the way, is Acuna's third walk of the game. Albies is 3 for 4, and he's hit the ball on the screws each time. And he takes a strike from Lugo. He is 2 for 11 in his career. Against Seth Lugo, he's struck out 4 times. Ronald Acuna has 25 stolen bases on the year. Now would be a great time for number 26. 1 strike to Albies. There goes Acuna, throw down, not even close. Acuna had that stolen before the ball left Lugo's hand, and he's in scoring position. So now it gets fun. But 2 strikes on Albies. Lugo's 0-2. Bounces in. Good stop by Contreras. Throw back. And lucky Cano was there to grab it. It's 1-2. Acuna at second. 1-2 to Albies. Lays off, and it's 2-2. Nets have been unsuccessful so far at getting Albies to chase. Will Lugo have any more luck? 2-2. Albies once again showing great plate discipline. He's laid off, and now Lugo's got to come to him. 3-2 with the dangerous Freddie Freeman looming on deck. Pick your poison in the top of this Braves lineup. They're all equally dangerous. Full to Albies. High drive into center, but he got under it. Exhale, Mets fans. Seth Lugo gets through the 8th. And the Mets will have a chance to put on some insurance runs in the bottom of the frame. When we come back, they lead it 6-5 from Flushing.
Your attention, please. Now
Shane Green comes on, becoming the 4th pitcher of the day, including the starter for the Braves. Sean Newcomb pitched very well. Goes 2 innings, does not allow a hit.
Leading up for the Mets, the center fielder, Brandon Nimmo.
First pitch to Nimmo is a dead red fastball for strike 1. Nimmo very glad to be back and playing every day in this Mets lineup. Had a bulging disc in his neck last year. He was in and out of the lineup to start the season, and then spent a long stretch of time on the disabled list. When he came back, he was sent to the minor leagues, only joined the big league club for some games in September, and was still trying to get back into the swing of things, only hit .220. 1-2. Nimmo left side, that is down and through for a base hit. And the Mets have the leadoff man on to start the bottom of the 8th. Chris Martin, Luke Jackson both getting loose in the pen as Contreras takes strike 1. Wilson Contreras has reached base all 3 times tonight. He's walked twice and he's singled back in the 4th. Long single off the wall. Good pitch right there from Green. Got Contreras to chase. And it's 0-2. We just said it, but we'll remind you once again, Chris Martin, Luke Jackson, both getting loose for the Braves. Two strikes, Contreras. Got him on 3 pitches.
Now batting.
The youngsters look good tonight, but he looked overmatched right there by Shane Green, the veteran.
Your attention,
And it's the
please.
first out of the 9th.
Pinch hitting for
Or
the
excuse
Mets.
me, the 8th.
Number 7.
So here is Domingo Leyba,
Leyba.
who's going to pinch hit, becoming the 3rd pinch hitter the Mets have used. Mets used J.D. Davis in the 5th, then Jarrett Parker in the 6th, and now using Domingo Leyba in the 8th.
2-0.
Leyba ahead now in the count 2-0. 24-year-old from the Dominican Republic, acquired from Arizona in the 3-team deal which sent Eduardo Nunez from the Mets to the White Sox. And Leyba takes a strike. In the real world, Leyba is suspended through the 60-game season due to a PED violation. 80-game suspension basically renders him ineligible for only a 60-game season. But in bat ball, he's got a chance to make a difference. 2-2 against Shane Green.
Full count.
And Green misses outside. It's 3-2 with Rosario on deck. Let's see if they start Nimmo. Little blooper into left. Actually hit better than I thought. Ozuna is there. And that's the 2nd out of the inning.
Up next for the Mets.
Tell you, Leyba looked like he got that off the handle, so I expected something Ozuna was going to have to come in for. But instead, just your average fly ball. So here's Rosario with 2 out in the 8th. Batting for the 5th time. First pitch swinging, but he misses. 0-1. 0 for 6 and has struck out twice in his career against Green. One strike. Tied him up, but he fouled it off, and now it's 0-2. Jeff McNeil would be next if Rosario can keep it going. Check on Nimmo, and he dives back in time. Braves smartly thinking he might want to try and advance. Nimmo's got good speed, but not a good base stealer. Not as good as you might think. Only 4 stolen bases on the year. Rosario into center. This ball is down for a base hit as it falls in front of Acuna. And it's 1st and 2nd now in the 8th.
Number 6.
As here comes McNeil. Jeff McNeil is 1 for 3 tonight. And he takes a first pitch fastball for a strike. 0-1. McNeil singled in the 5th and came around and scored. His single started the Mets' 5th inning explosion for 4. Nimmo is at 2nd. Rosario is at 1st. Anything hit into the outfield should be able to score Nimmo, especially with him running on contact. 1-1. McNeil chases away, and it's 1-2. Green trying to slam the door and give the Braves one last shot to win it. McNeil into center. This is through for a base hit. Here comes Nimmo. Acuna's throw is up the line. And Jeff McNeil comes through. It's 7-5.
Up next for the Mets, the first baseman, Keith Alonso.
Boy, did the Mets need that. Jeff McNeil delivers. He's been their best hitter all year, and that is a huge insurance run for New York. And now here's Pete Alonso. Ooh, Alonso just missed that first pitch. The Braves are going to have 3, 4, and 5 to try and tie this game in the ninth. That's Freeman, Ozuna, and Profar. But first, they have to get through the eighth. And Jeff McNeil just made that a little more difficult. 1-1 to Alonso. Up the middle, that is through. Another run's going to come to the plate. It's 8-5 New York as Rosario scores. Pete Alonso comes through. Mets by 3 now.
The batter, the right fielder, Michael Conforto.
Alonso, who has played a very good game, is rewarded finally with a base hit and an RBI. And a disappointing outing for Shane Green. Here's Chris Martin, who will come into the game now. Green only able to get through 2/3 of an inning. His job was to leave this a one-score game to give his offense the best possible chance to come back.
Nope.
He could not do it. Gives up 2 and is still responsible for the 2 runners on. Michael Conforto's had a big night. 2 for 3 with 2 singles, an RBI, and 2 runs scored. Takes a high strike, it's 1-1. Cespedes will be next if Conforto can continue things. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And Conforto strikes out to end the inning. But the Mets cash in for 2. And they go to the ninth with an 8-5 lead, looking to close out Atlanta. Freeman, Ozuna, and Profar, the Braves' last hope. Dylan Betances, the designated closer, is going to come on for the ninth. Seth Lugo was good in the 8th, but Luis Rojas deciding to go to Betances. It is a save situation, but not as high pressure a save. Let's have a 3-run lead as Freeman takes low for ball 1. Betances even things up. He's another guy that the Mets have. He can run up that gun. 97 on the fastball right there. I've seen him get it up to 100 before. Paints the corner right there. Tell you, if Betances can live there, this is going to be a very quick inning for the Braves. 1-2. That is low and nearly hit Freeman. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Freddie Freeman. On the ground, that's Alonso. That's 1 out.
The left fielder, number 20, Marcell Ozuna.
So Freeman is retired. That'll bring up Marcell Ozuna, who bats for the 5th time tonight. He is 1 for 3 with an RBI. He's also been hit by a pitch. Oh, 1 to Ozuna. Is a good curveball. That slurve that Betances likes to throw. 0-2 to Marcell Ozuna. A pitch by Betances. He managed to just hold up. And Ozuna will live to see another one. 1-2. Popped up, right side, foul. It's going to go into the seats. And Ozuna putting up a good fight. This time he got him. Knuckle curve strikes out Ozuna, and they're 2 outs in the ninth.
The third baseman, Davidson. Profar.
Jurickson Profar, as the Braves are down to their last out, and Profar into right. Back is Conforto. This ball is off the wall. Profar digs for second. He'll make it. And it's a double for Jurickson Profar, and maybe the start of something here in the ninth. First pitch swinging Ender Inciarte fouls that one away. Inciarte hit a 2-run shot in the 7th to make this a 6-5 game. And he takes outside from Betances, 1-1. So Profar doubles off the right field wall to keep the Braves alive in this one. 1-1.
Count is 2-1.
And that's high. 2 balls and 1 strike now to Ender Inciarte, who's hitting .283 this year. Braves are down to their last strike. Everybody at Citi Field is going to get to their feet. 2-2 to Inciarte. Just off the plate, and it's 3-2. Profar probably not running. Payoff Betances. Got him! And that'll do it. Dylan Betances records the save, and the Mets win it 8-5 in the first of 3 here in Flushing. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left is how we end this one as the Mets win it 8-5 and grab game 1 of this 3-game series at home. And for the Braves, this one is a crusher. Kevin Smith is going to pick up his 2nd win of the year. He'll move to 2-0. Mike Soroka, the Braves starter, takes the loss. He gave up 6 runs, falls to 10-12. And Dylan Betances will record the save as our player of the game, Yoenis Cespedes. No surprise there. He was 2 for 4 with a home run and a double. But let's take you back to where it all started. Top of the first, 2nd batter of the game. This is Ozzie Albies, and this made it 1-0.
3 hours and 37 minutes.
Home run into the upper deck in right field. And that got the Braves off to a good start. Ozzie Albies would then single in a run. Bottom of the 4th now, Yoenis Cespedes. 1 hop off the right field wall, and that would score Jeff McNeil. And here was the game changer. 3-run home run, Yoenis Cespedes into left field. This would make it a 6-2 ball game. Mets would get 4 runs in total in the 5th to go up 6-2. But the Braves would not go down without a fight. Ender Inciarte, this is the 7th inning. 2-run home run into right center field that gets into the bullpens. That would cap off a 3-run inning, 3-run 7 for the Braves. But the Mets, it gets some luck. First off, we'll show you them hitting into a double play. At this time, we thought the Braves might be able to scratch one across. This could have been a big play. That double play might have led to some offense. And they had a chance. This was the top of the 8th inning. Runner on second in scoring position, but Albies would fly to center, and Brandon Nimmo made the catch. And that would do it for the 8th. That would really be the last time the Braves would have a chance to win. Because in the bottom of the 8th, the Mets poured on some insurance. McNeil, he would single in a run. And then Pete Alonso, who had a very good day both with the glove and with the bat, showed some great plate discipline, finally is rewarded for his labors. That made it 8-5. And then Betances would strike out Marcelo Zuna in the 9th. One more is Ender Inciarte. He goes down, chases the fastball. 98 from Betances on that one, and that will do it here in New York. So it's a crushing loss for the Atlanta Braves, who need every win they can get. They are going to fall to 70-50. Not going to gain any ground on the Reds in the wild card, and they're actually going to fall farther behind the Nationals than they were when they started today, because Washington won their early game. Obviously, Cespedes takes home the player of the game honors, but a couple of guys you have to highlight. First, for the Mets, Jeff McNeil, Michael Conforto, and Pete Alonso. The three of them had very nice games put together. Conforto, Alonso, and McNeil combined for 4 of the 8 runs that the Mets would score. For the Braves, great day for Ozzie Albies. He was 3 for 5, hit the ball hard all 5 times that he was up. And Ender Inciarte with the 2-run shot. That was helpful for Atlanta, but it wouldn't be enough. Mets win 8-5. They out-hit the Braves 10-7. Neither team commits an error. And it's a rough one for Atlanta because, like I said, we talked about it all the time before the game started today. The Braves will need every win that they can get as they go down the stretch, trying to avoid having to travel in the wild card game, which right now they would have to do. They'd have to go to Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati to play that wild card game. Also trying to pass the Washington Nationals in the NL East, but that is going to do it for us. We're going to take you out to Cincinnati for Cubs and Reds, big divisional matchup in a second. I'll tell you, the Reds have been hot as of late. We'll take you to J-Man and Hines momentarily. For myself at Citi Field, the Mets win at 8-5 and take the first of 3 in a series with their division rival, the Braves. Kevin Smith picks up the win. He moves to 2-0. Mike Soroka, the Braves starter, takes the loss. He falls to 10-12. Dylan Betances grabs the save for New York as they win at 8-5. For myself, I'm Eddie McCarthy. So glad that I could give you this one. Hope to catch you next time. But for now, Hines AS, J-Man 1993, GABP in Cincinnati. It is the Cubs and it is the Reds. Guys, all you.
Oh, thank you very much for that, Eddie. A great call as always. And we are headed to the Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati. And this is a very good game. The Cubs have been scuffling a little bit lately, and the Reds have been right on their heels, winning 4 in a row. The Cubs losing 3 in a row. They're just 2.5 games back now in the NL Central. Hines, what do you think about this matchup?
Well, as you said, the Cubs are struggling and the Reds are on fire, and it seems like it's always the case when these two teams play that there's something on the line this season, because I remember the last time they were at Great American Ballpark, I believe the Reds ended up pulling within like 3.5 after that series. So there's always something big going on here, and it's always fun here at Great American.
Yeah, Anthony DeSclafani getting the start for the Reds. He's been very, very good for them. The starting rotation has been very good in general for the Reds, but 3.32 earned run average for him coming into today. And he throws a 4-seam fastball, slider, sinker, knuckle curve, and a changeup. And he's going to face a very good lineup right from the get-go. Chris Bryant, the leadoff hitter, followed by Anthony Rizzo and Javier Baez. This Cubs lineup comes at you strong right from the get-go.
Certainly the case, but they really haven't been able to get it done in the scenarios that they need. They get all the homers they need, but you can't do it with that situational baseball.
Chris Bryant swings at the first pitch and fouls it off. Defense for the Reds around the horn is Mike Moustakis, Eugenio Suarez, Nick Senzel, and Joey Votto. Outfield is Castellanos Akiyama and Aristides Aquino. 0-1 pitch is swung on, and it's 0-2. So DeSclafani gets about a strikeout an inning, 136 strikeouts on the year, 135 innings pitched. His whip is pretty low, too, at 1.14. And a big swing and a miss there, so the first batter of the game is a strikeout for DeSclafani.
Batting second, the first baseman, number 44.
Well, you mentioned that's what he's going to be doing a little bit of. You're probably averaging 1 an inning, and he's got the pitches to do it, the slider, the fastball, and that curveball you use sometimes. He'll, can confuse hitters a lot with those.
Brings up Anthony Rizzo. Rizzo was actually drafted by the Padres. So in that big deal. Or actually drafted by the Red Sox, I should say. Ended up going to the Padres in that big 2010 deal for Adrian Gonzalez. Batting average a bit down for him this year at 261, usually around a 290, 300 hitter. And it's the on base that's surprisingly low for me for him this year, only at 337.
Yeah, he was at, I think it was 405 last year or something like that. He normally
405 on the dot.
Better. Yeah, it was crazy to see because he was way up there in the National League, and this year sort of a bit of a fall. He's still getting the homers and the RBIs, but it's just not been the same.
Here's the 1-2 pitch to him. And that one is swung on and missed. So back-to-back strikeouts for DeSclafani here in the first.
Batting third, the shortstop.
Looks like that one was a slider in on the hands of Rizzo, and if you're going to throw Rizzo inside, you've got to make sure it's way inside, because that gets any part of the plate in there, he's probably going to launch it about, 450 feet.
Yeah, indeed, it was the slider from DeSclafani. That's the pitch he uses about second most often in his arsenal. And you can see why. It's a good one. It's about a 30% whiff rate on that pitch. Now here's another really good player the Cubs have, Javier Baez. He's, out of all the great shortstops there are in the league, he may be the most fun to watch.
Oh, man. I mean, I remember watching him in 2016 during that postseason run, and I was game 3, maybe, of the division series against the Giants, and he made so many just spectacular plays. Even if he didn't get the out, it was, how did he throw it from, ranging to his right from his backside and tosses it up or something like that. It was a circus act in the best case.
Yeah, he's got incredible hand-eye coordination. I think there was some video of him catching something that was falling in a ridiculous way. But he goes down swinging there, so DeSclafani strikes out the side. He's got things working early on. 3 strikeouts, 3 batters faced. We're going to the bottom of the first, 0-0 in Cincinnati. And Jose Quintana is starting for the Chicago Cubs today. And look at these numbers, a 2.27 earned run average and 147 innings pitched. He's been fantastic for the Cubs this year.
Yeah, I forgot who was on the call with me for the last start he had, but we were talking about how he's always been a consistent, middle of the rotation guy, but this year's just been a breakout year. He's found his strikeout stuff more than ever, and that ERA, the best in the National League. I don't know what he's found, but whatever it is, he needs to keep it up and, for the rest of his career, really.
Yeah, I think this is the Jose Quintana the Cubs were hoping they were acquiring from the White Sox all those years ago. And when they traded for him from the White Sox, he had years in a row, 3.20, 3.36, 3.32 earned run average. And ever since coming to the north side,
One ball.
he's been around an ERA of about 4. So this has been a very big jump forward for him this year. Senzel, leadoff hitter for the Cincinnati Reds, fouls that one off, and it's 1-2. It'll be Senzel, Castellanos, and Suarez here in the first inning, and Senzel hits that one on the ground to Rizzo. Bryant, who throws to Rizzo down there at first. Nice play by Bryant down there at the hot corner.
Batting second, the left fielder.
Seen Bryant make some crazy plays. There was some good defense in the last game, despite the loss against the Brewers. Did a Machado-esque jump throw from third base.
Machado-esque. You're not going to use an Arenado-esque?
Well, normally with Arenado, it's a diving stop for Arenado. That's the first thing that comes to mind.
Yeah.
When I think of him, I think of his just ability to take anything that's coming towards him. With Machado, is always, the backhand jump throw was just his trademark. It felt like. So, I think they both have their own sort of style, and that's what I'm gonna go with.
Isn't that Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about with the jump throw. That I thought that was patent from old Mr. Derek Jeter from his days at shortstop. If you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Quintana gets a strike out there, so 2 quick outs for him.
Batting third, the shortstop.
Well, and see him
Machado
getting
came up as a
jammed.
shortstop.
Yeah, and he got some time there before Tatis really emerged last year. But I would say it was actually probably more of a Jeter-esque play since it was in the shift, and he was actually essentially playing shortstop. So maybe that's the better comp.
I just love bringing up Jeter since I know he's so polarizing to a lot of people. He's a good shortstop. I like that he's not a unanimous Hall of Famer. I think that's pretty funny.
0-2.
Yeah, that was interesting because it's the one person, whoever that is.
Yeah, and we'll never know, will we? The person will just be a quiet hero.
Or a quiet villain, depending on who it is.
Well, Suarez, speaking of guys playing shortstop, he's been playing shortstop for the Reds. Hits it right to half, though, and then another 3-up, 3-down inning. So we're going to the second inning, and completely scoreless here in Cincinnati. Going to be 4, 5, and 6 for the Cubs. Going to be Schwarber, Contreras, and Hayward. Schwarber's already got 33 home runs on the year. You see, they play him in a pretty good shift.
Good enough for third in the National League, too, only behind Yelich, who they saw at the weekend and hit one against them, and Jorge Soler, who did all of that in the American League, pretty much.
Yeah, that guy has been absolutely ridiculous.
I didn't bring it up one other time, but I had it somewhere in my notes, comparing him and Yordan Alvarez and their home run pace through, I think it was 100 games, to, 01 Bonds and then 98 McGuire and Sosa, just to compare.
Yeah.
Well, you can see a strikeout. Jeez, that's 4 in a row.
Yeah, 4 in a row for DeSclafani. You see, all of those, we're getting a breakdown of the pitch sequence. He goes outside, and then barrels him inside. Woo. And then comes right back in again. That's a nasty sequence. None of those pitches in the strike zone. So what was the home run rate for Soler? Was it Bonzian?
Or let me see. I'm gonna have to go back. So if you want to keep going with this, I will go through my notes because I have it somewhere.
Sure. Well, Wilson Contreras comes up with 1 out here. Chicago Cubs catcher.
0-1.
Good numbers on the season for him. I mean, if you're a catcher and you're hitting 293, that's pretty decent, especially with a 360 on-base percentage.
He's been on fire recently. He's just been hitting bombs, hitting doubles, whatever the Cubs need. He's been the most consistent guy this season, I would say.
1-1 pitch to him. Big swing and a miss on a four-seam fastball from DeSclafani. Now, Anthony's a guy that's been around for quite a while. Drafted by the Jays in 2011. Found himself in the Marlins organization. Was actually the Marlins pitcher of the year in 2013, but they traded him to the Reds anyways in 2014 for Chad Wallach, or they traded him and Chad Wallach in exchange for Matt Latos. Marlins always making confusing moves like that. Full count pitch and another swing and a miss for DeSclafani on that knuckle curve. He's faced 5 Cubs batters. He struck them all out.
That is crazy, and yet again he goes with the breaking ball away. And I did find my notes, so it was through 103 games, which is the date I was doing it. That's where we were in terms of how many games Soler and Alvarez had played. Soler had 42, Alvarez had 40, and if you compare that, Sosa had 41, McGuire had 45, and I didn't actually put Bonds, I put Roger Maris, who had 40 through 103 games.
So yeah, it seems to me that all those numbers are pretty similar. McGuire and Sosa, they had to get really hot in August and September to pass, 61 to get to 70. I mean, they did. I still can't believe McGuire hit 70, Bonds hit 73, and no one has hit 60 since.
Yeah, and I mean with all the whole juice ball speculation.
Well, that's the first batter that will reach base for DeSclafani. No one's put the ball in play so far. 5 strikeouts and 1 walk.
Stone cold take at that too. It seemed pretty close.
I remember, it was a couple of years ago, Stanton was at 58 or 59. Ryan Howard was at 58. It's just when a guy gets to 50 and those numbers, in the high 50s, you really see how hard it is to break 60.
Yeah, and actually, just while we're talking about paces, I'll have another one later. If you want, for talking about Eugenio Suarez. So maybe later when he comes up, I can bring something up with regards to his pace compared to others.
Brings up Ian Happ, playing second base for these Cubs. That one's hit on the ground right to Votto, who fields it cleanly and steps on the bag himself to retire the out. So a 2-out walk is stranded there at first. We're going to the bottom of the second inning, still no score. It'll be Mike Moustakas, Shogo Akiyama, and Aristides Aquino for the Reds here this inning. It's a different lineup they have when they face left-handed pitchers. Joey Votto finds himself hitting 7th in this lineup.
I mean, that says it all, really. And I'm sort of surprised that you're not seeing a guy like, Philip Ervin, who's been pretty solid, or Jesse Winker, even though he's a lefty, getting some more playing time still.
Yeah, Winker and Aquino seem to be in that strict platoon as Moustakas grounds out to second. And Winker has just been absolutely on fire for these Reds. And yet, you're right, I'm surprised he hasn't earned himself into an everyday role.
And I mean, if you look at it, you could have probably shifted the team around a little bit with him maybe over Akiyama or someone else.
Yeah, absolutely. That was about the exact thing I was about to say. Senzel can play a center field, and you can have a guy like Winker playing left. Yeah, Shogo Akiyama coming over from Japan in the off-season. His first season in the majors has not been a great one. 264 average is okay. 322 on base. You'd hope for a little bit more. Power numbers are pretty low for him, too. He hits that one on the ground foul.
I believe he hit like 300 last year. Yeah, 303. in Japan last year with like 20 homers. I think it was 30 doubles or thereabouts.
That one's lined softly to Javier Baez, who's there to make the catch. Yeah, I mean, only 7 home runs, 13 doubles. That's 368 slugging. That is really, really low. You'd expect it to be somewhere in the mid-4s at least. I don't know if I would say he's a big disappointment so far, but maybe not exactly what they were expecting.
Yeah, and I think we're at a time where a lot of players make big impacts early. Like, I mean, take the guy that played Aquino, who was on fire to start, or Yu Darvish, another Japanese player who came in and just took the league by storm.
Yeah, Aquino is the guy who had a crazy August last year. Set home run records left and right, but here just pops out weakly to Jason Hayward to end things here in the second.
Leading off for the Cubs, the pitcher, number...
And Jose Quintana comes up. He bats 8th in the Cubs lineup. They have the pitcher spot hitting 8th, which is, what was his name? Tommy La Russa sort of device.
It was like it was started, I think, by La Russa. I remember seeing that. It was really confusing. And then Joe Madden adopted it back in 2015. And I think he actually just stopped around after 1 year with it.
That's an interesting theory, you know. Have more guys on base for your leadoff men as Quintana strikes out there. 6 strikeouts now for DeSclafani.
The center fielder, number 5, Albert Almora.
You know, I'm more of an American League guy, and what has happened over there in the recent years is your best players have been hitting second. So you would have guys like, you know, your Giancarlo Stantons or your Aaron Judges or your, you know, Jose Bautistas back in the day hitting second. And in the National League, if you have your best hitters hitting second, with your pitcher hitting 9th, there's not going to be as many guys on base. And the general theory is you want to have your best hitters get up to the plate more often than not. And the Reds are doing that with having Nick Castellanos hitting second. I guess you could say the Cubs are doing it too, with Brian and Rizzo going 1 and 2 in the lineup. This one's hit to right field. Aquino is there to make the catch, and there's 2 outs.
Now batting, the third baseman.
It's an interesting idea. I mean, I get why you do that, and that's, I think, exactly why the Cubs are going with what they're doing, is have that double leadoff per se with Almora, and then just the fact that you want to get Brian and Rizzo, your 2 best guys, you know, the at-bats, and, you know, Brian has proven that he's got the on-base percentage, along with Rizzo, to, you know, hit early in the order.
Yeah. No, you only lead off once a game, really. And, you know, there's several different leadoff men. It's just whenever you come up in that frame of that inning. So, you know, right here, Almora 9-1-2. That's, you know, it's that would be a reasonable 1-2-3.
Ball. The count is 1 and 2.
And I remember I was listening to a White Sox game. Hawk Harrelson was on the call, and he thought it was absolutely ridiculous Jose Bautista was hitting second. You need a light-hitting second baseman or a shortstop there, he kept harping on.
I got the count 2 and
And what happened was in the 9th inning with 2 outs, Jose Bautista came up, trailing by 1, and he hit a game-winning home run. That one's hit on the ground, and that is a nice play there. So 3 up, 3 down inning for the Cubs. We're going to the bottom of the 3rd, still scoreless. So yeah, my point being that had you had a light-hitting second baseman or shortstop hitting second in that game, Bautista doesn't come up and he doesn't hit that game-winning home run. So it really comes down to you want your best hitters to come up more often in the game. That's why it's interesting. Joey Votto is here hitting 7th. Struggled earlier in the year, but he's come on of late. You see that average all the way up to 283 for him.
He had those injuries too was he out for like a month or 2 or so early in the year, along with Trevor Bauer.
Yeah, and the Reds have still hung tight.
I remember I was calling a game with, who was it? It might have been Great Ether, Cubs Reds here, and you know, we were talking about what we were thinking about this race that was going on, and it was the idea that, you know, the Reds are without arguably one of their best on-base guys in Votto, and the, you know, original ace in Bauer. Imagine what it's like when they get back late in the year.
Schwarber not able to catch that one. Not known for his defense. He's said to be a DH in waiting, and he's unable to handle that Votto fly ball to left. Yeah, when was that game you were calling? How long have these guys been back?
I think it was out in probably early June. And I think they were out like late May through mid-June or something. So it was probably a good month that they were gone, if I remember. But that, you know, and obviously that's a long time in a baseball season even.
Yeah. Well, if you're out for a month or two in the real world this year, you've missed the entire season. Yeah, they've hung tight, and they are leading that wild card race right now over the Braves.
Outside, that's the ball.
They've got a half-game lead over them right now. So, you know, that is probably going to be the wild card matchup unless they can put something together and catch the Cubs here. That one hit on the ground to Baez. This could be two. 6-4-3 double play turned. Now the leadoff single by Joey Votto is retired. Kurt Casale hits into the pitcher's best friend, that 6-4-3 double play.
Something that's been happening to the Cubs way too often on offense, and probably feels a little bit good to reciprocate to your opponent now and say, wow, double plays can be fun when we're fielding, not them.
Well, that's what you want. If you're the Reds, though, have your pitcher come up with 2 out. At least he's not leading off an inning or something like that.
1 ball, 2 strikes, count.
He's hitting 250, though. That's pretty good for a pitcher. He's 11 for 44 on the season. Got 2 doubles and a triple. 5 RBI, but he's going down swinging there. So, leadoff single is erased on a double play. We're still scoreless going to the 4th. You interested in doing the play-by-play for innings 4 through 6?
If you'd like, I can take away for a little bit.
Yeah, I'm always happy to share.
All right. Well, first off, we are not, in fact, Matt Biscursion, DeRosa, or Plesac. I think should go without saying. But
we're much better.
Of course. I mean, they're probably off. Well, now they're actually probably doing stuff, but previously it was probably all vacation. DeRosa, you know, getting a tan somewhere out in the Bahamas or something. I don't know.
Anyway. DeRosa's a former Cub.
Yeah, and actually Plesac was too for the shortest time. I think it was like 1994 he was. Yeah. 94, 95 maybe.
Yeah, I believe he was a Cub for a certain, I don't know when, but I definitely remember him being a Cub. How about it? Is that his nephew? For the Cleveland?
Yeah.
Zach? My God.
Swung on him, missed there. So, 7th strikeout for DeSclafani. I almost said Plesac. And the second of the day for Rizzo.
The thing that drives me crazy about that is, okay, they caught Plesac and they sent him home right away. But the inexcusable part is Clevenger and all of that.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you've been paying attention in the baseball talk section of the Discord. But for anyone watching, if you put !Discord in the Twitch chat, you can join our Discord. It's always fun to have new people around. But yeah, I think I have made my position fairly clear on this many a time.
The count was 1 and 2.
1 and 2 here.
Yeah, I haven't read that part. I just I know that he Clevenger was defending Plesac in a team meeting, all the while knowing he was there with them. That's the part that just blows my mind. I mean, how do you even...
Yeah.
Wow.
And it took until today for him to actually get sent home, despite us knowing yesterday is another strikeout. That's number 8 and for DeSclafani, and another 2 strikeout day. This one for Baez.
Yeah, 8 strikeouts already through 3 2/3 innings for DeSclafani. I said he's a guy that averages 1 an inning. Boy, he has blown that away so far today.
He's on pace. He's what? This would be, according to the metrics, an 18 K per 9 at this point, having 8 through 4.
Yeah, that's pretty special.
And I think, yeah, and as I said, the fact that, you know, Clevenger didn't get sent home until, you know, like this morning or something, and he traveled with the team, and now games are going ahead, and things get a little bit, you know, testy because you never know what can happen.
Yeah. It's a terrible virus that takes several days to show itself. So, I mean, you've got a pitcher or rotation mate that is recovering from leukemia last year. Your manager has health problems. That's just beyond me.
And Terry Francona's just got back today to manage the team, as that's grounded into that heavy shift you brought up, and Senzel gets it over to first, and that ends the inning. So we go through the top of the 4th here now in Cincinnati. Still only 1 hit between the two.
Yeah, that's crazy. Only 1 hit. I've used my red pen way more than any other pen in this scorebook.
No, my green one is just waiting to circle something for a run to score, and it's not happening. And I'm running out of space for tally marks next to the strikeout count for DeSclafani.
I use
Granted,
green
that's my
for
handwriting.
the hits and runs, too. A good color-coded system.
I mean, you have to stay organized. You know, I've got blue for Cubs and red for Reds, green for that. Honestly, I don't actually color code the outs, but honestly, I've got enough pens that have no usage at the moment, so never know.
Yeah, I got 4 colors here. Black, blue, red, and green.
Oh, hey, same here. So that's flown to right field by Senzel for out number 1 to Hayward.
Yeah, outs are in black, base hits are green, strikeouts are red, and base on balls are blue.
Oh. Now you see, that's actually something I should probably do that with like the strikeouts or stuff, because I just use a black pen for everything and then circle the runs, and then with a number next to it for, like, you know, X many runs score, and then have blue for, like, you know, Cubs players and whoever comes in and whatnot, and red for the Reds, and then I use purple for my notation for league leaders and certain stats and stuff. So, you know, color coding makes everything work. It makes the world go round.
Yeah. Well, I just started getting even lazier. I started taking screenshots of the stats video instead of writing them down, and I've enjoyed that a lot better. It cuts my prep time in half.
Yeah, the thing is, you know, for me, the way I do it is I'll I now use an Excel spreadsheet, and I can just copy it over from one team to the next, and that way I don't have to, like, reformat it or anything. It can just, you know, there's categories for each stat, player name, you know, and everything about them, and it makes research a lot easier, and I only have to do it once a series at least.
Yeah.
That's a walk number 1 issued.
Yeah, I thought about doing something in Excel. I'm afraid of Excel. That's what it is.
You know, I get that. You know what? I must say I've not been the best friend of Excel until more recently. I was a Microsoft Word guy for the longest time, even for times I should use a spreadsheet.
There's just so many codes and things you can enter in there. I don't know.
I mean, well, I probably didn't learn any Excel things except in of all places, math.
Yeah.
Because you can do all the calculations and stuff. It's like, okay, you know, if I have to, that's great. Right now, this is just a complete waste of time considering it's easier done in a calculator. But that being said, it could work.
Yeah, I think it saves you time once you've figured it all out. It's the figuring it all out that's going to be a giant time drain that I don't want to do.
Yeah.
Nope, inside.
2-2 here on Suarez with Castellanos on first. I completely forgot there was a walk. Time flies when you talk about Excel. Soroka stands on deck.
Quintana's in danger of walking 2 here right now. Full count pitch to Suarez. Suarez doesn't walk that much in this year so far. Only 37 walks.
And that one misses low, so back-to-back walks is going to be the case, and that'll bring up Moustakas with Akiyama on deck. So a pair of lefties, but a pair of lefties who can still swing the bat pretty well.
Yep. That's interesting. You'd think a guy like Suarez, with all the power numbers he'd have, would have more than 37 base on balls.
Yeah, I mean...
Moustakas has 47 himself.
Look at Schwarber and Bryant are in the top 5 with 67 and 62.
Yeah, you'd think pitchers would be a little bit more fine pitching to Suarez.
I believe his strikeout numbers are also rather inflated compared to other hitters like Yelich, who's, you know, second in pretty much anything, and he's still only sitting about 99 or so walks, or strikeouts, I mean, compared to 158. A little jump.
That's quite a bit of strikeouts. What is Arenado? We were talking about him. He said something interesting today. He said, I don't care about this contact swing. I'd rather put my A swing on a pitch and strike out than put my D swing on a pitch and roll over and ground out to third. I thought that was an interesting comment.
Huh. Well, you know, Wade Boggs is somewhere screaming. And all those contact hitters, you know. It's like...
Yeah.
You know, I mean, granted, that was their A swing. Their A swing was shooting the ball the other way. But, I mean, that's just... I don't know. I'm just not a big fan of the whole 3 true outcomes thing. You know, I get everyone likes homers, but I don't know.
I think the things people don't like is this, double plays.
Yeah, that's true. I can see that. I'm not always a big fan of double plays. In this case, I am.
Yeah, if Moustakas had just struck out there, it would have been a lot better.
Still 1 hit between the 2 through 4. 2 walks don't come back to hurt him. It's through 4. Still nothing. As Heidi Watney here with her ineffective microphone, looking to talk to us, I guess, about the Cubs. I mean, I don't know what's been going wrong, but it's been a slow pace.
Well, it's a pitcher's duel. I guess that's something we expected coming into today's game. Quintana versus DeSclafani. I mean, we've got our money's worth so far.
Well, I was thinking about the Cubs, and really, they'd been struggling on both ends of the ball, where they weren't doing situational baseball, and their pitching was struggling. So maybe with Quintana getting, you know, his A stuff out there, you might not need to score more than 4 runs.
Fun trivia question here from the big guy. This is name the 6 players who made their debut in the 1980s and hit 500 home runs in their career. So I'm guessing McGuire and Sosa are 2 of these, because these are the 2 teams that are playing.
Probably. I know I put Big Mac in the chat. Griffey was guessed by EB, who is correct, in fact. That's a little looper, and Suarez does a little bit of a, I don't even know, a weird little shuffle or whatnot to make the catch.
Big Mac and Sosa are, of course, 2 of the correct answers. 1980s 500 home runs.
Yeah. Oh, Barry? Big Barry?
Well, Barry Bonds. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
You just
Blueberry?
I'm trying to go through the list of 500 home run hitters. I don't have it memorized.
Oh man, the other one. I'm pretty sure it's not Frank Thomas because I want to say he debuted in like 92 or something. That's grounded to Suarez on the other side of the bag and throws it just in time. Wow, that was close.
Hayward runs fast. It's one of the things he does well.
Ian Happ.
Yeah, so we quickly got 4 of the 6. Now we're going to be stuck on the final 2.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not Frank, and then that's where things get a little...
I know it's not Fred McGriff, who ended his career 7 short of 500 at 493.
He was a Cub for a short little bit.
Absolutely. That's why I was thinking of him.
Man, I can't think of any Reds who actually are in the 5-homer club, as that's flown to center, and what do you know, a 1-2-3 inning.
Yeah, DeSclafani keeps on going.
But no strikeouts in the inning, that's new, and ends the top of the 5th. We're halfway home, it's still scoreless.
Yeah, I think A-Rod made his debut in like 92 or 93. And he hit like 370 or something like that his very first year.
Yeah, probably. That sounds like something he would do. Man, now I am drawing a blank.
Did Jose Canseco ever get to 500? He was one of those Bash brothers.
Okay, J-Man, I think you and I think way too alike. Color coding with the same pens. Most of us thinking Canseco. Something's going on here. I can feel it.
Yeah, we both requested this game, too.
That's true. Nope, not Canseco, apparently, according to Big Guy. The Akiyama, Kino, and Votto here in the 5th against Quintana. It's just the point where I just start going through teams and listing through players in my head. Well, I know there's no other Cubs because only Ernie Banks had 500 besides Sosa.
I don't think there's any red there that I can think of at the top of my head. 500.
Down the line, and Rizzo to Quintana, and he fields his position well.
Yeah, that was a nice play right there by Rizzo. That one could have gotten down the line, and Quintana, nice play by himself, getting down there first, covering the bag.
See the NL ERA leaders, the Cubs at one point were far and away the best team. Now it's, I mean, still a big differential, but not as big.
Yeah, 3.25 to the Reds, 3.74. And the Reds, I thought, are a very good pitching staff.
Lined foul. At this point, I normally go through like World Series teams because I figure that most players that have a big year seem to play for a team that does well, just because, a natural correlation usually.
Right. It's going to drive me crazy because that means, unless they debuted in like 1980 and got 500s, that means that I probably watched most of their career.
Oh. And Molitor is a guess, though. I'm pretty sure he had like 150. So, because he was more of a doubles guy.
Yeah. It was a different game back then, It was a lot of doubles, a lot of high average.
Chopped foul. I know, EB. I'm shooting in the dark too. Hello to Jordan in the Twitch chat who joined us, and 2-2 here on Aquino. Oh, this is gonna drive me mad. I swear.
I know, right? Harold Baines. Ellis Burks.
Say.
Nope. Ball four.
That's a walk to Aquino. This is not right, I'm pretty sure, but Vaughn, whatever the guy who hit 50 homers was, the one for the Padres, Greg or Mo, I don't remember.
Yeah, Mo Vaughn was the Met, Angel, Red Sox. Greg Vaughn was the Milwaukee Brewer. But I don't think he got to 500.
No, I just know he had a 50 homer season. That's the best I got. Well, I know at the plate has the only hit. Yeah.
Eddie Murphy.
Wow, this is irritating. Jeez.
You gotta give us a clue or something, big guy. We're going crazy in here.
Yeah, I'm man, because what Vlad debuted in and I know he debuted in the 90s. He must have, right?
Yeah.
That's flown deep to right field, but Hayward makes the catch. I forgot when it was, but
Now batting, catcher.
Yeah, right, Eddie Murphy. I do that with Jack Nicklaus and Jack Nicholson. I don't know who is who. I don't know.
oh, there's someone I do that with too, and I forgot.
Dermot Mulrooney or Dylan McDermott?
It's No Vaughn or Mo Vaughn. Oh man, puns are already coming out here, and it's only 5 o'clock Central. That's flown into the gap. Can Schwarber get there? He will not. Rounding third, coming home is Aquino. He will score, and what do you know? We have a run.
All right, busting out the green pen here. That's a double, an RBI double for Kurt Casale. Not a guy you'd expect to be the hero offensively for the Reds, but coming up big with that RBI double.
That is a aggressive green circle full of despair.
Aquino coming around to score from first base with 2 outs. That's a big play there.
That from DeSclafani. He's not going to have the distance. Schwarber gets there to make the catch, but hey, we have a run. Why are you showing DeSclafani? Someone in the graphics department needs to get fired. Or it's their day off. That's fine. I'll give them a pass this once. A double scores the first run.
Yeah, and just 1 hit because that was a walk. So walk coming back to really haunt Quintana there.
Leading off for the Cubs, the pitcher, number 62.
He'll lead off the inning, followed by Almora and then Bryant. And okay, time to really get thinking here.
Nope. Outside.
All right, Jim Thome debuted in what, 94 or something?
Yeah, Tomey's a 90s guy too.
All right.
I got 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, same thing with like Manny and what's his name, Albert Bell. I feel like those guys are all 90s guys. I don't even know if Albert Bell or Manny even got to 500.
Manny did. I don't think Bell did.
Number 5, Albert Almora.
It's like so hard not to Google right now.
I know. I'm. Oh man, the thing is, I'm not used to this because big guy, you've been busy with work, and I haven't had you come on one of my games in like a year, and now I forgot the whole pain that is not knowing the answer. Oh, that's flown into center by Almora. Going back is Akiyama, though he will make the grab there. No, big guy, just give us a little something to work with. I don't want to give yet. Please. Okay.
You sure it wasn't Eddie Murphy? Yeah, that guy has a lot of range.
Did Strawberry get 500?
Oh, Strawberry, interesting guess.
Oh, Chris
Ooh.
Bryant, high and deep into left. He loves that spot here at Great American. We are tied.
Now that's a guy that's got a chance at 500 right there. Chris Bryant. Woof. Absolutely crushed that one.
And that is a green circle with gusto. Oh, no to Strawberry. Look at that, a laser. It's 2 in 2 games for him.
105 miles per hour off of the bat. Ooh, DeSclafani not happy with himself on that one.
Whew.
The first baseman, number 44.
He's having a really good year this year, Chris Bryant. 25th home run of the year. OPS around 975 coming into today's game.
He's back and you know, better than ever.
No, I thought he was just disappointed you, EB, for the puns. I don't know if it's a Toronto guy.
I can't think of a Toronto guy with that many homers unless it's Joe Carter, but I didn't think he got more than like 300.
Nah, I don't think Carter did at all.
No, and he's the only guy that I can think of on that team that ever had power besides 2007 Frank Thomas. That's popped way up, and that is about -2 feet for out number 3. Okay, someone at the graphics department, please. This is Chris Bryant. He's not Rizzo. Anyway, big homer from Bryant ties us up at 1. We're heading bottom 6.
Oh, he loves your puns. I apologize. I love them.
Yeah, I love puns.
Count 1-0.
Owls line Mills up for the Cubs. They've been getting a lot of time recently as long relief guys.
Senzel's 0 for 2 today. A lot of guys 0 for 2 today.
2-0.
Ooh, I had a thought, and now I'm blanking on who it is. But I thought I remembered there being somebody on the Brewers who played there who had some homers. And I don't know why, because I just remember it was a question someone asked me, and I knew it wasn't Braun or Fielder. And I was like, who else on this team is power?
Free ball.
Is it Robin Yount? Is that who you're thinking of?
No, I didn't think he had the pop for that. Like, he was a good gap-to-gap player, a lot like, you know,
George
the other
Brett?
guys.
That was a Royal.
Yeah, I don't remember if he started in the 70s, but he might have started earlier. One player was a Brewer. Big guy, why are you doing this to me? Oh, wait. Oh,
Nope. That's ball.
Gary Sheffield? No.
Oh my God, Gary Sheffield.
Is it him?
Number 2.
As we see
that might
another
be.
walk. Oh my gosh. Did my brain work for the first time this afternoon?
Yes!
Hey! All right. That's who I was thinking of too. Because I thought of him more as a Marlin than I did as a Brewer.
Yeah. But I mean, that's a guy that played everywhere, though.
Yeah. That's ripped down the line. That's in the gap or corner, whatever. Schwarber will pick it up, but that'll be a double from Castellanos. Is some interesting throwing there.
The batter, number 7.
Yeah, I thought Senzel may have tried to score on that one, go first to home, but it was hit so hard down that left field line, getting that ball in real quick.
And who better at the plate than Suarez?
Ball 1, no strike.
Okay. So now, step 2 is thinking of the final player.
It's related to the game as well. So does that mean it's a Cub or a Red?
I assume it means they played there. I doubt it means they were known there.
Yeah.
This is wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is wrong, but Luis Gonzalez? He came up as a Cub, but I'm pretty sure he came up in the earlier 90s.
That's ball 3.
3-0.
Well, this is the guy I would walk, you know, it's a tie game.
Yeah. Force a double play. No, Gonzalez. Okay. Okay. And ball
Yeah,
4.
that's what Quintana was thinking himself.
That's walk number 3, 4, 4? 4, 5. Ay.
Five walks, yeah. It's the second walk this inning. He's gone walk, double walk, and he walked 2 in the 4th as well as 1 in the 5th.
Apparently he was a Cub. Okay. All right.
Sean Dunston.
Palmeiro. Rafael Palmeiro.
Palmeiro was a Cub?
Yeah. Like 86 or something. I think. Woo. Strike 1. 1-1, and that is correct. Palmeiro. Hey.
Wow.
I was just going through 80s Cubs in my head, to be honest.
Rafael Palmeiro. What a guy to remember.
Yeah, I forgot he hit 500, to be honest.
Yeah, I remember the little mustache, of course. I remember that he pointed his finger at Congress saying that he never used steroids, and even though it was found, he did. And then my favorite thing about Rafael Palmeiro.
Shots.
Call this one.
And
oh!
Ow! What a play by Contreras. Could have dove and maybe got there quicker.
Wow! I thought he was going to be safe on that call. What a play by Contreras.
And that sets up a double play with the speedy Akiyama. And that's down the line. That's going to score at least 1, at least 2. Schwarber gets it in. It's 3-1 now. 2 runners score and 2 on second and third.
Yeah, Suarez just runs a bit too slow to score from first, but an easy send for Senzel and Castellanos, and the Reds now have a 3-1 advantage. Walks really coming back to hurt Quintana here, and looks like that's going to be the end of the game for him.
It's been a bit of an issue for the Cubs, I said. It's been situational hitting, which, well, to be fair, they haven't had the opportunity to be situational. And the fact that they're just not getting quality pitching out there like they used to is Alzolai's the new pitcher.
Now you see the numbers for him, a 4.34 earned run average in only 9 games. He started 3 games for the Cubs actually this year.
He came up for Tyler Chatwood getting sent to the pen, just as a bit of a, let's see what happens sort of deal. And then with Samardzija, of course, coming in with the shark out there, he got moved to the pen, and I think he's been struggling a little more actually out of the pen, which is sort of surprising.
Well, the David Botbell doesn't go to Winker here with the righty coming in to face Aquino. Big moment here in the game for the Reds. I'm surprised that we're not seeing a pinch hitter here with Winker. I keep getting away from this because game action keeps happening, but I keep wanting to point out my favorite thing about Rafael Palmeiro, which was he did an ad for Viagra, and I think he was playing in Pittsburgh, and the organist played Pop Goes the Weasel.
Of course.
Actually, he was really shaken up about how he was perceived in the steroid case, and I remember there was an image of him with earbuds in his ears to prevent himself from hearing all the boos he was getting.
Walk to start out for Alzolai. Yeah, I mean, this was a while ago. I do remember watching, I think it was something, whether it was on MLB Network or on ESPN or whatnot, about him and him talking about how, pretty much one of the, most commonly used arguments was just the fact that, you know, it was whoever the doctor guy was who gave it to me. You know, he said they were legal. I trusted him. You know, what could possibly go wrong? And you know, that doesn't normally work.
Well, here's the thing about Palmeiro. He's 53 years old, right? And he is still playing.
Oh.
He played in an independent league ball and hit .267 with a .382 on base percentage, .416 slugging, and 3 home runs at 53 years old. Now, how embarrassing would that be if you're a 20-year-old guy and 53-year-old Palmeiro's hitting better than you on the team?
Well, ask him if he's got any of those steroids for laying around. maybe they're helping him a little bit. That's chopped. Nope. That's up the middle. Okay, that's gonna score one, and that's gonna score another. Akiyama scores 4 runs in on the inning.
Yeah, Joey Votto hitting 7th, and that shows you how deep this Reds lineup can be. We didn't see the pinch hitter with Aquino. We had a good matchup here, lefty on righty with Votto, and Votto's just been hitting really well lately. 2 more runs in for the Reds this inning.
Well, to add on to your Palmeiro story about old guys playing independent ball, runners were going there. Okay, that surprised me.
You got power bat of Kurt Casale up there.
Oh yeah. Well, you don't want to double play with him, that's for sure. Like last time up, or no, he had a double last time. Wait.
He hit a double play in the 3rd, but he also hit a double his last time up. You're right about
the run. Wow. Yeah. But Bill Lee, he was a Red Sox for a while, if I remember correctly. Yes, remember the Red Sox Hall of Fame. And in 2012, he actually made the record for the oldest player to win a professional baseball game, playing for the San Rafael Pacifics. And then he outdid himself in 2014 by throwing 5 2/3. That's swung on and missed, strike 3, out number 2. He threw 5 2/3 innings in a 6-3 victory, and has the record now for the oldest professional pitcher to win a game or something like that, or to pitch. Oh yeah, to win a professional game, age 67.
Ooh. So that's something Bartolo's got to work towards.
Oh man, I want to see that now. I want to see Bartolo back. I miss Bartolo.
I mean, who doesn't miss Bartolo?
Yeah, honestly, I have a trivia question that, well, no, I'm not going to talk about that because I don't know if EB or Big Guy are eavesdropping on this conversation that's completely public anyway. Because I know they normally are pretty active in the trivia, so I'll hold off.
I saw EB active here earlier. He's probably listening.
An eventful 6th inning. 1 run for the Cubs in the top half on a Brian homer, and now 4 runs here as DeSclafani strikes out to end the frame, and all 9 hitters come to the plate. 4 runs come across. 5 runs on 5 hits, better than 1 run on 1 hit, that's for sure. Well, J-Man, take us the rest of the way.
Wow, that was quite an inning for Quintana. Rough outing for him, and now the Cubs have their work cut out for them against DeSclafani. Only thrown 74 pitches here through 6 innings with, I believe, 300 strikeouts on the day, something like that.
Thereabouts.
8 strikeouts so far for DeSclafani, but none since that 4th inning, so he's really struggling, I guess. A 1-1 pitch to Baez, swung on and missed, 1-2. Baez is 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts today, so maybe if you're looking for another strikeout from DeSclafani, this is the guy. Does not get him to chase on that outside slider. And it's 2-2.
This is where the Cubs need to be better. They've been down a couple times and really haven't been able to rush back in a timely fashion.
Oh, he says he goes around on that one. Nasty pitch from DeSclafani, and that is strikeout number 9. That is 3 strikeouts for Baez on the day. But if you can get into the Reds' bullpen, the middle relief, that's where you can have some success against them. The back of their bullpen is usually pretty strong with Pedro Strop and Raciel Iglesias. Says he went around on that one, and now DeSclafani's got a 2-strike count on Kyle Schwarber.
I need a repeat of, like, I think it was May 28th or something back at Wrigley where the Cubs completed an insane comeback against the Reds.
I said he didn't have a strikeout since the 4th, and what does he do? He strikes out the first 2 batters here in the 7th.
That 9 on my count?
10.
10? Okay, then I missed. Oh, no, I did miss one. There we are, 10. Wow. That's
10.
Crazy. Believe it or not, you're the second person to do that.
Yeah, the count. He's the one that does it.
Well, no, I was. P-Mister did one in a Cubs Cards matchup a couple weeks ago.
Hit on the ground to Suarez. Nice pick there by Votto, getting it out of the dirt. And that creepy baseball is dancing all over the dugout, enjoying this Cubs-Reds game. Oh, don't like that.
No. Mr. Met can sort of pull it off sometimes on a good day.
Yeah. How come there was never a... This is a stupid joke. How come there was never a mascot called Mr. Metrosexual?
Huh?
Metrosexual? You don't remember that term?
No.
That was a term in the 90s for guys who got dressed up and styled their hair. It was a sort of an insult for the Backstreet Boys NSYNC sort of crowd. Yeah, it's a legitimate term.
Huh. Learn something new every day here on Bob Ball. That's why you tune in.
It just more shows how homophobic the 90s were, where any guy that dressed up nice had to say that he wasn't gay. He was a metrosexual. Well, Nick Senzel here, leading things off in the 7th inning after he led things off in the 6th inning. And he gets a base hit here.
I'm looking at the trivia channel we have in Discord, and they've had 4 guesses, all of which have been correct. We got Bonds, thanks to D. Wilkes, and then Mike A. comes in with Griffey, McGuire, and Palmeiro in quick succession.
Yeah, it took us forever with Palmeiro.
Yeah, he was the last one, and that was after, what, 2 hints, pretty much?
Yeah.
Now we'll see how long it takes for Sheffield. That's the one I think is going to take a while. See, it's Miss Sosa.
Sheffield was one of my favorite players to watch when he was around. I loved that little bat wiggle thing. That was the stance I would always try to impersonate.
Oh, Mike A just guessed Sosa.
He says, I didn't get there until the 90s, though.
I mean, to be fair, I thought that too at first, but actually, that
he was
inspires
a Texas Ranger and a Chicago White Sox.
Yeah, well, he debuted in '89, and he played all of 58 games with the Rangers and the White Sox. So that's probably where I was getting confused. I knew he was there in like 91, but it was that sort of originally threw me off.
President George Bush is the guy that traded him. Now, runner on first here in the 7th inning. Reds up by 4. They scored all 4 runs last inning. This was, believe it or not, a pitcher's duel heading into the 7th inning.
Well, there's still a pitcher who's dueling.
Yeah, I mean, DeSclafani's pitching incredibly well so far.
Just replace a couple letters and you can get dealing.
Ooh. Well, Alzole, nice recovery there. That one was hit right back at him. Doesn't get the lead runner, but is able to recover in time to get Suarez at first. Or, excuse me, Castellanos at first. And it looks like he might be a little bit banged up on the play. Trying to walk it off. He's calling off the trainer.
Normally, 24-year-old or am I right? I think 24-year-old's not gonna get the benefit of the doubt on that, to be honest.
0-1.
You always see them wave off the trainers. You never see them go, "Yeah, no, come in. I'm really hurt."
And it rarely works. Yeah, no, don't bother. No, I don't think you understand. We're coming out here with a purpose. Strictly. Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do? I mean, you can say, "No, I want to come out of this game."
Yeah,
That's
I would if
job.
I was in pain. Yeah, definitely.
That's fair. I would too. I mean, yeah.
Strikeout there, second out of the inning.
Now batting.
Big strikeout for Suarez, unable to get that runner in from second base with one out. The other thing is, like, you're less effective when you're hurt too, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, well, that's why they were talking about Bumgarner yesterday, or the day before, whatever it was, when he was only hitting like 88 on his fastball, and when he got shelled.
Yeah.
You know, that's why they were thinking he was hurt.
Moustakas hits one to deep center field, but right there is Almora for the final out here in the 7th. Going to the 8th inning, 6, 7, 8 coming up for the Cubs. They got their work cut out for them. They're down by 4.
Leading off for the Cubs.
Robert Stevenson, Michael Lorenzen warming up in the Reds bullpen, but you're going to keep going to Anthony DeSclafani here, only 84 pitches. He has been cruising, and his last inning was just as good as any inning he's had so far.
And if you're the Cubs, you got to be a little worried because, you know, DeSclafani's been great this year, don't get me wrong, but you're going to be facing Trevor Bauer tomorrow, and I think it's safe to say Bauer is much scarier of a threat than DeSclafani, though maybe less underestimating him than you might with DeSclafani, to play devil's advocate, but you know, they gotta pick it up, because if they lose here, they go only 1.5 ahead. They lose tomorrow, it's only half a game, and then even going to Toronto, you never know what'll happen.
Cubs, they seem to have like a big lead a couple months ago with like a 6-game lead. That's really surprising to see the Reds making this late season push. It's going to be one of the more interesting division races to follow. This one's hit to deep center field. There is Akiyama with the catch. One quick out away. I mean, a lot of good division races.
Second base.
This one's really close. You got the NL West. The Diamondbacks are right on the heels of the Dodgers. Atlanta right on the heels of Washington. The NL Central, or the AL Central, has been close all year long. And
AL Central, also known as Let's Kill the Royals.
Yeah, the unbalanced schedule has allowed those teams to feast on those Royals and Tigers teams. Not a big fan of the unbalanced schedule.
I mean, yeah, I get that. I think, you know, it makes sense that you play your teams in your division, obviously, but you know, when there's such a skill disparity.
11th strikeout there for DeSclafani. I mean, at this point, you send him out for the night.
Okay, well, you know, they also have been thrashing on the Tigers as well. I'm obligated to say now. And I mean, and it's certainly true as well. Though, granted, to be honest, going into the year, I think Let's Kill the Tigers was pretty much, you know, set in stone. I think the Royals were a team that weren't going to compete, but they weren't necessarily going to, be.
Well, I'll say this: if the Tigers keep playing the Pirates, they may end up making the real world playoffs. They are actually in a playoff position as of right now.
Oh man, this season is just. Well, I've already said that I have my opinions, but everything possibly related. If we just look strictly at the teams playing and take away every single other part, oh my.
Ooh, Cameron Maben gets a hold of one right there. Solo shot there off of Anthony DeSclafani. Pinch hitting there for Jose Quintana. And that puts the Cubs down by 3.
Well, I'll take baby steps here.
Yeah, you gotta scratch your way back. Every run counts.
2 runs on 2 hits now for them as well. Oh my. That upper deck?
Yeah, just hits in that second deck right there. That was not a cheapie at all. Cameron Maben not known for his giant power numbers there, but gets into one right there, and that is going to do it for DeSclafani. David Botbell making the call to the bullpen. That was only the 5th home run of the season for Maben. Speaking of Tigers, he's playing for the Tigers in the real world this year.
It's like his 3rd stint with the Tigers.
Yeah. And Pedro Strop going to be coming into the game. Yes, he's going to go for that 4-out save. Interesting there. You see he's blown 4 saves on the year.
I will just say that the last time I remember that these two teams played with Strop pitching, things didn't go all too well for Pedro Strop.
Yeah, curious move there by David Bell, I'll say that much.
He's up there in saves. I think he's tied with the Cubs guy Winkler for 34 saves, which I think is good for 4th, if I remember correctly.
He does have 34 saves on the season, yeah, but it's those 4 blown saves and that earned run average of 4.21 that is a bit concerning. 4.97 earned run for the Cubs last year. Before that, several years in a row with earned run averages below 3. 2014 through 2018, no earned run average above 3.
And you look at the deal that they got him in, which was him and Jake Arrieta coming to the Cubs for Scott Feldman and Steve Clevenger.
Well, that's a pretty good deal.
Yeah.
I mean, was that Dan Duquette, the general manager of Baltimore back then?
I actually don't. I don't know. Probably. We'll say it is.
I got 3 and 2.
Yeah, Duquette, a former Montreal executive as well. A cookie eater saying Tigers are winning the 2020 World Series, and another comment saying Marlins all the way.
That was me. that was. I will admit that was me saying Marlins all the way because the Marlins. Enough said, right?
Yeah, they're 7-3.
Yeah. Oh,
did he go?
Oh.
He did. He gets called for the strikeout there, and Almora is not happy with himself or the call. Pedro Strop comes in, throws 8 pitches, and gets a strikeout. And Cameron Maben, though, graphics department's got that one right. With a
it says he's a pitcher.
Shot. Oh, it said he was a pitcher. I missed that part. Well, sends that one deep into the second deck and left. He was pinch hitting for the pitcher. Maybe that was the reason why. And we're going to see a new pitcher, Brandon Morrow. Only his 16th appearance of the season. Former starting pitcher. Came up with the Mariners, played with the Jays and the Dodgers. Dodgers really where he revived his career. Going to face 5, 6, and 7 here.
I think he got called up with Alzolay back before the All-Star break.
No balls, 2 strikes.
It was in 2018 for the Cubs. He threw 30 innings, and had an earned run average of 1.47. So when the guy is healthy, pitching out of the bullpen, he is very, very good. Tried to be a starter for several years, and that just didn't work for him. Gets a strikeout here, and actually a couple days ago was the anniversary of his 1-hit, 17 strikeout performance when he was a starting pitcher. But he gets Akiyama there to strike out.
He got released by the Cubs back before camp came back, I think.
Counts 1-0.
Oh, he's not on their active roster anymore?
No, he got released, so I don't even know if he's found a team yet. Probably the Marlins.
It was August 8th in 2006, I think it was. Try to find that Brandon Morrow game. That one is hit right back to him, though. August 8th, 2010. Against the Seattle Mariners. No, against the Tampa Bay Rays. This article's written very poorly. Trying to find the information very quickly, and it's not going well for me.
Well, and now that you're talking about dominating pitching performances, on this date in history, Kerry Wood of the Cubs back in 03 became the quickest pitcher to reach 1,000 strikeouts in doing it in 134 games, which beat out Roger Clemens' previous record of 143.
Kerry Wood also struck out 20 batters in a game for the Cubs one day.
Of course, who else but Clemens that he tied with that?
Nope. That's inside.
I'm unsure what the strikeout record is in a game. It's either 20 or 21. There was something that happened. I forget why. It's in dispute. I feel like I'm remembering that.
Extra inning game, maybe. That might have been what I'm thinking of. Because I think there have been a couple that didn't get the benefit of the doubt because or didn't get it ruled officially because it was an extra inning game or something, and they went 10.
Ooh, big strikeout there for Brandon Morrow. He strikes out 2 there in the 8th inning. So we're going to the 9th inning, and Chicago down by 3. They got the top of their lineup coming up, though, and in that 6th inning, Chris Bryant, no doubt about it, a solo shot put them on the board. They've gotten all their runs via the solo home run. The other one coming by Cameron Maben just last inning. And Max Scherzer has 20, I think, with an asterisk next to it.
Oh, I didn't know there was an asterisk next to it. I know he did it. What was the dispute on that one?
I don't know. I'm just looking at Wikipedia. It looks like that's an asterisk. Could be dirt on my screen, though. We don't know.
Well, let's see here.
Big swing and a miss there. First strike out of the inning for Pedro Strop. So the Cubs are down to their final 2 outs. See, that's the final line on DeSclafani. 2 earned runs, 1 walk, 11 strikeouts, and just the 2 hits. It's probably going to be the player of the game with a line like that, wouldn't you say?
Probably. I mean, yeah. That line normally, majority of the time, will get you a win unless you're Jacob deGrom and getting less than a run a game in support. And to answer your question, the asterisk means he's an active player, so he's...
Yeah, I just see that.
He's safe.
That one was against the Tigers. Oof. Against his former team. 2016. Well, Rizzo here with a 1-1 count. 0-for-3 today. He fouls that one off, and it's 1-2. We got more bot ball action for you after this one. Baltimore and Detroit. Speaking of Detroit, Cookie Eaters got the call for that one. It'll be Tanner Tully and Casey Mize. Mize, one of their top pitching prospects. So that should be a pretty good game after this one. 1-2 pitch hit into shallow center field. Akiyama is there, and there are 2 outs in the 9th.
The batter, number 9, shortstop, Javier Baez.
That brings up Javier Baez 0 for 3, 3 strikeouts, hoping to avoid the golden collar, golden sombrero. I always get confused over which one's 3, which one's 4. I think the collar's 3, the sombrero's 4.
I think, yeah, sombrero's 4, as far as I know.
Sombrero's 4. Thank you, EB. So 0-1 pitch here to Baez. And that one misses low, 1-1.
Oh, that's off the plate. Ball 2.
Well, should the Reds hold on to this one, they are going to improve their record.
I got to count.
71-48, and that would be put them just a game and a half back behind the Cubs.
Real race.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Ooh, just misses low. Wanted that strike call, but does not get it. Kyle Schwarber is on deck. Should Baez reach? 3-2 pitch on its way. Reds fans on their feet. They're all going to go to Skyline Chili after this. Here's the 3-2. That one's fouled away. Either go to Skyline, Graders, or La Rosa's Pizza. Don't forget the Montgomery Inn as well. Big swing and a miss there. Strope gets a strikeout. 2 strikeouts in the 9th inning, as well as striking out Almora. 3 strikeouts for his 4 outs that he got. A 4-out save. And the Cubs lose this one 5-2. Cincinnati improves to 71-48. The Cubs fall to 73-47. Just a game and a half lead now as we go to the middle game of this set tomorrow. They're going to have to face off against Trevor Bauer. And who's going for the Cubs in that one?
It's going to be Yu Darvish, so he's been hit and miss on the year, and they're going to need him to hit given how their performances have been at the weekend and now today as well.
Yeah, another tough matchup there tomorrow, so looking forward to that one. And the player of the game is, like I guessed, Anthony DeSclafani. I mean, 11 strikeouts. How do you not give him the player of the game? He was in control. You know, I thought he could have gone the 8 full, but David Bell pulling him for his closer for the 4-out save.
Just did a great job, and the 11 strikeouts says it all, really. He was in command of everything, and you know, I think Cubs hitters, he made these Cubs hitters who usually draw their walks so, you know, with ease, he made them look bad, and as simple as that.
Yeah. Well, it was a pitcher's duel right there in the 5th inning until Kurt Casale gets that big double to left field. That one was able to score Aristides Aquino all the way from first base there. And then in the 6th inning, Chicago tied it up. Chris Bryant, huge home run there, 397 feet. But then in the 7th inning, bottom of the 6th inning, that's when the Cincinnati Reds sent 9 men to the plate. Akiyama with a big double there. That scored a few runs. And then Joey Votto with a 2 RBI shot there, just hitting it up the middle into center field. And that one put Cincinnati up 5-1. That was all the runs they were going to need. And again, you can't say enough about the job DeSclafani did. With that slider, we said that's his big strikeout pitch. He gets whiffs on it 30% of the time he was using it. But today he was getting more than 30%, I want to say. 11 strikeouts for him in the game. And this was the one that knocked him out of the game, though. Cameron Maben with that 2-out home run in the 8th inning. Put the Cubs down by 3, and that, well, when you're down by 3, that's the magic number. Your closer has to come into the game. Pedro Strop was fantastic. He got Chris Bryant the strikeout on a slider, and got Javier Baez for 4th strikeout of the game. He gets that golden sombrero, and the Cubs lose this one by a final score of 5-2. Only 2 hits for the Cubs in the game, too.
Yeah, and I do want to ask, I wonder, Pedro Strop, he hasn't changed his gloves since he was with the Cubs. You'd think he'd go to something red now that he's no longer on the Cubs with the blue and red gloves.
Well, blue's a nice color.
I don't doubt that. I'm just confused.
Yeah, some guys look better in the blue. You see the box score, only 2 hits were the home runs by Bryant and the home run by Maben, the pinch hit home run. 25 home runs on the season for Bryant. And Quintana, 5 walks, 5 earned runs, 5 innings. 5s were wild for him. The 2 ribbies for Akiyama, for Votto, and Casali getting an RBI there. No home runs for the Reds. They're a big home run hitting team, but they don't hit any home runs today. DeSclafani drops that earned run average down to 3.27. And the 35th save there for Stroke. We'll see the lineups already there. Coming up for the next game. Daz Cameron. That's a name that's familiar. Mike Cameron is his father. And Mike Cameron, I believe, played for the Reds. And Cookie Eater is joining us in the booth now. Cookie Eater, how's it going?
I'm doing pretty good, J-Man Hines. How are you two?
We're doing pretty well.
Okay.
I think Hines is a bit down after today's game.
Maybe. Just maybe. Yeah.
I mean, understandable. Never fun when your team loses. Especially in a tight division race.
Yeah.
They're making me sweat here, and I'm not liking it. I mean, I'm getting flashbacks to the past couple of years when things were going great until September, and then injuries and inability to win on the road happens.
Yeah, we've seen some epic collapses from teams. Usually, you expect that from the New York Mets. Of course, 2005 and 6, they had their epic collapses. Hoping we're not seeing something like that from the Cubs right now.
It's the hope. We'll see. I mean, they have the Jays after this series, and that'll be an interesting one, to say the least. One that, on paper, should go their way, but the game's not played on paper after all. Otherwise, it would be, I don't know. Man, I was trying to think of something smart to say, and I couldn't. Sorry. I'm too tired.
That happens to me all the time. So I just stopped trying to say smart things.
Honestly, I should take after that. It's so much easier just to say how it is and not try to think of things. Makes
it's much easier to be a disappointment, yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I always strive to be a disappointment, because anything extra, it's just a nice, happy little mistake. Whatever Bob Ross says.
Yeah. Oh, there goes my paper.
Just happy little accidents. Is that what he says?
I think that's
something. Nice little happy cloud or tree or whatever. I don't know. Something he's drawing.
Well, yeah, we're getting a battle of not basement teams. Hey, the Tigers not in the basement here in the ball world. And how about in the real world? They've got a chance at the playoffs, huh, Cookie Eater?
Oh, I am so excited for these Tigers. It just feels like a magical spark to them. Obviously, outside of the Reds and now the White Sox, they haven't really played many good teams yet, but they've been beating up on the mediocre ones at the least, and there's a lot of mediocre bad teams in these central divisions. So, with an 8-team playoff in each league, there's a good chance they could sneak in to that 7-8 spotter. I mean, the way they're going right now, it looks like they could even finish second in the division. I'd expect some sort of drop-off, but man, this team's exciting. A short season.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, when you start off as well as you do this way, like, you only really have to play 500 baseball the rest of the way, almost.
Yeah, 500 the rest of the way. They're at 9-5 right now, so they'd finish right about.
Yeah, I think 4 games above 500, 8 playoff teams. That's a decent chance at making the playoffs. And like a team like Toronto, who has fallen behind, I think they're 5-9 or something like that this year. Their final 10 of their 17 games are against the Yankees. They can't play the Yankees 500. They've got to play the Yankees better than 500. And that's why, like, the first week, they may already be out of the playoffs.
Yeah, that's the tough thing, is with this short season and with a very limited pool of opponents. It's going to be really difficult for a lot of these teams. If you start out cold, you kind of got to heat up fast if you want any shot. And I mean, with the confidence down too, that doesn't help your ball club at all either.
No, well, it looks like we're going to be heading out to Comerica Park right now. What's the pitching matchup for today's game? We got Mize is on the mound, huh?
Yeah, that's all I know and care about. Casey Mize, the foundation, going to be starting for the Tigers. The Orioles have somebody. The sidebar says Tully.
That's usually a start. If it's somebody, that's normally preferred.
You know, they will have somebody on the mound.
Who's on first? Oh, somebody's on the mound. I know that.
Is Mize on the team for the Tigers this year, or is he on the alternate site?
He's currently at the alternate site, as well as other top guys manning Scooble. But I mean, our rotation has been kind of, well, it's been getting the job done, but it really hasn't been solidified. So, man, if we start seeing this team really showing they can make the playoffs, we could see Casey Mize in the Tigers uniform for the real Tigers this year as well.
And that would be really exciting to see. I mean, they've already delayed his service time. Why not?
Exactly. I mean, if you think he can do it this year, he can come up a la kind of like what we saw with Verlander in 2006 when the Tigers made their World Series run that year. It'd be a lot of fun and get the fans really hyped up.
Well, just to recap, Reds beat the Cubs 5-2 today. Great pitching by DeSclafani. The Cubs only get 2 hits. Those are solo home runs, and this was a final 5-2 by the Reds. So we're heading out to Comerica Park for Heinz AS. I've been J-Man93. Any final thoughts?
Well, I always say take the little positives following all of Bob Ross. You know, Bryant got a homer, Maben got a homer. That's nice. And my phone hasn't died for the first time in a week during a game. So you know what? That's a positive.
No, you got to take the positives where they are. For Heinz AS, I've been J-Man93. We're heading to Detroit. Take it away, Cookie Eater 45.
All right, folks. As Ben Scully, as one Ben Scully once said, it's time for Tiger Baseball. Casey Mize, 3-5 record, 4.20 ERA. That is blazing nice. He's going to be making his start on the year, I believe. I forgot to read the statistics really fast. But we're going to get this one underway. Former Tiger Jose Iglesias will lead this one off, and he'll take a ball high. Casey Mize, not having the best rookie season. He's not exactly lighting the world on fire, but he is settling in.
First pitch, 7-11.
Adjusting a day at a time. Of course, the former Tiger, Jose Iglesias, one of the slickest gloves you'll find. And he is going to reach, hit by a pitch.
The left fielder,
Casey.
number 25, Anthony.
And Garrett didn't check our uniforms. Tigers are wearing their old home unis with the much nicer looking Old English tee, if you ask me. Orioles, well, I think their uniform department just kind of forgot to brand them as a team. I suppose rightfully so, because the Orioles are kind of as bland as you can get. It's Anthony Santander at his 224 average. Take a splitter after Casey hit Iggy. It's just a black number on the back of the jersey for the Orioles. There's absolutely nothing that would indicate to you their baseball team. It's all white, too, despite the fact they're on the road. That is extremely peculiar. Jake Rogers behind the dish today takes ball 2. Catches ball 2 from Casey Mize. Lots of young names for the Tigers nowadays post-deadline. Scope, Maven, Nova, Godley, Romine, and Alex Wilson, all gone.
We got a full count.
3-2 count. Nelto Nunez stands on deck. Lots of power in that bat. Casey's got to get his control. Obviously, he hit Iglesias, not able to pound the strike zone to Santander here, and he left that one right down the middle. He's lucky it's just fouled off. A nice August evening here at Comerica Park in downtown Detroit as you see those Detroit fans filter into the park. A deep fly ball, but it will be handled in center by Daz Cameron. Route number 1. Daz Cameron plays center.
The third baseman, Renato
today,
Nunez.
Tigers. He, along with Jake Rogers and Franklin Perez, was a part of the Justin Verlander deal in 2017 that sent Justin to the World Series cheating Astros. This ball is going to be sliced down the line and it's going to drop foul, so no dice for Nunez there. The third baseman's batting .240, but almost at that 20 home run mark. Has a lot of pop in the bat.
Yep, that ball went out.
Kind of the heart and soul of a very putrid Baltimore offense. Chases the 1-1. That was a nice job to throw the splitter by Mize. Makes it 1-2. Special FX Mike A. call. The former Tigers at Godley facing off against Davidson. It's Matt Davidson, the Rangers, in our kind of 8:45 time slot there. Fly ball, center field indeed. Cameron will make the catch. What a play there by Daz Cameron. Crashing into the wall.
Batting
Just
fourth,
kept
the
going.
designated hitter,
He was able to get there.
Dwight Smith Jr.
Dwight Smith Jr., designated hitter tonight, is going to have a runner on first base. Now 2 away. Hard contact off Mize early with the fly balls, but great job by his defense to help him out. Make those catches. Daz Cameron dazzling center. It's Dwight Smith. 1 hits. 1-0. Takes inside. 2-0. Nice eye. Casey's stuff definitely not all there today.
Three balls, no strike.
Make it 3-0. Rio Ruiz, the first baseman, is on deck. David calling the splitter, but it's a strike. Casey will take it. Makes it 3-1 as he continues to fight. He will fight and fight and fight. That is what you like to see, is fighting. I don't know if anybody here likes wrestling. It's kind of like fighting. We have a channel for that in our Discord, exclamation point Discord. As Mize gets back to the full count, but misses inside with a slurve to put another runner on. So no hits allowed yet. A hit by pitch and a walk. Makes it 2 on, 2 out. For Rio Ruiz, the first baseman, batting .250 with limited pop, 11 home runs. Better than most Tigers, to be fair, but still not exactly what you think when you think number 5 hitter in the lineup. A team that's going to win some games. Obviously, the Orioles in the basement aren't going to win games, but hey, basic works here. Runner's going to be heading home. Cameron hits cut. It's 1-0 Orioles here on ML Ball, Twitch TV, a celebration, and rightfully so for Rio.
Number 24.
Nice. I mean, you can't really hate on anything here. Took that pitch and he hit it back up the middle. That's what we teach you to do. Hit it right back where it came from. Dribbles on through, slow enough, no chance on the throw. So DJ Stewart now with his 260 batting average, 5 dingers. He's going to get cut. Still 2 on, 2 out here in inning number 1. 1 run in already. As always with a cookie solo call, folks. Be sure to throw your chat messages in the chat. I will talk to you. Keep each other company as we watch the basement softball here. Primetime slot. Of course, the real MLB, those games are starting to get underway. 2 for the evening. A couple games I'll keep my eye on for you guys. These Orioles and Tigers as Crone handles that one 3 unassisted to get out of the first. So we'll hold that thought. See the statues out and right or left. We're watching them all ball. So Tanner Tully, lefty, on the mound, making his second start. 7.20 ERA in 5 innings work. This last time out did not look great. 2.20 whip. Got 4 strikeouts, 3 walks. Tigers will look to beat up on him. Meanwhile, we got Jordy Mercer, the utility man, leading off for Detroit. This is Detroit lineup. It's a lot different now. All those veterans gone. Kind of surprising to see Mercer playing up. I'm going to be honest. I would have thought before we see Mercer, we'd see a guy like Willie Castro. But kind of been taking a back seat in terms of my responsibility to the channel. Last little while trying to recoup, get my energy back, not only to finish out the season on this, but to go back to school. Count to Mercer. You got Lugo at short, he'll bat second, and then 3-4 hitters, Crone at first, Cabrera the designated hitter.
1 ball, 2 strikes to count.
Nice swing by Mercer. Mercer, the career journeyman, not a career journeyman, journeyman late. Shortstop for the Pirates for a long time. Came to Detroit last year along with Josh Harrison. School double playmate. Both of them plagued by injuries though. Harrison was eventually released. Mercer became the Tigers' utility man down the stretch. They wanted to give more reps to Willie Castro at short, his authentic position. So Mercer played some third, some second, some first, and they signed him. Minor league deal this year, came up with the team, been serving as the backup infielder all year. We're going to get some everyday playing time with all the other veterans gone. He'll fly one deep to center, but caught by who's out to center. One. Still working on filling out my lineup, folks. See Dowell Lugo struggle at 1.11 average, 1 homer, 2 RBI. Austin Hayes is out center.
Nope, that's inside.
Alberto.
I got 1 ball, 1 strike. One ball, 2 strikes.
Yeah, I don't even know the Tigers lineup anymore. It's been so hectic. As Dowell Lugo's going to rip that one down the line. That's a base hit. He'll hold up at first base. Tanner Tully was a 1-out single.
Batting third, the first baseman.
Just ripped that one, scorched it past third baseman Mize. Tigers' lone all-star this year, CJ Crone, bats third. 233, 16 homers, should be 17 because the umps suck. The 1-0.
Nope, that's down.
Taking low. Nice eye by CJ Crone. Crone, of course, for the real-life Tigers, was hit hard right on the kneecap in the game last night. The 10-day injured list. We're hoping to see him make a return. He was hitting just about how he did in Boppo for the Tigers. Not much spectacular with the average, but bringing some much-needed pop to this Tigers team. Takes a strike down the middle up. 2-2. Some Bill Cabrera's on deck. Victor Reyes batting fifth, playing right. And we got Brady's, Rogers, Luis Gonzalez, and Dez Cameron rounding it out. Brady's, Rogers, Cameron. Okay, I got it all written in front of me, so I know what I'm saying now, folks.
Batting fourth, the designated hitter, Miguel.
Holmes retired. Guerrero's coming up. Boy, this is a guy who's been scorching hot of late. And look at his numbers of the season. 266, 6 home runs for the longest time. Miggy was hitting right about the Mendoza line. But in this month of August, late July, he has really blown up. Boy, he has been blowing up in the real MLB too. Miggy has looked maybe not like his old MVP self, but he can hit. And he can hit like that. Slices the gap. That's going to be extra bases. He's going to take that big turn head for second. They're going to send the runner home, and there's not going to be a throw. The game is tied at 1. Miguel Cabrera double scores Dowell Lugo.
The right fielder.
That's what he celebrated, and I don't blame him. That's a two-base knock, an RBI. It's the kind of fight we've seen in these real Tigers. They are capitalizing on those RBI situations. They are getting stellar work out of their bullpen. Gregory Soto has looked elite. He's a 7th inning guy. Buck Farmer was doing great things in the 8th inning until he went down injured earlier this week. And Joe Jimenez as the closer has been exceptional as well. Victor Reyes has the 1-1 count. Tigers' best hitter in Boppo this year. Playing right on an everyday basis with Cameron Maben gone. He's up center for Daz. Left fielder Luis Gonzalez hasn't played above Double-A before coming up to the majors this year. He was the return for the Jonathan Scope deal. 2-1 to Victor Reyes. Swing and a foul. Yeah, so Tigers defense around the infield. It's Brady's at third. Lugo at short, Mercer at second, Crone at first. Jake Rogers, of course, catching. So we see a fly ball to the left fielder, Santander for the Orioles to end the first inning. I should have said their defense, not the Tigers' defense, with the goes out there, but it's hard to tell with them all wearing white. Brewer hits the double, though. It's a tie ball game. 1-1 through 1 here on Boppo on Twitch TV.
Leading off for Baltimore, the center fielder.
Big guy, 73, coming in clutch with the trivia question of the game. Hello, big guy, I've missed you. Nice to see you on the stream. Fly ball popped up, Reyes handles for out number 1. 5 players debuted in the 1970s to hit 400 plus homers in their career. Gotta think, folks. Think of any Tigers, Orioles who could have done it. Thinking Cal Ripken Jr. Not sure if he played that long ago. Maybe newer than that. And also, see out number 1. Nice throw across the diamond by Brady's.
Batting 9, The catcher.
Let's go
Adley
Kirk Gibson,
Ruckman.
Lou Whitaker, Alan Trammell. Kind of the heart of that Tigers offense, that 84 team, I'm sure. I don't know. Pretty sure Gibson would have hit 400 dingers. Not sure if Trammell or Whitaker would have
Counts
hit
1-0.
but they probably all debuted in the 70s at least. Got one criteria, but no to all. So folks in chat, I encourage you to answer the question. I'll shout you out if you get it right. There's 5 players.
Ball, that pitch is out.
Casey Mize looking a lot nicer here in the second inning work. Still making a lot of contact, not great strikeout stuff, but Adley Rutschman has the 2-1 count, 2 already away. 2. High pop-up. Lugo has it. We're heading down to the bottom of the second inning on ML Bob Twitch TV. So we see the Radies come up to the dish. Jake Rogers, Luis Gonzalez, Bala. I think of Orioles that might have been great in the 70s, 80s.
Nope, foul ball.
Brady's rips one foul. 345, early positive impression for Brady's. He's a guy this organization thinks very highly of. He is kind of their number 3 position player prospect right behind this year's number 1 overall pick, Spencer Torkelson, and last year's 5th overall pick, first round selection for the Tigers, Riley Green. Brady's coming over with Jamer Candelario and the Avila Wilson deal to the Cubs back in 2017. Another third baseman of the future. Tully gets the second strikeout though, gets him looking here.
Roger.
Chipper Jones played in the 90s, I'm pretty sure. I don't really know much about people who debuted in the 70s. I mean, those people who debuted in the 70s think their peak years are the 70s, 80s. I'm talking 100 home runs. That's before the steroid era and the modern era where we've really seen power really take off. But before the good old days when there were guys like Babe Ruth. Jake Rogers is the catcher of the future.
The count is 3-1.
Tigers do like their catchers. They home to Alex Vila and James McCann. McCann obviously now with the Snakes in Bappa, the White Sox and the real MLB.
Batting it.
As
The left
round
fielder.
out
Louis.
2, ripped hard by Rogers, but no dice. Tully's looking sharp here in the second. Luis Gonzalez, you see there, Southern League All-Star in the Southern League North. Was really impressing down in Double-A. Tigers got him 1-for-1 for Jonathan Scope, the rental, trying to help out those White Sox. I think it could be a big part of their future, and that's why. He just base it back up the middle. That's going to put a run on.
Batting ninth. The center fielder. Cadra.
Here's number 7. Used to be Austin Romine's number 7. Prior to that, Jordy Mercer's, and prior to that, Arch Rodriguez. Gas Cameron's batting 278. Struggled hitting the Parkland Toledo. Even still this year, they really want to see this guy's bat come together, so they're going to give him a shot in the major leagues now. Toby Jones spin. Disappointing. But he'll just dribble this one. They're going to... That was a dumb play, but they seem to like to do that in bop ball. Second baseman makes a pretty tricky flip over to second and gets the out to get out of the inning.
Leading off for Baltimore, the shortstop, Jose Iglesias.
Nope. Ball one. Ball one, no strike.
Something might be happening in the game right now. Kind of putting our, what do you call it, our Discord. I'm kind of like, why do the Orioles wear these uniforms? Come check it out, guys. Come watch. See a nice base hit to start the third inning for the former Tiger, Jose Iglesias. Puts it down the line. So a hit by pitch and a hit for Iggy. Now Anthony Santander, who blew out hard his last time. As Cameron Center takes ball. Sanders 1-0. Side 1-1. Updates from around the MLB. The Marlins lead the Blue Jays 1-0. Top of the third. That's the farthest long game of the day. Swinging this stuff there. I actually might have been fouled. But the Orioles and Phillies are tied at 0 in the first, as the White Sox lead 4-0 on the Tigers. So maybe Casey Mize day is closer than we think, with Tyler Alexander struggling his first time out in the rotation after that 10 strikeout in relief last week. 3-2 to Anthony. Nice job working the count, trying to get something going against the Tigers here, just like the White Sox got something going against them in real life. Swinging a drive, barely deep to right. Going back is Reyes, and he will leap, but that is over the wall. It's a home run. It's a wall scraper if I've ever seen one. 85 off the bat, 332 feet. I would say in any other park that would be an out. America Park is generally a pitcher's park. So, there you go, folks. 3-1 Orioles. In Bapa, 4-0 White Sox in baseball. Tigers losing 2 here today. Although Nunez, still nobody out, top of the third, takes break 1. So Mike Schmidt, I believe that is the Cardinal guest in Discord. 1 out of 5 correct. Thank you, big guy. I wish I could give you better guesses, but I suck at baseball history. 2. Might go turn on my AC in a moment here. I talk a lot. This room gets warm. Back out in College Town. I mean, I'm in the booth. Yeah, totally. Let's be realistic. Yeah, back out in my college town, glance. The sun beams right in my window when it's setting in the night. The window faces to the west, so.
Up next for the Orioles, the designated hitter.
Heats things up evening hours. Could be useful if there wasn't COVID, if you know what I'm saying. Picking up what I'm putting down. Want things to heat up in the bedroom. Wink, wink, nudge. There's your inappropriate humor for the day, folks. Ooh, well, Rick Anderson's checking with Casey Mize. It's kind of like, Casey, stop allowing them to reach base. He said okay and threw a strike to Dwight Smith Jr. This blocked by Jake Rogers. Rogers, we talk about his scribbles with the bat. He's one of the best. He is 6'6", really tall catcher, but I'm thinking of Griner's 6'6". Rogers isn't 6'6", but he is generally regarded as the best defensive catcher in all of the minor leagues. Won the honors for that award 2 years in a row, coming up this year and last year, 2017 and 18.
Now batting, the first baseman, Rio.
Stud defensively. Struggled though both sides of the ball. Major Leagues in 2019. And then hoping his seasoning the Tigers this year is Detroit. Still 3-1. We over Reese. 2 out. Top the third. Nice twin killing hit into by Smith Jr. Mize looking to bounce back. You can see he might be a little bit more confident now attacking that zone, throwing down in the zone, trying to induce those round balls, not let him get bit by another ball scraper homer.
Ball, that's inside.
Yeah, Philly, Texas, New York, KC, the other 2 games coming at you tonight. A reduced schedule here on Bot Boys. We all age a fine wine as the Real MLB returns. I'll be back on the horn at 7 o'clock tomorrow, joined by longtime friend Special FX as we call the Dodgers and Giants. Two. Reyes, out number 3. I look more promising off the bat, I'm going to be honest. Anthony Santander ripped. I actually won't even say ripped. He hit a home run. It's 3-1 Orioles. Tigers looking to respond as we head to the bottom of the third. You're watching ML Botball, Twitch TV, and now we will pause for station identification on the ML Botball network.
For the Tigers, the second baseman, Jordy Mercer.
So Jordy Mercer leading it off, nothing, and we'll take ball 1. That really made you feel like you're watching radio, pausing for station identification. Dave Kingman guessed 2 of 5 correct, courtesy of Discord. Encourage anybody in Detroit. You already know this. If you want baseball, you want any sports, listen to 97.1 Sports Headlines all day, every day. This is 97.1 Ticket.
Ball, that's off the plate.
2-2, Jordy Mercer.
Three and two.
Make it 3-2. Big guy, I tried to give you guesses, but you told me they were all wrong.
Ball 4.
Mercer works the walk. For those of you just joining us, Big Guy's trivia question of the game, named 5 players to debut in the 1970s to hit 400 or more home runs in their career. I will post that for you so you can see it visually if you have me muted and you're listening to the actual MLB broadcasts, wherever your favorite way of doing that may be. Still nothing, Orioles, Phillies, Tigers. Got a runner on second with 2 out, trying to chip into that 4-run deficit the White Sox handed them. Meanwhile, they got a runner on for Del Lugo on the Jordy Mercer facing Tanner Tully and the Orioles, who have no branding at all in their uniforms today here at the Botball Universe. Justin Rock calling Yankees Royals tonight. That's going to be a fun one. I absolutely love Justin Rock's call. If I can recommend one person for you all to listen to, the Justin. Base hit back up the middle, so there you go. Tigers got the hit parade rolling, and now it's going to be Cronin Cabrera. 2-on, nobody out. Good opportunity for RBI, also a good opportunity for double plays. For Tully, so you gotta be thinking that. Crone struck out in first. Cabrera ripped a double. Gotta get through Crone before we get to Cabrera. Victor Reyes, the right fielder, is third up. Shipping CN with twin killings. Swing and a miss. 2 on CJ. Oh, this one fouled back. Kind of been sitting. We're at 14 now. We were sitting up 18-19. So everybody listening, hello. Here to talk and chat. It's a Cookie solo call. Let's have a conversation. Talk about whatever we want as we watch Basement Bot 2 count. Tully. It's another foul ball from Crone. Not striking him out so easily the second time. Andre Dawson and Eddie Murray. I guess he's 3 in the correct column. Nice block by Rushman there. Those runners. And Willie Rushman, the catcher for the Orioles. I may be butchering his name. He is a former #1 draft pick of his own. He can relate to KC Mize, who's facing on the mound today. And Sir Torkelson down on the farm. That 1-1 pressure. Batting ninth for the Orioles today. He's their catcher of the future. They're certainly going to hope. Drafting him that high. 2-2 to CJ. Fouled it off again. Driving that pitch count up. Tully up to 52 through 2+. I'm losing count of how long this at-bat's gone. CJ Crone seems to be fouling everything off. When it can't, he's taking it, and it's a ball. It's 3-2 now. CJ Crone, I don't guess how long this at-bat's gone. It's gotta be up over 10 pitches now. (3-2), swing the miss. Finally gets him. That will tire you out. Gives a good look to the man coming up, Miguel Cabrera.
The designated hitter, Miguel.
Devastating start. Another double right here from Miguel Cabrera would tie this ball game up. That's what he did back in the first inning. Got the Tigers their only run of the day. Big guys hint the last player is a Hall of Famer, and I still have no idea who it will be.
Ball 2.
2-0.
2 balls, no strikes.
So a 3,000 hit, 100 dinger Hall of Fame. Folks, if we can't figure out who this is, debuted in the 70s. Holy cow, one of my friends on Steam was about 50,000 games. You see a nice easy ground out, double play from Cabrera to get out of the inning. 6-4 to 3, they go. My bad, 46-3. Man, I miss seeing Iglesias throw those double plays for the Tigers, being Kinsler, but that's neither here nor there. We're heading now to the 4th inning, 3-1. Heidi Watney reminds you all, donate to Meals on Wheels. Meals on Wheels delivers food to elderly people who struggle to move, and in an era where COVID runs rampant, we need to keep our elders safe, keep them a place where they can, not get a virus. So Meals on Wheels is a great thing to help get food to those folks who need it. Folks who maybe don't have the money, don't have the means to go out, don't have the resources to afford food. So we really, really appreciate you guys. If you can give any support, feel free to subscribe to the Twitch, use !donate, submit your donations that way, give us bits, or even just donate directly. But 100% of all money made from this project, we send it directly to, at least for the last long while now, to Meals on Wheels. So too to DJ Stewart. Mize working on the mound. High pop-up, third base. Lugo makes the grab. It's out under. My bad, Paredes. It's Paredes at third, Lugo at short. Confuses me because Sal Lugo in real life is not someone who's ever going to be playing at short. Mudhead and Seawolves both lose today. Strippers and Fighting Phils. But how about Cam Gibson doing great things down in Double-A, son of former Tigers broadcaster Kirk Gibson, who is not the correct answer to the trivia question. Big guy, I don't know if you're listening, but if you are, I'll say Chipper Jones, Lou Gehrig, Frank Thomas.
2-0. Ball, that's out.
I mean, yeah, that's what I figured, big guy. I mean, some of those guys are like, your 1990s, some are like your a long time ago. So, I mean, trying to think guys who debuted in the 1970s, played in the 80s, 90s. That's kind of like a dead zone to me. I really wish I could get this guess. It feels like somebody we should all know. I just don't have the slightest clue as to who it could be. Can we get a team, maybe? Nice fly out. Produced by Mize there, trying to bounce back.
The second baseman, Hunter Alberto.
Nope, that's inside.
It is, he says. I don't know what it is.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Ugly chased by Alberto Warner. I think, 300 hit club, I think. So a Yankee or a Padre? Tony Gwynn? He would be Mr. Padre. He would never have been a Yankee. Celebration there. Got some Baltimore fans in attendance in the D. Of course, remind you all, Chevy drives the Motor City. This copyrighted broadcast is brought to you by Bell Tire, the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. If you're injured, call 1-800-SAM. Michigan's first family of law. Your Southeast Michigan dealers, Chevy dealers. Who else are we sponsored by, folks? Wallside Windows. We can do that. We are the factory.
Leading up For the Tigers, the right
And
fielder,
Ace
Victor
Hardware.
Reyes.
This is the place with the hopeful hardware, folks. Oh boy. So this player also played for Toronto, Minnesota, Cleveland, and the California Angels. This ball's ripped. And that's going to be down for a double. How about that swing from... Who was that? Victor Reyes. For some reason I thought it was Brady, something like that. It doesn't add up. Victor Reyes showing why he's hitting fifth and why he's playing every day. That is a beauty. So a hitter played for Yankees, Padres, Minnesota, Angels, Cleveland. 300 hits, 400 home runs. Debuted in the 1970s. Ground ball. That'll advance the runner. Rise routine. 3. He's out.
Up next for the Tigers, the catcher,
Rich Rock. My Uncle Richard
Roger.
in the chat. Hello, Rich Rock. Welcome to the party. Tigers are losing not only in real life but in the virtual world as well. All is back to normal after blazing count starting off the Jake Rogers takes strike one from Tanner Tully. Paul Molitor. That was for big guy, by the way. Paul Molitor is my guess. And I'm pretty sure that's not it. Yeah.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Just say it with confidence and you believe it. 1-2 to Jake Rogers on the way from Tanner Tully. It's going to be grounded to short. It's going to be an RBI for Rogers, but he was retired by Iglesias. I give up big guy. I wish I could. Beautiful Jose. Jose Iglesias and Ian Kinsler. That is... It's like Lou Trammell and Alan... Did I just say Lou Trammell and Alan Whitaker? Dave Winfield never would have guessed that. Yes, well, Jose Kinsler and Ian Iglesias remind me a lot of Alan Whitaker and Lou Trammell. Because I swapped their names because you're just so used to thinking of them together. It was definitely intentional. Looking at our general RV scoreboard. Still nothing. Orioles, Phillies through 2. White Sox not able to add to their lead, and Tigers still not chipping into it through 2 as well. Their city is Luis Gonzalez bats. In the 8th spot, lefty on lefty, 1-2. Swing and a miss, goes down on strikes. So Tully allows a run. Tigers and those good swings managed to get that run in from second with no further traffic on the base paths. They would rather have that traffic, but well, that goes on.
The catcher,
Freshman, Iglesias and Santander for Baltimore here in the 5th. Casey Mize at 67 pitches. I give Big Guy a big shout out. All of his trivia he's done for this channel. Really appreciate it, man. Happy to have you tune in as well.
Nope, outside.
Yeah, looking back Like I say, folks, talk in the Twitch chat. I'll talk to you during the cast. We're talking about the real Tigers look pretty decent. Real Orioles haven't really looked awful either, at least in terms of their standings. Yeah, these Tigers, they've had a lights out bullpen, like I said earlier in the game. Their lineup, and Jacoby Jones hasn't been making ugly diving plays like Luis Gonzalez just did there. That's going to be a triple. Cameron makes the throw, cut to Lugo. They're just going to go home with it. Make sure he doesn't get any ideas. That's a leadoff triple for a catcher. You don't see that very often. Gonzalez just butchered that. That's why when you hear kids, they say, stay in front of the ball. That's why you don't let the ball get past you. That is Little League right there, that play. You have a Little League home run, that was a Little League triple. Chang and Zimmerman up in the pen. Ground ball short. Lugo makes the throw over, but the Orioles will score a run. So, 2.
Now batting, left fielder.
Got a real life Tigers and Miguel Cabrera's look sharp. Jacoby Jones been a powerhouse in the bottom of the order. Got good production out of Austin Romine. Cameron Maben before he went down. Prone and scope by much needed depth. And Stewart and Reyes as well has really been nice. We could see another triple, a 2-triple inning here. Throw not going to be nearly in time. So how about that? Anthony Santander
the third baseman
pulls that ball deepest part of the park for a triple. 2 triples in the inning now for the Orioles, and they have a chance to score again. That's the biggest question mark surrounding Detroit. They've had a pretty good bullpen, at least a clutch bullpen. Clutch hitting. Some really good hitters, at least in the middle and bottom parts of the lineup. The question comes their pitching. Matthew Boyd's looked awful. Turnbull's looked great. Nova's been exactly what you'd expect, but the last 2 spots in the rotation. Fulmer-Norris combo looked exceptional yesterday, but clearly Tyler Alexander is not doing great in his debut for the number 5 spot tonight.
I got the count 1 and 2.
Maybe we see him start to piggyback after the Norris-Fulmer punch. Make it Fulmer-Norris-Alexander. Maybe we see Casey Mize. Hopefully pitching better than he is here when it comes up with the real Tigers. But why not? Give this team a shot. They've got the extra control. Cameron fires, but arm is not nearly enough to nab Santander. It's another RBI. It's now 5-2 Orioles here at the top of the 5th. Junior, 2 out. No ping. Strike 1.
Ball, that's out.
And that's some of the other scores. Marlins lead the Blue Jays 1-0. Marlins have been scorching hot. They've been great. Cincinnati Reds are up 2-1 on the Kansas City Royals. Not much of a surprise. Washington Nationals slow start 2-0 up on the Mets. Yankees lead the Braves 3-0. Yankees have been exceptional. Tampa Bay Rays are up 1-0 on the Red Sox. Oh, Cubs are up 1-0 on the Indians too. Hopeful for the Tigers to see that. And I'm sure one of my good friends, dads too, would be really happy to see the Cubs doing well. As boy, oh boy, that's ball down in the opposite field gap. Runner will hold at second, so it won't be a 3-triple inning. We got a runner now on second, 2 out. Dwight Smith Jr. not letting them to base paths and 2 away. let them down at all. Great job to slice that oppo field. Real Ruiz is going to be facing a new pitcher. Ron Gardenhire's seen enough. Mize's day is done. He bows where the line's not closed. He's responsible for the runner on second. But at least 5 runs. 2/3 innings work.
Your attention, please. Now pitching
Xiao
for the
Ching
Tigers,
Chang
number 68.
coming to pitch. 3.05 ERA. Been exceptional in that long relief role for the Tigers. Really a shame there isn't any room for him in the rotation. But sucks to suck. Rio Ruiz is 1 for 2. His
0-1.
single long time ago got the Orioles on the board in the top of the first. Truck saying that's not good, LOL. That is indeed very not good, but hopefully Real and Casey Mize is better than that. Hopefully we see him up sometime next week starting for the Tigers.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
Chang misses outside, 1-1. Real Life Tigers. Now going to be rolling with Jamer Candelario at first, Lugo at third. Chang allows a base hit to
Number
Reed.
24.
So Burrows joins everyone up in the pen now. So Guardy apparently doesn't have faith in Ching to not let him get out of control. Could also see some days with Harold Castro at first and Jamer Candelario at third, which could be weird, but it's a possibility, especially against the righties. His manager wanted higher, so. Also not ruled out,
Ball in.
Miguel Cabrera getting some reps at first base. It would be a treat to see him. It's a shame nobody will be at the park and mess with stands when that does happen. It does. Short season. Of course, health comes first. Swing and a miss. Reese goes down halfway through 5-2. Orioles watching ML bat ball.
Leading up.
There's Cameron to lead it off.
The center fielder.
Mercer and Luger to follow.
Cameron.
Talking about sports, other sports. Kind of the big headline today. Well, in the MLB, the headline is Astros hitting coach getting the 20-game suspension, taking part in a bench clearing brawl all day. But that isn't what I was going to talk about. Baseball can take a back seat. College football, Big Ten and Pac-12 both postponing their seasons, and that is
I got 2 on the
definitely
count.
something sad to see. But I think, that's probably the right call at the end of the day. I really wish it wasn't the right call, but I, as a college student, know what my peers are and are not capable of. Know their sense of responsibility and where their priorities are at. It's going to be a nice topic. Tully from Cameron as he uses the bat. I just don't see these college kids. They just don't see a lot of them taking the social distancing seriously enough to be able to safely play. At least safely in terms of not spreading this virus. You can debate, of course, or what different people say about the effects that virus really has on younger people. A lot of it does, I suppose, kind of give a fear-mongering taste, but at the same time, we've also seen some people who've had some really nasty things that have maybe been caused by it, maybe just been brought to light by it. So I suppose we're going better safe than sorry. Hopefully seeing college football able to return in a safe manner, maybe as a spring sport this year. Big Ten and Pac-12 canceling their season comes after the MAC, not a Power 5 conference, but another Division I conference here in the Midwest, Northeast, canceled their season. Ground ball, third base, Lugo. My bad, Brady's flips. This isn't even the right team on the field.
Up next for the Tigers.
Nunez flips to Ruiz.
Lugo.
I definitely know what I'm talking about. I'm a good announcer. Dowell Lugo's 2 for 2, 2 singles. 2 out here. 2 runs for his team. Here in the
0-1's the count.
at number 2. Inning number 5, Baltimore leads 5 runs, 85 pitches, make it 86 for Tanner. Tully trying to say those numbers, those signals as much as I can. Baseball is a numbers sport, folks. That's what I really love about it. In the sport, you can just turn it into a... How many total bases? What's your base paths? What your exit velocity, your launch angle, your mechanics, your spin rate, your ERA, your whip, your batting average, OBP, OPS, SOG, ISO. I think I'm just saying random letters at this point if you're not a diehard baseball fan, just like a casual fix of it. But believe it or not, those are all good things. BABIP, batting average on the plays, another, as this is high, deep, and nope, that's a ground rule double for Dowell Lugo. Oh boy. DJ Stewart it really looked like he thought he had that, but it bounced over the ball. So CJ Crone, man, he made Tully sweat his last time up. 2 strikeouts, basically all that you see on the paper at the end of the day, but that was a good at bat his last time. The same, Tully at 90 pitches. Runner on second, already allowed the 2 runs. Gotta think he can make him work. Maybe reach base here to at least ensure his day's done after 5. And Detroit hopes to get something against the Baltimore bullpen. Wild pitch, aggressive base running by Lugo, gets him to third base. Lefties blocking the block. Whoa. Ty block and Wade LeBlanc. I think those are very similar last names. Tanner Tully, 0-2.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Powell. Oh, 1-2. Why do you folks? Good fruit fly flying around in our booth. This Crone goes down on strikes for the 3rd time today. It's a hat trick for him. We're heading now to the 6th inning, still 5-2. You're watching ML Bop on Twitch TV. Trying to kill a fruit fly.
Leading off for Baltimore.
7-8-9 for the Orioles.
Austin Hayes.
Scores still unchanged for these 2 teams. Real life since I've last shared. 4-0 White Sox lead the Tigers. No. I'm going for either side. Baltimore, Philly. 1-1. Count now. Chang working to Hayes. Hoping to give the Tigers some sort of length out of the pen. Tigers got 3 long relievers. Chang, Zimmerman, and both Burrows. Joined by Kyle Funkhauser, Tony Garcia. Gregory Soto, Buck Farmer, and Joe Annis to run Tigers bullpen. One, two.
Ball back low.
And give a 2-2 count. That's a strikeout, folks.
Now batting, second baseman, Hunter Alberto.
Boy, look at how taxing solo ball. Hard to hop into a solo after playing so sparsely. For those who don't know, I took most of last week off. They're having a lighter schedule though.
0-1.
Really trying. Like I said at the top of the podcast, I'm resetting, retooling. Get ready for the school year. Find my dojo podcast. I feel it's starting to get laid in and got to go. Thankful to be joined by special effects tomorrow. Great guy, great. So swinging the drive, with right to right. Just had to take a step or two back, route number 2.
Now batting, the catcher,
Spot
Adley.
ball season will be coming to a close soon. We're down last about 2 months since we got the postseason.
1-0.
Then we'll figure out where we go from there. Guess 2.
Ball 2.
Probably get the call for some of
2
this
balls,
week.
no strike.
I've definitely been taking less calls. Clubbeard and Beardy have 2, and Otto currently out of commission. Or maybe our most senior broadcaster, which is not something I really think. That scares me. You know, Jose Iglesias on deck, Rushman ripped to triple past Luis Gonzalez. Take a strike, so it will be a 4-pitch drop. For those who are unaware, I don't know if anyone's openly addressed it on air. We haven't openly addressed it on the Discord. Though he's not gone forever, he is taking a leave of absence. It's kind of
3 balls, 2 strikes.
server is, especially for guys like me and him, a lot of
Ball 4,
games,
take the base.
you really invest a lot of time into it. The real MLB being back,
The batter, number 11, shortstop, Jose Iglesias.
after doing this for so many, until that takes some added kind of offset now, our prime time slot right now, and you guys listening, 14 of you, I really do appreciate it.
Ball 1.
We used to see 34 people at this time, so it's I can start to mess with you mentally. Though, you know, it's obviously nothing personal to guys like me and Dougal. You watch football, watch baseball. I wasn't calling a game right now, so I'd not be watching whoever was calling this. I would probably be listening to Dan Dickerson and Jim Price call my Tigers. Sad as it is, that is kind of the reality we live in. So makes it tough on us kind of more OG guys, but we said from the get-go we're going to broadcast this season and we're going to see it through. We're going to give you guys baseball. We're going to see how 162-game season will go. Apparently, in this game between Detroit and Baltimore on August 11th, 2020, where the Tigers are in 4th place, Baltimore is last place.
Now pitching for
Baltimore would be leading
number 71.
5-2 in time to lock. I mean, the lefty, 4.38 ERA, not exceptional. at all. 5'2", record 57th appearance. He's going to face 4.56 under the Tigers. Well, what with prospects after trading away their one-year guys. Most of them have black shorts with Chris halves, but Alavila does what he has to do. Try to give any hope at all to, not hope, help to this. Castro, Scott up at 10. Assume those are a couple of our setup men. It is a save situation here late. Tigers looking to beat up on this bullpen. Chip away. Miguel Cabrera might be doing it right here. At least get on base, but no, that's going to be a beautiful grab by DJ Stewart right about one. Oh, he got actually, I don't think it. Strike one. 0 for 4 last night for Reyes. I believe he is 1 for 2 today. I forgot. Yeah, he had a sitter or something. And he might have another base hit here, but that's going to go foul. No, that was closer than I thought. Stewart able to almost get there, but he doesn't.
Ball. The count is 1 and 2. Two balls, 2 strikes.
2-2. Had a message pop up soon. Tigers fans, I know, talking about Tyler Alexander giving up another run. It's now 5. And White Sox in the top of the 4th. Alexander after that leap. Best. Hopefully it's Casey Mize time next week at 5-spot rotation. Mize looks better than he did here today. Reyes goes down on strikes. Out number 2. Isaac Brady's will be up now 2 away. Phillies lead the Orioles now 2-0 in real life. That both these teams are racing as well. Losing one of the 2 games happening right now. That's going to be a base hit. Back up the middle, but opposite way for Brady's. Rogers. That was Look at our batting average leaders. Neither of these teams are on that list. I don't know why we're showing it. I would assume the Tigers are among the worst.
No ball, 2 strikes.
Jake Rogers, 1 round first, will chip away at 3-run deficit.
Yeah, let's go, Tigers! We can do it!
Ground ball, second base, out 3. So folks, we're going to talk about that situation we had right there in the 7th inning. Talk about modern baseball. Commentary on that coming up on MLB. What a short commercial break.
Leading off the bullpen.
Santander home run triplet.
Number 25.
Standing tonight.
Anthony Santander.
Yeah, so as Santander get a base hit there to right, Reyes can't play it. I want to talk about that last inning, number 6. So We talk a lot about numbers, and a number of people have been trying to work recently as a number to talk about leverage. What the highest leverage, the highest stress point in the game. Because obviously right now, Baltimore's leading by 3. Traditionally, you'd save your best guy for last. Your second to best guy for the 8th game. Best guy 7th game. You'd go like that. You'd kind of just progress through. Best relievers. Progress a bit better to close out the game.
I got 1 ball, 1 strike.
Makes sense, right? Maybe not. So talking about this kind of high leverage stuff, people are starting to look more at this. Okay, so in the 6th inning we're down by 3, but that could be your highest pressure point in the game, because say
Up
in the
next for the
7th
Orioles,
inning,
the designated hitter, Dwight Smith Jr.
we see those put around. All of a sudden, it's not that margin's widened with less pressure. I guess you could say it's not as important of an inning amount.
Now batting, the first
Of course, you also got to keep in mind too, that
Mize.
deficit's going to stay the same the later you get. Obviously, if you do goof up, the less opportunity you have in terms of time to make back. So, you kind of want to go to your higher leverage guys. You don't want to save them for the very end. But maybe it's the 7th, 8th inning you want to be traditional
Ball 1, no
inning
strike.
closer kind of guy. So that, kids, is your lesson to modern baseball. Sabermetrics, analytics, whatever you want. It's change. So 1, 2, 3, 7.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for the traditional 7th inning stretch.
See who the Orioles go to here. Stretch time. Sure. We're sitting at 20 viewers. So 20, thank you
Leading
for
up
tuning in.
for the
It's a
Tigers,
Cookie Scully
the
cast.
left fielder,
Free to talk and chat. I will talk with you.
Gonzalez.
Hitting stretch 8-9-1 for Detroit. Jason Ty Block is back out there to pitch his 2nd inning of work, and it's going to be a base hit. Back up the middle. Oh no, it's a diving stop, but not on the throw. What a job by Angelo to even get to that ball.
The center fielder, number
But obviously,
13,
too special.
Chad
It's going to be a runner on first.
Chadra.
Daz Cameron. Dazzling Daz, I call him. His father, Mike Cameron, I believe, played in the big leagues. And he's going to hit a high, deep fly ball. That is going to be off big wall. We had to see Gonzalez hold up there.
Now
Face
back,
that
second baseman, Junis.
trouble.
Mercer.
Now we're going to have 2 runners in scoring position, nobody out. Now you talk leverage. Well, now all of a sudden we have a much higher
Ladies and gentlemen,
leverage
your attention please.
duration here. They're going to go and Del Castro, not the best guy out of
Number
the
50,
78
Miguel
ERA.
Castro.
So nobody out, 2 runners in scoring position. Comes up really empty 3 outs right here. You don't want those runners to score. You need strikeouts. You need hard hit ground balls if you feel like playing your infield in, unless you want to sacrifice. Run. Hit the out. You probably don't at this point. It's even up by 3. That's what we're talking. High leverage. Talk of the future. That's really and I'd love to explore more as I progress through my college studies. Gordy Mercer. 1 off. Mercer's batting 80 cents. Runners in position. This is another thing I don't really get. We talk a lot about people batting average with runners in score position. And
He's out.
Mercer's just going to bounce out. I just don't see the value in that thing. The logic is,
Lugo.
you say, oh, they're clutch. Really, at the end of the day, after running and scoring position batting average, it's just a smaller sample season long stats. Same thing, you look at home away by day and night. Obviously, these splits do have some value, but I feel like for a lot of people it's overstated. At the end of the day, you could look at, you could say, oh, well, in his third plate appearance on Saturdays, Dal Lugo is amazing. Who cares? That's arbitrary. Corpel nails it. It's correlation implies causation. I said that sarcastic. This correlation does not.
What do you got?
I mean, there are times too. You look at day-night splits. Maybe they just see the ball better at being played at night. So with the air, with different temperatures, different parts of the day. Maybe their body's routines geared better towards certain times. Look at home away. Be stadium dimensions, like America Park, could be difficult for some hitters, be better for some pitchers, perhaps. There is a value in looking at it. You see a guy who bats $150 at home, $350 on the road. It isn't all that. A lot of that is just luck, especially when you look at 240 on the road, 260 at home. Especially at that, that's a margin of error right there, basic fact.
Count 1-0.
Really dumb to see those. Of course, Jordy Mercer, really limited playing time. You've seen him batting 80 cents with the score position. But you see an RBI deck by Lugo to get a runner in, still a runner on second, and be a dribbler. Ooh, and that's going to be a base hit for Thornton too. Pitcher can't get to it.
Now batting, the designated hitter, Miguel.
Baseball's a game of numbers. You also got to be smart how you look at your numbers. Discrimination does not have to provide compensation. Miguel Cabrera takes ball one. Slider just in the upper outside part of the plate. That was inside. That plate is high. Deep. Caught. Nice play by Hayes out there. We're heading to the 8th. 5-3. Detroit gets a run back with Timur still beating NL TB. RB scoreboard update still 2-0 Bills. 2 outs. 4-5 from White Sox. Other significant scores in the real MLB. Yankees lead the Braves now 6-0. Marlins in the bottom of the 6th. Fill up with Blue Jays. Cubs lead the Indians, big in that AL Central race. Twins do lead the Brewers. That's a base hit to center. Lead the 8th inning. Hitting off Xiao Chang.
Now batting, the center fielder.
Don't know who it is because the Orioles are wearing the most generic uniforms. It's DJ Stewart, Austin Hayes, who made a great catch last inning. It's now with a runner at first, double play in 8th.
That's ball 2.
Ball 2.
No, that's low.
Ball 3. Really should work on more invigorating commentary. For those of you kids at home, I talk a lot about your kids at home playing baseball, keeping the ball in front of you, cut off man, that nature. Swing him with 2 strikes, don't take strike 3, protect the zone. I don't talk about that much, but I should. 3-1 pitching the Hayes, gonna miss for that puts 2 on, nobody out. Be surprised if we don't see a
Now
outside windows
second base.
pitching change here.
Alberto.
Hayes trapped at first base.
Your attention, please.
He's going to be facing
Now pitching for the
Kyle Funkhauser,
number
651
Kyle.
ERA. Rick Rose with a lot better though. Batting averages 24 strikeouts, 13. It's been up and down between the majors and AAA, but I think leader this year, Funkhauser now. Yeah, we want that funk, gotta have the funk. Kyle Funkhauser, when the Tigers drafted him in 2016, he was their second pick, despite coming in the 4th round, because Justin Upton and Jordan Zimmerman teamed to forfeit their 2nd and 3rd round picks. They didn't have to forfeit their 1st round pick because they had a top 10 selection. That's where they picked Matt Manning. Funkhauser was a 1st round pick in 2015. Decided to go back to college for his senior year though. Fell to the 4th round with the Tigers in 2016. Been a pretty good pitcher in the minor leagues. Probably was due for a cup of tea last.
Now
The last 2
Catcher.
seasons.
Adley.
Hasn't quite been able to make that leap to the majors, given that chance here this year. Not only in Buffalo, real as well, but a couple nice sport innings, 2 or 3 nights with the Tigers after a first outing. He gets an out to start his appearance here. So goes down the rookie Rushman. It's 2 on. And he will bounce this 6-4. Not in time to 3. They do erase 1 runner and the
The bat.
it's at 3rd, so now it's 2 away. Funkhauser on double play. Would have been a tough turn. Nice job by Lugo. Got it to Mercer. Probably the only place he had to play. Not sure he would have been able to gun him down at first with his arm strength. Now the former Tiger Jose Iglesias here with a hit by pitch, his 5th plate appearance of the day. Usually batted 8th or 9th when he was with Detroit. Occasionally he went up to 1-2. Jose Iglesias is the reason why I, as a manager, like seeing a contact hitter that has absolutely no power. I liked Iglesias. He had speed, not super speed, but he was usually good to bat high 200s, roughly. Broke 300 quite a few times. Maybe not, of course, in the entire season. Got some really good stretches. So you get him, you could get him on base, and then when you pick the top of the order, you get guys like Kingston, Justin Upton, Castellanos, Miguel Cabrera, and Victor Martinez, JD Martinez. It's beautiful. That's why I like my lineups like that. Funkhauser works out of the jam. We're heading now to the bottom of the 8th inning. Sean Armstrong pitching the 8th
Number
today.
43.
My bad. Make it the top of the 9th.
Armstrong.
No, it is the bottom of the 8th.
Leading up
Right.
for the Tigers.
So he's pitching the top, bottom of the 8th. I'm up by 2. Victor Reyes, no batting. He will pop this one up. Berto back. Catch. Nice job. He's charging in. Dog.
Now batting, 3rd baseman, Isaac Paradis.
Brady's now. Jake Rogers and Paul on deck now. Yeah, roster suggesting that switch Lugo's position with Chunky. That is I agree, especially I'm not sure why this lineup is the way it is anyway. especially with Mercer at second, Brady's at third, and Lugo at short. Honestly, you'd think you put Lugo at second and Mercer at short.
Ball. 2-0.
That may have actually been it. Yeah, that's exactly what you did. The other option, you could put Lugo at third and Brady's at short, but even still, Brady's being much better than Lugo at short. Though I do think that would be a better configuration than the Tigers have now. 2-0 versus Brady, strong pitching.
Ball. Inside.
3 guys. Strike one. Yeah, Special, I agree. I wouldn't put... We can put Mercer at short or hitting Harold at short. Really? Castro at short? I would go all three of those guys with Lugo or Paredes, but I definitely would run ladder. I'd go Mercer, Paredes, and then I don't know how Lugo managed to get to the top. That's what happens when you've got non-Tigers fan. I'm guessing on Ross. That's why we encourage you all to watch. Join our Discord. Help make roster moves for your favorite team so things are realistic. But it's a double play ball from Armstrong. That's really what matters right now. So we're through 8, heading out to 9.
Leading off for Baltimore, the left fielder, number 25.
Yeah, Castro and
Anthony Santana.
right here. Sad to see Goodrum go down for the virtual Tigers. For some reason, I thought Goodrum had gone down for the real Tigers. I was confused why he was tonight. Cameron Maben and CJ Crone have gone down for the real Tigers. A couple big blows to align them. Well, it's going to be 9-6 after today. It's the way that game's been against the White Sox, but the Tigers have forced their way into the postseason conversation. 4-game win streak looking like it can be snapped, but I'm down by 4. Never say 5 now. Never say never. What do you know? Speak of the devil, Austin Romine hit a 2-run bomb, so the Tigers are only down by 3. Real game. Just like in the real game, they're only down by 2. They are down to their last 3 outs, though, and they need Bentley Insurance runs here. Kyle's sure of that.
Renato.
Base hit here. Lead off his second inning of work. Kowser inherited a 2-on, nobody out. Jam in the 6th. 8th. Get 6s and 8s to He inherited that, cleaned it up well. Now we'll see if he can make a mess here for somebody else to. Lookout points up too. Only the 5th inning. I think we had something the other day. I forget who was playing. It might have been. Might have been Orioles and Philly, but I'm not sure. But resident superfan Mo. One of these teams was up like 12-1 or something. Second inning. Mo was like, well, the team that's up by 12 is going to win. Good job, Mo. The sky is blue. Like, it will stay blue and not get cloudy after I check the forecast and said it was going to be sunny today. I mean, do you want a medal? I'm not sure what you're trying to predict. Phillies and Braves was so. You know, he made a bet. They came back and the team that was up like 12-1 lost. He would take a long ban for Twitch. Well, in the 8th and 9th inning, they really started him out to come back. The game got close at the end. And I think it kind of served as a lesson to him. He got on some pretty thin ice there. Never over till it's over. never through the infield till through the infield. Mercer almost stopped that. Would have been big if he did. I would have held runners to first and second. Instead they were on the corners of the play. I think Funkhauser will be coming out and putting it, but won't. Stick with Funk. He's going to bring the Funk to Rio Ruiz, the first baseman. 2 high slider for ball 1. So obviously now 5-2. Tigers in real life. Would be something if the Tigers lose 5-3 both in real life and simulation today. Hopefully me saying that will just jinxes it. Phillies have extended their lead on the Orioles. They now 3-0 as well. There's your general RB scoreboard update. Of course, we remind you folks, the Tigers hit 3 or more in today's ball game, bringing a copy of today's box score to a participating Arby's location. 3 smack fries.
Inside, ball 2.
So far, no homers for the Tigers tonight. So you better hope they get their bats bottom half if you want those third fries. Ruiz, 2-2, how's it off?
Now batting, number 24.
What's a strikeout for Funkhauser? So Gio Gonzalez knocked up the game now. Tigers Red Sox play. 1 2/3 at the homer, and there's still a runner on base. 2 outs here in the fifth. Real life, so Tigers can get some additional runs in. Real life Tigers test is going to be coming this week, facing the White Sox in England 13 times in 14 days. They're currently 2 days into that 15. It's going to do a lot to determine if they're real or fake after their 8-5 start. They're now at 9-5. They beat the Sox yesterday. Tigers played 500 ball, 34 wins, which is more than enough in the short season. Mercer to Lugo, and he got out number 3. Gonna head now to bottom of the 9th. 8-9-1, Luis Gonzalez, Des Cameron, and Jordy Mercer facing the closer, Michael Givens, 21 for 25, 4.64 ERA, really struggles against the lefties. Pretty good against the righties, though. 37 strikeouts, 13 walks.
Leading up for the Tigers.
At 8-9-1, Luis Gonzalez, lefty.
Luis Gonzalez.
Southern League All-Star this year, traded for Jonathan Scope. Making a jump, skip in AAA, takes strike 1. Des Cameron. Verlander trade, which I've said about 5 times today, but oh well. My analysis on him. So on deck, journeyman Jordy Mercer, who talked about should be playing short, not second. Lugo's too chunky for that. In the hole. Miss. Ugly looking on the changeup. Gonzalez, it's 0-2. So the watch on Gonzalez is going to be a lot of runs come up. They do really good early and struggle. Gotta see if Gonzalez falls into that is. Pitchers figure him out. Here he'll strike out. 2 outs left to get to Baltimore. Folks, we'll be sending you to Texas, I think. After this, Phillies and Rangers playing. We got the new Globe Life Stadium. Just opened this year. Aha. Fans have seen it in real life. It is indeed. Phillies Rangers at 8:45. My good friend Special FX. Long-time Philly broadcaster Mike Gay. On it, Zach Godley. Pitched for the Mud Hens a long time this year. Start Strike 2. Forcing 94. That's a strikeout. That change is working for Givens tonight. Blast out. Blast toe. But we're going to blast high. So you can't give up hope for Detroit. Look at that change. It's just 6 inches of the break. Folks, I want you to vote on what kind of cookie I should have tonight. I got a microwave 6-inch sugar cookie. It's really good. I also got some funfetti cookies I can make. Or some of those Pillsbury ones with the shapes on them, the Halloween themed ones. I got pumpkins and ghosts. I'm having cookies tonight. I had a very late dinner because the game was flying by. So let me know what cookies should have. There's cookies tonight, and I might just eat your recommendation. I think my mind's already made up. Still kind of hear you, so say it. Cookies. 0-2, ripped. That ball's high, that ball is deep. And that is going to be on running track and caught to end the ball game. So, Orioles, or should I say the Generics, win 5-3. De Iglesias has returned to Comerica. Well, part of his return to Comerica. It's a pretty good day. Yeah, I call it the Generics, EB. It's not a rip on the Orioles. Just look at those uniforms. Black hat with white jerseys. I mean, they're generic. There's not even names. Like, that looks like what the high school coach breaks out when he says, you guys are going to be playing baseball today at like a well-funded high school that doesn't play shirts and skins.
Our final line score tonight. First for the
It's literally just white. I didn't think that would even be a choice. Who picks this? Seriously.
For the Tigers, 3 runs on 10 hits, no errors.
But Anthony Santander, who went for 5 and made the final catch of the day, was the player of the game, a homer and a triple. Tanner Tully picks up the win. 6 hits.
For joining us here tonight. And we remind you to
2 runs on 6 hits, 1 walk, 1 strikeouts. Givens, 2 strikeouts to close it out. Dave Casey Mize has 5 on 7 hits and a walk. 1 2/3. Striking out just 1 batter. He would not be in control of the stuff today. Left too much over the plate. We'll look at our highlights. Started the game scoring Ruiz. We had a single. We had a hit by pitch for Iggy. Dwight Smith Jr. worked to walk. Tigers got it right back though. Miguel double to right, scored Del Rugo from first base. It might be Tully's first time at Cleveland. Sure. Top of the 3rd, Anthony Santander hit a 2-run bomb. Player of the game. That is a wall scraper, literally. It just got out, just got tucked inside the foul pole. It was hit like 84 miles an hour. For the home count was insane. Saw Nunez after another triple. Back high and out. Somebody scored. Bottom of the 7th, Lugo's sacked by the center. Got PI after started with runners on 2nd and 3rd. But he out. Tigers really, they had a chance in the bottom of the 7th. The fact they didn't cap up there goes to show it just wasn't meant to be. They had their turn. Cap up. Those fly out. Take that back at the inning. Backpedaling catch by Hayes. Tigers again trapped on the base paths in the 8th. Brady's is retired, and then Jake Rogers getting into a 6-4-3 double play. He'll have 2 double plays today for the Tigers. And I believe we'll see that was beautiful changeup work to Luis Gonzalez. As Cameron. And so Jordy Mercer by out to player of the game Santander and left. And this ball game as we get ready to send you to 10. 10 is a beautiful city, state of Texas. Brand new Globe Life Stadium, special effects. My BFF, almost, maybe a bit of an exaggeration, but my best friend for time. And Mike Gay, best Phillies in the business. Nothing on you, Tardis. You're also in it. Special's joining me in the booth. The disappointing Tigers lost Special, but yeah.
Yeah, that's you know, when you're playing on a team that's got this many young guys, especially after trading away all your veteran talent, you're not expecting to win a lot of games. Although you'd like to beat a team that's below you in the standings with Baltimore, but that's not always how the things roll. It's not how the cookie crumbles, if you don't mind the pun there. Casey Mize, you know, he looked rough out there, and I think that was probably the biggest reason the Tigers lost, even despite the offense being able to try and pick them up.
So Tigers will look to do something at some point to continue winning, or maybe it's time. And it's only the Orioles, Royals, Pittsburgh doing worse, and they just traded away all their veteran talent. Maybe it's time to get rocked for Rocker, tank for that first pick.
Who knows what the plan is for Ron Gardenhire, but at the very least, I think we want to see some strides taken forward from the young guys and get the veterans playing well around them to kind of help build their morales, and hopefully they can start contending within the next few years.
Yeah, you can't rebuild forever. That's definitely true. Going to be exciting to see if these young guys can start to figure it out. Tigers can figure out what they got and what they need to start shopping for. We got a couple of game time waiting for Mike A to show up. I don't know if at that point I want to say hi to Mike. I haven't talked to him in forever. So.
Yeah, he did tell me that he might be a little bit late, so if you can't hang around that long, I don't know how long it's going to take him, but if you can't hang around that long, you can I can pass your hi along to him.
All right, I guess I'll depart then. I gotta figure out what kind of cook I'm making tonight. But
sounds really good.
Say hi to Mike for me. Say Cookie misses you. And
of course.
On behalf of Cookie, thank you for tuning in. Orioles sweep the Tigers, Phillies, Rangers. Fun. Mike even picking me up? I think it was.
Kind of cutting in and out, so I heard part of what you were saying.
Well, whatever my Mike's doing, enjoy the call special and Mike. A couple great guys, folks. Stick around because we love bop.
Thank you, Cookie, and we want to welcome you guys to the fifth game and the penultimate game on our Bop Ball schedule today. We've got two teams that maybe have an outside shot at making the playoffs. Phillies are definitely a lot easier shot for them than the Rangers, but you know, both teams have had some pretty good success this year. They had been sticking around 500 until the Rangers kind of went on a losing tear. But we're going to see a very competitive matchup between two great starting pitchers today. We've got a couple of trade pieces, actually. We've got Tucker Davidson, the left-hander, coming over from the Braves to the Texas Rangers, and then the Philly starter is going to be Zach Godley, who was in the Tigers minor league system just kind of as a depth piece. And so they were able to flip him at the deadline, and Phillies were glad to take on his lengthy contract so that they can have some better pitching moving forward. We're here in Arlington, Texas at Globe Life Field, the newest ballpark in the Major League Baseball world. And we see right here Joey Gallo just a couple minutes before game time, but he is still signing autographs, man of the people. Fantastic athlete for the Rangers. Like I said, Tucker Davidson going to be making his second start, went 4 innings in his first start. ERA only 2.25, so not too bad. The whip at 1.75, 4 walks, 4 strikeouts. So he's going to be looking to command that strike zone a little bit better. Of course, being a lefty and doesn't quite have the power arm that he really needs to. So he's definitely going to have to watch where he's pitching to these dangerous hitters. Speaking of dangerous hitters, Bryce Harper is stepping in to lead things off for Philadelphia with 16 stolen bases on the year. So not the initial thought for a stolen base crown, but he's definitely hanging around there. It's going to be lefty on lefty to start out this one. Davidson sets at the belt. It's a quick step back and into his motion. Misses in the dirt, and we are underway. 8:46 p.m. on the East Coast, 7:46 p.m. in the Central Time Zone where this game is taking place. Rangers, as you can see, 51 wins and 68 losses on the season. Puts them fourth in the American League West. The one is going to miss high and away. 2 balls and no strikes now to the 2015 National League MVP. Davidson ready. The 2-0 pitch. A bender slice foul down the left field line. 77 degrees apparently in the middle of Texas here in August. But the roof is closed nonetheless. Davidson gets ready. The 2-1. Grabs the inside corner. 2 balls and 2 strikes now. Two is chop foul. And after Harper's at bat, we will get you that starting lineup. Brought to you today by Kronk. Buy Kronk, drink Kronk. Kronk is the drink. 2-2 misses low. 3 balls and 2 strikes. JT Realmuto, the catcher who's on an expiring contract. Davidson winds. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Swinging a line drive into left field. Coming over is the left fielder. That's going to drop in for a base hit. Harper just goes the other way, hits it over the shift, and leads off the inning with a single.
The catcher,
Nice piece of hitting, just not trying to do too much with it. Fights it off the other way, and as promised, here is the starting lineup for the Philadelphia Phillies. Batting first, right fielder Bryce Harper. Second is the catcher JT Realmuto. Third is the shortstop Didi Gregorius. Batting fourth, the first baseman Reese Hoskins. That one's a called strike.
0-1.
Center fielder Adam Hazley bats fifth. Right after him is the third baseman Alec Boehm. DH tonight is Andrew McCutcheon. He bats seventh. Scott Kingery in left field batting eighth. And Josh Harrison playing second base and batting ninth.
Ball, that's out.
Misses outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Realmuto was drafted in the 3rd round in 2010. But he's definitely proven to be one of, if not the best catcher in all of the major leagues. That one's pulled foul.
Two balls, 2 strikes.
Breaking ball misses blown away. 2-2. And Davidson really having trouble finding that strike zone like I was mentioning he really needs to do. 2-2 pitch sent out to right center field. Deep. Going back is Gallo. He's going to make the catch on the move for out number 1.
batting third.
And after Gallo made that grab, we'll get you that defensive alignment. Left field to right field, we've got Willie Calhoun, Drew Waters, and Joey Gallo. Then around the horn, we've got Johan Camargo at third base. Shortstop is going to be Elvis Andrews, second baseman Rugnet Odor, first baseman tonight is Todd Frazier. Behind the dish is Robinson Chirinos. On the mound is Tucker Davidson, and the DH tonight is Danny Santana. So Didi Gregorius, Sir Didi, is down 0-1 on the count. There's a pickoff throw over to first, but Harper is back standing. Here is the 0-1 pitch, just a bit inside, and he's not happy with that pitch. Doesn't really know where it missed. And on first is Harper. He's got the speed and the stolen bases to maybe be going off here. This one misses high, 2-1. High curveball, not what you want to see early on from the young lefty. Two-one is typically a good count to run on. Here's the pitch, fouled away. Count evens up, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Gregorius, the former Diamondback and Yankee, signed a deal with these Phillies in the past offseason, and he's really lived up to pretty much everything that they wanted to get out of him. Got the above-average defense, the good power that you love to see from his left-handed bat. 3-2 pitch is fouled away. Just Phillies fans are sure wishing that they had some pitching to really go around that offense, because offense is doing it most nights. The pitching is what's been letting them down, and the reason that they're so far out of a playoff spot. Here's a ground ball to third. Third baseman fires the second one, really to first. Camargo to Rugnador, over to Frazier, and the inning is over. Rangers get a leadoff single, but he ends up a race on this inning-ending double play. Head to the bottom of the first inning here in Texas. You're watching ML Bopple on Twitch. On the mound for the Phillies is going to be Zach Godley. Just one start, got the loss, 5 1/3 innings. And like I said, he was with the Tigers in their AAA system, but he definitely has the major league talent. And the Phillies thought that they could really do something with him, so they traded for him, and honestly didn't even give up that much. So you got to say it's a win-win for both teams, as this one's a chopper over to second base, picked up by Harrison, flips it on to first for out number 1. Gives you that starting lineup for the Texas Rangers. Batting first, the shortstop Elvis Andrews. Batting second, the DH Danny Santana. Batting third, the right fielder Joey Gallo. Batting fourth, the left fielder Willie Calhoun. Batting fifth, the second baseman Rugnet Odor. This one misses inside. 1 ball, no strikes. Batting sixth, the first baseman Todd Frazier. Seventh is the center fielder Drew Waters. Eighth is the catcher Robinson Chirinos, and rounding out the lineup, the switch hitting third baseman Johan Camargo. Another chopper over to second. Harrison scoops and fires all in one motion and gets him for out number 2.
Batting third, the right fielder, Joey Gallo.
Defensively, the Phillies are going to look like this. From left field to right field, Scott Kingery, Adam Hazley, and Bryce Harper. The first pitch to Gallo misses low. Around the horn, we've got Alec Boehm, Didi Gregorius, Josh Harrison, and Reese Hoskins. Behind the plate is JT Realmuto. On the mound is Zach Godley, and the DH tonight is Andrew McCutcheon.
1-1.
Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike now to Gallo. This one is sent the other way out to left field. That one is going to drop in for a base hit. He's taking the turn, headed to second. To throw into second is going to get him by a mile. And I don't know what he was thinking over there, but the side is retired. Just like the Phillies, Rangers get a hit that is erased on the base paths. Head to the bottom of the top of the second inning. No score.
Leading off for Philadelphia, the first baseman, number 17.
4, 5, and 6 coming up for the Phillies. Led off by Reese Hoskins, who's had a great RBI season, like you see there. 94 on the year. Just would love to keep his strikeouts a bit more in check. First pitch from Davidson, in there at the top of the zone for strike 1. The 0-1 pitch misses inside for ball 1.
Nope.
Check swing, no swing. So 2 balls, 1 strike now to Reese Hoskins. Davidson delivers swing and a fly ball left field, but it's going to hook foul And out of play. Two pitch, swinging a jam job to the shortstop. Caught in the air by Andrews for out number 1. Mentioned at the top of this game that Tucker Davidson was a former Atlanta Braves prospect. They came over on the deal that was completed at 3:45 p.m. on the trade deadline, so just 15 minutes before the final deadline was set. But the Atlanta Braves, of course, got Corey Kluber, as well as his extra year of that one's ripped into right field for a base hit. Adam Hazley attacking the baseball early, and it pays off for him with a 1-out single.
The third baseman, Alex.
As I was saying, though, Atlanta does get Corey Kluber and another year of control over him to help solidify that rotation. And the Texas Rangers got the Braves' number 2 prospect in Drew Waters, the number 10 prospect in Tucker Davidson, and Johan Camargo, who's had enough service time to not be a prospect, but he was very highly rated over at the third base position. 2-0 now to Alec Boehm. The rookie third baseman is definitely having a bit better finish to the season than he did at the start. This one's flat foul. Really cold to start out in about April or May, but he went down with a little bit of an injury, and I think that kind of helped him get his mind straight, and he's been performing better ever since. This one's sent out to left field, well hit, going back is Calhoun. He's stopping, making the catch right in front of the track. 2 down now here in the second.
Batting 7, the designated hitter, Andrew McCutcheon.
So 2 away, that's going to leave things up to Andrew McCutcheon. Longtime Pittsburgh Pirate, finds himself back in Pennsylvania, although with the other team, the Philadelphia Phillies. First pitch is going to be outside 1-0. Very productive bat at the plate, and can still play pretty decently in the field as this one's lifted out to center field. Dive by the center fielder. He's going to make the catch. Drew Waters hang a star on that one. Fantastic web gem to end the inning. Head to the bottom of the second inning. No score here in Texas.
Leading off for the Rangers,
Willie Calhoun steps in with his career-high 59 runs batted in this season. He's also got 24 home runs, which is a fantastic number to see from the youngster. Guy lines and delivers. First pitch going to miss low. Only 6 pitches to get through that first inning. You can't really ask for much more efficiency than that. 1-0 is in at the knees. Count evens up. The lefty slugger waits. Misses low. 2 balls and 1 strike. .30-year-old righty on the mound. Winds and deals. The 2-1 pitch. Grabs the inner half. Swinging a line drive into left field. That's going to drop in for a base hit. So a nice 2-strike approach. Just go the other way with that one, and it's a leadoff single for Willie Calhoun.
Batting fifth, the second baseman, Rugden.
So Rugned Odor will step in to face Zach Godley. He's the home team's mascot, getting the crowd pumped up. Trying to start a second inning rally. Odor with the very open stance and cocks his bat up. First pitch misses outside 1-0. Tucker Davidson, not the only starting pitcher in this ballgame that was recently traded teams. Detroit Tigers had Zach Godley in Toledo, their AAA affiliate, before sending him over on July 30th. Just a 1-for-1 swap with another depth piece in Nick Williams. That one misses low and away for ball 2. And the Tigers think that Williams could just be a nice depth piece, maybe even a veteran presence for a lot of the youngsters that they've got coming up through their system. As that one's called strike at the top of the letters. 2-1. And with Godley for the Phillies, they're kind of approaching it the same way, except for they don't have as many youngsters to deal with, so they're just hoping he can be a solid presence near the back end of their rotation. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody out and a man at first. Here's the pitch. Low and inside. Count is full. Todd Frazier, the Todd father, waits on deck. He's the 3-2 outside for ball 4, so good job by Odor battling back in the count and drawing the walk. Put runners at first and second now. Nobody out.
First baseman, Todd Frazier.
That at bat alone had as many pitches as it took Godley to get through the first inning, so not experiencing the same success, to say the least. Todd Frazier is walking up to the plate. 17 home runs this season, 59 runs batted in. Average a bit below 220. First pitch to Frazier, misses low and inside. Got 1,101 hits through his 9 seasons of MLB play. That one's a called strike at the knees, 1-1. Misses slow with that one, 2-1, and Godley really needs to find the strike zone. You can't load the bases with nobody out. From the stretch, swing and a miss. Beautiful pitch right there. Got that knuckle curve working perfection. Two balls, 2 strikes. 2 on in inning number 2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Went back to that knuckle curve, put it below the zone, and that's his first strikeout of the ballgame.
The center fielder.
Really came down on top of that curveball, followed through, and put it below the knees of Frazier. He's still 2 out in front of it. And got him swinging big out number 1. Ground ball should be enough to end the inning. Although maybe not with the speed coming out of that left-handed batter's box from Drew Waters. Fouls this one away, 0-1. Waters, one of the upper prospects in the Braves system and in all of MLB. But that was part of the price that was needed to pay for the Corey Kluber. And the Braves are definitely pushing all in on this season and probably next season as well with all of the moves that they made. That one misses inside. 2 balls and 1 strike now to Waters. Man at second is Calhoun. Man at first is Odor. The 2-1 line drive to the shortstop. Go to second one, really to first in the dirt, and a nice scoop on the back end to complete the double play. Gregorius picking it up on the short hop. Turns the 6-4-3 to end the inning. Played 2 here in Texas. No score. You're watching ML Buffalo on Twitch.
Leading off for Philadelphia, the left fielder, Scott Kingery.
First man to step into the box is going to be Scott Kingery, the left fielder.
Nope, that's the ball.
First pitch misses low, and we're joined in the Twitch chat by our favorite trivia guy, the big guy 73, coming at us with our trivia question of the day. Which player has the most career walk-off home runs? So we'll toss out a couple of guesses. My initial thought, just because he probably played for both of these 2 teams, and he's just a, late innings pinch hit, whatever, he's a legend in that respect. I got to go with my guy Matt Stairs. 3-1 now to Kingery. Josh Harrison, the former Tiger, waits on deck, swinging a foul ball. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Okay, so it's not Matt Stairs. I thought that maybe he might have had both because I know he has the most.
Ball 4. Take me.
Batting 9, the second baseman, Josh Harrison.
Pinch hit. 259 on the year, 4 home runs and 16 runs batted in. First pitch, chopper in front of the plate, picked up by the catcher. Chirinos throws onto first for his only chance at a play. Got him for out number 1. Scooting over to second is Scott Kingery.
Now batting, the right fielder.
Looks like Nelson Cruz is also incorrect for the most career home runs, and a hint has been given. The player in question is now no longer active. So think about someone who's been retired from the game. Bryce Harper steps in, takes a called strike. He singled his first time up. And would you look at that, Scott Kingery, 11 stolen bases this year. He's not been caught yet.
That
one misses low. 1 ball, 1 strike. I don't know if he's going to necessarily risk it and try to go to third. But he definitely has the speed to make things interesting. That one misses. 2 balls and 1 strike. The 2-1 pitch, just a bit low, and Harper's definitely getting the benefit of the doubt on that one. 3 balls and 1 strike now. Takes a couple of practice swings. The 3-1 pitch, swinging a line drive foul. Count has filled up, 3-2. Payoff pitch to Bryce Harper, swing and a foul ball. I thought it got past him, but he did just get a piece of that one. 1 out, man at second is Kingery. Davidson sets at the belt, checks once and twice, now delivers. 3-2 ground ball up the middle and into center field, a base hit. Waters is playing deep. The throw home is going to be cut off at second base. Just an RBI single for Bryce Harper, and the Phillies take an early 1-0 lead.
Now batting, catcher, JT.
Bryce Harper doing the thing that all hitting coaches preach every time that you're in the cage. Hit the ball back up the middle. There's lots of space up there, and he got it through the 2 infielders playing there. The throw over to first, Harper's back safely. Another pickoff throw, and they got Harper trapped. The throw down to second is going to be in time. 2 down, and a caught stealing for Bryce Harper. That's a really good move there by Davidson. So JT Realmuto is going to take low for ball 1, and even though his team has got the lead, they might have wasted an opportunity to extend it. 2 outs, bases are going to be empty. Swing and a miss, 1 ball and 1 strike. Realmuto won the Gold Glove Award for catchers last year in his first season with the Phillies. 1-1 is inside, 2 balls now and 1 strike. The 2-1 is slap foul down the first base line, evens the count up. And the correct answer for the trivia question was given in our Discord. The 2-2 swung on and missed in the dirt. Throw over to first will get Realmuto to end the inning. Phillies manufacture a run with an RBI single from Bryce Harper. Head to the bottom of the 3rd inning. It's 1-0 Phillies. You're watching ML Bopball on Twitch. Robinson Chirinos is going to lead the 8, 9, and 1 hitters in to face off against Zach Godley. But finishing my thought from the previous half inning, Jim Thome has the most career walk-off home runs, 13 in his career. First pitch to Chirinos is sent out to center field. Coming in is Hazley, that is. Makes the catch for out number 1. And probably the most famous one of them was his 500th career home run. It was a walk-off for the Chicago White Sox. So, a fantastic player, very deserved Hall of Fame player. Johan Camargo steps in, batting 9th in the Rangers lineup. But thank you to the big guy for providing us with our trivia question today, and that one's called Strike One. Thank you as well for posting the link to our Discord. If any of you guys watching haven't joined already, that's where we do a lot of great stuff about behind the scenes and trying to work out all this simulated season throughout the original 2020 MLB schedule. So if you want to join in to help us complete our season and maybe even call a game or two, we've got lots of great things, baseball talk, trivia, and all the trades that we've been mentioning throughout our calls lately. You can just hop on in and we'll be glad to have you. 2-2 now to Camargo. Just a bit low, count is full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Top of the order, Elvis Andrus waits on deck. The 3-2 pitch, just a bit high. Godley's not happy about that call, but Camargo's going to take his free pass.
Now batting.
You can see Joe Girardi's also kind of tripping at the umpire.
Andrew.
So Elvis Andrus grounded out his first time up. We'll try to avoid doing that again, as it'll likely be a double play. First pitch to him is a line drive, caught by the first baseman. Nice play there by Hoskins. Quick hands, and there's 2 down here in the third.
The designated hitter, Danny Santana.
So 2 away. Danny Santana, the switch-hitting utility player. He's not going to play anywhere on defense today. He's just going to be the designated hitter. First pitch from Godley to him. Misses high, 1-0. Had a home run last night in 4 at-bats. He had another base hit as well. 1-0, just a bit low, and Godley's not missing by much. I think he is missing. So, I don't know if that smirk is necessarily justified, but I think he definitely is not getting any favorable calls either. 2-0 pitch, swinging the line drive the other way, foul. The umpire has to duck over there by third base. 2-1. Two-1 pitch to Danny Santana. Strike called at the knees. Evens count back up. Man on first, Johan Camargo. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Santana outside, so Johan will be on the move from first base. And should Santana reach, Joey Gallo would be the next man up. Three-2 pitch when it goes. Outside for ball 4. So another walk for Godley, his second of the inning, third of the evening. Puts 2 on for the always dangerous Joey Gallo. One for one today is Gallo. He got a single by going the other way on a pitch, and promptly got retired after trying to stretch it into a double. You can see Camargo wears number 3 at second base. Danny Santana wears number 38 over at first. Gallo with a very relaxed stance as a lefty. Ground ball through the hole into left field for a base hit. Kingery's going to fire it back into the infield, so Camargo's not going to have a chance to extend his base path running. He's just going to have to go station to station. So bases are loaded here, 2 outs, and a man who's already got a base hit today, Willie Calhoun, try and look for another. First pitch is going to miss low, 1-0. Righty on the mound, lefty at the dish. And another one to follow. Right down the middle with that one. 1 ball and 1 strike. 9 runs batted in his last 4 games. This is the guy you want up at the plate. He's been hot. The 1-1 pitch is in the dirt and gets away a little bit from Real Muto, but he blocks it well enough to not allow any advancement. Camargo is not the fastest man in the world. So 2 balls, 1 strike. Bases loaded here in the 3rd inning. Swinging a chopper up the middle, picked up by Harrison. Throw goes to second, and he got him. Tough decision to make, but he made the right one to end the inning. Rangers load the bases, but can't do anything with it. Head to the 4th inning in Arlington. 1-0 Phillies. You're watching ML Bop Ball on Twitch. Checking in with Heidi Watney. He's working with that terribly funded San Diego Studios microphone. But while we have this pause in the action, we want to remind you guys that everyone here is doing all of this for charity. Our charity this week is Meals on Wheels, which supports more than 5,000 community-based programs across the country that are dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger. This network serves virtually every community in America and enables America's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. So, thank you for all that have donated during this time of pandemic, and anyone who could spare any money. All of the proceeds are going to be going to Meals on Wheels. I tossed the link into the chat right there. Subscriptions to the channel also work if you want to, at the very least, kind of, make it some sort of support of us. But we're not getting any money from it. We just want to do this all for a great cause and watch some great baseball. So 1 ball, 1 strike now to Didi Gregorius. He's the heart of the order in. Called strike 2 on the inner half. Davidson working quickly out of the windup. 1-2 pitch is fouled away. We'll do it again. And Tucker doesn't have a strikeout yet today, so he's been pitching to contact, and it hasn't worked too poorly for him, just down the 1 run. Strike 3 called on the inside corner. Speak of the devil. Excuse me, that is his 2nd strikeout. I must have missed one earlier on.
17, Reese Hoskins.
So 2nd strikeout for Davidson is going to lead him into Reese Hoskins. He lined out in the 2nd inning. First pitch misses just a bit low, 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Called strike on the inner half. 1 ball and 1 strike. Hoskins spent his entire career here in Philadelphia. After being drafted in the 5th round in 2014, that one misses high. 2 balls and 1 strike now. Winds and delivers the 2-1. Swinging a fly ball into left field. Way back there. That ball is gone. Solo home run for Reese Hoskins. Launched that one 417 feet, and the Phillies double their lead. 2-0 here in the 4th. Pitched right down the middle, and he absolutely crushed it out to deep left field. Only question was, is he going to do the bat flip? And he just casually drops it. Gets it all the way out, nearly at the 2nd deck.
Now batting, the center fielder,
Adam Hazley going to try and keep this momentum going. Check swing, but it's a called strike regardless. Davidson with some early struggles here this 2nd time through the order. Ground ball over to 3rd. Camargo picks it up, fires all in one motion, and pulls the first baseman, Frazier. Look to see if that's an error, and it will be an error on Johan Camargo. It's going to be a tough play, so maybe not the fairest of judgments, but it's the judgment nonetheless. Alec Boehm with one out, a run in, and a man on. Swinging a tapper over to third. Camargo with another chance. Throws the second one. Relay to first. In time double play. So the error does not come back to bite them. What does come back to bite them, though, hanging fastball right down the middle. Reese Hoskins unloads on it into left center field. Head to the bottom of the fourth in Arlington. 2-0 Phillies. Neto Dor drew a walk his last time up, and he's going to lead off here in the fourth inning. The Rangers have been loading up the bases quite often, but leaving them with lots of guys on as well. Can't quite finish the job, and that's why they're scoreless. That one misses low, 1 ball and 1 strike. And you got to credit Godley. That one misses low, 2-1. He's gotten himself into trouble, but he's also gotten himself out of it every single time so far. 2-1 swing and a miss. Got that knuckle curve going really well right now. Godley winds and delivers 2-2, just a bit low. I don't think he's getting squeezed tonight. He's had a lot of those pitches that just missed, but I don't think that's helping his confidence either. The 3-2 pitch. Swinging a fly ball left field down the line. Left fielder's not even going to try for it. He knows it's going out of play. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The Rangers' second baseman. Swinging a fly ball deep down the right field line. Hooking. Harper's not going to go after this one. It is foul. Home run distance. It didn't look like it had that much off the bat, but it just kept carrying. Once again, a 3-2. Swinging a fly ball into right field. Deep. Does it stay fair this time? Gone! Solo home run for Rougned Odor. And the Rangers get that run right back. 2-1 now here in the fourth. Odor got a pitch he liked low and in, where you like to see a lot of them as a left-handed hitter. And with that short porch out there, definitely helped them out. He sneaks that one around the foul pole for a solo home run to lead off here in the fourth. Little bump in the road, but Godley still has the lead to protect. Todd Frazier going to try and make that lead no more. Misses low, 1-0. Winds and deals just a bit outside. 2 balls now and no strikes. Frazier played for a lot of teams, most notably the Reds, but he was also with the Yankees, the Mets, the White Sox, and now with the Rangers. That one misses low. 3 balls, no strikes. Drew Waters is going to make his way to the plate after this at-bat is done, as I'm joined in the booth now by Mike A., and I heard you had some chores to get done, so thanks for dropping in when you were available. Todd Frazier is going to draw a walk here to continue the inning.
Bit late to the party, but I get the job done.
Well, we're glad to have you, and I have a message to pass along in that Cookie was really looking forward to the crosstalk, but unfortunately, you know, real life comes first, so he wants to say a quick hello and that he misses talking to you. I don't think you guys have bumped heads too much recently, so he's been thinking about you.
We haven't. Usually we get it on the exchange, just the drop off and the pickup of games. But yeah, I always like talking to Cookie.
So as you can see, Philly's got a 2-1 lead here in the fourth inning. But the Rangers are trying to add on to the offense. It's already been gotten started this inning by Rougned Odor's solo shot. Waters rips this one foul, 1-2.
The Phillies getting a little bit of a boost here late in the season with the acquisition of Godley.
1-2 pitch, and this is low, 2-2. Yeah, that was kind of an under-the-radar pickup, but I really like the move for the Phillies. You don't have to give up much. You just give up Nick Williams, a depth piece that really doesn't find a spot in the starting lineups. This one's sent out to center field. Going back is Hazley. He's going to make the grab on the run for out number 1. Retreating to first is Todd Frazier. But like I was saying, you don't have to give up much for him, and he's still got a little bit of control left. And he's a very solid, like he's been showing the past couple of starts.
Yeah, on paper, you know, it's kind of swapping quadruple A type players, Godley and Williams, but in the Phillies situation, they've got plenty of depth in the outfield. They can run it 5 deep even without Williams, but where they do need all kinds of help is on the mound, and that's where Godley can help.
That's a called strike 1, and Tigers have the opposite problem. They've got an abundance of starting pitcher prospects coming up, but they're missing in the outfield, especially with MLB-ready talent, so they're hoping that Williams can kind of be that veteran presence, even if he hasn't been in the league for too long. The 0-1 is pulled foul now, Robinson Chirinos.
I mean, I think that's about as mutually beneficial a trade as you can find. Two teams, like neither one is really hoping for the World Series this year. At the same time, both of them hoping to grow. They're not, you know, letting loose all of their good players. They're still looking to do better in the next year. So they each find a weakness, have a strength for it, and swap pieces.
Yeah, one of the under-the-radar trades, but, you know, like I said, I like that trade for both sides. That one's lined up the middle into center field for a base hit. Paisley fires it back in. And the Rangers have something cooking here in the 4th inning.
Third baseman, number 3, Johan.
Nice solid swing there, though, by Chirinos. Even with 2 strikes, just trying to drive it right back up the middle. That's always what your hitting coach tells you to do. Just, you know, hit it right back up the middle, and that knows that's when you know you timed it just right.
1-0.
So Johan Camargo, one of the newer Rangers, acquired at the trade deadline, is going to take outside for ball 1.
Godley has himself in a jam here now behind in the count. Has to bear down.
Runners are going, swinging a ground ball over to third. It's a broken bat, picked up by the third baseman. Ball fires on to first, and he does get the out. So 2 down. I think that was a hit and run that didn't really go too well. But there are runners at second and third now with 2 outs in the top of the order coming up.
Yeah, I think you're right. Risky play there with the hit and run. They trust Camargo to get something on the ball. He just barely does. And then boom, with the great heads-up play, charging hard all the way. The bare hand stab, the great submarine throw. So Rangers still threatening here, but now the Phillies 1 out away from escaping the jam.
That 1 out is likely going to have to be Elvis Andrews. He's lined out and grounded out already today. First pitch to him from Godley is a high breaking ball. Don't quite know where that missed. We're going to see Adonis Medina and Enyel De Los Santos warming up in the Phillies bullpen.
A couple of the Phillies' best prospects. They've kind of got a log jam that they don't have any bona fide starters waiting to take the spot in the rotation. At the same time, they don't have any lockdown relievers at the back end of the bullpen. There's just a log jam of a bunch of fringe major league guys kind of bouncing all around the middle innings and long relief in that bullpen.
Always one of the worst problems to have is that one's called strike, and Realmuto is very happy with that pitch location. 2-1. Runners at second and third. 2 outs here in the 4th. Owen misses, blown away 3 balls and 1 strike. And should Andrews reach, Danny Santana would be the next one up.
Yeah, I have to think this might be the last pitch or 2 pitches for Godley. If he lets this runner on here, if he lets Andrews go, I think that might be the end of the road.
The 3-1 pitch. Swinging a ground ball down the first baseline, but foul. So the count will fill up. Nobody's forcing the runners, so they're not going to go anywhere. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Misses low for ball 4. And we'll have to see if you're right about Godley, as the bases are loaded for the switch-hitting center fielder playing DH tonight, Danny Santana.
Good take there by Andrews. That running fastball sunk below the knees, looked good all the way, but dipped below the kneecaps, and he stood straight and tall there. Loads the bases for Santana.
First pitch is pulled foul. Got out in front of that one, 0-1. the 0-1 pitch outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Man on third is Frazier. Man on second is Chirinos. Man at first is Elvis Andrews. 1-1 to Santana. Swinging a line drive. Knocked down by Bohm. Picks it up. Throw on to first. Got him! And the inning is over. Fantastic play to get in front of that one. Munchless make the out to end the inning. We've played 4 here in Texas. Phillies hanging on to that 1-run lead. Take you to the top of the 5th. You're watching ML Bopball on Twitch.
So Godley puts the Phillies through an absolute circus there, giving up half the lead, then loading the bases, then giving up a rocket shot by Santana. But Bohm, with his second great play in 3 batters, keeps the Phillies out in front, and now they'll see if they can get back here in the top of the 5th.
So swinging a pop fly on the first pitch to, I believe that was Andrew McCutcheon. It's going to be caught by Chirinos for out number 1. And yeah, I mean, that was the second time tonight that the Rangers had the bases loaded 2 outs, and they couldn't get anything out of it. So they've put the guys on the base. They've got the traffic to try and get something going. They just haven't finished the job. First pitch to the left fielder, Scott Kingery, is sent the other way, 0-1. You got to say, even though he's losing, Tucker Davidson doing really well for this just being his second ever MLB start.
Yeah, it definitely is standing in there tall.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Misses that one outside.
Well, we saw a couple of righties for the Phillies. We're going to see a couple of lefties warming up for the Rangers, Joe Palumbo and Colby Allard. They're long relievers. Here's the 1-1 from Davidson, just a bit outside. Umpires not really been helping either pitcher so far today. 2-1, swinging a ground ball up the middle and into center field for a 1-out single. Scott Kingery gets on, and he's always a threat to steal the base.
The batter, the second baseman.
Yeah, good bit of hitting there. Stays inside of a curveball, digging inside on him, but just inside outs. That one right back up the middle. And as you mentioned, he's got plenty of speed. Could turn the single into a double quickly.
And even with the pitch out, he's going to make it into second. I thought we were going to watch the Rangers pull off a perfect execution right there, but that just goes to show you his speed and his jump on the pitch.
Yeah, the Rangers could not have executed that any better, but that is just flat-out speed, especially against the lefty. Kingery having the faith in himself to go on the first move. That's what he needed to do to get there. And he by just an inch or 2.
So Josh Harrison, the former Tiger and Pirate, going to take low to get ahead in the count. 2 balls and 1 strike. And, you know, since you missed it, and maybe we've got some viewers just joining in now, we'll get you that scoring recap after this pitch. The 2-1 pitch, swinging a fly ball, left field, hooking foul and out of play. So the first 2 innings went scoreless, then single and kind of manufacturing around the base paths led to a Bryce Harper RBI single.
Got a full count.
That one misses high, 3-2 now to Josh Harrison. That made it 1-0. The very next inning, Reese Hoskins sent one out into left center field seats to make it 2-0, but the bottom half, Rigno Odor answered back with a solo shot of his own down the right field line, and that is where we stand 2-1. As Harrison fouls that one off, stays alive at 3-2.
Runner.
Runner's going again, swinging a miss. The throw down to third is going to be dropped by Camargo. So he steals his way into a triple off of the single initially. 3rd strikeout of the game for Davidson. But 2 outs, man on third now for Bryce Harper.
I think the throw by Chirinos may have been in time, but it was down in the dirt and just could not be dug out.
First pitch to Bryce Harper, swinging a miss, 0-1. 2 hits in 2 trips to the plate today. He's also got a 35.1 career wins above replacement. Quite a hardy number to say the least. Man on third is Kingery. The 0-1 just a bit inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Davidson delivers, swinging a fly ball into center field. Not deep enough as center fielder Waters comes over and makes the catch for out number 3. Phillies threaten, and Kingery's speed gets him over to third, but that's where he's going to stay. Halfway home here in Texas. 3, 4, and 5 coming up for the Rangers. You're watching ML Bop Ball on Twitch.
So I arrived late to the party, missed all the scoring so far, but being as I'm from the NL East, this is one of my first looks at the new Globe Life Park. It seems like a really nice joint the Rangers have here.
Yeah, it's kind of reminiscent of the old stadium with, of course, the green outfield walls and similar type batter's eye, but they've got the roof, which is something that I'm sure a lot of the home fans were clamoring for on those hot midsummer days in Texas. We're going to see a pitching change now. Adonis Medina going to take over, so that means Godley will not be eligible for the win, even though he left the game with the lead. He didn't pitch the 5 innings required, so Joey Gallo's going to step in, and Medina all of a sudden becomes a pitcher of record just by showing up to the game. First one misses high and away, 1-0.
I'll also say that I really like the dugout seating concept going all the way down the lines here. A little bit of a VIP, gets you right into the flow of the game action here at Globe Life.
As the 2-0 is sent out into right field, picked up by Harrison on a couple of hops. Throw over to first gets him, and the overshift works well. I've not been to Globe Life Field myself. I don't think anyone has, for that matter, as it just opened this year during the pandemic. But I have seen the VIP style seating where you're right up against the field firsthand when I worked at a minor league stadium the past couple of summers. So it's definitely an amazing experience, and if you have the money for it and you feel comfortable spending a bit, I definitely recommend it, especially if you can even find a minor league park that one misses inside. They tend to do things a lot cheaper, and you still get some high quality content.
I was going to say, at a minor league park, even if it's VIP, it's still affordable, I would think, for most people, at least on a per game basis.
Yeah, I think, don't quote me, but the one that I worked at, I want to say it was like $80 to $100 for 4 people to sit in that VIP section. So if you're willing to spend a little bit, but you want to have a great experience, definitely something that I recommend. Calhoun's quickly up in the count 3-0 and make it 4-0. That misses outside. So Medina gives up the walk after ground out to Gallo.
Now batting, the second baseman,
This has been one of the linchpins of the Phillies season. At times they can't hit, at times they can't secure a lead, and here they are clinging onto a 1-run lead with over half the game to go in the bullpen already in the ball game. Is Medina here going to try to bear down and get some big outs?
Going to have to do it against the guy who has the only run for the Rangers today, Rougned Odor. First pitch is going to hit him. Just went way too far inside on that curveball, lost the handle on it. At the very least, you don't have to face him, but you're also putting up another dangerous hitter, Todd Frazier.
Yeah, Medina definitely working himself into a tough spot here. I know Odor left the yard last time, but can't figure there's any ill intent there. Is too much to play for, and not to mention the fact that that one clocked in just over 70 miles per hour on the off speed.
Yeah, typically if you're intending to hit someone, you're not going with your curveball. So it will be the Todd father taking his cuts. First pitch is a tapper in front of the plate. Real Muto not even going to think about 2. He goes over to first for out number 2. And doesn't this look familiar? Rangers second and third, 2 outs.
Inadvertently, very effective swinging bunt there by Frazier, although that's not what he had in mind when he dug in. Does move the runners up, though. It'll be 2 on and 2 out here for Waters.
Waters, the rookie center fielder. The final piece of that trade that I've been alluding to. That one's called strike at the top of the zone, but deadline deal, if there ever was one, completed 15 minutes before the official trade deadline. We saw Corey Kluber move to the Atlanta Braves for Drew Waters, Johan Camargo, and today's starting pitcher, Tucker Davidson. This one's popped up. third baseman Bohm has it. And makes the catch for out number 3. Once again, Rangers leave some guys in scoring position. They're down by just 1 run, but they need to start converting. Head to the 6th here in Arlington. Watching ML Boppo on Twitch.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Rangers. Number 62.
So we will see a new pitcher for the Rangers as well, Joe Palumbo, with that sparkly high 6.56 ERA. Not inspiring a lot of confidence in these hometown fans.
Leading off for Philadelphia.
Now, I've got to say, I like these new Rangers home jerseys, kind of leaning into the retro aspect as the ballpark gets newer and more into the future. They take a step back, a little bit of 80s, even late 70s piping and signage there on the breastplate. I'm a fan.
Oh yeah, no, it looks really nice without being too in your face. It looks like a classic MLB kit. As Realmuto fouls that one back. And the thing that I really like, which, I mean, you know, it doesn't seem like a lot, but Texas state flag is the red, white, and blue as well. And you got those alternate colors, you know, both the red and blue piping all over the place. Pops this one up, first baseman dives, and he's not going to make the catch. Todd Frazier going all out, but can't record the out. First pitch is fouled away, 1-2. Mike Koski pointed out that the in real life Rangers have been wearing these jerseys with the red hats, and they have won 4 of their last 5. So maybe it's working out not just aesthetically, but also performance-wise.
Hey, you got to go with whatever works.
So another 1-2 pitch to Realmuto. Swinging a foul back. We'll do it again.
Personally, I think the blue looks a little bit better, but I mean, we're all baseball players around here. If the red caps are working, that's what you stick with.
1-2 pitch, swing and a miss on the pitch in the dirt. Chirinos throws it over to first to complete the strikeout. 1 away here in the 6th.
Now batting.
And, you know, you mentioned we're all baseball players. Did you ever have, like, a superstition yourself that you would always, you know, adhere to whenever you were playing a game?
Oh, man. I mean, I've got a story that I can weave through about the next 4 or 5 outs. That might be how long it takes to tell it.
Well, Gregorio swings and misses, and, you know, I'd love to hear it if you got the time for it.
Yeah, you know, after my official playing days were over, I found an adult league to play in where there were still some ex-college guys, you know, a good level of competition. And I always prided myself on hitting really well, and I did for a few years. And then about my 5th or 6th year in the league, had a rough go of it. Wasn't hitting that great throughout the season, and met a girl who is now my wife, but back then was just a girl that I met that was hanging out with me. I took her to a game one time, hadn't been hitting well at all, and went there and had myself a 3-for-4 game, had a couple doubles, had like 3 or 4 RBIs. So that one's fouled off, 2-2. We'll wait for one here.
Ooh, took him upstairs, and he went fishing on that one. 2 down, couple of strikeouts for Palumbo.
So after that good game, you know, me and my girlfriend at the time, we joined my teammates. We go out to a bar afterwards. We're having a good time. Before we went to the bar, I changed out of my game pants, put some shorts on, left the game pants in the trunk of her car, and then forgot about them for an entire week. So that one sails inside 1-0. And so the next week comes around, we got another game. Can't find my pants anywhere. Finally find them in the trunk of her car, smelling to high hell. But those are the only pants I have. So we drive back into town, play the game, and I hit a home run and drive in 4 more in that game. So we go to the bar afterwards, and I tell her before we even get there, I'm like, these are going in the trunk of your car, and they're going to stay there for another week. And she thought I was kidding because she was not a baseball fan, didn't know the superstition, as that one is skied out to center fairly deep, giving chase back to the wall. That one's going to be gone.
Big solo blast for Reese Hoskins, his second one today, and it went a whole 30 feet further. For 42 is the tail of the tape, and it's 3-1 Phillies here in the 6th.
Got all of that one. breaking ball left out over the middle of the plate, and Hoskins did not miss it.
Launch that one out to center field. We're going to take the path of the ball to find out where this one landed. And it hit off the batter's eye out there in center field. So
Up next for Philadelphia.
Phillies have restaked their 2-run lead.
Hazley.
And the first pitch to Adam Hazley, called strike one.
So, yeah, to wrap up the story, my now wife was horrified that I had told her that those pants were going to be spending the next week in her trunk as well, and that I would be wearing them the week after that. And she really thought I was joking when I said that's how it had to be. And I just told her, because we were on our way into the bar after the game to meet up with my teammates, I said, you just go ahead and tell them what exactly has happened the last week, because they've seen how dog shit I've been. Oh, God, Garrett's going to get on me. That's going to be a fine. But they've seen how I've been hitting lately, and they know what's happened the last 2 games. And once you tell them what's happened, they're going to tell you what's what. And so she explained the thing, thought it was all some inside joke, and they were just staring directly at her. They're like, no. Oh, if we'll be mad at you, everyone's going to hate you.
That's how superstitions work. I almost wonder if Reese Hoskins been putting his pants in his wife's car or girlfriend's car. I'm not quite sure it's his, romantic status, but he's got 2 homers today, and big reason why the Phillies are out in front in this one.
Yeah, Hoskins, he's been leading the Phillies in home runs and RBI throughout the season. Not so much on the batting average side of things, but he is a big on-base guy. He has a good eye, and when he swings and makes contact, it goes for a while.
That's a big if, though, because he also does have quite a few strikeouts to his name. Reno's going to take outside 2-1. And so, I also played baseball growing up, and so I don't know if I ever had, too many individual superstitions. That one well outside. I think Real Muto was looking for that one in. But, we had a team-wide superstition, and, it didn't always work when, we complied with it. But if we ever broke that rule, it would always come back to bite us. So you kind of had to take that 50% over the 0% chance.
It's science. It's math.
It's a 3-2 pitch to Torino. Swing and a miss. Got him swinging for out number 1. And the thing is, it doesn't seem like that big of a deal. Don't talk about the score during our games, as soon as... and maybe that's kind of a universal thing, but especially for us, we could be up by 22. And as soon as someone talks about the score, the game all of a sudden gets turned around. The other team starts figuring out to hit. And, it just didn't work out. And it wouldn't work the other way around, like if we were losing, you can't just talk about the score and then all of a sudden we're doing better. No, you just gotta pay attention and know what you're, know what the score is, but don't actually ask about it.
That's right. No, I can get behind that.
2-0 pitch to Camargo, misses low, 3-0.
Now we're all announcers here in the ball universe, but in my real life job, being a sports writer and doing some real life play-by-play and color commentary from time to time, I will say that that's universal in every press box there is, because that one's going to miss low for a free pass. They'll put a man on first with 1 down here in the bottom of the 6th. But whether you're calling a game, whether you're an SID, keeping stats, reporter covering the game, it is just absolute sacrilege to ever bring up the fact that a game might be going along smoothly or finishing early. If you ever say it, rain delays happen, 7-run rallies happen.
Yeah, the forbidden Q word is we like to call it.
Yeah. I mean, we had the unwritten but actually written down rules in the press box, and if any newcomer just happened to stray on the wrong side of those tracks, the SID, he wouldn't even say it. He would just start rapping his finger against the rule sheet there.
So 2-0 to Elvis Andrews. He's trying to extend this rally. Might not have to do too much to do it, though. He's up 3-0, and 7 straight balls from Medina. Danny Santana.
Well, Medina has lost the strike zone all of a sudden.
Here is the 3-0 pitch. Got the inside corner, allegedly.
Yeah, a little bit charitable there. Looked like it leaked inside, but he gets the corner.
3 balls and 1 strike now to Elvis Andrews. Swinging a fly ball deep to left field. Going back is Kingery. He's tracking it, though, and he's going to make the catch in front of the warning track for out number 2. Good swing by Andrews, but couldn't get enough on it.
A tough luck there. Had a good swing on it. Just sent it out to straightaway left. Kingery played maybe a step or 2 deep to begin with. He's got great speed. Got a good jump on that and tracked it down just short of the warning track.
Danny Santana 0 for 2 and one of the many walks issued by Phillies pitchers today. And at some point you would think that has to come back to bite them, but so far, knock on wood if you're a Phillies fan, but they've been able to get out of jams, and it looks like they're going to get out of this one. Fly ball deep to center field, but enough room for Adam Hazley to make the catch, and the inning is over. We've played 6 in Texas. Last 3 frames coming up, 6, 7, and 8. You're watching ML Popball on Twitch.
I do have to say, from what little I've seen of it, I've called 1 or 2 games here already at Globe Life, but similar dimensions to the old ballpark at Arlington, but from what I've seen, doesn't seem to carry quite as well.
Yep, it's, maybe not as hitter-friendly as the previous ballpark. It's the first pitch going to be sent into right field. That's going to drop in front of Gallo for a base hit, just a little bit of a looper. No one able to get there, so Alec Bone leads off the inning with a base hit.
Andrew McCutcheon.
Kind of off the fifth there, but good swing by Bone.
Yeah, as you were saying, the outfield walls may be similar distance, but I got to feel like that roof being closed might play a factor into it too. Haven't seen as many balls flying out of the yard. Still, I'd have to say overall probably a hitter's ballpark, but not quite the same atmosphere as the one just across the street had.
1-1.
Yeah, and it's been kind of the inverse for what's now the better part of 20 years in Philadelphia. You think back to the old Veterans Stadium, one of those cookie-cutter 65,000-seat parks, as McCutcheon swings and miss here, 1 and 2. That was always kind of the pitcher's park. You look now at Citizens Bank, which, if you look at the actual footprint of the stadium, the fair territory in play, as that one's lined up the middle, that'll be another base hit. Shaking up his bone, he'll roll into second now, runners at first and second. But Citizens Bank Park, for its entire existence, has been a bandbox. I mean, it's been one of the easiest home run parks, one of the most hitter-friendly parks. But square footage-wise, it's got almost the exact same amount of space in play as Veterans Stadium, and yet somehow the way the wind blows, the way the ball carries, it's just turned into a monumental hitter's paradise.
First pitch is foul away. 0-1 to Scott Kingery. And yet, I kind of live on the opposite end of the spectrum, being a Detroit fan first and foremost, so I've seen home runs, on their deathbed quite often, especially out there to center field. But, the dimensions definitely play a factor, but like you also said, the atmosphere, the wind patterns, and, just the humidity, every little thing is just going to, have an impact on that one. Is that in the dirt, throw over to third is going to get him! And a risky decision does not pay off. Alec Bohm thrown out at third. McCutcheon at least does replace him at second. Now 1 out and 1 on for Kingery.
Great play there by Chirinos to block it, then get to it.
Tapper to second. Odor flips to first. 2 away. Scooting over to third is Andrew.
And yeah, I mean, I'm sure you can sympathize as a Tigers fan. That was kind of tough to watch last year. Not only did the Tigers have a rough season, but their best bat in Castellanos, just kind of had not a mental breakdown, but rarely do you see a guy get so vocal and so angry at the ballpark he plays in.
I mean, I don't blame him. You know, as that one misses outside 1-0. He's a home run hitter if he can, you know, move in the fences at Comerica a little bit. I mean, you saw it in his little bit of time with Chicago Cubs, and you're seeing it now with the Cincinnati Reds, as that one's going to be up the middle and into center field, a base hit. Andrew McCutcheon comes in to score, and it's 4-1 Philadelphia. But, you know, as I was saying, it's the dimensions definitely, you got to cater to one type of player over the other, and Castellanos definitely is not happy with, you know, the time that he's spent in Detroit, at least his production there. And I think he's going to be a solid player, you know, definitely top 50, maybe even top 25 in baseball if he can just, you know, play in a park that's a little bit more favorable. So Bryce Harper, the man who got the scoring started back in the third inning with an RBI single, steps in. The first pitch is on the inside corner, 0-1.
Good pitch there by Palumbo, challenging him right on the inside corner, but Harper, I think he might have been looking for something off speed and away.
The 0-1 pitch, now he gets that off speed and away and not able to slow down for it. 0-2, and Palumbo is really working this at bat to his advantage.
Yeah, that is a thinking man's approach to the game. Kind of pitching backwards here, now has Harper on the ropes.
The 0-2 swing and a miss, strike three, and the inning is over. Josh Harrison, though, with a 2-out RBI single to bring in Andrew McCutcheon. And the Phillies add to their lead stretch time here in Arlington, 4-1 Phillies.
It's a good crowd here at Globe Life, and I got to think that the one big difference from one year to the next is why they're all still here, that roof. Got to feel a lot better deep in the heart of Texas in the middle of August when you've got some air conditioning.
Yeah, allegedly our thermometer here on the MLB The Show is saying that it's 77 degrees outside tonight. I'm not sure if I believe that, but we'll go with what they're saying tonight. As that one misses blown away now. 2 balls, no strike to Joey Gallo. High outside corner, 2-1 now.
Medina now in for his third inning of work. This often taxed Phillies bullpen trying to piece together a win.
Strike called on the inner half. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Gallo, pretty much the gold standard for boomer bust player in the season, and even added in a game that misses in the dirt. Usually he's either 3 for 4 with a couple of home runs, or 0 for 5 with a hat trick in strikeouts. So this one's grounded over to second. Harrison once again in the shift flips it on to first for out number 1.
2 times in as many at bats for Gallo, where he grounds into that slow pitch softball short fielder 4-3 put out.
See, I dislike the defensive shift, but I want it to go away naturally, and I've been consistent with my message. It's embarrassing that guys can play out of position, and because they're doing that, they are now getting to your balls a lot more often. You should be able to use the whole field, and I'm saying that as a guy who's never faced a major league pitcher in his life. So take what I'm saying with a grain of salt, but you're getting paid the big bucks. You might need to work on your approach to hitting. As that one's singled into right field, Willie Calhoun's gonna try and pump up his team from the first base and into the dugout.
Yeah, I've got my opinions on that, but it would take more than an inning, more than a couple innings. I would need to take over an entire Bop Ball Tonight episode to talk about my feelings on the shift and what's good about it, what's bad about it, what needs to change about it.
Well, and I mean, we can, finish our thought on this, but there's no doubt that it works. The numbers show that it works, and for all the times that you see guys actually doing a good job of going against the shift and beating the shift, there's just exponentially more times that, the guys are being placed in just the right spot and recording the outs. So teams aren't going to do it as long as it's legal to do as a part of the rules, or until guys can start to figure out how to use the whole field to their advantage.
Yeah, the Cliff Notes version of my opinion on the shift is that, of course, it's legal. Do whatever you want. Set yourself up to be effective defensively. And at the same time, those guys that you see continually ground into shallow right center field for ground outs, they're capable of hitting it the other way, but they are being told by forces up above in the front office that they aren't supposed to go that way. And that's what's wrong with baseball right now.
Yep, the home run has definitely seen an uptick, and that's not by accident. Or wherever it's coming from, whether that's the front office, commissioner's office, or even the players themselves. That one misses outside ball 4. Rangers are going to bring the tying run up to the plate as we talk about the defensive shift. But whatever the motivation behind it is, we're going to see a lot more home runs, and it's going to be caused by everyone trying to pull the ball. It's going to do it for Medina. Nick Pivetta coming on in, doing a lot better in the ball world than in real life, as I'm sure you're well aware of from last night's ball game.
To quote our good friend Tardis, who joins me on many Phillies broadcasts, the darkest timeline Nick Pivetta had himself a night last night.
Came in, I want to say it was an 11-run lead or something like that, and within the span of just
12, but who's counting?
12-run lead, and within the span of a couple of batters, all of a sudden it's like a 6 or 7-run lead, and you still win the game handily, but you want to see something better from a guy who's expected to be one of the better pitchers on the team going forward.
6 hits, 6 runs, all earned in a third of an inning work, but who's counting?
Not me. So Pivetta already up ahead 0-2 on Frazier, and he's going to do even better than a strikeout. Ground ball to short. It's 6-4-3 to end the Rangers' threat yet again. I feel the same way if I was a Rangers fan. 7 innings played, only the 1 run for Texas, 4 for Philadelphia.
I'm feeling a little bit bad. I do not know the name of the Rangers mascot off the top of my head, but I'm connecting with him there on a spiritual level. He is selling the anguish.
As the Rangers mascot's name is actually Rangers Captain. That one misses outside 1-0, and
I take it back. I feel no sympathy. That's a terrible name.
1-0 pitch to Real Muto, called strike on the inner half, and I definitely knew that on the top of my head. Did not do a quick Google search in our little off-time break. 1-1 from Palumbo, misses 2-1.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Real Muto versus Palumbo, swinging a fly ball into right field. Coming over, though, is Joey Gallo, makes the catch on that little strip of warning track for out number 1.
The batter, the shortstop, Didi Gregorius.
Didi Gregorius 0 for 3 today, struck out in the 6th inning. Not having the best of days so far, but teammates around him have picked him up, and that's why they've got that 4-1 lead. First pitch is going to be called strike on.
Still have over 40 games to play, but if you are the Phillies, they've got to kick it into high gear if they want any chance of sniffing the postseason. They've played better as of the last couple of weeks, but still, I believe, 9 games back in the wild card chase. Only one team in between them in the second wild card spot, so plenty of room if they can get on a roll. But that has been this Phillies team's problem. They're good for a few days, they're bad for a few days, and when the dust settles, they always seem to end up right around 500.
The 1-2 pitch swung on and lifted out into left field against the shift. Going back is the left fielder Calhoun. My screen is freezing, and that is going to be a ground rule double for Didi Gregorius. So that will extend his hit streak to 9 games now with the opposite field 2-bagger.
Just doing a great job of going against the shift, as you mentioned. That's a pretty routine fly ball to moderately deep left field with a straight-up positioning, but with the way they were shading him over way into left center, just no time to get there, and that one bounces over the wall for the double.
So Palumbo's day is done. Didn't, do the best that he could, but he's kept the Rangers in this ballgame to this point. Jesse Chavez will try and finish off the 8th frame with his 3.62 ERA, maybe even trying to get that lower by a couple of points. Rhys Hoskins steps on in, trying to go 3 for 3. Even though he has had 3 at-bats already, he's got 2 home runs in those first 3. So we'll see if he can complete the treble on this pitch right here. Man on second is Gregorius. First pitch to Hoskins, swinging a ground ball foul, 0-1.
Definitely staying aggressive with that swing. Chasing that one a bit, try to turn it over.
The 0-1 pitch, fouled away, no balls and 2 strikes. Maybe a little too aggressive here in this at-bat.
Yeah, Hoskins usually with one of the best size in all of baseball. And not to say those weren't good pitches, but it looked like both might be just a bit out of the zone. The first one low, the last one away, but nonetheless, Hoskins hacking away on both.
Here's the 0-2. Tried to get him reaching on that slider. Good pitch, but didn't get him to chase.
A good strategy there by Chavez. Trying to walk him off the plate, but can't get the chase.
So he will set up for the 1-2 pitch. On the way. Swing and a foul back. A little bit less break with that cut fastball, but still trying to do the same thing, reach out of the strike zone. Another 1-2 pitch, goes inside with the fastball, doesn't get him to bite either. 2-2.
And this is something Hoskins is good at. Even with 2 strikes, he's very judicious up there at the plate.
2-2 pitch, swinging a foul back. Not going down easy in this at-bat. Here is the 2-2 pitch. Swinging a line drive into right field. No, that's knocked down at second by Odor. Throwing to first gets him for out number 2. So a good play there to hold that one onto the infield and keep the lead at 3 for Philadelphia.
Great reaction there by Odor. Had to be right with it. 1 step to his left. That was all he was going to get, but he's able to get the glove out there and catch it on the short hop to retire Hoskins.
So the first pitch to Adam Hazley just going to be a bit low, 1-0. Rangers bullpen is still going pretty fired up out there. Luis Garcia, Rafael Montero are the 2 arms in there. One-0 pitch to Hazley. Swinging a chopper foul down the first baseline. One pitch, swinging a line drive into left field, coming over Calhoun, who's going to have to play it on a hop. RBI single for Adam Hazley. The Phillies now lead at 5-1.
And Hazley just continues to come up in big spots. This is a guy who's supposed to be an afterthought on this team. Even if he's an everyday guy, supposed to be bottom of the order guy, just provide some defense. Instead, he has become the everyday center fielder, become a mainstay in the middle of this lineup. And while he's not a big power guy, not a huge RBI guy, he always seems to come up with those clutch swings when it can really impact the game late.
So that single might be able to keep Hector Neris on the bench for tonight. We'll have to see if the Rangers are able to respond. Only 2 innings left to do it. Of course, they have to get out of this inning with Alec Boehm 1-1. Here's the pitch just a bit low. 2 balls now and 1 strike. Sets at the belt and delivers, swinging a line drive foul. And out of play down the right field line. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Of is ready. So is Chirinos. 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 called on the low inside corner. Got him with that front door slider to end the inning. Philly just keeps on adding, though. With an RBI single from Adam Hazley, we head to the bottom of the 8th inning. 5-1 Philadelphia. You're watching ML Pop Ball on Twitch.
Leading off for the Rangers.
All right, Special. I think I'm back. I was frozen on the mound there for about the last 35 seconds, but I think we're back.
All right, I'll be honest. I've been a little bit frozen myself, as this one's a hard liner into center field, and playing it on a couple of hops is Adam Hazley. So Drew Waters gets his first hit of the ball game and tries to spark an 8th inning rally here for his team at the bottom of the order.
Gonna have to get word down to the team in the technical truck outside that just because we have new air conditioning inside here at Globe Life, they still have to tough it out too. They got AC at the trailer.
First pitch to Robinson Chirinos, just a bit low, 1-0. And I don't want to rag on the guys in the truck too much. They've been doing a great job so far today. Just a couple of minor issues that's going to happen to pretty much anybody. So, called strike on the inside corner, 1-1.
Yeah, we can always sling mud at them, but if you put me in front of a board with that many buttons and that many screens, I would probably just start crying and suck my thumb and go in the fetal position. I don't know what those guys are doing.
1-1 pitch misses outside, 2-1. I'd almost kind of go in the opposite direction. I'd just be too tempted to just press
Hit
all the
buttons. Yeah.
See what they're all going to do. And, try and mess around and see something that I like. But I'm sure the at-home audiences wouldn't appreciate all the camera switches and volume changes. As there's a swing and a miss. Slider kind of left up in the zone, but Chirinos not looking for it. 2-2. Man on first is the rookie Waters.
I got 3-2.
Chirinos is going to take Heinaway. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Johan Camargo will try and keep this rally going after Robbie. Fouls it away, 3-2.
Pavetta's got the good hard fastball. He's got a 12-6 hammer. There he tried a slider but hung it up. See if he goes to one of his 2 dominant pitches here.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Blows that fastball by him. He does go with the heat. And he gets the first strikeout of the inning.
They're just power on power. Pavetta able to reach back and not only throw it hard, but also locate. That's what these Phillies pitchers have been lacking at times this season.
So Johan Camargo not seeing a bump up in his batting average, but he will in his on-base percentage. 2 walks today and 3 trips to the plate. The 1-0 pitch called strike. Pretty much right down the middle with that fastball, but he wasn't looking for it.
2 balls, 1 strike.
1-1 high and away. Kind of lost that slider, 2-1.
Yeah, and if you're Camargo or really anyone in the Rangers order right now, just trying to get it over to the next man.
Well, you want to get it over to the next man while still getting on base. Camargo just going to line that one out to right fielder Gallo for out number 2. That means Elvis Andrews is going to have to try and keep this inning alive and, maybe bring the tying run to the plate, although you don't quite need to, as it is just the 8th inning.
Yeah, Camargo there put a good swing on it, barreled it, but unfortunately, sometimes that happens in baseball. The harder you hit it, the more at somebody it is. And that was the case there, as Harper barely had to move.
In the dirt, and a good block there by Real Muto. And it's a little surprising to see Pavetta keep going to that slider when he's really been struggling with it today, but he does have a 4-run lead to work with, so I guess he's, maybe thinking to himself, my ERA can take a couple of hits if I can really figure out how to work that slider. Instead, he goes with a fastball 2-1, lifts it out into center field. Hazley camps underneath it and makes the grab for out number 3. Final inning in this one, we hope. 7, 8, and 9 coming up for the Phillies. You're watching ML Bop Ball on Twitch.
That's a good effort there by Pavetta, something the Phillies really could use. Need as many dependable arms in that bullpen as they can muster as we enter the final month and a half of the season.
Chavez going to come out for his first full inning of work and second inning, which he's been a part of. First pitch is a two-seamer, misses inside 1-0. Trying to shake out a couple of the jitters, and now he's ready. Very slow wind up and quick delivery. Line drive, fly ball, into center field. Deep going back is Waters. He's going to make the running grab in front of the warning track for out number 1.
Tough luck there for McCutcheon. Hit it on the button, and it has been just a disastrous season for McCutcheon. Losing his spot in the everyday order for most of the season. Trying to get that offensive swing back into form. Getting a chance here as the Phillies have the benefit of a DH.
There's one, a fly ball into left field. Looked like it was a good swing off the bat, but Calhoun's going to make the grab in front of the track, 2 down.
Now batting.
Good swing there, but yeah, off the end of the bat, golfed up a little lob wedge out into left field. Pitching wedge might have gotten it out over the fence, but comes down shy, and that's 2 gone here in the 9th.
So the man that I always want to call Jay Hay, even though he's not the official guy with that nickname, Josh Harrison. My goodness, I am I'm tired tonight if you can't tell. The 0-1 pitch is the line drive into center field. That's going to be a base hit, just another one off the end of the bat. This time, though, Harrison doesn't hit it too hard, and he's got himself a 2-out base knock.
Now batting.
Good piece of hitting there, just reaching down and away. Not trying to do too much, just hitting it where it's pitched. Laces it out over the second baseman's head, loops it into right center, and presses it on now to Harper.
Getting his 5th try of the ball game. Converted in half the chances, 2 hits, and a run batted in. Chavez ready at the belt. First pitch to Bryce Harper. A called strike at the top of the zone, 0-1.
Phillies with a good lead, but with one more big swing, Harper could pretty much put this one out of reach.
The 0-1 pitch. Looks like the good pitch to put that big swing on, but it's going to be a pop-up left side. Camargo in foul territory. Squeezes it for the out. Bottom of the 9th, last chance for the Rangers. Down by 4. You're watching ML Bopball on Twitch.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for
So it's going to be another former Tiger on the mound. Jose Alvarez will be trying to close this one out. I'm sure Hector Neris is warming up in the bullpen should he be called upon.
Yeah, if you're a Phillies reliever, you can never get too cold. You always have to be ready.
Danny Santana, no hits in 3 tries today. Batting from the right side hit for the first time today. Fouls this one away, 0-1.
Alvarez, a good fastball, good sweeping slider. Pretty effective even against the right-handed batters. Tends to stick with that 1-2 punch.
We're going to see the 2-seam fastball misses high, 1-1. Santana, formerly of the, I want to say Cleveland Indians. I probably should do my research next time, but there's a swing and a miss, 1-2. Strike 3 called. Got him with that curveball. Beautiful location for out number 1.
Yeah, and there you see that big 3/4 sidearm motion. Just frisbees the breaking ball all the way across the plate. Even though it's breaking into the righty, they sometimes have a tough time pulling the trigger on.
So Joey Gallo is going to take for ball 1. Just 2 hits and 12 tries against Alvarez in his career. 4 punch-outs in the mix.
That's
1-0 pitch, check swing, no swing high, 2-0.
No strike.
And I was close but no cigar with my guess. Santana actually the former Minnesota Twin. I knew he was on an AL Central foe, and I've seen him quite a lot, so I'm at least happy he's out of the division. Also played with the Atlanta Braves, and now he's with the Texas Rangers in his second season. Joey Gallo, though, the lifetime Rangers, stepping in. 2-1, swing and a miss. Beautiful curveball. Got him out in front.
Yeah, front Thornton there, just Gallo way too.
3 balls, 2 strikes.
That one misses inside 3-2. Mikekoski using our little Joey Gallo command to get the random generated outcome. It says home run, but instead it's going to be a ground ball to second. Harrison bobbles it, but he will make the play in time for the third straight at bat. Joey Gallo with a ground out, 4-3.
Calhoun.
So Willie Calhoun 2 for 3 today.
Alvarez, as he is 1 out away from closing this one out.
All right, I apologize. I hadn't been hearing you until just a couple of seconds ago. So.
Oh, that's because I was stuck from about 2 pitches ago. I was trying to cover it up and just follow your lead.
Nope, that's inside.
That one misses inside. 2 balls now and no strikes to Willie Calhoun.
I think we're back now.
Big cut and no contact on that one. 2-seamer up in the zone, 2-1.
Alvarez really doing well with that big sweep and hook.
I got 3-1. 3 balls, 1 strike.
3 balls and 1 strike. Rougned Odor hopes to get a chance with 2 outs in the 9th. 3-1 pitch misses, ball 4 low, so he will get a shot to maybe try and come back into this one.
Now back, second base.
That's kind of a tough spot there for a guy like Alvarez. He's a lefty specialist. They at times let him face righties in big spots, but he's not used to putting away games. So here in this spot where he's so used to throwing curve and slider after curve and slider, probably behooves him best to just stick with the fastball, throw 1 or 2 off speed, but just keep pounding the zone. Don't give up any free bases. Just get this last out.
At the very least, he will get to face Rougned Odor, the last lefty before a string of righties / switch hitters. 0-1 pitch on the outer half. No balls and 2 strikes. So quickly the Rangers are down to their final strike. And really quickly, I want to mention, if you guys stick around with us, we got one more game for you tonight. New York Yankees and Kansas City Royals. Justin Rock on the call. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swinging a ground ball to second. Flips it onto the shortstop Gregorius, and that will do it. Joe Girardi hugging all the teammates and the coaching staff as Philadelphia gets another win here in this series. Final score is 5-1.
Great all-around pitching there for the Phillies, holding down this Rangers team. Then they get a couple of big innings, scoring spurts when they need to. And, don't call it quits yet for the Phils. Still a good ways back, but now moving to 3 games over 500. They've still got a chance if they can find some red-hot fire here in the last month and a half.
Adonis Medina gets the win. Tucker Davidson gets his first ever Major League loss. And the player of the game, of course, is going to be Rhys Hoskins, 2 for 4 with the 2 solo home runs. It's a really solid effort for Philadelphia. And for the Rangers, the offense was doing fine up until the point they needed to finish anything off. They left the bases loaded twice, and also a couple of other times left guys in scoring positions. So, you got to wonder what could have happened if they just got 1 or 2 singles at the right time.
Yeah, credit the Phillies pitching. They did not have anywhere near their front line out there tonight. Godley going 4 innings in the start. You had some guys like Medina coming on, Alvarez coming on late, who are parts of their bullpen, but not the highest leverage guys. And each of them found their tight spots that they were able to work out of. So the Phillies have to feel good about this. Not only do they get the win, but they've still got some of their biggest arms in reserve for the next couple of days.
Well, we're getting the highlights going for you guys, and we saw Drew Waters with an amazing diving catch in the second inning. Third inning featured Bryce Harper's RBI single, and then the fourth inning it started off Reese Hoskins' solo shot. It continued in the bottom half with a solo shot of equal proportions from Rougned Odor down that right field line, and that was the closest the Rangers were ever going to get again in this game, although it did seem like they had a couple more chances. Hoskins, with his second home run of the ballgame to deep center field off of the batter's eye, made it 3-1. And at that point, it really seemed like they were going to start to pull ahead and, put this game away, and that's what they ended up doing. Seventh inning, ground ball up the middle from Harrison to score McCutcheon, made it 4-1. And I'm sure in just a little bit we're going to see the final run scored of the game. Yes, we will. Adam Hazley with an opposite field single to drive in a run, made it 5-1, and that was our final score. Final out of the ball game was Rougned Odor going to second base. Harrison goes the short way to Gregorius, and the ball game was over. 5 runs, 12 hits, no errors for the Phillies. 1 run, 7 hits, and just the lone error for the Rangers. Reese Hoskins is the player of the game, 2 for 4 with a couple of solo home runs. And what was your biggest takeaway from this game, Mike?
Well, I think, it's good to see Hoskins continuing to swing a big bat. He's swung and missed a lot of times this year, but he has been the mainstay in the middle of this order. Bryce Harper's had his flashpoints, but if the Phillies are going to take charge, if they're going to make a playoff run here in the final month or so, they're going to need the entire middle of this order. And Hoskins is one guy who can disappear at times, but he was very much part of the offense tonight. That's what they're going to need to see more and more as they come down the stretch here the final 6-7 weeks of the season.
Well, as we're approaching the 10:30 East Coast time, we are getting ready for first pitch of our next game, and we'd like to welcome in our next broadcaster, doing a solo call, maybe scullying it if you'd like to say that. Justin Rock, getting ready to call the Yankees and Royals. How you doing today, sir?
Doing fantastic. How are you two gentlemen doing?
Couldn't be better. Just another day in paradise.
Doing pretty well myself. If we're going to pull back the curtain, I'm a little bit anxious to get back to school pretty soon. But, other than that, Bop Ball World is doing awesome, and love calling the game tonight with Mike.
That's great to hear, and obviously stay safe wherever you're heading off to school in the next couple of days or weeks. It's so weird to think that we're already towards the middle of August, and my brain is still like in March.
Yep.
It's getting to be those dog days of summer.
It's hard to believe, but yeah.
Pandemic time does not move at the same time as regular time, so looks like this one's about to get ready to get going. Maybe Garrett has some late night plans that he wants to get started, so we'll get out of your hair. For Mike A on special effects, and for everybody else here on the ML Bop Ball Network, we want to thank you for sticking around. Watch the Phillies beat the Rangers 5-1 in an interleague matchup. Stick around for our final game of the night. Justin Rock on the call. It's got the Yankees and the Royals. Take it away, sir.
Thank you very much, Special. Welcome out to Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City as the Yankees and the Royals play Game 2 of this 3-game set, as Jacob Junis will be on the mound for Kansas City tonight, 6-9 with a 3.48 ERA for Kansas City. Yankees won the opening game of the series last night 4-2. Yankees getting some late insurance runs in that ball game to come away with the victory. E.J. LeMahieu is in the batter's box. Jacob Junis winds, and our first pitch of the ball game is high for ball one, and we are underway actually a minute ahead of schedule at 10:29 Eastern Time. Yankees coming in at 73-46, tops in the American League East. Royals the exact opposite, the worst record in the American League at 38-81, as LeMahieu takes high and inside for ball two. Royals coming in tonight, losers of 6 in a row. Their elimination number in the Central is already down to 4. That was coming into the day, as this one fouled down the left field line. It's now 2-1. And depending on what happened today with the Twins, that will change, as the pitch to LeMahieu misses high. And the count now 3 balls and 1 strike. And the right-hander, Junis, deals. That one low ball 4, and LeMahieu's on with the leadoff walk here to start the night for New York. Yankees, the winner yesterday, coming up with a couple of big hits, particularly late. Luke Voigt with a 9th-inning RBI double. Put the game basically in the bag for New York as Gleyber Torres will dig into the box. Torres last night 2 for 4 with a strikeout as the first pitch to Gleyber is in for a strike. And the count is 0-1. Gleyber has grounded into quite a few double plays, 22, as you see on your screen so far this year. Torres, those had a fantastic season towards the top of the American League in most offensive categories as he falls behind 0-2. Torres, 3rd in the AL in hits, 4th in WAR, 6th in batting average and on-base percentage. 317, 28 homers, 71 RBIs. Coming into the ninth, the 0-2, and Torres swings and drives one into center. Pollock going back, and all he's going to do is turn and watch that one become a souvenir. Gleyber Torres, his 29th home run of the season, and 2 batters into the ballgame. The Yankees take a 2-0 lead. .426 feet, 103.7 miles per hour off the bat of Gleyber Torres, and the Yankees use the long ball once again to take an early advantage, and Torres absolutely punished that baseball, and you could see Pollock in to give up on it as he reached the edge of the warning track. Yankees coming away with a home run to start. 2 batters in. Torres' 29th homer. RBI 72 and 73 on the season. The day tied for 10th in the AL in home runs as Aaron Judge digs in and rounds the very next pitch to short at Alberto Mondesi fields and makes the play. And there's one down.
The designated hitter, Giancarlo.
Yankees batting order tonight. We've seen LeMahieu at second, Torres at short. Judge in right. Here's Stanton, the DH, 295, 39 homers, and 95 RBIs. Was 0 for 4 with a double play yesterday. He takes low for ball 1. Gary Sanchez, the catcher, will follow. Aaron Hicks, the center fielder, is in the 6th spot. Luke Voigt, who's had a great season at first base, batting 7th. Brett Gardner in left field hitting 8th. And Closter, New Jersey native Tommy La Stella will bat 9th as Stanton misses there. It is 1-1. Jacob Junis had a solid season for Kansas City. That home run he gave up a rarity, entered the day, tied for the fewest home runs allowed among qualified pitchers in the American League as Stanton takes strike number 2. It was just the 10th home run he had surrendered so far this season, and we'll explain why that's a little surprising for Junis, and that's because looking up the numbers coming into the ballgame as a 2-2 is fouled off, and Perez can't hold on. But Junis, last year gave up 31 home runs and 31 starts for Kansas City. That was the 6th most in the American League as the 2-2 fouled off and Stanton stays alive. Year before that, in 2018, he had given up 32 home runs. So coming into 2020, he'd given up 63 home runs in the last 2 seasons. So this weak ground ball back to the mound, and Junis will make the play. 2 away now. And that'll send up Gary Sanchez. So he's given up 63 home runs, Junis, in the last 2 years. But in Bot Ball 2020, that was just the 10th he has surrendered, and we are late into the night on August the 11th. But here is Sanchez to dig in with nobody on, 2 out, 2 runs already in, and he'll take outside for ball 1. And they shift to the pull side for Sanchez. Harry, like Stanton, 0 for 4 last night with a double play. He has really struggled in real life, has Harry Sanchez, as this one very late swing on a fastball 1-1. I think as of late, his batting average now under 100 for the season with the Yankees. Not exactly what Aaron Boone and company had in mind, as that one misses. And the count now 2 balls and 1 strike. This one fouled away. Count now 2-2. Already 20 pitches. Jacob Junis here in the opening inning. The break even, and Sanchez swings and misses. Got him on the slider, and the side is retired. But the Yankees score 2 runs on this 2-run homer by Gleyber Torres at the end of a half. The Yankees 2, and the Royals coming to bat. On the mound for the Yankees tonight, it is the 28-year-old right-hander Domingo Germán. This is 10th start of the season for New York. 3-3, a 4.15 ERA, just 42 hits allowed in 47 2/3 innings, 17 walks and 44 strikeouts. So he has rounded into shape somewhat, Germán, although he has the little ice icon next to his name. If you look at the stats video from last night, that one low, and Adalberto Mondesi. He's a first pitch ball, the count 1-0. Mondesi 0 for 4 last night with a strikeout. 265, 9 homers, and 29 RBIs. The 1-0, and Mondesi looks at a strike, 1-1. Germán, 6'2", 181 pounds, just turned 28. 1-1 pitch is inside. And the count 2-1. Germán from San Pedro de Macorís in the Dominican Republic. 2-1. And Mondesi takes low. Count now 3 balls and 1 strike. (3-1). And Mondesi taking. And it's now full 3 balls and 2 strikes. Germán's last start, I was back on Thursday against Oakland in New York. Germán taking the loss. Only went 4 innings, gave up 4 runs on 6 hits. Walked 3, struck out 4 that night as Mondesi pops this one in the air, but Costello will watch that one become a souvenir. Now stays full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. 11-5 loss that day to the A's. Yankees split that 4-game series as Mondesi spoils another. This will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat upcoming. The 3-2 pitch. This one popped up. Behind the plate, Gary Sanchez stepping into the righty batter's box makes the catch. And Mondesi retired for the first out here in the bottom of the opening inning. So 1 away, and that'll send up the number 2 hitter, Whit Merrifield. The reverse splits for Merrifield so far this season, hitting about 123 points better on the right-hand side than against right-handed pitchers as opposed to against southpaws. As first pitch from Germán is a breaking ball in there for strike 0-1. Merrifield swung a good bat as of late. 4 for his last 11. Coming into the day was 5 for 15 in their series over the weekend, a 4-game sweep against the Twins as he chases a breaking ball down. Out now 0-2. Merrifield 1 for 4 and scored one of Kansas City's 2 runs last night. 0-2 pitch. This a broken bat. Dribbler out in front of the plate. Sanchez picks it up and throws to the foul side of the bag. And nicely done there between Sanchez and Voit to get the out on a pitch that turned Merrifield's bat into kindling. And now the Yankees will face Salvador Perez with nobody on and 2 out. Perez hitting at .303 on the year. He had 2 hits last night. Pair of times as he takes outside for ball 1. Perez has had a good season for Kansas City. .303, 12 homers, 42 driven in. As this fouled back, it is 1-1. Yankees a 2-0 lead here in the bottom of the first, a 2-run homer. That thing started by Gleyber Torres. 1-1. And that one misses way high and up. 2 balls and 1 strike now on Salvador Perez. 2-1. Line drive foul towards the tarp. Count now 2-2. This is a Royals team that has struggled mightily and traded their biggest piece. Dodgers earlier this year. Is this a fly ball in the right? And Judge, diving headlong, makes a spectacular catch to end the inning. Judge taking away a base hit from Salvador Perez. Yankees retire Kansas City in order. We are through 1-0 New York.
Leading off for the Yankees.
Great play there by Aaron Judge as we go to the second inning. Here in Kansas City, 2-0 Yankees in front. Judge yesterday, the second run Kansas City scored was on a ball with 2 outs that Judge dove towards the line on. And the ball ricocheted off of his glove, landed in the outfield for a base hit. Judge nearly made a diving catch similar to that one last night. Tonight, able to find success as Hicks pops one into shallow center. Calling for it is Merrifield, and he'll make the catch, 1 away.
Batting 7, the first baseman, Luke Voigt.
No 1 up, 1 down for Junis here in the second. He's retired 4 in a row since the homer. And I'll bring up Luke Voigt. Voigt 1 for 4 last night, had a double and an RBI. Hitting .312, career high 22 home runs this season, 64 RBIs, and there's still another month plus left in the campaign. He has had a breakout full year for the Yankees, staying healthy, and his bat ball season has mirrored real life. Yankees 9-6 win against the Braves today. Worth checking out the highlight of a mammoth home run he hit off Tuki Toussaint. Ended way up into the bleachers at Yankee Stadium and left. As there's a strike, the count now 1-1 on Voigt. Royals, on the other hand, suffered a heartbreaking loss tonight. 1-1 inside, 2-1. They fell IRL in real life to the Cincinnati Reds in 10 innings, 6-5. Joey Votto, a walk-off double off the center field fence in the bottom of the 10th inning. One fouled away, 2-2. Break even from Junis, and that slider misses down and away. The count now full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Junis, 5-pitch collection. 4-seam fastball, slider, sinker, curve, and a changeup. And his arsenal run that fastball in the low 90s up to about 92. As Voigt fouls off another. Payoff pitch from Junis, and that is high for ball 4. Second walk issued by the right-hander. And the Yankees have 1 on, 1 out. And that'll bring up Brett Gardner. It's interesting. You look at the bat ball numbers for Junis. 96 strikeouts, 42 walks, and 126 and 2/3 innings. Junis, slightly higher walk numbers than we've seen in previous years in real life. But the home run numbers, which we've seen high in real life, have been down. Bat ball in 2020, so go figure there as Brett Gardner brings about 3 days late on a fastball at 0-1. Gardner, good success lifetime against Junis. Brett last night 1 for 4 with a double and a run scored. Here's the 0-1 pitch from the righty, and that one misses outside, 1-1. Junis, 6'3", 220 pounds, 27 years old, from Jacksonville, Arkansas. Now calls Scottsdale, Arizona his home. The 1-1 pitch is make the catch. Retreating back to first goes Voigt.
Batting 9, the third baseman, Tommy LaStella.
So 1 on, 2 out. I'll bring up one of the Yankees' newest acquisitions in bat ball, Tommy LaStella. Came over in a trade with the Angels back on July the 31st. LA hitting at .285 between the 2 stops, 15 homers, 40 RBIs, or 45 RBIs, I should say, as that's outside for ball 1. LaStella grew up in the same town as me. I think I've shared the story a couple times already, but he is the lone major leaguer that comes out of Closter, New Jersey, at least as far as I know, as the 1-0. Oh, now 2 balls and no strikes. LaStella, a guy who stayed local to start his college career, went to St. John's out in Queens before transferring to Coastal Carolina, where he really burst onto the scene and was actually a draft pick of the team the Yankees played tonight, the Atlanta Braves. Made his debut with them and his debut at the ballpark of the team he hated growing up. Fenway Park against the Red Sox. Stella can't hold up. There's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Family made the trip up from New Jersey, drove up I-95 to get up to Fenway as Stella hits one in the air, right center field. This one is into the gap. A one-hop off the fence. Voigt running with 2 outs. Pollock a little tardy getting it in, but with Voigt's lack of speed, Phil Nevin, the third base coach, going to hold him up. And instead of an RBI, just allowed 2-out double for La Stella. And the Yankees will send up LeMahieu with 2 on and 2 out. LeMahieu walked in, scored back in the opening inning. As the righty deals, and that misses up and in. 1 ball and no strikes. He was just 1 for 13 with an RBI in that weekend series against Oakland. Nice bounce back game yesterday, 2 for 4 with an RBI on a sac fly. 1-0 and LeMahieu early on that pitch. 1 ball and 1 strike. Yankees have made Junis work here in the first 2 innings. Already up over 40 pitches. This will be number 41. A 1-1 from the right-hander, and this one a drive out into left field. Back goes Gordon. The warning track, and this one bounces off the warning track and over the fence for a ground rule double. DJ LeMahieu needs to go to the weight room to put it out. But the Yankees will take it, a 2-base hit, a ground rule double, and the Yankees have a 4-0 lead here in the top of the second inning. I thought that one was going to get up on out of this ballpark. Second home run Junis had given up in this game, but ends up going for a 2-base hit as Gleyber Torres takes ball 1. Torres a 2-run homer. Back in the first off of Junis to dead center field. So the Yankees have bludgeoned the righty here early. Junis with the loss in his last start as well, the 1-0. Torres a swing and a miss. It's 1-1. Junis losing a tight one on Thursday, a 3-1 loss to the Twins. Gave up runs on 5 hits and 5 1/3. 1-1. Torres a bit late on the curve. It's 1-2. At our trivia question of the game, courtesy of the big guy 73, in our Twitch chat. I'll read that off for you in a second. The 1-2. Torres a bit out in front on this one. Down is now 1 ball and 2 strikes. Trivia question of the game is if you can name the 4 players to debut in the 1960s, hit 400 or more home runs in their career. This one a wave and a miss from Torres. And the side is retired, but the Yankees score 2 more runs in the inning on the strength of 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left after 1.5 at Kansas City. It's 4-0 Yanks.
Leading up for the Royals, the right fielder,
Hunter Dozier to lead off for Kansas City as we play here in the bottom of the second. Dozier spoke of a perfect game bid by Garrett Cole last night in the 5th with a home run, as that one is high for a ball. 1-0 on Dozier. Dozier did have that 1 home run last night, did strike out twice as well. 1-0 pitch down. It is now 2 balls and no strikes. But to go back to that trivia question from the big guy, good one. And obviously, my guess is it's going to have some connotation to this game if he's bringing it up here during this Yankees-Royals contest. I've got one guess immediately off the bat as 3-1, a curveball in for a strike 3-1. That's Herman's bread and butter pitch. Curve, 4-seam, 2-seam, and a changeup. Is this a line drive? That'll get down into right center field, a base hit. No perfect game bid tonight for New York. Judge will cut it off in the gap and fire in, but Dozier is in at second with a leadoff double.
The first baseman, number 66.
Good piece of hitting to the opposite field by the right-hander. That'll bring up Ryan O'Hearn. O'Hearn, a career-high 57 RBIs here in 2020. O'Hearn had a rough night last night. Caught the golden sombrero, or I guess maybe the golden crown, if he's playing for the Royals. 4 strikeouts and 4 at-bats. Eric Cole with 10 punch-outs last night for New York. As O'Hearn takes low for ball 1. But the immediate guess on the trivia question has to be Reggie Jackson. I'm fairly confident he made his debut in the 60s, not in the 50s or 70s. That one inside 2-0, because I think he was fairly new, fairly young at the major league level when he hit that home run off the transformer at Tiger Stadium. I believe it was the 1970 All-Star game in Detroit. Ron having some trouble locating here in the second, falling behind O'Hearn 2-0. Much like he did with Dozier. Is this one driven deep to right field, and all the Yankees can do is turn and watch that one end up as a splashdown shot over by the water. Brian O'Hearn putting one into orbit off of Herman, and the Royals get those 2 runs back immediately. It is 4-2 New York. .439 feet, 108.9 miles an hour off the bat of Ryan O'Hearn. He absolutely destroyed it. It was a 2-0 get me over fastball, and O'Hearn knew exactly where to deposit it. Way into the Missouri Tuesday night skyline. O'Hearn is 23rd home run, RBIs 58 and 59. It is now a 4-2 game as Ryan McBroom takes high for ball 1. McBroom 250 with a homer and 4 RBIs. McBroom playing in just his 20th game of the year with Kansas City. He actually had the game-tying home run in the 9th. Kansas City against Cincinnati tonight. As that one high. Actually in there for a strike, I should say. It is 1-1. So Reggie Jackson is one of those 4 correct answers in the trivia question. So we're off to a good start as that's high and inside 2-1. Trying to think of some big names that would have debuted in the 1960s as the 2-1. Grounded foul up the third base line, evened up now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Break even, and McBroom faces a changeup down and out of the zone. So Herman has a strikeout. That's his first punch out of the night. And there is one way here in the second inning. That'll bring up the number 7 hitter, Alex Gordon. On just 44 strikeouts at 47 2/3 coming into the day. As the righty deals, that one outside for a ball, 1-0. Gordon, last night's game, 0 for 3. Being a paltry 226 with 5 homers and 25 driven in. Been a rough season for, I guess, the longest tenured Royal at this point, but will come through with a base knock here against Herman. A blooper in over Aaron Judge. And Matt Blake's going to head out to the mound to talk with Herman. He has struggled mightily here to start this second inning. That is the 3rd hit he has allowed. A double, a home run, and now a single. It has been Herman's inability to get ahead in the count that has hurt him tonight. Got away with it in the first, but has not seen the same success in the second as A.J. Pollock comes in and watches a first pitch fastball dart right down the middle. It's a strike 0-1. Pollock at 188 coming into the day between the Dodgers and Kansas City. 5 homers, just 7 RBIs. 0-1. Swing and a miss. It is 0-2. 0-2 pitch from Herman outside and low. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1 on, 1 out. 2 in for Kansas City here in the bottom of the second. Yankees scoring 2 in the first, 2 in the second. Royals have answered with a crooked number of their own. Now the 1-2 offering. On the outside corner, got him looking. Curveball on the black. Second strikeout for Herman. And there's now 2 down here in the second, and that'll bring up Kelvin Gutierrez. Gutierrez, the third baseman, has taken over the starting role from Michael Franco, who had been their starter throughout the first half of the season. That one low. 1-0. Gutierrez last night 0 for 3 with a strikeout. 1 for his last 13. Outside now, 2-0. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time thinking of major league players that debuted in the 1960s that would have hit a lot of home runs. I'm not exactly sure why. Maybe Dave Kingman. I don't know if he debuted into the 70s or maybe got in the 60s. I'm not positive. I would have to go to Baseball Reference to check that out. I'm not 100% sure there. My other thought was maybe, Brooks Robinson, but I think he might have debuted in the 50s. I'm not sure if he even got up to 400 home runs in his career. Kingman was a 70s guy. I thought there was a chance. I knew he was French. He must have debuted in the early 70s. I guess maybe like 72. And it's a wild guess there as the count runs full on Gutierrez, and that will unleash Gordon with 2 outs. Brooks Robinson is a no-go. 3-2. Foul, though. And he'll stay alive. Maybe Carl Yastrzemski. I don't know. Maybe he was a guy that debuted in the 50s as well. I know he played for a long, long time, did Yaz. Boston as this one fouled up the first base line. And it will stay full on the Royals' third baseman. And Yaz, I guess, is a 60s guy. So 2 of 4 here. Payoff pitch from Domingo. And this one is hit a mile high in the infield. Luke Voigt calling for it in front of the mound, and he'll make the catch to end the inning. But the Royals do score 2 runs on 3 hits. The big blow. A mammoth shot from Ryan O'Hearn after 2. It's the Yankees 4 and the Royals 2. Take a look at Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City. We go to the third, just about 11 o'clock here in the Eastern Time Zone. Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday evening, wherever it is you may be. But fans, we want to remind you that we are doing this all for charity here on Twitch and the ML Botball Network. And our charity of choice, as it has been for the last few weeks, is Meals on Wheels, which supports more than 5,000 community-based programs across the country. We're dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger. Network serves virtually every community in America, enables America's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. If you can lend a hand, we'd most greatly appreciate it, whether it's through our link in our Twitch chat or is going to their website and donating. As Judge ready for an 0-1. Swung on and belted deep to left field, and all Gordon can do is turn and watch that one go into the seats. A third, no doubt, home run we have seen tonight. This one off the bat of Aaron Judge, and the Yankees, one of those 2 back on their behalf. Now 5-2 New York. .414 feet, 104 miles an hour. And that up to about 105. And that home run by Aaron Judge is 24th of the year, RBI number 63. And Junis giving up his second home run, 3 innings tonight as Stanton takes low for a ball. Junis, as we mentioned earlier, given up 63 home runs in 2018 and 2019 in real life, but just 9. He's tied for the fewest in the American League among qualified pitchers coming into the day. He has given up 2 here tonight to tie himself with Mike Montgomery, who also on this Kansas City staff, tied for 4th in the American League in fewest allowed as Stanton takes a ball. It is 2-1. The big guy giving another hint. One is a Hall of Famer. One is not. Is that one high and inside? 3-1. So my wild guess for the non-Hall of Famer would be maybe Dick Allen, who played, I know, for the Phillies and the White Sox. I'm not 100% positive when his debut was, as Stanton can't connect, and the net count now full 3-2. Payoff pitch, foul back. Stanton's been stuck on 39 home runs for a while. And a whole bunch of Yankee games, and despite that large home run total, I've not seen a single home run off of his bat. Swan fouled out of play down the right field line. Payoff pitch is grounded towards short. Fielded there by Mondesi. Stanton retired for the first out here in the 3rd inning. 0 for 6 here to begin the series as we look at the Topps American League Central standings. Kansas City firmly in the cellar. The Twins did win today, according to that, so they improved to 79 and 43. So the Yankees need to win today to stay 4 back of the Twins for home field advantage in the American League postseason. There's a strike 0-1, and the Royals would need to win to their elimination number at just 3. Loss would drop it down to 2 by the end of tonight, the 0-1. And Sanchez can't connect 0-2. The big guy says the non-Hall of Famer is tough. Says the hint is he's a 1984 World Series champion. That's an interesting proposition. Trying to think of who was on that 84 team that would have debuted in the 60s that I would remember. I know that team had Kirk Gibson, but he definitely did not debut then. And certainly did not get to 400 career home runs. Neither did Alan Trammell or Lou Whitaker, and neither of them debuted in the 60s. As Sanchez swings and misses. And Junis has his 3rd strikeout. 2 away now in the 3rd. We'll bring up Aaron Hicks, who popped up to 2nd to lead off in the 2nd. The guy saying he debuted in 1969. That is a good question. I am having a tough time thinking of who that would have been on that Tigers club. As Hicks, the swinging bunt up the first base line, and Val Perez doing a nice job on that one. It's out of his crouch and throws out Hicks to end the inning, but the Yankees get a run back on a home run. It is 5-2 New York after 2.5.
Leading up for the Royals, the shortstop.
Alberto Mondesi to lead off for the Royals here in the bottom of the 3rd. Yankees a 5-2 lead. They have scored in each of the first 3 innings tonight. Mondesi takes low for ball 1. Maybe Dwight or Darrell Evans? Is that who it is? I don't know why that name just came to me. And I don't know, maybe because Dwight Evans is now in the show this year. He's one of the new guys. Which, by the way, I love that he's a guy that's in the game this year. I'm not a Red Sox fan. I actually grew up hating the Red Sox, as we see Mondesi pop out to La Stella for the first out here in the 3rd inning.
15, second baseman.
It's not Dwight Evans, maybe Darrell Evans? I definitely don't think Dwight Evans is on the Tigers. As the pitch is low, 1-0. I was just trying to think of, I can see why Big Guy got confused there. I was trying to figure out in my mind how I got Darrell Evans out of that entire sequence. Down now 1-1 on Whit Merrifield. But my only thought process is maybe because Dwight Evans is in the game this year if you play Diamond Dynasty, which, like I said, I love that he's guy that's in the game this year, a guy who's not in the Hall of Fame. Some people would argue should be in the Hall of Fame based on his credentials with Boston, and I believe he was also on maybe the Angels. I'm drawing a blank on what other teams he was on. But I think was Darrell Evans on Kansas City during his career? No, he was not. I don't know why I thought he was. I digress. As Merrifield a line drive in his center, and Hicks, his horse to his right, makes the catch. So 2 away now in the third. Bring up Salvador Perez, who blew out his first time up. Now is to right. Oh, the one guy we're missing now is a Hall of Famer. We've got Yaz, we've got Reggie Jackson, got Darrell Evans. Who is the missing Hall of Famer out of this bunch? Is that one high? It is 1-0. Maybe Johnny. I don't think Johnny Bench got to 400 home runs. Maybe he did. Is this one fouled off? It is 1 ball and 1 strike. I think Bench was a 60s debut guy for Cincinnati. It's a weird thing when you think about the decades. You almost have to think about the decade after as to when they were successful, or really when they really thrived, as Perez unable to hold up or called strike 3. Either way, Herman picks up the punchy, and the side retired. 1-2-3 goes Kansas City, and the third. Keys lead by 3 after 3. I didn't think Johnny Bench made it to 400.
The first baseman, Luke Voigt.
Believe he fell just shy. I think he's maybe around the 380 total. But the big guy's saying he did play for one team his entire career. That one outside. 1-0 to Luke Voigt. Voigt walked his first time up tonight. That one high. It is now 2 balls and no strikes.
3 balls.
And Junis way behind 3-0. Junis already up to 64 pitches coming into tonight. Rio delivery, and Voigt taking all the way. And there's a strike. It is 3-1. Played his entire career with one team and got to the 400 home run plateau in his career, as this one fouled away. 3-2. I've had one name in my mind. I don't think I was going to say Harmon Killebrew, but I'm very confident he was a 50s guy. Is this a ground ball to first, and Hearn makes the play. So 1 away. Job by Junis to battle back from being down 3-0. I'll bring up Brett Gardner here. Flew out his first time to center. His entire career with one team. I feel like I'm going to hate myself when I ultimately get this one. This one fouled away. It is no balls and 1 strike.
1-1.
1 low now, 1-1 to Gardner. See, that's why I thought it was possibly Killebrew, is only because of the Kansas City connection, as Gardner slices a line drive over the head of Gutierrez. He's going to test Gordon's arm in left, and a wild toss back in allows Gardner to reach second safely with a double. His 20th two-base hit of the season. Also his 40th extra base knock. Yankees have a man in scoring position with 1 out. That'll bring up Tommy LaStella, who has a double to his name already tonight. Jesse Hahn, Eric Skoglund up in the bullpen for Kansas City. Hahn threw last night. There's a strike. It is 0-1. We played for one team. 0-1. And there for a strike now. It is quickly 0-2. Righty offers. Inside it is 1-2. Maybe Willie Stargell? Is he a 60s guy or is he 70s? No. I think I might be right on this one. 1-2. Outside 2-2. Again, interesting. You really have to think about who dominated in the 70s. Thinking of these guys, Willie Stargell is the fourth one. So Stargell, who dominated for the Pirates. Darrell Evans, who underrated guy, had a great career. One of those guys you forget had 400 home runs. That's why he's such a tough answer. Why the big guy had to give all those little hints. Mention the '84 World Series, not a Hall of Famer, but he is a guy with 400 career long balls. And Reggie Jackson, of course. Obvious answer is Listella with a fly ball out into right. Ogier will make the catch. Gardner will not test the arm. Another errant toss in. But no advance, so no harm, no foul. 2 away now in the inning, and that'll bring up the top of the lineup for New York and DJ LeMahieu. LeMahieu, 2 RBI double his last time up. He has walked, delivered that 2 RBI base hit. That was back in the second inning. He scored in each of the first 3 frames, trying to make it 4 in a row now. As LeMahieu looks at a strike 0-1. 4 correct answers: Darrell Evans, Willie Stargell, Reggie Jackson, and the second, Carl Yastrzemski for the Boston Red Sox. As the count now 1-1. Interesting, and 2 guys who played for a bunch of teams, and Jackson and Evans, and 2 guys who played for just one team their entire careers. Stargell with the Pirates and Yaz with the Red Sox. As the 1-1 line drive center field, down for a base hit. Gardner will score. LeMahieu has reached all 3 times tonight, and he is comfortably off that 1-for-13 stretch he had over the weekend. DJ LeMahieu now 4 for 6 in this series with 4 RBIs, and the Yankees have a 6-2 lead. LeMahieu with 3 RBIs tonight. That is his 70th of the season. As now here is Gleyber Torres, who has homered and struck out. 2-run homer to dead center back in the first as Junis takes a strike. Junis has been roughed up tonight. He turned down a scholarship to NC State to sign with Kansas City as a 29th round pick. Back in 2011 was the 876th overall selection. Royals had to give him a $675,000 signing bonus to get him to forego that commitment to the Wolfpack, because there's a strike 1-2. It was interesting reading about him prepping for tonight. Speaking of Jake Junis, about him coming out of high school in Illinois. Actually in Arkansas, excuse me, I believe. One low, 2-2 now on Torres. But he was seen as a guy going to college as someone who could be a 2-way player and having some power potential as a third baseman coming out of high school. Torres fouls us off to stay alive. He was also a pretty darn good basketball player. He's 6'3", 220 now. But as a senior in high school, averaged 19 and 6, 19 points, 6 boards on the hardwood. Junis, fortunately for Kansas City tonight, matching his rebounding total in the runs he has given up through 3 2/3 as this one out of play off the bat of Torres. Through 3 2/3 innings, Junis has thrown 86 pitches. This will be number 87 coming to Gleyber Torres. Payoff delivery, runner going, ground ball through the left side, base hit. Tie hit game for Torres. The Yankees continue their attack on Kansas City's pitching. They have 2 on, 2 out, and Aaron Judge stepping to the plate to try and really create some separation.
Your attention, please.
And that'll be all for the righty. Mike Matheny has seen enough. He will make a call to the bullpen. They will bring in the southpaw Eric Skoglund, so he is the long reliever that Kansas City will sacrifice to the fire tonight. And that has been the story of the bat ball season. It has been long relievers extraordinaire as Judge takes high for a ball. Judge a line drive home run. Last time up in the third is 24th home run of the season. Now driven in a run in each of the first 2 games of this 3-game series. 1-0 high. It is now 2 balls and no strikes. But as we mentioned last night when we were talking about the broadcast, and especially the Royals, they have used long relievers a lot. Hahn was used for 2+ innings last night, of giving up that extra insurance run in the 9th as the Royals tried squeezing a 3rd inning of relief out of him. As the count now 3-0, but Hahn had also thrown an inning and a third on Sunday. Skoglund, who's pitching here on Tuesday and will most certainly be asked to go multiple innings. 3-0 in for a strike. Now 3-1. Skoglund threw 3 2/3 innings of relief. As recently as Sunday, against the Twins, gave up a run on 3 hits. Struck out 3 as the 3-1 offering to Judge is in there full count. Oh, everyone will be off again. Skoglund also threw an inning and a third on Saturday against the Twins, and then another 3 2/3 innings in relief of Junis last Thursday. As Judge takes a called strike 3 on the inside corner, Skoglund able to help Kansas City escape further damage. We go to the bottom of the 4th. Yankees lead at 6-2. Hunter Dozier, Ryan O'Hearn, Ryan McBroom. 4, 5, and 6 due up for Kansas City in the 4th. This is the part of the order. Brought in their only 2 runs of the night. That was back in the 2nd inning. Dozier doubled and scored in that frame, and he will take a first pitch strike. It is 0-1. Dozier, the first-round selection for the Royals back in 2013, I believe, out of it was Stephen F. Austin. That one in the dirt, 1-1. I know it was a small Southwest school. That's what I remember. I remember being a school that just does not normally get first-round draftees. As that one in the dirt, 2-1. Quick trip to a ball reference says I am correct. Stephen F. Austin, the Lumberjacks. One foul up the line. It is 2-2. Dozier, the 8th overall pick. Stephen F. Austin in Nacogdoches, Texas. 2-2. And Dozier with a fly ball into right. Judge barely moving an inch, and he'll make the catch for the first out. One away against Herman in the 4th, and that'll bring up Ryan O'Hearn, who contributed the only 2 runs of the game for the Royals with a mammoth 2-run homer his last time up. '23rd long ball leads the Royals this season. It's after going 0 for 4 last night, and he'll foul that away. And the count 0-1. Earn had 2 doubles and a homer in their series against the Twins this weekend. On pitch from Domingo is swung on and belted deep to center field, and Ryan O'Hearn has hit his 2nd home run of the night. This one way back there, and he hit it even further than he did the first time. 449 feet to dead center, and the Royals have cut it to 6-3. .449 feet, 107.9 miles an hour off the bat. O'Hearn his 24th home run, RBI number 60. And the Royals, their second home run of the game, they have cut it to a 3-run deficit as McBroom takes low. 4-1. What a night for Ryan O'Hearn. Well, prior to tonight, I had done 2 previous Kansas City games. Gone 0 for 9 with 7 strikeouts, so a little bit better today. Mr. O'Hearn. Out now 1-1 on McBroom. The Yankee armman acquired by the Royals back on August the 31st of last year, made his debut towards the tail end of last season. 1-2 from Herman. This one hit in the air to right. Going back is Judge, and he'll reach up to make the catch. 2 down. Barry Basher spoken like a true pessimistic fan, saying the Buffalo Royals keep it just close enough that I feel like we have an outside shot, but blow it in the end. And, well, very similar to what we saw last night, a 4-2 Yankees win over Kansas City. And the Royals were down 1 going into the 9th, and rode that long reliever 1 inning to Aaron. Ended up falling by 2. Gordon singled his first time up. He is 1 for 1 as that one in for a strike, 1-1. I think a large part of that is due to overuse of those long relievers for Kansas City. Since last Thursday, Skoglund 3 2/3 on Thursday. Inning in the 3rd Saturday, 3 2/3 on Sunday. Now we'll be asked to go multiple innings here tonight. Asked to throw multiple games tonight, I'll be concerned, as it's now 3-1. Alex Gordon. He'd be from Toronto chiming in, just replaced Royals with Blue Jays, and you've described Toronto's season. 3-1. Other pop-up. A lot of those from Kansas City tonight. LaStella making the jogging catch on to the ace of the mound, and the side retired, but the Royals able to respond, gets that run right back. A home run from Ryan O'Hearn, his second of the day. We are through 4, Yankees 6, Royals 3. Self-depreciation continuing for Barry and EB in the Twitch chat. They take out the pot ball, and it's still fairly accurate. At least, I guess maybe lately, although the Royals did win that World Series a few years ago. Toronto hasn't exactly had the same level of success recently, but the most recent decade wasn't unkind to our friends north of the border, as a nice play by O'Hearn defensively. After 2 home runs at the plate. Here to begin his night. It's a nice defensive stab to send Stan to 0 for 3. See the final line for Jacob Junis tonight. It was not one that he will want to remember. Junis 3 2/3 innings, 6 runs, all earned on 7 hits. 2 walks, 3 strikeouts, gave up 2 home runs in this ballgame as Sanchez fouls it off. 0-1. Sanchez 0 for 2, struck out both times. (0-1). Grounded foul 0-2. Junis tonight throwing 87 pitches and 56 strikes for those 3 2/3 innings. Of a 2-run homer to Torres in the first and a solo shot. Judge in the third. On low 1-2. Oakland, a guy I saw back in the Cape League days, was on our Born Braves team for a very short amount of time at the beginning of the summer of 2013. That one high 2-2. He had pitched in the Cape a little bit the summer prior. The Harwich Mariners. This one fouled away 2-2. I believe it was Harwich. Need to look it up, but he ended up spending most of that second summer, 2013, pitching not in the Cape League, but in another collegiate summer league nearby. I believe the NECBL, the Northeast New England Collegiate Baseball League. This goes to show that just because you don't end up making it maybe in that big league in college, whether it be as a major D1 player or maybe in that big collegiate summer league, as Sanchez grounds out to short for the second out. 2 away in the fifth. Now here's Aaron Hicks, who is 0 for 2.
Aaron Hicks.
Skoglund from Sarasota, Florida, was a third-round pick at Kansas City in 2014 at a UCF. Located in Orlando. There's a strike 0-1 to Hicks, batting from the right-hand side now. Lefty on the mound. That one in there now, 0-2. Yeah, actually, he didn't even pitch in the NECBL. He pitched in the Florida Collegiate League. Pitched in College Park, Florida for the College Park Freedom. That's where he ended up after spending just 2 games and 1 start with Bourne, our boys, in 2013. But he handles the Yankees pretty well here in the fifth. Retires New York in order. First time the Yankees have put up a donut halfway through, 6-3 Bombers. A.J. Pollock will lead off for Kansas City here in the fifth. You see the Yankees have their 2 long men up and loosening in the bullpen. Pollock struck out his first time up in the second. It'll be 8-9-1 for the Royals against Herman. Herman only lasted 4 innings in his last start. We'll see if he can make it necessary 5 to qualify for a victory today. Pollock acquired by the Royals back on July 20th with Brustar Gratterall. This ground ball to short. Torres to his left. Will make a high throw on to first, but the play made.
Now batting.
On out now here in the fifth. That'll bring up Kelvin Gutierrez, who popped up his first time. That was to first baseman Voigt. This one pulled foul. Yeah, Pollock acquired on July the 20th along with Brustar Gratterall and a good friend of mine, Josiah Gray, a big Diamond Dynasty MLB The Show player. So if you do a play online, he does have one of those, the real Josiah Gray cards. He's one of those guys he is very good. I don't know if it's because player and he's got some connection to get good cards or what. You see a loud line drive off the bat of Gutierrez results in the second out of the inning. Back to the top of the order, and Adalberto Mondesi, who's popped up twice. But he already has that collection MVP Trout card, and he'll end up with that Babe Ruth and Tom Seaver card sooner rather than later, too. That's my plan after the game tonight. This is a ground ball to short off the bat of Mondesi and Torres. Easy play in the fifth inning, 6 up and 6 down. Both sides combined. We go to the sixth here in Kansas City. Yankees still leading 6-3.
Leading off for the Yankees.
Yankees to have the bottom third of their order due up here in the top of the sixth inning. This is our final game on the schedule here on the Bot Ball calendar here on Tuesday, August the 11th. Our 5th of 5 as there's a strike. Luke Voigt here to begin the inning. The 0-1 from Skoglund is low.
1-1.
And the count now 1 ball. And 1 strike. As Voigt now swings at this high fastball and punishes it deep to left field, and this one's going to be a souvenir. This one ticketed for the Royals Hall of Fame out in left. 23rd home run of the year for Voigt, the 3rd for New York. And the Yankees go back up by 4. It is 7-3. This one was absolutely blasted by Voigt. He got his hands up on that heater and mashed it over the bullpen or the Yankees into the seats. tremendous clout from Luke Voigt.
1-0, Gardner.
Home run number 23, RBI number 65. It is now a 7-3 advantage for New York here in the 6th. Looks like the Yankees bats have sprung to life here tonight.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Torres, then Judge, now Voigt. Gone deep here against Kansas City. Harry's saying he's been at a game there in Kansas City where someone's put one above that bullpen and opted out actually towards the Hall of Fame, trying to put as the latest exhibit, at least if it was hit by a Kansas City player. Well, I don't know. Maybe they do display sometimes balls that were hit really far or something of that nature from visiting teams that happened in Kansas City. Need to make it out there. Hard to believe that a Jewish kid from the Northeast has family with ties to Kansas City, but I do, as Gardner fouls it off 1-2. My dad's older brother lived in Los Angeles for like 30 some odd years, as Gardner strikes out for the first out here in the 6th inning. Lived in Los Angeles, worked for a whole bunch of insurance companies for a long time. Was a single guy for a long time, and met somebody who lived Overland Park, Kansas. And so much so that he moved from Los Angeles to Kansas. Stark difference in life from California sunshine to the changing seasons of the Midwest as Tommy LaStella picks up his 2nd hit of the game. Yankees have 1 on, 1 out. That'll bring up DJ LeMahieu, but they don't live too far away, just on the Kansas side of that Kansas-Missouri border. And he has made it out to Kauffman Stadium, and that they've been together for a long time, but we have yet to make it out to Kansas for various reasons, most of them actually viable, but do need to make it out there, if no other reason than to check out Kauffman Stadium and then ultimately mosey on up to St. Louis and get to Busch Stadium. Obviously, when life permits. A lot of Major League ballparks that I have not gone to. I haven't gone to many recently. Went to a lot more when I was a younger kid, as LeMahieu fouls it away. 2-1. I think of where I've been. Went to Camden Yards, 99, being really mad. And Cal Ripken not in the lineup for the Orioles that day against the Twins. Is this a liner from LeMahieu in his center? Playable for Pollock, will make the catch, 2 away. I'll bring up Gleyber Torres, who has 2 hits tonight.
The shortstop, Gleyber Torres.
I haven't been back to Camden Yards since then, which is hard to believe also. I've been to Fenway Park a whole bunch of times. Love going to Fenway, if not for any other reason than the history. As you see this home run from Torres back in the 1st, a tremendous blast. Off the bat of Gleyber, just the 2nd batter of the ballgame. It was, get into specifics, that was the 8th pitch of the night, 426 feet to dead center. Gleyber that time as he takes a strike from Skoglund, 0-1. 1 on, 2 out, 1 in for New York here in the 6th. They have a 7-3 lead.
Ball 1.
On high, 1-1. And that was one of the cool things. That was the best part about working in the Cape League. And that was being able to go to Fenway Park on the Cape League Scout Day. There would be a day in early July. And all the Cape League teams, there's 10 of them, they would go to Fenway Park and they would work out one by one in front of Major League Scouts. They would do, a 60-second sprint, sort of like the Major League Baseball version of the 40. It would basically be like if the MLB ever had an NFL-style draft combine. We watched that at Fenway Park in front of an empty stadium as Torres flies out to left to end the 6th. But the Yankees add another run on this tremendous blast from Luke Voigt. 5.5 gone by, 7-3 Yankees in Kansas City.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention.
Yankees making a call to the bullpen as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning.
Number 47.
Ingo Herman's day is done. They will send in the southpaw Jordan Montgomery. to make a appearance in relief. This just his 5th relief outing this year. 24 appearances. This is 5th in relief now, as the first pitch from Montgomery to Merrifield is low for a ball. Montgomery 8-6, a 3.93 ERA. Had been rotation most of the year, but moved, and Herman came back. And when the Yankees acquired Mike Minor from Texas, Minor expected to go for New York tomorrow in the series finale, back where he began his career as a Kansas City Royal. That game will not be on our airwaves tomorrow. Out now 1-2 on Merrifield. Montgomery, talk about long relievers and their use. Montgomery actually hasn't pitched since Saturday. Threw an inning and 2/3 in that ball game. He actually hasn't been worked too much. Threw an inning and 2/3 on Saturday. And his most recent appearance before that was on Thursday in that loss to Oakland in relief of Herman. It's just a third of an inning, didn't go well. Gave up 3 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned. This is a line drive to second, and LeMahieu able to pull it off the gravel before it could hit. And there's one away in the 6th, and that'll bring up Sal Perez, who's 0 for 2. But yeah, that was one of the best parts of working in the Cape League, was that day at Fenway Park, and you're there, and there was nobody else there, and you just wander around. And we wandered to the red seat where Ted Williams hit that famous home run, 500 some odd feet out there to right at Fenway. The second year there, 2013, we were able to sneak up onto the Green Monster. The only time I've ever been up on the Green Monster at Fenway Park. We ultimately got chased off, but we did get some pictures up there, and was just an awesome experience, and loved going to Fenway, and still do. Even though growing up as a Yankee fan, there's just something about those old ballparks, and big reason why I'm mad at myself that I haven't made it up to Wrigley yet. As count 1-2 on Perez with nobody on and 1 out in the 6th. This one grounded fair down the third base line towards the foul pole, but Gardner able to cut it off and will hold Perez to a single. He is on with 1 out here in the 6th. Just able to yank that one fair on the third base line. But I've made it to Fenway. Haven't made it to any of the Florida parks, although I've spent a lot of time down there with minor league baseball recently. With the Rays, the Marlins. Haven't been to any of the ballparks in Texas. I saw the old ballpark. Ballpark in Arlington, Globe Life Park, whatever in the world the Rangers Stadium was called when it was on its last legs. I still call it the ballpark in Arlington. But drove past there when I went to, I guess it was still Cowboy Stadium at the time, AT&T Stadium now, in Arlington. Saw the outside there as the count 1-1 now. But I've been to Angel Stadium. I've been to Dodger Stadium. Two beautiful ballparks, two older ballparks out there on the West Coast. Still haven't made it out to Oakland or by the Bay and San Fran. There are wonderful things about Oracle Park in San Francisco. Needed to make it up to T-Mobile, the old Safeco in Seattle. It's a ground ball in the center, another base hit. This one from Hunter Dozier, booted out in center by Hicks. That's going to allow Perez to go to third. Defensive mistake there by Aaron Hicks, not one you usually see. And we'll see if they give him an error on that one. That allows the runner to advance to third. But now the Royals with a serious chance here. Ryan O'Hearn tonight, in his 2 plate appearances, have homered in both of his at-bats. Both of his home runs have been hit to the moon. Last time up, back in the 4th, a tremendous 459-foot home run. Have to do it against a lefty now, but he puts some big lumber on that one and fouls it up the first base line. 0-1. Final line for Domingo Herman this evening. The 0-1. Ground ball up the middle, fielded by LeMahieu. Glove flip to Torres for one. Over to first, double play. What a turn by the Yankees, middle infield. LeMahieu to Torres, the void. 4-6-3, inning over. Royals strand a man aboard. 7-3 Yankees after 6.
Now pitching for the Royals, number 32.
Oakland's night is done, and they will go to the other man whose arm they are trying to turn into dust. That is Jesse Hahn. And we explained Skoglund's tales of woe. Although tonight his number is not all that terrible. We'll get you Herman's line first as Judge fouls it away. I was really disappointed that they lifted Skoglund there. So I wanted to bring up this little fact. My first time that I worked in the Cape League, 2012,
1-1
was a great year, and Skoglund played that summer for the Harwich Mariners in 2012, and that 2012 Harwich Mariners team was so stacked. And he was a teammate of Aaron Judge, or actually no, not Aaron Judge. He was on Brewster that year as he flies out to center. But that Harwich team had Phil Irvin, was the Cape League MVP, ultimately ended up being a first-round pick of Cincinnati. Eric Jagielo, who was a Yankees first-round pick at one point, was on that club. A.J. Reed, former first-round selection, I think he was first-round with the Astros, was on that club. They also had some starter that I think Tardis 16 is a big fan of, by the name of Aaron Nola, was on the Harwich Mariners for the first couple starts of that year. One from Hahn, as this one grounded by Stanton through the right side for a base hit. That ends Stanton's 0 for 7 to begin this series. Yankees have 1 on, 1 out in the 7th inning. That'll bring up Gary Sanchez, who's hitless. And he is also 0 for 7 in the series. But Jesse Hahn threw 2+ innings last night. The Royals tried getting him through a 3rd inning. On 2+ innings, he had 2 runs on 3 hits, walked 1. He also threw an inning and a third on Sunday. He has thrown in the last 2 days. He has thrown each of the last 3 games. That's Jesse Hahn. That one low, 1-1. In the 2 previous days, he has thrown 3 1/3 innings, has given up 7 hits, along with 7 runs, 6 of which have been earned, 2 walks and 2 strikeouts. Count now 1-2 on Gary. Did not pitch on Saturday, but threw an inning and 2/3 again on Friday, and did not pitch on Thursday. So Jesse Hahn has just been used over and over and over again. And not a lot of use for that middle relief. As that one low, 3-2. Barry lamenting 7th inning, why can't we use our middle relievers? I have another long reliever that went 2+ yesterday and worked into his 2nd inning of relief the day before. But apparently Mike Matheny and pitching coach Cal Eldred, the Kansas City Royals, fans of masochism, I guess, just demolish him in the minds of like Joe Torre and Scott Proctor back in the mid-2000s. As Gary Sanchez picks up a single to center, and I can't even blame Jesse Hahn at this point. The dude has thrown in the last week. Well, what's the number? I mean, my math is absolutely abhorrent. So 3 1/3 innings in the last 2 days coming into today. He has thrown 5 innings since Friday. And this is his 6th inning of work. Unbelievable. Unbelievable for Mike Matheny. This is, I don't care if this is virtual or not. This is managing malpractice by Mike Matheny. And I don't know who's in charge of the Royals, but can we fire managers? Montball, we've seen trades. Have we seen manager firings? Because this is a fireable offense. Mike Matheny. You wouldn't. Someone rode a horse like this this often at the track somewhere, Kansas City. My uncle, who lives out there now, big horse racing fan, would be making calls to the track to say they need to investigate the jockey and the owner of the horse for being negligent and overwork. As this one low for ball 3 is going to be something we have to fire every manager here for misusing the long relievers. But I feel like this is just overboard with Hahn and Skoglund. I mean, the numbers the last couple of days, I mean, there is no rationale in any code. As you see, Luke Voigt put one into orbit earlier. But it's mind-boggling to me, and maybe San Diego Studios needed ML Bot Ball in 2020 to really have it be exposed to the overuse of long relievers. As this a line drive from Voigt, somehow snared by Gutierrez for an out. And if the Royals can get out of this inning without giving up a run, that would be an absolutely amazing accomplishment by Hahn, who has just nothing left. He has thrown 18 pitches tonight, 9 of which have been strikes. He just, you see the life on his pitches are non-existent. Sort of looking like Paxton's first 2 starts with New York in real life this year. The 1-0 to Gardner is pulled foul and out of play, 1-1. Anna has been worked insanely hard. At this point is this one high and away, 2-1 now on Gardner. In this inning, a fly out to center, back singles, a walk before that line drive to third from Voigt. Gardner has doubled it tonight and scored a run. That was back in the 6th inning. That was back in the 4th inning. As this one out into left field, coming on Gordon. And Jesse Hahn, despite all odds, able to get through the 7th inning unscathed. Time to get up and stretch in Kansas City. Yankees 7, Royals 3. Busy night as Jordan Montgomery takes the mound once again here in the bottom of the 7th as the tale of the long relievers continues here on the Bot Ball Network as Montgomery deals low to Ryan McBroom, 1-0. Montgomery, though, has not been used quite to the masochistic levels of Skoglund and Jesse Hahn as that misses now 2-0. Montgomery got out of a 1st and 3rd with 1 out jam in the 6th of the double play as this fouled back 2-1. It's the 5th and final game on our schedule tonight. The 6th and final game on our schedule tonight. My math is bad. 2-1. Foul back 2-2. All started earlier today. The Rays beating the Blue Jays 2-1. Brandon Lau, player of the game there for Tampa Bay, as the 2-2. Rounded towards second, coming in LeMahieu. He'll make the play for the out. 1 away in the 7th for Alex Gordon, who is 1 for 2 with the single. Mets beat the Braves 8-5 earlier today as well. Buenos Cespedes got opted out of the virtual 2020 season. He came through big for the Mets today. Reds and Cubs, who I'll have tomorrow. That'll be our first game on the schedule. We'll get you that when we sign off tonight. Is that one high, 1-0. But the Reds beating the Cubs 5-2 behind Anthony DeSclafani. Then we had a game of bottom dwellers, bottom feeders, the Orioles and the Tigers. This is a line drive into left field from Gordon. The 2nd hit of the night. Royals have 1 on, 1 out. That'll bring up A.J. Pollock here against Gordon. Anthony Santander coming through for the O's as they beat Detroit 5-3 at Comerica Park. So far, the only road team to win today. Games eared on the Bot Ball airwaves. This one fouled off, 0-1. So the Phillies, actually no, I stand corrected. The road team has won 2 in a row now. And the Phillies wrote it down wrong. The Phillies beating the Rangers 5-1. Out in Texas leading into us tonight as Rhys Hoskins came through with some big hits, putting a home run for the Phils. 0-2 now from Montgomery, and Pollock lays off 1-2. He's took the opening game of this series last night 4-2. And Mike Minor for the Yankees tomorrow. Jorge Lopez for the Royals. Says that one low, 2-2. And the real Jorge Lopez recently DFA'd by Kansas City, picked up off waivers by Baltimore. This one, a high fly ball into right. Judge is able to get there and make the catch. Gordon will retreat back to first, so 2 down now. Here in the 7th inning, that'll bring up Kelvin Gutierrez. Gutierrez 0 for 2 has popped up and lined out to first. Tomorrow's schedule a little more abbreviated, just 4 games. Tomorrow on the Bot Ball Network, starting at a little bit of an unusual time for us. This ground ball to third. Stella will go the short way for the out. And the side retired. Royals get no runs on a hit. No errors and 1 man left after 7 innings of play. Yankees look comfortably ahead. 7-3. And the Royals just continuing to use the same guys over and over again. They will again use the guy they used last night. That is Trevor Rosenthal, who will come on here in the 8th inning. Rosenthal came on in relief of Hahn after he gave up that RBI double to Boyd in the 9th. Struck out all 3 batters he faced. Rosenthal also pitched on Friday through 2 1/3 innings. But tomorrow, no 145 game tomorrow. As LaStella takes a strike 0-1. LaStella 2 for 3 in this ball game. I will get you started, so I am handing it off, I guess, in some ways to myself. As it'll be me and Heinz AS on the call for that one. 3:30 as the Cubs and the Reds will play out at Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati. Darvish for the Cubs, Trevor Bauer for the Reds. We'll have some fun with that one tomorrow afternoon, Heinz and I, as that one high 1-2. That will lead into our 5:15 game. Be the Diamondbacks and the Rockies. Addison Bumgarner is still healthy. In the Bot Ball world, he'll go against German Marquez. Bumgarner went on the IL yesterday for Arizona, and the back issue is going to get tested. Hopefully all right with him. A good sign for the Diamondbacks. Big priced free agent this offseason. Now LaStella, a hard ground ball to first, but O'Hearn's done a nice job there tonight. Will make the play for the first down. Bringing up DJ LeMahieu, 2 for 3. Walk, a ground rule double, and a single. He's driven in 3 runs tonight. Find out to center his last time in the 6th. As the first pitch from Skoglund, check swing, did not go. Did LeMahieu, so the count 1-0. Jake Dean, Adam Gotkin will have the call for that game tomorrow. The Diamondbacks and the Rockies, 5:15. Here on Twitch, as there's a strike 1-1. See Ian Kennedy, Kevin McCarthy throwing for the Royals in their pen. 7 o'clock tomorrow night, our penultimate game will be the Dodgers and the Giants. That rivalry game at Oracle Park. It'll be Andrew Heaney, recently acquired from the Angels, going for the Dodgers. Tyler Beatty for the Giants. A couple guys whose names rhyme. Heaney and Beatty. Cookie Eater, Special Effects, who ended it off to me tonight. I'll have to call that one at 7 o'clock tomorrow. 2-2 on LeMahieu. Break even from the former Cardinal, and he used the high fastball to pump it by LeMahieu. Struck him out. 2 down now in the 8th.
Now batting.
Let's strike out of the series already for Rosenthal. And the final game tomorrow will be at 8:45. 10:30 game tomorrow night as Torres takes low for ball one. Torres, 2-run homer in the first, also has a single tonight. 8:45, it'll be the Astros and the Mariners out at T-Mobile Park in Seattle. Marco Gonzalez for Seattle. Forrest Whitley. Go for Houston. Brother Beard, Jordan Smith will have the call there. Wrap up our night tomorrow. Torres can't connect 1 and 2, as we mentioned. Final game of the series will be simulated tomorrow. It'll be for the Yankees, Mike Minor, the Royals, Jorge Lopez, as Torres strikes out on the change. Rosenthal has faced 6 batters in this series. Retired them all with 5 strikeouts. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Still 7-3 New York. The love of the long relievers continues as the Yankees will keep the southpaw Jordan Montgomery in there for a 3rd inning of relief. Montgomery has pitched well, though, to this point tonight.
Count 1-0.
2 innings. Not giving up a run. Just 3 hits as there's a strike 1-1. By the way, the final line for Jesse Hahn tonight, he goes 1 inning. No runs, 2 hits, a walk, no strikeouts. Mercifully only gave Hahn 1 inning tonight as opposed to trying to draw and quarter him any further, as it's 1-2 now on Mondesi. Top of the order for Kansas City here in the 8th. Breaking ball misses down, 2-2. Mondesi 0 for 3 has popped up twice and grounded out to short. Two. On high, and the count runs full. Mondesi, Merrifield, Perez. 3 straight righties due up after this. We'll wonder. This is the last man Montgomery will face regardless of success, as the 3-2 is hit in the air to shallow right. Coming on is Judge, and he can't make the play. This one flopping in front of him. Mondesi has a leadoff single here to begin the 8th inning. As spot ball managers are one to do, Aaron Boone will leave Montgomery in the game as Merrifield promptly hits a missile to third, and there's an around the horn 5-4-3 double play. And worse news for Kansas City, as Adalberto Mondesi coming up lame on that play. He is clutching his hamstring. He will need to undergo an MRI to determine either a grade 1 or 2 tear. Could be a few days or a few weeks. Put that in perspective. That is what Giancarlo Stanton is dealing with right now in real life, and it is a grade 1 issue. And I think he's out 3 to 4 weeks for the Yankees because of that. So that is atrocious news for the Royals, who are trying to raise the Pirates' ante in the race for the number 1 pick in the 2021 ML Botball Draft. Now it'll be interesting to see who the Royals will replace him with as Sal Perez takes a strike. So not only did that leadoff single by Mondesi go by the wayside, but he leaves this game with an injury as Perez grounds out to second in the inning. The Royals get 1 hit in the frame, but the biggest issue is the shortstop they lost on the field. We'll see who comes in here in the 9th. He's lead by 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
Nicky Lopez has come into the game for the Royals defensively at shortstop, and he will slide into the number 1 spot in the order. I have to imagine he's going to get a lot more playing time as former Yankee draftee Ian Kennedy will come on in relief. Kennedy 2 strikeouts shy of 1,700 in his major league career. This is 62nd game. He has pitched a lot, despite not being a long reliever. There's a strike 0-1.
0-1's the count.
Kennedy 1-4, 6 saves. Has spent some time as the Royals closer. With an ERA of 5.73, 76 hits, 35 walks in 66 innings, as that is low to Judge. Count now 1-1. Judge 1 for 4 with a home run tonight. Judge, Stanton, Sanchez here in the 9th. Bills will have the heart of their order in the bottom of the 9th inning. The 1-1.
Nope.
Oh, 2 balls and 1 strike. Final line for the right-hander Trevor Rosenthal. Excellent performance by him again. A great series. That's a 2-1. Rounded foul down the third base line. Even at 2-2. Rosenthal 1 inning, no runs, no hits, no walks. He struck out 2. 2-2 is pulled through the left side for a base hit. Now the first 3 batters in the Yankee order have picked up multi-hit games tonight.
Now batting, designated hitter.
That'll bring up Giancarlo Stanton with 1 on, nobody out. Stanton 1 for 4 with a single. Rosenthal in that 8th inning through just 14 pitches, 9 strikes. Stanton pulls this one foul. 0-1 the count on the Yankee DH. Still searching for his 40th home run of the year. Kennedy pitching for the first time since Saturday. 0-1.
Nope. Ball 1.
Oh, for a ball 1-1. Looked like a good pitch there from Kennedy. He pitched on Saturday through just a third of an inning in their 8-3 loss to the Twins, with 3 runs on a hit and a walk. Not a night to remember. The former USC Trojan. 1-1. 2-1. Hard to believe that, and remember that Ian Kennedy is a former 20-game winner. Arizona Diamondbacks, who was part of that big trade that got the Yankees Granderson a few years ago. As this one over the head of Dozier and into right field, a base hit. Judge will stop at third. Now the first 4 men in the Yankee order tonight have picked up multi-hit games. Stanton, who began the series 0 for 7, now a single and a double. Yankees have second and third, nobody out for Gary Sanchez. This one absolutely punished by Giancarlo. The only problem was he didn't get enough air underneath it. Now here is Sanchez, who singled in the 7th. Takes outside, 1-0. Kennedy was the first-round pick of the Yankees in 2006. Said it was a couple of years ago. It was, I guess, now 10 years ago now. A 3-team deal that sent Kennedy to Arizona, Granderson in New York, Austin Jackson, I believe Edwin Jackson also going in that trade to Detroit. And there's a 2-0. High inside 3-0, but I could be misremembering. I'm very confident Edwin Jackson was in that trade. I know he didn't go to the Yankees. He hasn't played for them in his career. He's played for more teams than anybody else, including the Diamondbacks and the Tigers. But could have gone to either team in that trade, to be honest. There's a strike, 3-1. This one low ball 4. Sanchez on for the second straight time, and the Yankees have him loaded with nobody out.
The center fielder,
SEB Blue Jays legend Edwin Jackson. Talk about a guy who's had an unbelievable amount of stints with one team, let alone multiple teams. He has been on the Blue Jays and the Rays, I want to say, like multiple times. This one inside to Hicks, 1-0. He was on the Blue Jays in 2019, so last year made 8 appearances, 5 starts. Really wasn't on Toronto before then? just imagined him on the Blue Jays before 2019? Apparently. The swing and a miss there, 1-1. I could have sworn he was on there before them, but no, he was on the Dodgers, Prospect, then the Rays, then the Tigers. He went from the Tigers to the Diamondbacks in that trade. He was on the White Sox, the Cardinals, the Nationals, the Cubs, the Braves, the Marlins, the Padres, the Orioles, the Nationals, the A's, the Blue Jays, and the Tigers. Count now 2-1 on Aaron Hicks. Unbelievable. 17 years in the big leagues. He came up as a 19-year-old in 2003. 2-1. Hicks with a ground ball to first. Will throw home for one. They're going to have to wait for the first baseman, O'Hearn, to get back to the bag. Because of that, unable to get Hicks at first base, but the Royals able to get the force at home. Now a double play can get them out of the inning unscathed. A very good defensive game at first base from Ryan O'Hearn. That'll be a 3-2 fielder's choice off the bat of Hicks. Now here is Luke Voigt, who is 1 for 3 with a home run and a walk tonight. Solo shot back in the 6th inning for Voigt. And Kennedy's first pitch here is low for a ball, 1-0. Kennedy, 19 pitches, just 8 strikes here in this 9th inning. A 1-0 from Kennedy in there for a strike, 1-1. Royals will have Dozier, O'Hearn, McBroom in the bottom of the 9th inning. We are past the 12 o'clock hour now in the East. Justin Rock with you here on Twitch as Voigt lines one over the head of Lopez into left center, a base hit. Judge scores. Stanton around third. He'll score. A 2-run single for Luke Voigt. He has driven in 3 tonight, and the Yankees have blown it open here in the 9th. It is now 9-3. Just able to get that one over the leaping glove of Nicky Lopez, who has just come into the game at shortstop, and that is it for Ian Kennedy. Another 1/3 of an inning performance, much like we saw from him on Saturday. As I guess the Royals deciding to get their middle relief guys in one fell swoop here in the 9th, as Kevin McCarthy will now come on. But the full trade was December 2009. One fouled off 0-1 on Brett Gardner. I guess three-way is blurred out on the Twitch chat for, I guess, inappropriate content. That's the only thing I can imagine that is in those stars there. That post from EP is the count 1-1 now. But Kennedy went to the Diamondbacks. Detroit received Austin Jackson and Phil Koch from New York. Is this a ground ball up the middle? Double play, 4-3 twin killing. Nicely done by Whit Merrifield there. And the Royals able to get out of the inning with just 2 runs allowed. But the Yankees in the inning do add 2 more runs of insurance. We go to the bottom of the 9th, 9-3 New York. Now Jordan Montgomery going to stay on here for the 9th inning. A chance for a save here for Jordan Montgomery. We could be seeing the first major league save of Jordan Montgomery's career, as the count now 0-1 on Hunter Dozier. And Montgomery, no major league saves coming into 2020. Is that one low? 1-1. He does not have any in the bat ball season, and does not have any in his minor league or collegiate career. So if Montgomery picks up the save here tonight, would be his first save since at the earliest high school. Count now 1-2 on Dozier. In the dirt, 2-2. That's okay. EB's bringing up a good point, but to finish our first point on Edwin Jackson, the deal was Detroit got Austin Jackson and Phil Koch from New York, Scherzer and Daniel Schlereth from the Diamondbacks. Yeah, Max Scherzer was in that trade. From Arizona to Detroit as Dozier reaches here to begin the 9th. The single to center. Second base hit of the game for Hunter. And then I'll send up Ryan O'Hearn, who's 2 for 3. Looking for a 3-home run game. But Daniel Schlereth, of course, the son of Mark Schlereth, former Washington Football Club offensive lineman and Broncos offensive lineman. O'Hearn fouls this one off 0-1. Yankees got Granderson from the Tigers, and the Diamondbacks got Edwin Jackson from Detroit in that trade. But Jackson was in Toronto very, very briefly in that 2010 season, right after that trade to Arizona. This one, a fly ball on the right. Judge makes the catch. So, 1 out now. Or Ryan McBroom.
The designated hitter.
Jackson was acquired by the Jays in a deal with the White Sox. Deadline, okay, was 2011, not 2010. I was off by a year. And was immediately traded to St. Louis as a part of the Colby Rasmus trade. Because I remember the trade to Toronto. It was my first internship working for a high school sports network in New Jersey when that trade went down. And of course, he was traded very swiftly from Toronto to St. Louis and was a part of that Cardinals World Series championship team. 2011 is that one low, 1-1. You'll remember that night of Game 6. Sophomore in a fraternity, living in a fraternity. It was Halloween weekend. Our fraternity was founded on Halloween. And we were having a big party, and I remember David Freese hitting those 2 home runs. I guess one was a triple, and the other a home run in that game against the Rangers, Game 6. And we're being not necessarily proud to admit this, but hey, I was in college, and we all had 1 or 2 too many drinks if you're of the age at the time. Although I guess really wasn't, but in college everyone does. Most people do that, at least anyway. I remember being quite inebriated to the point I wasn't sure whether or not I imagined David Freese doing that or it actually happened. The other funny part about that is this is a ground ball fair down the first base line, rolling towards the wall. Picked up there by Judge. They're going to send Dozier around third, and with a 6-run lead, LeMahieu's just going to bluff the throw. RBI double for Ryan McBroom. And the Royals are within 5 again, 9-4 now here in the ninth. Able to keep that one fair. And there will be no first major league save for Jordan Montgomery tonight. The Yankees will pull the plug on him after 3 1/3 innings of really ended up going in the ball game, and all the jokes about use of long relievers, but it'll be Adam Ottavino to get the final 2 outs. Alex Gordon swings and misses 0-1, but the funny thing about that night, and obviously the craziness of that Rangers-Cardinals game in Game 6, 2011, but we had a kid in our fraternity by the name of Scott Feldman. And if you remember, Scott Feldman was the pitcher who gave up a walk-off home run to David Freese in that ball game. So we just made fun of him the whole night for giving up the home run to David Freese. As Gordon takes low, 2-1. A lot of fun in those college days. I know Special mentioned it a little bit in the broadcast leading into ours tonight. The anxiousness of returning to school and all that stuff. And I feel terrible for the kids who are still in college, because so much of the college experience, especially in the United States, I can't speak for abroad. As that one inside ball 4 is Gordon on with a walk. The Royals are 2-on, 1 out. They will play an option with A.J. Pollock digging in. But so much of the college experience in the States is social. as much as it is academic and athletic and all those other factors, but the truth of the matter is a large part of it is social, and that's going to have to be a no-go for college students, especially at least while they are on campus this fall. And obviously there's been a lot made of the decisions with college football and fall sports and collegiate athletics over the last few days, particularly the news today that my alma mater, Penn State, Big Ten has elected to postpone football and all fall sports and hopefully play them in the spring, as did the Pac-12, as Pollock can't connect 1-1. As much as I hate agreeing with him, I tend to share the sentiment of Urban Meyer in that it would be very, very difficult to play a spring season and a fall season. Is this one a deep drive into center field from Pollock? And this one's going to go. A.J. Pollock, a 3-run home run in a dead center field. Don't flip that dial just yet. It is a 2-run game here in the ninth as Pollock hits a home run here in Kansas City. Someone correct me. That may be his first home run here inside this ballpark with the Royals. Actually, it is not. He homered here at home against the Twins this weekend. But either way, a big 3-run home run from Pollock. And the Royals now within 2. And Aroldis Chapman forced to get up in the Yankee bullpen. Gutierrez takes inside ball 1. Ottavino has had an up and down season. He got the win for the Yankees in their 2 victories against Oakland this weekend, but an ERA over 4 will continue to grow after that home run. Given up to A.J. Pollock, his 6th home run, RBIs 8, 9, and 10 on the year. 1-0. Low ball 2. Between Montgomery and Ottavino, the wheels are falling off the wagon for New York here in the ninth. Aaron Boone made some questionable managerial decisions tonight in real life, taking out Aaron Judge in the bottom of the 6th inning of their real life game against Atlanta to give him rest in a game they had to hang on and win by 3, as there's a strike 2 and 1. Making some interesting decisions with his bullpen now here in the 9th inning. Hot ball. 2-1. Ball for ball 3, and the Royals now 1 pitch away from bringing the tying run to the plate. Game they trailed by 6. Entering the bottom of the 9th inning, they have scored 4 times here already against Montgomery and Ottavino. 3 straight men have reached and make it 4 as Gutierrez walks, and the tying run will come to the plate for Kansas City here in the ninth.
Ladies and gentlemen.
And that'll be it for Ottavino. Just an abhorrent performance by him tonight.
Number 54.
Chapman will be brought on to try and save the day, as Boone will hand the ball off to him, as the Yankees bullpen, normally so succinct, unable to do so, as Ottavino throwing just 4 strikes out of 13 pitches tonight. Still responsible for the man on base. By the way, final line for Jordan Montgomery. Not look all that good after Adam Ottavino's performance, as Nicky Lopez, who came in for the injured Adalberto Mondesi in the 7th, digs in and takes a pitch low from Aroldis Chapman, and made this disclaimer last night when he came on to close out the game. But there have been 2 blown saves for Chapman this year, and I have seen both of them. There's a strike. It is 1-1. There was one against the Cardinals back in mid-July after the All-Star break.
The count was 2-1.
A wild game that saw Paul Goldschmidt go 6 for 7 with 4 RBIs. I think it might have been 5 RBIs. They may have sold him short to 2-1. Fouled off 2-2 now on Nicky Lopez. Lopez entering the day hitting at .213, 3 homers, 19 RBIs, was 0 for 7 in their weekend series against the Twins. A 2-2 pitch from Chapman. This one is lined into left field, base hit, and the tying runs are on And the winning run going to come to the plate for Kansas City here in the bottom of the ninth. Unbelievable.
Number 50, second baseman.
It will be Whit Merrifield. Eighth man to bat for the Royals here in the ninth. 5 straight men have reached for Kansas City. He's the fly out to right field from Ryan O'Hearn. Single, fly out to right, double, walk, 3-run homer, walk, single. And now Merrifield, the winning run at the plate with 1 out in the ninth. There's a strike 0-1. The Royals have already scored 4 runs on 4 hits and 2 walks against Montgomery, Ottavino, and now Chapman, the 0-1. And there, and he's quickly ahead 0-2. But I saw that first blown save, and then his second blown save came shortly afterwards in the game that preceded one that I broadcasted. So watched the end of that game that he blew against the Mets. Now trying to avoid a similar fate against Kansas City, but he strikes out Merrifield for the second out. Got him on the slider. And now the Yankees 1 out away from a victory. Maybe it's something about Missouri or Aroldis Chapman, depending on what happens here. The Salvador Perez, who's 1 for 4 with a single. Grounded out to second his last time up, and he can't catch up to the heat. It is 0-1. 1-0-1 on the fastball from Chapman. Well, Barry, you called it earlier. You said the Royals always seem to do just enough to make it close and lose. Well, they have scored 4 in the ninth here tonight and have the tying runs aboard and the winning run at the plate. A guy who is hitting .430 with men in scoring position at the dish. The 1-1. High and tight ball 2. Hunter Dozier led off this inning with a single. He's the man on deck. Gutierrez walked. He is at second. Lopez singled. He is at first. 9-7 Yankees in the ninth. The 2-1. Swing and a miss. And the Yankees are now 1 strike away. This one dialed back. A 1-0-2. Those who have stuck around at Kauffman Stadium on their feet. 2 on, 2 out. Deuces wild. The 2-2 pitch from Chapman. This one fouled back, and we'll do it once more. Keep the game going, or maybe even end it with his bat right here. 2-2 pitch coming. And Perez spoils another. Chapman looking for his 23rd save of the season. Runners take their leads. The break even. Fastball fouled back, and Perez continues to stay alive. This will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat upcoming. Cuban missile deals, and Perez pops it up. Right field, Judge just in fair territory, makes the catch, and the Yankees win it. The words of John Sterling, mute your computers if you want. The Yankees win as they hold on by a very, very slim margin of 2 runs, 9-7. They had a 6-run lead going into the ninth. The Royals bring the tying runs to the plate. They got the tying runs aboard. Winning run to the plate in the bottom of the ninth inning, but Aroldis Chapman able to shut the door as the Yankees win it by a final of 9-7. Thrilling ball game here tonight in Missouri, but the Yankees will improve to 74-46 in the American League East. They will remain 4 back of the Twins for home field advantage. And then the Royals, the Twins win today and they're lost. Their 7th in a row. They dropped to 38-82. Their elimination number from the American League Central is down to just 2 going into August the 12th. But going back through the game that was here tonight, it was an exciting one. In Kansas City, as you see, Domingo Germán picking up the victory for New York. He improves to 4-3 on the season. The losing pitcher, Jake Junis, he drops to 6-10. The save, obviously, going to Aroldis Chapman tonight. He is 23rd of the season, our player of the game. Luke Voigt, for his fantastic performance in this ball game. But the Yankees, the final line score, 9 runs on 14 hits. No errors. They left 8 men on base. The Royals 7 runs on 12 hits. No errors. They left 5. Final time of the game tonight in real time, 1 hour and 54 minutes. As the Yankees take the first 2 games of this series. They won 4-2 last night. They win it 9-7 tonight in Kansas City. On the win, 5 innings, giving up 3 runs on 4 hits, no walks. Struck out 3. Jake Junis lasted just 3 2/3, gave up 6 runs on 7 hits. Walked 2, struck out 3. Chapman just 1 hit, no runs, no walks. Struck out 1 2/3 of an inning. But to garner that save tonight, as the Yankees come away with the victory 9-7, as that closes out our 6-game schedule today here on the Bot Ball Network. The Rays beating the Blue Jays 2-1, so the Yankees stay at exactly 4.5 ahead of Tampa Bay in the American League East. Mets over the Braves 8-5, thanks to Yoenis Cespedes. Reds beat the Cubs 5-2, thanks to some great pitching from Anthony DeSclafani, Anthony Santander. Leading the Orioles to a 5-3 win in Detroit. The Phillies beating the Rangers 5-1, thanks to Rhys Hoskins. And closing out the 3 straight road teams winning here tonight, the Yankees over the Royals 9-7. It will be an abbreviated 4-game schedule tomorrow. 1:45 Eastern Time game. We will get underway at 3:30. I will have the call for you there. With Hines AS, it'll be the Cubs and the Reds. Tomorrow afternoon at 3:30, Yu Darvish for the Cubs, Trevor Bauer for the Reds. It'll be a fun one. Those 2 teams hotly contested in the NL Central, a 1.5 games separating the Cubs and the Reds. The Cubs just a 1.5 games separating them. The Reds and the Diamondbacks are actually them, the Reds, the Dodgers and the Nationals, for the best record in the National League. So, a lot of fun at 3:30 tomorrow. The Diamondbacks will then host the Rockies at 5:15. Madison Bumgarner against Herman Marquez. Jake Dean and Adam Gotkin will have the play-by-play for that one. The Dodgers and then the Giants at 7 o'clock tomorrow. Andrew Heaney against Tyler Beatty. Cookie Eater Special Effects will have the play-by-play for that one tomorrow. And then the Mariners and Astros at 8:45. Marco Gonzalez for Seattle. Morris Whitley for Houston. Brother Beard, Jordan Smith on the play-by-play there tomorrow night. And no 10:30 game tomorrow. So no 1:45 tomorrow afternoon. No 10:30. After dark bot ball tomorrow night. But that'll pretty much do it for us, as I guess we are waiting on Garrett to start the night moves and get that stat video up and formulated for our games tomorrow afternoon into the evening hours. But the Yankees, again, beating the Royals 9-7. Luke Voigt, impressive performance tonight. A homer and 3 RBIs, had a solo shot, 2-run base knock in the later innings as the Yankees win their 3rd in a row. They have now won 9 of their last 12. While the Royals dropped 7 in a row now. The series finale, as we mentioned, will not be aired on our airwaves tomorrow. It'll be Jorge Lopez for the Royals and Mike Minor for the Yankees, the former Royal, in the series finale out at Kauffman Stadium, as the Yankees will go for a sweep before shuffling on to play a weekend series against the White Sox. So again, your final line score, the Yankees 9 runs, 14 hits, no errors. They left 8 men on base. Royals 7 runs on 12 hits, no errors. They left 5. Our final time in game tonight, 1 hour and 54 minutes. So for everyone as a part of the Bot Ball community. My name is Justin Rock. We hope to have you with us again tomorrow afternoon. Again, our coverage will begin here on Twitch at 3:30 Eastern Time with the Cubs and the Reds. I will be speaking to you then. But until then, from the East Coast, where we are now officially, I guess, at the bottom of the 12 o'clock hour on Wednesday morning, my name is Justin Rock. So long again. The Yankees beat the Royals 9-7. Back with you again, 3:30 tomorrow afternoon. So long and good night, everybody.
Sing along, 'cause a good song never dies. It just reminds you of where you were the first time it made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No, a good song never dies. Like a lover who won't back down, pull you over the side, straight into the eyes. No, a good song. No, a good song. Ain't no stake in it, but we make do. 2 4 on the beat, you know he kicking it. We gotta add up our difference. All of my they with pop out in the head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing it. Boom, boom. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like boom, boom. Up in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my friend, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our difference. All of my they with pop out in the head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing it. Boom, boom. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like boom, boom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. We show no remorse. Go get a bag, I drip in our shorts. Catch a tag, we knocking them off. After I hit, boy, she hit the door. And them hunters be coming in, all of this money, and I gotta give me some more. Big bag, better hit the floor. Talk hot, then we run your jaw. I'ma hop in the foreign and zoom off. That be my dog, I'm calling him Rudolph. I'm in love with the way I get chewed off. Pull up a Blake, he getting screwed off. Brand new Mize, big body, we choose off. He think he hot, we knocking your crew off. Homie nasty, the way that I shoot off. Johnny with drip, I got the juice on. Me and my friend, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our difference. All of my they with pop out in the head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing it. Boom, boom. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like boom, boom. Up in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my friend, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our difference. All of my they with pop out in the head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing it. Boom, boom. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like boom, boom. Up in the foreign, go zoom, zoom.
I'm in the track trying to whip it, flip it. She on my so I quit it. Walk in the club with my pocket, grill it. You on my chain, come and get it. You tripping? Listen here, Classy, you got two decisions. Do you want the or do you want the Smithy? Your life is a game, but you better not risk it. See, I'm in the track trying to whip me a bitch and I move with it. Keep it screwed on that, keep me moving with it. You can on your block, we don't know who did it. On the block, and I'm about to go feeling me. They took it in early, they know we spending. Since you just can't put a hole up in it, we gon' empty them rooms, and you know we dip it. And my lobby's on high, he keep rolling. Kind.
Me and my friend, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our difference. All of my they with pop out in the head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing it. Boom, boom. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like boom, boom. Up in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my friend, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our difference. All of my they with pop out in the head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing it. Boom, boom. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like boom, boom. Up in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. from the block, no email. Walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, that's a miscount. 7 days a week, I spend 6 ounces. If a chick with me, she like big house. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a chick a rich, clothes off.
I'm cool, yo. Starting to think no one told y'all. Designing my clothes, though. How much you think my coat costs? I'm spitting like Mozart. This feel like gotta flip nose up. New Lamborghini, the doze off. Fell asleep in the doze off. Get it? Like diamonds and stones, water. ITD like Coach Carter. Hey, time I go soda. Get with me, want some products. I put it on turning hand. I call the curtain when she turn on. This off white.
Walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, that's a miscount. 7 days a week, I spend 6 ounces. If a chick with me, she like big house. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a chick a rich, clothes off. one warned you, ain't no time for no baby. When you sleeping on a stretcher like lady, I'm saying hey, tryna live day by day. None of these neighbors say nothing. If you see a and them is coming, they did it, dumping, they kicking, they punching, they jumping, they you in front of the Baptist church. The trappers they job, they don't have to work. If this stitching, they act berserk and expose up like afterbirth. My mama told me go to church. I was sitting 10 rows from the first day, dreaming about everything I probably get if I took the lady in front of me's purse and run out the back door. If he ask for my relationship with the Lord, you can tell at the service I'm bored. Hold on, I'd rather be on a resort. Hold on, I'd rather be serving some boys. Hold on, I'd rather be serving this to a sort of thinking I know she is. I'm drowning, swimming in this got me drowning. I'm drowning. Ice, yeah, this water got me drowning. I'm drowning. No flow chasing, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. No flow chasing, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. Cool by the boat, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. Ice, yeah, this water got me drowning. I'm drowning. No flow chasing, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. No flow chasing, I'm from a place where they pull up on you with a going bang bang bang. No one warned you, ain't no time for no bang bang bang. You sleeping on a stretcher like lady. I'm saying hey, tryna live day by day. None of these neighbors say nothing. If you see a and them is coming, they did it, dumping, they kicking, they punching, they jumping. No reason I'm
gangster. Come on. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. It's about 10 to 4 when the back of the coupe is open. Your girlfriend's gone off that cola. You about for stroking. And I'm also focused for the day that I blow this open. Money like hocus pocus at the club with a bunch of brokers. Also, I can the broker. Hang eyes, trap. Put you all over my Snapchat. Nag, so fat. Gotta get you home like stat. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. You know what I'm reaching for. Shot my 3, who's keeping score? 2 wait anymore. 1 mile till we make it home. Get a bag, get paid, get low. Ben Frank, don't stop, press go. Pick it up, lot of money on the flow. Keep shaking, 100 days, 100 poles. Hang eyes, trap. Put you all over my Snapchat. Nag, so fat. Gotta get you home like stat. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light.
Are you gonna be in the car?
Two in the back of the black Cadillac, like yeah. Back is to my mama hatchback, like I'ma let the roof back, put the L in the dash, like put a smack on the gas, but I hope I don't crash, like
Yo le llamo la reina del party. Ella lo torquea como Cari. Ella le dice que sea la Mari. Le gusta cuando freno en el Ferrari. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Esta noche bailoteo. Puesto para el discotequeo. Si salimos guerra romo, así que esto se puso feo. Mami, si tú quieres me calienta. Que yo traje todas las herramientas para bregarte con esa tormenta. Porque escucha que dijiste alerta, que se abra la compuerta. Más vale loca que muerta. Te voy a pisar si te suelta. Hasta los 70, perreando en la lenta. Yo sé que tú no te portas bien, que ratas bajo y yo también. Te vas de party todo el weekend. Entren ahora que caben 100. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Esta noche bailoteo. It's music. Dímelo, baby, baby. Ella se va de la casa, de la casa. Tú eres pata abajo, pata abajo, pata abajo, pata abajo. Yeah.
Now let's begin. You're in too deep to go back again. Cash is pay to play. You want more hits than lemonade. Now you don't own me. You don't even know me. This vagabond with a two-part path to the great beyond. Stay genuine. A ground floor up, I can help you find. You're a dreamer. Call me when you're Bieber. And when they play it, you can't help but sing along. That's nothing odd, that's nothing wrong. Cause a good song never dies. It just reminds you of where you were the first time it made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never. No good song never. The first time they made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never. The wondered bond, don't book no more, think it took too much. Your equity, make the caffeine be your weaponry. Is the reason there never was one needed. It's all around, but it weighs too much to slow you down. It's the time to act, cause the best defense is the timeless track. You don't own me, you don't even know me. But when they play it, you can't help but sing along. That's nothing odd, that's nothing wrong. Cause a good song never dies. It just reminds you of where you were the first time it made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never. No good song never. The first time they made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never. There was a moment, a hole open in the sky, a chance to join that pantheon. For all the times they never heard your battle cry, now even angels sing along. Cause a good song never dies. It just reminds you of where you were the first time it made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never dies. Like a lover who won't back down and pull you over to the side, look you straight into the eyes. No good song never. No good song never. The first time they made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never. I know that we got it, I might even guarantee it. When she pick me up and turn me right into a paraplegic pair of shoes. I got the MB on them, make you stare and see him. We ain't paying for him, now you ought to know I'm wearing free ones. When you go to me, I gotta know, is there a reason it was so abrupt? I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from, I don't care about you. I got me a chick that's Caribbean. She want me to serenade her, but you know I'm bashful. I got all the whippersnappers and the little rascals. Turned off the way we drippin' with Tabasco. Old friends inquiring about the cash flow. Okay, this here in the gas station. I can't hit it, if I do I might pass away. These boys fake, please quit with the masquerade. Hey, not here with the pastor saying I could probably use a fresh start out the window of the Target. I'm reflecting on life through Cherokee Park. Think about life through Cherokee Park. I know that we got it, I might even guarantee it. When she took me up and turned me right into a paraplegic pair of shoes. I got the MB on them, make you stare and see him. We ain't paying for him, now you ought to know I'm wearing free ones. When you go to me, I gotta know, is there a reason it was so abrupt? I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from, I don't care about you. I got me a chick that's Caribbean. It's a push start, I ain't gotta put the key in. I know that we got it, I might even guarantee it. When she took me up and turned me right into a paraplegic pair of shoes. I got the MB on them, make you stare and see him. We ain't praying for him, now you ought to know I'm wearing free ones. When you go to me, I gotta know, is there a reason it was so abrupt? I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where we from, I don't care about you. I got me a chick that's Caribbean.
Inside the show. Here's your host, Justin Allegri.
Squad made the beat.
La 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 bamba. Shaded. Yeah. What you gon' do for the bag? Yeah. Spin it like it my last. Yeah. Spin it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba. Shout it bad. Yeah. All the cash up for grabs. Yeah. There's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. Yeah. She doing hard Celine. She like the bar Kareem. I'm tryna get all between. Yeah. She pop it all on me. Take on a shopping spree. Let her get a property. Hey, come to my palace. I know you tired them dudes be capping. She like my fashion. I put on strings like Richie Valens. You the baddest. I'ma talk them red, no salad. Send the address. I pull up that fantastic. I can't leave you alone. You the only girl who get to stay until the morning. No cap. Dime que me amas, better tell me on the phone. She say you can't have my corazón. La bamba, say that. Yeah, what you gon' do for the bag? Yeah, spin it like in my last. Yeah, spin it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba, shout it bad. Yeah, all the cash up for grabs. Yeah, there's no cap. She say yo te amo, she just wanted Louis Vuitton. Came for me in a valet. Keep you know you need to grab a napkin. Play my Spanish, she love to cook me plantain. Go hit my Cali crib and give you all the back pain. Yeah. Might make you my baby mama. I like how you shake it like some maracas. Might let you keep the commas. Para bailar la bamba. All that she get it all from her mama. La 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 bamba. Say that. Yeah. What you gon' do for the bag? Yeah. Spin it like in my last. Yeah. Spin it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba. Shout it back. Yeah. All the cash up for grabs. Yeah. There's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. La 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 bamba. La 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 bamba.
My Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they whip, pop out in they head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they whip. Pop out when they hit. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. But we show no we knows. Go get a bag, I drip in our sauce. He catch a tag, we knocking them off. After I hit, boy, she hit the door. And them hunters be coming in, all of this money, and I gotta give me some more. Big bag, better won't hit the floor. Talk hot, then we run your jaw. I'ma hop in the foreign and zoom off. That be my dog, I'm calling him Rudolph. I'm in love with the way I get chewed off. Pull up with Blake, he getting screwed off. Brand new Mize, big body, we cruise off. He think he hot, we knocking your crew off. Call me nasty the way that I shoot off. Shungy with drip, I got the juice on. Me and my Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they with pop out when they hit. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they with pop out when they hit. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom.
I'm in the track trying to whip it, flip it. She on my so I quit it. Walk in the club with my grillin'. You on my chain, come and get it. You trippin'. Listen here, cussy, you got two decisions. Do you want the or do you want the Smithy? Your life is a gamble, you better not risk it. See, I'm in the track trying to whip me a pigeon. I move with it. Keep a on deck, he be moving with it. You can on your block, we don't know who did it on the block. And about to go villain. Man, they took it in early, they know we spinning. Since you this can't put a hole up in it. We gon' empty them, so you know we dipping. And my dummies so high, he keep rolling. Gang.
Me and my Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they with pop out when they hit. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they with pop out when they hit. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom.
really did found me. Little bit of little bell for the homies. Got a little green ball to beam for the Falby. Took more shots after phase than Calby. After dark, you go crazy. Police ain't scary. You ain't bred for this. I'm still in the hood. They make bread and dip. I'm not jumping ship. I might you got stuff for Vince. Feeling like Snoop with the Source Awards. Feeling like you wasn't born for war. Cause when I come around, you be head to the ground. Crack 'em up. Smell like the man running sound. Lucas smoke. When I am, I heard the Lucas toe. Long Beach like Crazy Joe with Mayhem. We'll be getting new wheels from Rouse the Caveman. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. My double flip, where the is at? My where the women at? Baby, bass in my similar. Been crazy, come where you living at. Kick down the door, get down and get gone. I ain't come here for the chitter chat, but I'm far removed from that gangster shit. It don't make much sense, rather make me rich. Don't be playing with my money, it'll make me flip. And in the last couple lines, I'ma contradict. And for the last time, I ain't no conscious. I like big, fast whips, conscious. Mansions and white Mike Jackson. So stop acting like I'm an activist. No, this ain't happen on accident. They giving man to the African. It'll never be another one after this. So just pay your mission and pay attention. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. My double flip, where the is at? My where the women at? Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. I'll be on the drums. Long hair girl with Celine on, yeah. She ain't got a job, but she rockin' bomb, yeah. Hey. Y que no pare, que con mi gente ando de pare. Hoy día no nos frena nadie, así que ahora mejor salte, no pare. Hey. Go ahead, girl, with your brickin' on, yeah. Long hair girl with Celine on, yeah. She ain't got a job, but she rockin' ball, man, yeah. I don't want a little bit, I want the whole thing. One of one, make a Mary Jeans, oh yeah. Why's hating on me, oh yeah. Don't you make it hot, don't make a scene, oh yeah. In the cut with the pump, it is bean, oh yeah. Like a lick, but I'm not one. Get in the cut with it. One up top, hit his top, one up top, hit his top, Just let me know if it's a problem. Bobby, I make it hot, boy. I was really on the block, and now they see me on the top. Sigo en este lugar y no sé dónde quedar, así que no me venga a rescatar. Yo no sé cómo llegué, solo desperté en una habitación que no era de mi hotel. Entonces me enojé, luego me calmé porque había algo para beber. Una vez de buen humor me escapé para el club. Encima dentro había amigos que eran de la cruz. Ahí como que todo se descontroló y terminé con menos plata que víctima Robin Hood. Y ay, te juro que no me di cuenta. Ay, ahora como vuelvo pa' casa. Solo me quedó algo en el bolsillo. Era una moneda para el casino. Ahí comprendí que era mi destino. Solo tenías un tiro y aposté al 23. Entonces todo me robé. ¿Qué me va a decir usted? Like a lick, but I'm not one. Get in the cut with it. One up top, hit his top. One up top, hit his top. Just let me know if it's a problem. Bobby, I make it hot, boy.
on now. Tony, yeah, walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, this a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounce. If a chick with me, she like big house. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a sucker rich, the clothes off. Pull her to the flame with my doze off. Try to count a million and I dozed off. And I got my fingers in the air. Yeah, hanging with Paul Bear. Yeah, turn you to lawn care. Rex in my Montclair. Yeah, this just a small shell. Hold up, make sure it's all there. I go to sleep in designer. Sight, I go to sleep in. Yikes, tell any honor a lie, right? Soon as I left, I got right. It's a precision and detail. See, life is a beach, seashell. I sold the bags for retail. I'm from the block, no email. Walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, this a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounce. If a chick with me, she like big house. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a sucker rich, the clothes off.
I'm cool, yo. I'm starting to think no one told y'all. Designing my clothes, dog. How much you think my coat costs? I'm spitting like Mozart. This feel like gotta flip Noah's Ark. New Lamborghini, the doze off. Fell asleep in the doze off. Get it? My diamonds and stones water. ITD like Coach Carter. Ain't talking about no soda. Girl with me want some products. I pull her on turning heads. I go to curtain while she turn her nose. This off white. I be rocking virtual clothes.
Walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, this a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounce. If a chick with me, she like big house. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a sucker rich, the clothes off.